The Next Frontier. Reviving Economic Statecraft for National Security. By Aaron Langley Heinlein, Frederick Glass, and the Grand Rapids Circle.
Chapter 5. Toward a New Bretton Woods Agreement.
The first 2 decades of the 21st century were a period of tremendous optimism about the trajectory of the poor world. If you spent those years as a news consumer in the rich world, it may have been difficult to tell. There were plenty of stories about crisis, decline, and the breakdown of social order. But for all the gloom, it seemed that the bulk of humanity, the 90% or so of humans who live outside Anglophone North America, Europe, Japan, and a few wealthy outposts, was experiencing brisk and undeniable progress. Scores of optimistic books and articles were commissioned to remind us that the world was, in the words of the website Vox, getting much, much better, and quite rapidly, too. Health outcomes were improving. Mortality was declining among both children and adults. Literacy was spreading, and, most importantly of all, poverty, especially the $2.15 a day extreme poverty metric promoted by the World Bank, was in speedy decline. Progress was steadily advancing. Bill Gates, the Harvard professor Steven Pinker, and the erstwhile New York Times columnist Nicholas Kristof were all notable votaries of this outlook at one point or another. Kristof made a late December custom of declaring the year that had just passed to have been the best year ever. Yes, there were problems. In 2017, Kristof cited warfare in Yemen and Syria, atrocities in Myanmar, and a president who may be going cuckoo. And material suffering was still the condition of the overwhelming mass of humanity. But things really were, as Paul McCartney once said, getting so much better all the time. The implication of all this was clear. Criticize the structure of the global economy all you want, but clearly something was working. The right lines, after all, were going up. And yet, early in the 3rd decade of the 21st century, that once hegemonic view of global development seems to have lost its coherence. The COVID pandemic, supply chain emergencies, agricultural shortages, the war in Ukraine, the emergence of global inflation and energy shocks, monetary tightening in the West, the specter of global recession, all of these have scrambled the optimism of the 2000s and 2010s. Fiscal insolvency has become a live possibility for countless poor governments, and many years' worth of gains in income have been erased. The World Bank announced in October 2022 that progress in reducing extreme poverty had ground to a halt, with the prognosis for the next few years uncertain. The events of the last 2 years, the bank's president said, had conspired to throw development into crisis. But even in its heyday, the triumphal narrative around global development already had a rather uncertain relationship with reality. Many of its flaws are rooted in statistical issues, troubled calculations around inflation and purchasing power parity, especially when it came to urban-rural price differentials, which served to significantly undercount the ranks of the global poor. Other problems are more subjective. Many have criticized the $2.15 a day threshold at 2017 purchasing power-adjusted prices. Designed to reflect who would be poorest in the most impoverished countries, like Mali or Afghanistan, and not in even slightly richer countries like Angola or Pakistan, for being far too low to provide for sustenance or normal human health outcomes, and thus to measure anything meaningful about real graduation from poverty. And certainly these statistical issues, well discussed by others, are significant. But our intention here is to offer a more ambitious critique of global development. We do not seek to simply make a pessimist's case for why economic development has not occurred, or why various statistical flaws mean that we should disregard undeniable progress in reducing global poverty. Rather, we aim to show why the prognosis for the poor world is much worse than the standard picture. Preoccupied with a purely quantitative account, however rigorous and ignorant of more geographic, historical, and political economic AP proaics, has allowed to explicate the structural changes that have undergirded the perverse trajectory of global development, and to outline a more realistic outlook, married to a new framework for a return to real development. The crux of the problem is this: despite attempts to find alternative models of economic development, there is no widely replicable strategy to develop a country. Simply put, to turn it from poor to rich, that does not involve an economy becoming highly industrialized. But in recent decades, the growth of manufacturing sectors, and thus of economic development more broadly, has been overwhelmingly concentrated in East Asia, particularly in China. Across the bulk of the poor world, here we have in mind Latin America, South Asia, the Middle East, and Sub-Saharan Africa, economies have been experiencing a more disturbing trajectory. Simultaneous deagrarianization and deindustrialization, especially in the years after 1980. The result is that industrialization, development, and massive income growth in East Asia has statistically compensated for stagnation almost everywhere else. with East Asian industrialization partly responsible for the loss of other countries' manufacturing bases. This has been the case even as incomes have risen in most of the poor world, mainly on account of the 2015 commodity supercycle driven in part by the explosive growth in demand from the Chinese market, which ironically helped lock emerging markets into low-tech, undiversified export profiles. Asian success, in short, has obscured a bleaker picture in the rest of the world. Most emerging markets have not found an engine of durable growth comparable to manufacturing. Most have indeed grown over the last few decades, but dependence on services and commodities exports has not made them rich. Thus, most developing countries, we are skeptical of that euphemistic label, are in a worse structural position than they were a few decades ago. Less economically complex and more socially unstable with their developmental coalitions, if they ever exist, badly frayed. For all the intermittent hype around rising India or rising Africa, systemic dynamics, deindustrialization, ecological disruption, demographic headwinds, will pose severe challenges to economic development over the coming decades. New waves of industrialization and meaningful development are unlikely in these parts of the world. From the perspective of poverty statistics, Africa will assume particular importance. By far the continent with the worst economic performance over the last several decades, it is there that the most significant population growth will occur over the next century. The result, pending dramatic change, is a world in which the progress made against poverty over the last 40 years will slow, stagnate, or even reverse. Our relatively pessimistic assessment of the progress of emerging markets is shaped by a judgment about the fundamental role that manufacturing plays in economic development. The transition from agrarian stasis to industrial growth has been the central feature of many radically divergent theories of development. Marxian schemata of societal progress saw manufacturing as a necessary precondition for the rise of an industrial proletariat. Industrialization, per Marx, draws all, even the most barbarian, nations into civilization. The American-sponsored modernization theory of Walt Rostow, laid out in his Stages of Economic Growth, valorized industrial takeoff as the make-or-break moment within a multistage account of economic development, ironically so for a book subtitled A Non-Communist Manifesto. Nicholas Kaldor and Raoul Prebisch, whose work enjoyed great popularity in developing countries during the middle decades of the last century, also emphasized industrially oriented national developmentalism. What is so special about manufacturing? Kaldor, and later the development economist Danny Roderick, offered sets of stylized facts sketching out the manufacturing sector's growth-pulling qualities. 3 are of particular note. First, manufacturing has productivity dynamics that other sectors do not. Unlike agriculture or services, formal manufacturing firms exhibit increasing returns on each marginal unit of labor and an unconditional convergence in labor productivity between rich and poor nations. Second, while the expansion of services is self-limiting and ecological factors impose natural restraints on the expansion of primary commodities, the tradability of manufactured goods means that there are no such automatic limits to manufacturing growth. Third, manufacturing is able to absorb large amounts of labor, including relatively unskilled labor, into high-productivity work, something that services in agriculture or other high-productivity sectors like finance and mining have never been able to do. An even greater testament to the centrality of industrialization to development can be found in the historical experiences of countries that have successfully developed. Very few economies have gone from poor to rich without achieving a large manufacturing share as a percentage of both employment and GDP. About 95% of economies that have achieved high-income status passed through such a period of high manufacturing concentration. As one study of high-income countries' historical trajectories found, achieving a manufacturing employment share of 18 to 20% has been almost sufficient and absolutely necessary. For achieving high-income status, Justin E. Lin, the World Bank's former chief economist, offers a decisive verdict. Except for a few oil-exporting countries, no countries have ever gotten rich without industrialization first. And those oil-exporting countries like Norway or Saudi Arabia and other Persian Gulf autocracies were quite exceptional. The resource path to development offers far more failures, Iraq, Mozambique, the Congo, than Norwegian-style triumphs, or even middling success stories like Gabon or Botswana. For most of the world, there is no real path to development that does not run through manufacturing. Deng's world. Appropriately, then, it was the part of the world that has seen the most industrialization in the last 50 years, East Asia, that has also contributed by far the most to global economic development. For all the optimism around global poverty reduction in the 21st century, in fact, it is striking how much progress has come from a single powerhouse, the People's Republic of China. In the decades since 1980, it has been there, and in smaller East Asian economies like South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and Hong Kong, that the lion's share of actual economic development and poverty reduction has occurred. That China, of all places, was so central to this era of global economic development would have seemed strange to someone looking ahead from the year 1970. Compared to India, Brazil, Indonesia, or Russia, China was an unlikely choice to join the ranks of developed, complex, technologically advanced economies. Its political leadership was bombastically self-destructive. Its Icarian attempt at rapid rural industrialization had produced a famine that killed tens of millions, perhaps the single most calamitous anthropogenic catastrophe of the post-war era. Its fanatical project of ideological purification resulted in a years-long suspension of national life, traumatizing huge swathes of the population and marginalizing the most pragmatic and competent elites in favor of radical Maoists. To be sure, China was far healthier, more equal, and more educated in 1980 than it had been in 1950, and because of Maoist policies quite advanced for its level of income, Mao had enshrined de jure equal rights for women while eliminating traditional rentiers like the hated rural landlord class, and in 1980 China had a life expectancy equal to that of Mexico, where per capita GDP was about 5 times higher. But the country was, by any measure, a remarkably poor place. Per capita GDP was among the lowest in the world, on par with Cameroon, and lower than Haiti, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe. Though China was the most populous nation on Earth, its entire economy was smaller than those of Spain or Australia. The vast majority of its population qualified as extremely poor under World Bank metrics. From such humble beginnings, China has, since the beginning of Deng Xiaoping's premiership, recorded the most significant period of economic growth in human history, with a manufacturing miracle whose scale dwarfs the industrialization seen in Europe or North America. So sudden and significant was this growth miracle that per capita GDP grew 6-fold between 1981 and 2018, vaulting it solidly into middle-income status. Only Mongolia and Equatorial Guinea, both entirely dependent on resource extraction, reported larger increases in per capita GDP during the period. The most impressive period of expansion, occurring roughly between 1984 and 2007, was, as Albert O. Hirschman would predict, remarkably unbalanced. Almost everyone grew wealthier, but an extraordinary amount accrued to the very top. 8 Yet as growth slowed in the 2010s, the Chinese state was able to engineer a campaign of redistribution and poverty reduction that saw inequality fall, gains shared more equally, and extreme poverty practically disappear. In 1981, 99.93% of the Chinese population earned less than $5 a day. By 2008, about 55%. By 2019, less than 12%. During those 4 decades, the proportion earning under the extreme poverty threshold of $2.15 a day decreased from 92% to just 0.14%. To say that China's contributions to global poverty reduction statistics are outsized would be an understatement. China's gains have contributed about 45% of the total reduction in the extreme poverty metric since 1981. But at higher levels of income, one's more representative of durable entrance into actual middle-income status, Chinese contributions are even stronger. At $5 a day, China is responsible for nearly 60% of total gains. At $10 a day, several dollars above the threshold of poverty for upper-middle-income countries, but still translating to an annual income of just $3,650, China is responsible for a full 70% of global poverty reduction since 1981. This growth has been far more impressive than any other country on Earth, even those who have received praise for their progress. Median income statistics illustrate how impressive Chinese poverty reduction has been. In 1981, median income for China's rural population was just $27 a month, and $54 a month in the cities. By 2019, median monthly income had increased to $243 for rural Chinese and $400 for urban Chinese, respective increases of 9-fold and 7-fold. In other developing countries, the gains were far more meager. Consider India. Between 1983 and 2019, rural median income doubled, and urban median income grew 80%. A positive trend, but at rates far outpaced by China. Bangladeshi median income, which is not disaggregated on rural-urban lines, grew just 45% from 1983 to 2016. Peruvian median income grew by a paltry 15% from 1985 to 2019, before falling below its 1985 levels during the coronavirus pandemic. In some countries like Kenya, Argentina, or the Ivory Coast, median income has declined since World Bank measurement began. The positive outliers for truly strong growth in median incomes can be found in Southeast Asia, especially Vietnam and Indonesia. Vietnam's growth is particularly strong thanks to its own manufacturing miracle, and comes close to that in China. But even these cases are weaker than what was seen in China. Income growth in the poor world outside of China appears weaker still when one considers how much was the result of the 2015 commodities boom, and thus indirectly of Chinese growth. Hot commodities markets in those years allowed Latin American, Southeast Asian, and some African nations to increase incomes and reduce poverty. But those income gains, dependent as they were on the knock-on effects of Chinese growth, masked a more disturbing trend: the structural weakening of these countries' development potential. Incomes are higher and poverty is lower today than in the past. But the type of development takeoff seen in China is more out of reach for poor countries now than it was a few decades ago. Why, then, have the structural economic positions of most of the world's nations worsened over the last few decades? To explain, we must leave the World Bank statistics behind, enlightening as they may be, and embrace a more holistic approach. A look at the economic history of the non-East Asian poor world, and the changes in the world economy that have altered these regions' post-war trajectories for the worse. Ironically enough, it was the period lasting roughly from 1950 to 1980, when measures of poverty, hunger, and all varieties of misery were far higher than they are today, that stands in retrospect as a golden age for the cause of global economic development. While the capitalist West experienced its trente glorieuses and the Soviet bloc enjoyed relative peace and consumer surplus, the global economy underwent an economic boom of an intensity and duration never seen before or after. For the countries of the poor world, this meant 3 decades of vigorous growth, with rapid industrial expansion underwritten by an upswing in the commodities supercycle. An international financial regime built on the Bretton Woods model placed limits on capital mobility and allowed a degree of financial stability that helped emerging markets pursue aggressive economic development strategies without the boom-bust dynamics that would later become so common. It is now hard to recall the optimism of that period. As Roderick has written, in a large number of developing countries, including Brazil, Ecuador, Mexico, Iran, Pakistan, Tunisia, the Ivory Coast, and Kenya, average economic growth exceeded 2.5% per capita per year during the 1945 to 75 period, translating to a doubling of incomes roughly every 3 decades. An optimistic, state-centered national developmentalism was in vogue, represented by charismatic figures like Indonesia's Sukarno, Egypt's Nasser, Ghana's Nkrumah, and India's Nehru. Combining Western aesthetics and outlooks with third-world aspirations, they sought not just to match the West, but in many ways to exceed it. For the relatively richer economies of the poor world, like Brazil or Mexico, growth was so strong as to place them on trajectories of rapid convergence with Europe and the United States. Had Brazil's per capita GDP continued to grow at its 1970 to 75 average rate for 25 more years, it would have been richer than France and the United Kingdom by the year 2000. With the ineluctable march of progress and growth so evident, everything seemed to be going according to plan. It was these strong performances that allowed the modernization theorist Rostow to predict, as he did to John F. Kennedy in 1961, that nations like Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, India, the Philippines, Taiwan, Turkey, and Greece would attain self-sustaining growth by 1970, along with possibly Egypt, Iran, Iraq, and Pakistan. Almost anything seemed possible. Even the poorer nations of the Third World were remarkably ambitious during this developmental golden age. Places like the Democratic Republic of the Congo, then Zaire, Libya, and Zambia were growing rapidly thanks to demand for their natural resources, and seemed intent on using the proceeds to support speedy catch-up modernization, symbolized by novel infrastructure like Mobutu's Trico nuclear reactor or Gaddafi's Great Man-Made River. The Ivory Coast, of all places, was considered a poster child for economic development, the namesake of the now-forgotten Ivorian miracle. High prices for its agricultural commodities like coffee, cotton, and cocoa powered strong economic growth. An average of 9% per year in the 1960s and 7% per year between 1970 and 1975, which, as one study noted, earned for the Ivory Coast the prestige of a development miracle along with Brazil, South Korea, and even Indonesia. So optimistic were Western observers of this development miracle that Lyndon Johnson declared at a White House function honoring the Ivorian president Félix Houphouët-Boigny in 1967. To those that tell us that the developing countries are really doomed, to those Cassandras, Mr. President, we have a very simple answer. We say to them, look at the Ivory Coast. Readers of the Orestia might remember that it was Cassandra, and not her doubters, whom fate ultimately proved correct. Indeed, this period of tremendous development had relied on a system of managing global economic flows that, by the 1970s, was coming under serious strain. First came the effective death of Bretton Woods in the 1971 to 72 period, then the energy crises of 1973 and 1979, which contributed to the great inflation of the 1970s, even as their effects in poor countries were uneven. Certainly petroleum exporters were not badly hurt. Then the long economic doldrums experienced in the West as the decade wore on, finally punctuated by the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes of 1979 to 81, the so-called Volcker shock. In the rich world, the post-Volcker moment meant lower inflation, severe recession, and a jump in unemployment with a concomitant decline in commodity prices. Between 1979 and 1982, the average price for lumber fell by 40%, copper by 25%, coffee by more than 20%, and sugar by about 10%. But the pain in the poor world was arguably much greater. The booming commodity cycle met its chaotic death, and dozens of economies screeched to a halt. Expansionary fiscal programs that had been built on the assumption of strong growth soon found themselves in crisis, while higher borrowing rates significantly increased the cost of servicing dollar-denominated debts. Brazil is paradigmatic. While from 1960 to 1980 real per capita GDP increased by more than 140%, from 1980 to 2000 it grew by less than 20%. Similar decelerations, recessions, or depressions occurred all over the poor world, leaving lasting damage. Guatemala's per capita GDP in 2018 was only 20% higher than its 1978 level. The Ivory Coast's only 16% higher. Some places never recovered. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Haiti, Niger, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and the Central African Republic, per capita output was significantly lower in 2018 than it had been 40 years earlier. The 20 years that the Volcker shock inaugurated can be summarized as 2 lost decades for development, with incessant crisis replacing stable growth. Across the poor world, deep recessions led to fiscal insolvency, social and political collapse, and massive bloodletting. In the Western Hemisphere, the events of the period include the Latin American Década Perdida, lost decade, ushering in prolonged stagnation in Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina, the severe economic crisis in Peru, contributing to the rise of the Shining Path insurgency, the civil wars in Nicaragua, Guatemala, and El Salvador, and the escalating internal conflict in Colombia between drug cartels, leftist insurgents, and the Colombian state. Meanwhile, post-communist states like Russia were, with Western guidance, subjected to a traumatic shock therapy, immiserating huge swathes of people and destroying much of the Soviet industrial legacy while enabling a flood of cheap weapons into the poor world, further exacerbating conflicts. Less developed post-communist countries like Mongolia experienced what Eric Reinert termed economic primitivization. Many industries ceased operation, and industrial workers returned to traditional activities like herding. In the Great Lakes region of Africa, a metastasizing martial saga unfolded, whose subplots include the Ugandan Bush War, the genocide in Rwanda, the collapse of Mobutu's state in the Congo, and the subsequent Great War of Africa. A simultaneous crisis occurred in West Africa, revolving around wars in Liberia and Sierra Leone, while AIDS arrived in Southern Africa, leading to huge decreases in life expectancy in Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Bloody conflicts also arose in newly decolonized states like Angola and Mozambique. Few regions were spared from sanguinary wars, like that between Iran and Iraq or the Soviet Union and Afghanistan, as well as the sharpening of interreligious communalist violence in India and Sri Lanka. Latin America, the Middle East, and much of Asia suffered greatly. But it was Africa that was hit worst by these rolling series of crises, with a death toll stretching well into the millions. Giovanni Arrighi dubbed it the African tragedy. Most poor states emerged from those 2 decades severely weakened. The bold national developmentalism of earlier decades, whether anti-colonial as with Sukarno or Western-aligned as with Houphouët-Boigny, had been discredited by economic contraction and declining living standards. Expansionary fiscal regimes were withdrawn, and internal conflicts moved the foci of government activity elsewhere. The structural adjustment programs that the IMF required for debt relief, or which were advocated independently by enthusiastic liberalizers like Hernando de Soto, further diminished state capacity through privatizations, deregulation, and government layoffs. In desperation, many poor world governments began to liberalize their capital accounts in order to spur foreign investment, increasing volatility and culminating in a series of financial crises. In Mexico in 1994, in various Asian economies in 1997, and in Russia in 1998. Yet all these reforms, despite the support they received from Western economists or foreign acolytes like De Soto or Anatoly Chubai, did little to improve growth fundamentals. Instead, they gave the poor world the hollowed-out states with which they would enter the new century. Many public sectors had been so desiccated by the chaos that they were simply unable to manage the societies over which they presided. In the worst-hit places, like Somalia, where state collapse in the 1990s led to the return of customary law, what little remained can be termed, in the words of the Nigerian historian Ramani Idrissa, government by means of the aid industry, with exenterated states surrendering core governmental functions to the organs of the international humanitarian complex. However horrific these crises were, the central structural transformation of the 1980 to 2000 period would ultimately be of a deeper and more damaging nature: the unexpected arrival of deindustrialization in the poor world. The successive waves of deindustrialization that swept the world after the 1970s crashed most famously on Western shores, in the Rust Belt of the United States, in northern England and Scotland, and in northern France. But deindustrialization was a global phenomenon, touching nearly every economy on Earth. In fact, after 1980, poor countries suffered a process of relative deindustrialization just as intense as that experienced in more advanced economies, and often more so, due to the same primary cause: the emergence of the Chinese industrial behemoth, which displaced Mexican and Iranian workers as fiercely as it did American or French ones. Deindustrialization thus swept across countries that had previously seemed to be rapidly scaling the development ladder. Brazil reached its peak level of manufacturing employment in 1986, India in 2002, Colombia in 1970, Mexico in 1980, Peru in 1971, Indonesia in 2001, Ghana in 1978, and Nigeria in 1982, all at rates of manufacturing employment and per capita GDP significantly below those of Western nations in their peak years of manufacturing. Manufacturing employment is typically a more useful measure of industrialization than output. Latin American countries were hit most severely, with nearly no floor for industrial decline, while in many Asian countries the situation was more akin to a long plateau. Many African countries lost their manufacturing bases at such a low level of industrialization that they can hardly be said to have industrialized at all. Roderick, the economist, dubs this phenomenon premature deindustrialization. Its occurrence was totally contrary to what the economists of the golden age of development, and not just the more hubristic ones like Rostow, had predicted. It was as though fruit was rotting before it even ripened. In the Western countries, deindustrialization could at least be slotted into a convenient narrative of evolution into affluence, a necessary part of transitioning to a higher stage of development, in which skilled, cosmopolitan knowledge workers would populate a comfortable, mature economy. But no such narrative could be furnished for places like Brazil or India, where deindustrialization coexisted with a still overwhelming degree of backwardness and poverty. As it left the poor world, industrialization's historical task was still undone. At the same time, another structural change began to make itself felt: an accelerating process of deagrarianization in the years after 1980. The rural share of populations had been declining everywhere since the end of the Second World War, due in large part to increases in agricultural productivity owing to various agrarian reform programs, land reform in some countries, the implementation of capital-intensive green revolution techniques in others. Still, until late in the 20th century, farming remained the occupation of most of the world's population, with especially large populations in poor countries. In 1970, 80% of Indians and 83% of Indonesians lived in rural areas. But a series of transformations beginning in the 1970s would make life increasingly difficult for the smallholders and farmers of the poor world. The increased capital intensity of post-Green Revolution farming, demanding inputs like artificial fertilizer that many could not afford, put particular pressure on many small-time agriculturalists. Around the same time, increased exposure of national agricultural economies to global markets led to a rewiring of poor world agriculture toward specialization, with self-sufficient national agricultures challenged by a new emphasis on the comparative advantage in cash crops. The withdrawal of state agricultural subsidies and tariffs during the crises of the 1980 to 2000 period added further strain, as did desertification and soil degradation due to poor land management in places like Southeast Africa and Haiti. These trends placed ever greater pressure on small farmers. Many were forced to go into insurmountable debt, leading to an epidemic of suicide among Indian farmers. Others had to take seasonal jobs in cities to supplement their incomes from farming. The ultimate result was an accelerated process of deagrarianization and mass migration into urban centers. 27 The speed of this urbanization is remarkable. Between 1980 and 2010, the urban population of East Asia and the Pacific increased by 24%, 720 million people. South Asia by 9%, 300 million. Latin America and the Caribbean by 14%, 230 million. The Middle East and North Africa by 13%, 150 million. And Sub-Saharan Africa by 14%, 225 million. China was the single biggest contributor to global deagrarianization, but about 75% of global urbanization during the period took place elsewhere. With rural migrants flooding in as national populations boomed, the cities of the poor world grew massively during the post-1970 period. Lagos grew from 1.4 million in 1970 to 13.9 million in 2022. Dhaka from 1.4 million to 22.5 million. Sao Paulo from 7.6 million to 22.4 million. Even minor cities grew rapidly. Huaij, a provincial capital in northwestern Angola, grew from 3,200 people in 1950 to nearly 600,000 72 years later. Uyo, in southern Nigeria, grew from 5,800 people to more than 1.2 million. Almost all of this growth, however, was concentrated in ever-growing slum belts around urban peripheries, housing vast numbers of impoverished people. Mumbai's Dharavi, which hosts a population the size of Stockholm's in 1 square mile. Cairo's Manshit Nasser, the favelas of Brazil, the notorious Site Soleil in Port-au-Prince. These are only a few outposts of the planet of slums that the late Mike Davis bleakly diagnosed as a colossal triage of humanity in 2005. Simultaneous deagrarianization and deindustrialization left a void in poor world economies. The response, never planned by states, which found themselves increasingly unable to control what was going on, was the creation of economies trapped between commodity export dependence on the one side and low-skill service work on the other. With industry and agriculture both in relative decline, many post-industrial economies reverted into raw commodity exports, especially after global commodity demand began to pick up again in the mid-1990s with the Chinese takeoff. Brazil is, as usual, illustrative. As the country deindustrialized, higher-end products like vehicle parts, machinery, and electronics took diminished roles in the country's export portfolio and were gradually replaced by a surging trade in iron and oil. While in 1995 iron ore constituted 3.8% of Brazilian exports and petroleum crude just 0.1%, by 2020 they constituted 10.8% and 8.1%, respectively. Industrial machinery exports declined from 7.1% to 3%. Oil rents rose from 0.1% of GDP in 1970 to 2.4% by 2008. Mineral rents contributed another 1.9%, up from 0.5%. This resulted in a speedy decomplexification of the Brazilian economy, with extractive rentierism becoming increasingly central. In the year 2000, Brazil was assessed as the 26th most economically complex nation in the world, near Poland and Mexico. 20 years later, it had fallen to 60th, lower than Kyrgyzstan and North Macedonia. The same process of decomplexification and export reprimarization occurred in other prematurely deindustrializing economies, like Ukraine, Ecuador, Argentina, Mongolia, and Kazakhstan. In boom periods like the 2015 commodity cycle, this extractive model could prove hugely lucrative. Because of Chinese growth, resource exporters in Latin America, like Ecuador, Bolivia, or Brazil, were able to support pink tide governments marrying resource extraction and economic redistribution, significantly reducing poverty and building out basic infrastructure. Russians, meanwhile, enjoyed several years of relative prosperity due to the country's booming natural resource sector, with life expectancy finally exceeding its 1988 level in 2011. In less functional regimes, like Nigeria or Angola, revenue from resource exports was absorbed almost entirely by corrupt rentier elites, such that about a fifth of Nigeria's daily OPEC quota of 1.8 million barrels is stolen every day at various stages of production and siphoned out of the country. At its most extreme, this situation of endemic capital flight results in spectacles as grotesque as that seen in Portugal in the 2010s, when the elites of Angola's ruling party, the ostensibly socialist Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, famous for its role in winning independence from Portugal, began buying up luxury Lisbon real estate to launder embezzled funds. But when the commodity cycle turned, as it did in 2014 to 15, with Chinese growth slowing and oil prices tumbling as American fracking surged, the extractive model proved its fragility, with economic crises leading to a wave of global political instability. The pink tide era in Latin America came to a chaotic end, with extractive redistributive regimes being replaced in Argentina, Brazil, and Ecuador while being deeply challenged in Venezuela. In poorer commodity exporters, like Iraq or Nigeria, severe budget crises crimped governments' abilities to battle destructive Islamist insurgencies. Strategies based on commodity extraction had been able to boost incomes, or at least GDP figures, when there was strong global demand. But the 2014 to 16 crises of the developing world, and the continued weakness of poverty reduction in the years after, such that the Brazilian poverty rate was higher in 2019 than it had been in 2014, proved that they were not durable ways to develop national economies. Of course, though they played outsized roles in their respective economies, companies like Petrobras, Gazprom, or Nigeria's NNPC Limited have never been able to absorb a significant chunk of their country's labor forces. Commodities could never take the place of manufacturing in terms of absorbing large numbers of both low and high-skilled workers at decent wages, especially less skilled ones. Thus, even during the commodities boom, simultaneous deindustrialization and deagrarianization, occurring in the context of massive population growth, produced a plethora of unoccupied laborers, concentrated in massive slum cities like Karachi, Lima, Jakarta, Lagos, and Cairo. Almost by default, this surplus labor was absorbed into a nebulous economic stratum which economists categorize, quite euphemistically, as part of the service sector. In the public imagination, the standard archetypes of these service workers are the call center workers and IT professionals of Bangalore or Manila. It is this variety of outsourced, globalized labor that led some economists to optimistically sketch a services-led development model for countries like India in the 1990s and 2000s. But far more common than this relatively skilled labor pool is a different, more plebeian variety, the low-productivity work, overwhelmingly informal, casual, and irregular, that has come to define the social landscapes of poor world cities. The Dutch sociologist Jan Bremen, in his study of employment in southern Gujarat, calls the workers of this informal sector wage hunters and gatherers. The unlicensed taxi drivers, roadside fruit peddlers, freelance porters, squeegee men and women, biddy rollers, beggars, rag pickers, clothing resellers, small-time scammers and thieves, bazaar porters, and general-purpose unskilled jobbers who constitute the majority of the populations of cities everywhere from Kabul to Cabinda to Managua. These low-skill service workers are far more numerous than their high-skill, formalized counterparts. About 90% of the hundreds of millions of jobs created in India since its liberalization process began in 1991, for instance, have been in the informal sector, not in the much-vaunted IT industry. Contrary to the boosterism sometimes attached to these micro-entrepreneurs, attack pioneered by De Soto in his celebrations of informal work as an invisible revolution against bureaucracy, and picked up after 2000 by the evangelists of microloans as a silver bullet for poverty. This informal work is effectively a dead end for surplus workers. The casual work ubiquitous in the poor world does not represent a cure to mass unemployment, but instead a mass underemployment. The line between a casually employed jobber and an unemployed person is a very thin one, even if statistics distinguish between the two. Poor world economies are thus afflicted by a remarkable superfluity of labor, with too many workers and far too few good jobs to put them in. It is this abundance of cheap labor that leads to unproductive uses of that resource. It is what allows middle-class Pakistani families, for instance, to routinely afford several domestic servants, or what leads to the ubiquitous presence of the listless youth termed, in Arabic hayatin, the men who lean against walls. The desperation for formal employment is everywhere in these societies, leading to incredibly fierce competition even for entry-level positions. In 2015, the state of Uttar Pradesh in northern India put out a notice to fill 368 clerical jobs and received 2.3 million applications. Tales of the horrific job market in India, in particular, are legion. Screenings for jobs with companies like Qatar Airways regularly attract thousands of applicants, who form huge throngs outside the interview center before being sent home en masse without having been seen. The means of subsistence for these informal workers are grim. With the development of financialized credit in many poor economies, debt has become a means of survival. In Brazil, the household debt-to-income ratio rose from 18% in 2004 to 60% by late 2021. This premature financialization of poor world economies often takes on a highly predatory character. Pyramid schemes have enjoyed remarkable growth in African and Asian countries in recent years, with unemployed and underemployed youth a perfect target. One 2017 study found that 70% of Nigerian students had bought into at least one pyramid scheme. The popularity of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum in these countries is a product of the same dysfunction. Early Bitcoin adoption in Africa, in fact, was driven by the pyramid scheme company MMM, which had first found large numbers of victims in Russia during the agonies of the 1990s. It is not just that this work is especially demeaning or unprofitable. Much the same could be said about the sweatshop jobs that defined the early industrializations of China or South Korea. Rather, the service work that has come to define these non-industrial or post-industrial poor societies offers little path for countries to become richer. Most service work offers none of the growth-pulling and productivity-enhancing features of industrialization. The services-led development model associated with India simply has not achieved the rapid takeoff dynamics seen in East Asian economies, even in leading cities like Hyderabad or Bangalore, where tech sectors have proven unable to absorb labor, especially less skilled labor, at the scale of manufacturing and agriculture. The similar services-based model pursued by Rwanda, leapfrogging over manufacturing and straight to services, with grandiose promises to become, for instance, Africa's leading hub for artificial intelligence and digital technology, has indeed resulted in better growth than in its East African neighbors, in no small part thanks to the benefits of authoritarian stability and sustained interest from aid donors, but it has shown no ability to turn the country, whose per capita GDP in 2021 was lower than those of Haiti or Vanuatu, into a meaningfully developed economy. As one study of Rwanda's leapfrogging model concluded, there is no automatic trickle-down from modern service growth. Thrown off by agriculture and industry, never fully occupied by service work, the economic problem of superfluous labor soon becomes a social one. Unoccupied and discontented, Haitian are the ideal destabilizers of third-world societies. The link between youth bulges, high youth unemployment, and social unrest has been studied for decades, and only those societies that have significantly reduced youth unemployment have managed to avoid it. At the problem's extreme, these discontented youth became foot soldiers for a variety of criminal or insurgent groups competing with the state for sovereignty. MS-13 in El Salvador or Honduras, the narco groups of Mexico or Colombia, G9 and other gangs in Haiti, Islamist groups like Boko Haram or the Islamic State in the Muslim world. The name of Somalia's al-Shabaab, the youth, is representative. More mundanely, these unemployed and underemployed youth provide the manpower for criminal violence and urban rioting. From the Sozaboy subcultures of northern Nigeria to South Africa's Zuma riots or the occasional spates of communalist slaughter in Indian cities. Other destabilizing factors, like the flood of high-caliber weaponry into poor countries after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and again after the fall of the Gaddafi's Libya in 2011, and the arrival of a novel informational modernity through cell phones and the internet, have only heightened the destabilizing potential of these new forces, especially when pitted against increasingly emaciated states hardly able to govern their own territories. But the main release valve for the worsening economic situations of poor countries has been migration to better shores. Much of the time, this migration is internal and seasonal, as with many rural Indians, increasingly unable to support themselves through agriculture alone, who periodically come to urban areas to work as informal laborers in the construction industry. But increasingly, especially as national prospects dimmed, migration took an international character. The period after 1980 in particular was an age of accelerating global migration, with populations moving in larger numbers than ever before. Between 1980 and 2000, international migrant numbers swelled by 83%, compared to 30% between 1960 and 1980, to a remarkable 172 million people. This acceleration did not stop after the year 2000. By 2015, the total number of international migrants had reached nearly 250 million.48, while the most popular destinations for these economic migrants were, as expected, the wealthy European nations, the United States, and Russia. Much of the migration has been into countries that are well off relative only to their dysfunctional neighbors. Thus, the migration of Haitians to the Dominican Republic, Afghans to Iran, Burkinabes to the Ivory Coast, and Zimbabweans and Mozambicans to South Africa. The new migration of the post-1980 period also meant a transformation of the places that migrants were leaving. As expatriate workers went abroad for higher wages, the remittances they sent back home became lifelines for entire economies. In 1976, El Salvador received about 0.5% of its GDP from remittance flows. By 2020, that number had grown to 24.1%, overwhelmingly from the large Salvadoran diaspora in the United States. The same process occurred in southern Indian states like Kerala. By most measures of health and wellness, India's most advanced state, whose economic model now depends largely on exporting its young men to indentured servitude in the Persian Gulf. This population transfer means that the Gulf monarchies, like Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar, have the most heavily male populations in the world, while Kerala is the only large state in India with more women than men. Other countries, including the Philippines, Nepal, Uzbekistan, Guatemala, Jamaica, and Kosovo, have also seen remittances from abroad constitute large and growing shares of their economies. The countries of the poor world thus find themselves today in a situation markedly different from those of successful late industrializers of the past. The global economic situation has changed. The classic flying geese model of industrialization, which posits that manufacturing will spread to any labor-abundant economy where goods can be made more cheaply, implying an international queue for industrialization, may no longer hold. As Roderick and others have pointed out, each wave of industrialization has been weaker than the last. Possible factors include heightened global competition, with contemporary countries having less control over their home markets than did successful industrializers, from America in the 19th century to Japan in the 1950s or China in the 1990s. Global shifts in demand, linked to the secular decline in global growth, wealth inequality, and demographic changes in rich world countries leading to a smaller consumer demand impulse, and, perhaps most importantly, the decline of manufacturing labor intensity due to labor-saving automations, which may accelerate in coming years if entrepreneurs are successful in their pursuit of subots and other machines. But poor societies today are also quite different from previous late industrializers. South Korea in 1960 or China in 1980 were largely agrarian societies, with vast peasantries, full of potential energy, waiting to be released, as Perry Anderson has written, under uncontested rule by flawed but coherent coalitions of developmental elites. Their initial success was a product of high state capacity even at low levels of income, itself the product of a variety of factors. These countries enjoyed state autonomy from rentier interests, owing to the displacement of rural landlords, as well as strong state monopolies on violence, founded on durable social fabrics. National elites could coordinate effectively between state and enterprise, able not just to subsidize firms but to discipline them as well. Their workforces were relatively skilled and healthy due to successful education and public health policies, and included an abundance of cheap workers who could flood into manufacturing. That the East Asian industrializers were able to sustain this success even as conditions changed, with the tactics of their industrial policies shifting, a change not seen in Latin America when import substitution began to falter, reflects highly pragmatic and strategic developmental coalitions. Can these conditions be replicated in the poor world today? Ultimately, this is a question not just of economics but of political economy. Whether countries can replicate the elite coalitions seen in cases of rapid movement into high-income status, coalitions that can negotiate the sort of intertemporal bargains needed to make necessary investments, and thus sacrifices for durable economic development. In the relative bright spots of the global development picture, Southeast Asian economies like Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, perhaps Bangladesh with its emergence as a garment exporter par excellence, and possibly even an unexpected place like Uzbekistan with its reformist pivot of recent years. Such a leap either is possible or, as in Vietnam, has already been partly accomplished. Vietnam in particular is worth studying as a successful example of transition to middle-income status with a sophisticated manufacturing base, as much as China or Poland. It has exhibited extremely strong manufacturing-led growth, nearly matching the Chinese miracle, under a developmental regime that has overseen income gains as significant as those in China and with less corruption and gross inequality than was witnessed in the latter's Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao years. In other hopeful economies, the picture is positive but more mixed. Bangladesh has been remarkably successful in exporting ready-made garments, but its manufacturing remains dominated by small, informal firms, where unconditional productivity convergence usually does not apply, which was not the case in China or South Korea. Meanwhile, diversification into higher value-added goods has proven elusive. In 2019, just 2% of Bangladesh's manufactured exports were classified as medium or high-tech, compared to 28% in China in 1990 or 21% for Vietnam in 2000. The challenge for these relative success stories or potential future ones like Bangladesh is not necessarily impoverishment, but the middle-income trap associated with once-thriving economies like Argentina or Turkey, Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia in particular are all vulnerable to it. The 1997 Asian financial crisis knocked them off course after being roughly on par with Chinese growth, and they have experienced premature deindustrialization of varying degrees of intensity. Escaping the trap will require a change of approach similar to that shown in the 1980s and 90s by Korean elites, who shifted from low-skill sweatshop manufacturing to high-skill, high-tech manufacturing while guiding national champion companies like Hyundai and Samsung to world-leading status. Because this pivot requires cultivating more skilled workforces and challenging the original developmental coalitions that helped initially vault countries into the middle-income stratum, it is a difficult transition. Most countries do not succeed. For those economies that never escaped middle-income status, like Mexico, Brazil, Egypt, and Russia, the situation is darker. In these countries, the emergence of new developmental coalitions seems unlikely. Long sojourns in the middle-income trap have led to the entrenchment of large firms or elite groups oriented around unproductive rent-seeking, actors with little real interest in development. Their states no longer show much autonomy from these rentier elites, and little power over them regardless. Their economic trajectories converge on what Alex Hochuli has called Brazilianization, a state of being modern but not modern enough. Relative stagnation at a middling level of income, with rising informality, rentierism, and inequality, a decomplexifying economy dependent on commodities, and an elite increasingly sequestered away from its own population. India, with its high degree of decentralization, endemic to a vast country far more diverse, in terms of culture and language, than China, and the continued power of local and national rentiers, from large rural landowners to the real estate-oriented urban regime that dominates Mumbai, as well as other issues, like an unbalanced human capital mix and poor coordination between state and market, faces a similar trajectory, with higher growth but at a much lower level of income. In countries that are poorer still, like Nigeria or other African states, the situation is even worse. In most, there is essentially no challenge to the hegemonic rule of extractive rentiers, whose control over the state is practically total, and thus no incentive to meaningfully develop the economy or foster any type of industrialization. Despite their low wages and large populations of young people, these countries are ill-equipped to build significant manufacturing sectors. Indeed, labor cost per worker is higher in nearly every African nation than in Bangladesh, even at much lower levels of per capita GDP. Of viable competitors, only Ethiopia came close, though the study of African labor costs, issued in 2017, wisely warned that political unrest could derail industrialization there. Even if the circumstances were better, the odds of industrialization in these low-income countries would still be low. This picture is darkened further by evidence of weakening state capacity and, in many places, a faltering state monopoly on violence. Most poor countries have shown no ability to challenge growing crime and violence. In the worst cases, like Haiti, governments have outright lost sovereignty to gangs, militias, and warlords, and are now structurally incapable of political governance. Partly this is a product of sharp and often perverse processes of social modernization in the decades after 1950. Slum societies, deprived of the social self-regulation provided by traditional communities, often prove ungovernable in a way that peasant societies were not. Gone are the days when the writer Edmund Wilson, visiting Port-au-Prince in 1949, could describe it as reminiscent of an Italian town, with no filth, no bad smells, no disgusting sights, or when an American living in Kinshasa in 1970 could compare it favorably to the Bronx, where there was much more talk there about muggings, robbery, and crime in the streets than you ever hear anymore in Kinshasa. The degradation of social order and state legitimacy over the last decades in these societies is obvious to any observer. However corrupt, distasteful, and brutish the regimes of Mobutu, Siad Barre, or Bokassa, countries like the Congo, Somalia, or the Central African Republic were, a few decades ago, politically sovereign and governed by semi-functional regimes. Today they are wards of an array of external institutions, from foreign military forces, the African Union forces that prevent Mogadishu from falling to al-Shabaab, the French troops stationed across the Sahel, the Russian mercenaries of the Wagner Group who intervene across the Central African Republic, to a melee of unaccountable if well-intentioned humanitarian institutions from the West, forced each year to triage crises that those states are simply too weak to handle themselves. In their gradual loss of state capacity, these states have not been aided by a consensus among Western development experts that, in the historian Idris's words, asks not about how to strengthen the state, but how to further debilitate it, and which focuses inordinately on small-scale interventions, like randomized controlled trials, RCTs, that can be carried out by non-governmental organizations and academic research teams, rather than more challenging and locally sensitive questions of elite coordination and political economy. Instability, violence, and the loss of state capacity can poison even the most hopeful attempts at development. If Africa had any true bright spot in the 2010s, it was Ethiopia, which from 2004 to 2018 consistently recorded some of the highest growth rates of any country, with a transparent attempt at emulating the Chinese model, a one-party state pursuing export-oriented industrial development while maintaining political stability. The payoff was significant. Ethiopia's real per capita GDP more than doubled between 2005 and 2020, growing at a rate about 11 times faster than that of sub-Saharan Africa as a whole. But Ethiopia's stability had been founded not on the solid foundations of a hegemonic state, as in China or South Korea, but on complex and tenuous bargains between various ethnic elites, overseen by the developmentalist regime of Meles Zenawi. The gradual collapse of this ethnic federalism in the years after Meles's death in 2012 culminated in the eruption of a brutal internal conflict in late 2020, most severe in the north but affecting other regions as well. The death of hundreds of thousands of Ethiopians, the destruction of vast amounts of infrastructure, the challenging of state legitimacy, and the end of the elite ethnic bargain over which Meles had presided delivered a sudden quietus to the optimistic tone that had surrounded the prospect of Ethiopia emerging as the China of Africa. This, then, is the structural condition that the countries of the poor world find themselves in today. Even before the disruptions of the last few years, it was a far less happy picture than has usually been admitted. But in the coming decades, two headwinds, the first ecological, the second demographic, are likely to worsen the outlook for global development further. The effect of climate-related disruptions on the poor world has already been significant, especially on agriculture. Consider the recent travails of the Horn of Africa. In the late 2010s, the irregular oscillation in surface temperatures between the western and eastern zones of the Indian Ocean, the so-called Indian Ocean Dipole, had become increasingly pronounced, entering its most positive phase since 1870 by the first half of 2019, leading to a prolonged season of wet weather and flooding in the Arabian Peninsula and East Africa. This resulted in the deposit of vast amounts of water in Saudi Arabia's southern desert, creating huge breeding grounds for desert locusts. These breeding grounds resulted in a massive swarm that spread across Arabia, southward into East Africa, and northward into South Asia, wreaking havoc on agriculture in all those regions as the locusts ate vast amounts of crops, but with particularly severe impacts in countries like Somalia, Ethiopia, and Yemen, where war made mitigation difficult. Millions of hectares of land were infested. One unusually large swarm in Kenya occupied an area of more than 900 square miles, about 3 times larger than the size of New York City. As the locust crisis moderated in 2021 and 2022, repeated occurrences of the Eastern Pacific's La Niña phenomenon led to a severe regional drought, with some of the driest rainy seasons in decades. Famine alerts were issued, with humanitarian organizations claiming that more than 15 million were at risk. With such climatic events increasing in intensity, the Horn of Africa seems destined to oscillate between rains that are too heavy one year and rains that don't come at all the next. Other poor regions will be similarly affected by worsening ecological crises. Coastal regions like the Bay of Bengal littoral, seaside West Africa, or maritime Southeast Asia may simply be engulfed by waters. Much of Bangladesh's territory, largely low-lying and riverine, may be underwater within the coming decades, along with major sections of large cities like Basra, Bangkok, and Mumbai. Floods elsewhere will grow more frequent and extreme. The severe episodes of flooding experienced in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and West Africa in 2022, collectively displacing millions, are indications of what is to come. Other places will face increasingly regular bouts of unlivable heat, rendering many areas, like Delhi, which recorded 78 days of temperatures over 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the spring of 2022, effectively unfit for healthy human habitation. The number of severe heat waves in India is expected to grow 30-fold by the end of the century. By 2100, even under a moderate emission scenario, large swathes of Indonesia, the Philippines, and Sri Lanka are projected to face more than 350 days of potentially lethal heat per year. Virtually the entirety of India and Nigeria will face more than 100 days of deadly heat. These ecological disruptions will be hugely destructive to much of the poor world. Increasingly common droughts, floods, and crop failures will imperil national agricultural systems, intensifying deagrarianization and further fueling social instability. Some countries, like Afghanistan or Somalia, are on track to be structurally incapable of feeding their large and growing populations, and thus permanently dependent on foreign generosity. In other places, ecological disruptions will accelerate existing violence. Drought and land erosion have already exacerbated ethnic conflicts in Sudan and East Africa. In Nigeria and the Sahel, farmer-herder conflicts, though often ignored in the West because of their unclear political dimensions, have grown increasingly lethal, fueled by competition between nomadic pastoralists and settled agriculturalists over ever scarcer land and water resources. In 2018, farmer-herder conflicts killed 6 times as many Nigerians as did the Boko Haram insurgency. The other significant headwind facing global development will be demographic, population decline in rich and middle-income countries, coinciding with massive growth in the very poorest. It is widely known that nearly all wealthy nations have transitioned to a low mortality, low fertility equilibrium, leading to declining populations dominated by the elderly. Countries like Japan or Italy are already shrinking, while others like Germany or France are staving off decline through large-scale migration. But in recent years, the same demographic transition has spread elsewhere, to countries that have achieved far less developmental success. Demographic decline might thus be added to the list of phenomena that have touched the non-rich world too early. Brazil fell below replacement in 2004, Lebanon in 2005, Colombia in 2009, Malaysia in 2016, El Salvador in 2018, Turkey in 2020. Bangladesh, which had a fertility rate of 6.9 children per woman in the early 1970s, fell below replacement in 2018, with Mexico, Peru, Argentina, and India on track to follow soon. The consequences of these demographic transitions will be striking. By 2055, Brazil is expected to have a median age equal to that of current-day Germany, and Thailand to be a pensioner society several years older than present-day Japan and Italy. With aging populations and few births, many of these countries are on track to shrink rapidly. Thailand will begin declining late in the 2020s, Brazil in the 2040s, and Turkey and Indonesia by the 2050s. The sheer size of China, meanwhile, will lend its decline a remarkable momentum. Projected to begin its descent in the early 2030s, the Chinese population will experience a sharp contraction after the century's midpoint. Dropping below a billion by the 2070s, population decline will only accelerate from there, with 100 million more deaths than births in the 2080s. The part of the planet where this demographic decline has been least pronounced is also the one where development has been the most absent. Sub-Saharan Africa, where significant declines in mortality have been paired with only meager declines in fertility. Mortality, though still quite high, has fallen sharply in nearly every African nation over the last few decades. In Sierra Leone, for instance, the average age of death increased from 32 years in 1960 to 55 years in 2020. Only Lesotho, with its endemic AIDS problem, has a lower life expectancy now than in 1980. But fertility has followed more slowly. Niger moved from 7.8 children per woman in 1980 to 6.7 today. Nigeria, 6.8 to 5.2. Mali, 7.2 to 5.7. Angola, 7.5 to 5.4. Uganda, 7.1 to 4.7. Sudan, 6.8 to 4.3. Because of this particularly stark disequilibrium, African countries have recorded some of the most rapid national population increases in human history. The population of Niger, which numbered only 2.5 million in 1950, had by 2020 grown an astounding tenfold to 24.3 million. This was a greater proportional increase in population than that which the United Kingdom registered between the years 1640 and 2000. In the coming decades, the populations of these impoverished places are expected to balloon further. Niger, for instance, is projected to have a population of 107 million by 2070. If this is borne out, it would mean that Niger will have enjoyed a proportional increase in population of about 4,100% over 120 years, greater than the proportional increase of the British population in the entirety of the second millennium. Mali, which had a population of 7 million in 1980, will have about 65 million people. Uganda more than 110 million. Somalia just over 50 million. The very largest countries in the region, Nigeria, Ethiopia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Tanzania, will become some of the most populous nations in the world. By 2070, Nigeria will have about 475 million people, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, 315 million, Ethiopia, which now has more births per year than the United States, nearly 275 million, and Tanzania about 180 million. The total population of Africa, long underpopulated due to infectious disease, slavery, and colonization, such that in 1950, Africa as a whole had a person-to-land ratio lower than that of today's Russia, only grew to exceed 1 billion in the late 2000s. By 2070, it will have grown to more than 3 billion people, nearly a third of the global population. This rapid population growth will add to a major problem for African states: the huge number of unemployed youth, especially men, who have fueled social and political destabilization. Of course, large populations of young people are not bad in themselves. For rapid industrializers, like China or South Korea, young populations were a boon, with employment a good way to channel youthful energies toward positive ends. Singapore had a lower median age in 1965 than Mozambique did in 2020, and yet weathered it without instability. But for countries with no feasible development trajectory, these lopsided age pyramids are a curse. Large numbers of jobless youth in economies that have seen little real development over the last few decades will only aggravate the recurring political and social crises on the African continent. At its worst, the growing number of Hayatin will add to the appeal of violent groups like Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab, while exacerbating internal conflicts in already fragile countries. With the global population outside of Africa entering a long era of slow growth or decline, and African population in the midst of a long and spectacular boom, the future of development and poverty reduction will hinge on the future of Africa. In the past, the exceptionally strong performances of East Asian economies have statistically compensated for less impressive results elsewhere, especially among the African economies, many of which, despite improvements in health, cannot be said to be meaningfully richer or more economically developed now than they were in 1980. But as East Asian populations decline, the intercontinental compensation effect in poverty reduction statistics will no longer hold. And because there has been so little real economic progress in sub-Saharan Africa, rapid population growth will spell a grim several decades for poverty reduction, and for development in general. Stagnant development in most of the poor world, ecological crisis, declining populations in the developed world, and growing populations in the worst-off places. What will this explosive mixture yield? With aging populations in the United States and Europe, and the Chinese economy apparently entering a low-growth equilibrium, the prospects for another global commodities boom to rescue poor economies seem distant. We are not about to re-enter the world of 2005 or 1965. More likely is an ever-growing phenomenon of mass migration, with the various immigration crises of the 2010s, and the attendant political backlashes to them, only presaging what is to come. New technologies have made movement easier and more attractive, and social and economic transformations have unleashed people from the bonds of traditional communities. For an effectively globalized young denizen of a city like Ibadan or Luanda with no real opportunity for economic advancement, emigration, even when risky, is simply a logical calculation. For the poorest within these countries, much of the migration is likely to remain internal. Climate-related harms, with floods in some places and droughts in others, will likely sharpen this grim calculus. The line between climate refugee and economic migrant is a thin and ultimately subjective one. In response, the governments of wealthier places, not just Europe, but also richer African nations like South Africa, will continue attempting to reduce the supply of migration opportunities. This future is one of barbed wire, border fences, and migrant detention facilities, though Western regimes, attentive to publicity concerns, will increasingly outsource these programs to less scrupulous partners, as the European Union has done with Morocco and Niger. But despite attempts to reduce the supply of migration opportunities for the people of the poor world, there is simply no way to reduce the massive demand for migration opportunities without a return to real global development. If the problem of the 20th century was the problem of the color line, as Du Bois said, then the problem of the 21st century is the problem of the borderline. Among elites, the sheer economic logic of mass immigration, rich countries with too few young workers, poor ones with too many, will vie with its deep political unpopularity and the significant social problems it creates. But even successful population transfers, which will occur in one way or another, will only partially compensate for the failure of the global economic system to meaningfully develop the poorest parts of the world. What then? Given the concurrent necessity and impossibility of industrialization in the poor world, particularly in Africa, the reality is that Western elites do not have an answer. They have not forged a new developmentalism that they can offer the poor world in the aftermath of global deindustrialization. In the absence of a new paradigm, they can furnish new RCT studies or occasional colloquia with development experts. But for all their obfuscation, it is the blind who are leading the blind. Indeed, the intellectual exhaustion of the elite development community is hard to fathom. In its upper echelons, those who still believe in the hoary orthodoxies of past decades, free trade, democratization, the extraordinary importance of what are nebulously referred to as inclusive institutions, coexist uneasily with more humble types who will admit, in private, that they have no real answer at all. A new framework for development, ambitious and visionary on the one hand, but realistically grounded on the other, is direly needed, with a scope including both the poor world and the rich. This will require much work at national levels in poor countries. At a minimum, it will necessitate the displacement of extractive rentiers by new coalitions of development-oriented elites, conscious attempts to rebuild state capacity and reduce the outsourcing of governance to foreign institutions, land reform and agricultural modernization with an eye toward self-sufficiency in food, and the reestablishment of order by improving damaged social fabrics and restoring state monopolies on violence, perhaps through symbolic national refoundings. Significant improvement of international transit infrastructure to address geographic hurdles. The improvement of bureaucratic capabilities, which will demand not only organizational reform but also deliberate cultural reformations. Mass health and education programs, similar to those that made the Chinese labor pool so potent at the dawn of its industrialization, and the pursuit of conscious and focused industrial policies that improve on past approaches, from multilateral collaborations, perhaps an OPEC for rare earth metals, to the use of resource leverage to industrialize up the value chain, as with Indonesia's stipulation that all nickel exports be processed within the country. All these will be needed too. Certainly, such an agenda would be ambitious. It would require at least a spurning of many Western development experts, and perhaps even a strategic withdrawal from parts of the global system. But however demanding it may seem, it is fundamentally similar to the programs pursued by the great modernizers of the past, from Muhammad Ali Pasha or Bismarck in the 19th century to Ataturk and Deng Xiaoping in the 20th. Yet even these changes will come to nothing if they occur within the current world order. The core must change, and not just the periphery. Poor world developmentalists will need to be met by a new commitment to development in the rich parts of the world as well. This, too, may demand new elite coalitions in leading economies. An internal revolution toward production in the United States, to reverse the stagnation and industrial decay of recent decades, and toward greater household consumption in China. It may also require a significant reorganization of global economic governance. Most obviously, the infrastructure of global free trade that has limited the scope of national industrial policies, like WTO agreements from TRIPS to TRIMS that ban or limit strategies implemented by successful industrializers of the past, will need to be adjusted. Also necessary will be a reshaping of the IMF's global reserve system and its allocation of special drawing rights to poor economies, as well as the formation of a new and credible Bretton Woods-style framework for regulating international monetary flows in order to prevent the boom-bust cycles that have scarred many emerging markets and to return some measure of autonomy over economic policy to poor world policymakers. Certainly, as crisis adds to crisis, a new golden age of global development seems like a distant prospect. The requisite structural reforms, national and international, may bend the existing arrangements to the point of breaking, and thus prove uncompelling to the wardens of our fissured earth, more comfortable wandering from crisis to crisis, dispensing short-term curatives to prevent the bottom from falling out. If it represents something fanciful and unrealistic, seeking to redeem a grim assessment of the global situation by grafting a flight of hope onto its tail, then perhaps this is necessary. Taking a purely realistic view of the situation, like gazing into the eyes of the Medusa, would simply turn us to stone. The economic damage of the coronavirus pandemic has upended the global economic system and, just as importantly, cast out the neoliberal orthodoxy that dominated the industrialized world for the past 40 years. But COVID-19 has only accelerated a process that was already well underway, impacting trade negotiations between China, the United States, and the European Union and spreading throughout the world's largest economies. Although many defenders of the old order lament this trend, it is as significant a shift as the dawn of the era of global trade that began with the birth of the World Trade Organization, WTO. Economists, politicians and pundits are often tempted to see new economic patterns through the lens of the past. Thus, we are likely to hear that we are returning to 19th century mercantilism or that we will see a revival of 1970s-style stagflation. But this historical view misunderstands our present moment. The motives now are different, and so are the outcomes. Instead, what we are experiencing is the realization by governments of developed countries that new technologies enable them to expand or initiate new and profitable production capacity closer to or within their own markets. The savings in transportation, packaging, and security costs that come with domestic production, along with benefits to regional neighbors and to domestic workforces, will increasingly enable developed nations to compete with the price of goods produced through the current internationalized trade system. American politicians from Donald Trump to Elizabeth Warren are increasingly joined by a chorus of European and Asian politicians who see the long-term political benefit of supporting this transition. Today, the New World Order looks old. Offshoring and global supply chains are out. Regional and local production is in. Market fundamentalism is passé. Regulation is the norm. National security considerations supersede untrammeled foreign investment flows. Public health is now more valuable than just-in-time supply systems. Stockpiling and building industrial capacity suddenly make more sense, which may have future implications for the recently revived antitrust debate in the United States. Biodata will drive the next phase of social management and surveillance, with near-term consequences for the way countries handle immigration and customs. Healthcare and education will become digitally integrated, as newspapers and television were 10 years ago. Healthcare itself will increasingly be viewed as a necessary public good, rather than, as has heretofore been the case in the United States, a private right predicated on age, employment, or income levels. Each of these changes will produce political tensions both within particular political constituencies and demographic groups and also in the society as a whole, as people adapt to the new normal. This political sea change does not represent a sudden, total conversion to socialism. It is simply a case of minimizing future risks and accepting that old arguments can no longer be taken for granted. For example, as Michael Sandel has argued, one is inevitably led to query the moral logic of providing coronavirus treatment to the uninsured, while leaving health coverage in normal periods to the market. Internationally, there will be many positive and substantial shifts to address global public health needs, just as accords will be struck in order to mitigate climate change. And it is finally dawning on Western and Western allied economic planners that the military expenditures that have made so-called cheap oil and cheap labor possible are vastly higher than investment in advanced research and next-generation manufacturing, much of which, such as 3D printing, has the potential to unravel existing global supply chains. This also means that the old division between the developed world and the emerging world, which long occupied scholars and policymakers in the post-World War II period, will become increasingly stark again, particularly for those emerging economies that have hitherto attracted investment largely on the grounds of being repositories of low-cost labor and commodities. These nations will now find themselves picking sides as they seek assistance in an increasingly divided and multipolar world. The fault lines of the next economic era have already begun to develop, creating friction with the previous international structure of finance, trade, and industry. These tensions arise not only from elites and critical industries, but from the increasing instability of the global poor and working class. The proletariat has become the precariat. The quality of their employment has rapidly deteriorated as countless nations have sacrificed their manufacturing capacity, and with it secure blue-collar employment, on the altar of globalization. In the United States and Europe, there is now a staggering number of service economy workers who will quickly be politicized by the shortfalls. These workers have seen a collapse in their income and have suffered failures in their access to education and healthcare. Various political policies and corporate tactics, union busting, pension fleecing, austerity budgets, have inflicted real harm on workers and have been implemented alongside the development of new technologies that concentrate wealth away from labor. The growing gap between the wealthy and the working class has created a circumstance where ownership and profit models must be revisited if any sort of social stability is to be maintained. The current crisis will likely prompt geopolitical and economic shifts and dislocations on a scale that has not been seen since World War II. One of the biggest casualties of the current order is likely to be the breakdown of Chimerica, the decades-old nexus between the American and Chinese economies, along with other leading countries' partnerships with and dependence on Chinese manufacturing firms. While the geopolitics of blame for the origins and spread of COVID-19 continue to shake out, the process that saw a decrease in exports from China to the United States from $816 billion in 2018 to $757 billion in 2019 will accelerate and intensify over the next decade, along with a reduction in foreign direct investment, FDI. This is likely to be accompanied by the rise of regional trade blocs, notably in Asia, the Americas, and the European Union, as countries will increasingly come to recognize the inherent vulnerabilities of supply chains that are dispersed among too many far-flung parts of the globe. In the regional bloc of the Americas, Mexico will likely remain a leading recipient of American FDI. It already has a $17 billion medical device manufacturing industry and is sure to absorb much more capacity in this sector from Chinese competitors. This change has already begun as a result of the recent United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, USMCA. The needs of the U.S. healthcare industry and other businesses in the face of COVID-19 pandemic have only accelerated the process, as the Washington Post reports. As demand soars for medical devices and personal protective equipment in the fight against the coronavirus, the United States has turned to the phalanx of factories south of the border that are now the outfitters of many U.S. hospitals. This increase in trade and investment between the two countries comes in addition to the thousands of assembly plants already in place in Mexico since the inauguration of the original North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. Indeed, if jobs that had previously relocated to China continue to move toward Mexico and other Central and South American states, the resulting economic boost experienced in the latter will likely address many long-standing social and political tensions over immigration, management, currency imbalances, and black market industries in the Americas. The dissipation of Chimerica need not point to the armed conflict that some fear may be inevitable. It is likely, however, that a Cold War-style competition between the two powers may emerge as a new global fault line. In the words of David McCormick, Charles E. Luftig, and James M. Cunningham, the economy has become the primary arena for great power competition given the integration of global markets, the emergence of transformational technologies, and the pervasiveness of cyberspace. But just as the Cold War did not preclude some degree of collaboration between the United States and the former Soviet Union, so too today there may still be areas of cooperation between Washington and Beijing, in fields such as climate policy, public health, advanced research, or weapons non-proliferation, albeit collaboration that is circumscribed by the geopolitical realities freshly exposed by COVID-19. While this shift does not necessarily spell the sudden collapse of Chinese power or influence, it has a colossal and still growing domestic market and is an international leader in a wide range of advanced indicators. Its status as the world's most desirable offshore manufacturing hub will face increasing challenges, as will the economic stability that came along with steady inflows of foreign capital. Additionally, Beijing is more likely to show a renewed susceptibility to domestic stress. The recent revival of last year's Hong Kong protests in response to the introduction of a new national security law for the territory, along with the greater geopolitical profile accorded to Taiwan in the wake of its successful COVID-19 policy response, provides a hint of what is in store if the Chinese Communist Party leadership fails to respond adequately to the new realities it faces, including slower economic growth, decelerating foreign investment, and declining international prestige. As investment flows turn back to industrialized countries, there will likely be a corresponding diminution of the global labor arbitrage emanating from the emerging world. In general, this will be a negative development for the global South, but a potentially positive one for workers elsewhere, whose wages and living standards have stagnated for decades as they lost jobs to competing low-cost overseas manufacturing centers. The jobs that return will not be the same as those that were lost, to be sure, especially considering the decline of labor unions. But, given that manufacturing incomes in general exceed those of the service industry, these jobs will almost certainly provide the workers of developed nations with more secure and better-paying employment. As each country adopts a Sovka-put mentality, businesses and investors are drawing the necessary conclusions across the globe. COVID-19 has been a wake-up call, as countries trying to import medical goods to their domestic markets from existing global supply chains have experienced a shortage of air and ocean freight options. Even a longtime champion of globalization, former U.S. Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers, has conceded, in general, economic thinking has privileged efficiency over resilience, and it has been insufficiently concerned with the big downsides of efficiency. Policy across the globe is therefore moving in a more overtly nationalistic direction to rectify this shortcoming. Long viewed as major beneficiaries of globalization, several Asian governments are now manifesting distinct signs of economic nationalism. In Japan, the government recently announced its plans to spend over $2 billion to help its country's firms move production out of China, according to Spectator Index. Additionally, Tokyo has also announced new restrictions on foreign investment which, at face value, seem to violate the provisions of the World Trade Organization agreement. Of course, the Japanese authorities have justified these restrictions on the vague grounds of national security, a term that is likely to take on a substantially different meaning in light of the coronavirus pandemic. Hence, the country is unlikely to face any serious challenge from other WTO members. National security exceptions have been around since the days of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade GATT, the WTO's foundational agreement governing international trade in goods. In prioritizing domestic industries and investment, Japan's policymakers understand that there is little point in devising an economic reconstruction plan if there is nothing domestic left to reconstruct. The government therefore wants to avoid this scenario by tightening the investment screening regime around a dozen vital sectors, e.g., power generation, military equipment, computer software, and high-tech, in effect prioritizing the claims of domestic manufacturers on national security grounds. From Japan's perspective, the new approach also entails limiting ties to China as part of its future global supply chain. Tokyo has begun discussions with India and Australia on launching a Trilateral Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, SCRI, to reduce dependency on China. This new posture favoring national security concerns in trade and economic policy is motivating a number of other countries to join Japan in reducing their dependence on Chinese manufacturing, particularly in the telecommunications and pharmaceutical industries. The government of Australia has banned Huawei from providing 5G equipment amid concerns that such equipment could allow Beijing to hack into the country's power grids and other critical infrastructure. Canberra has also recently outlined additional prerogatives to scrutinize new overseas investment and even to force foreign companies to sell their assets if they pose a national security threat. These proposals come in the wake of an intensifying trade war between the governments of Beijing and Canberra, alongside a dramatic increase in the number of foreign investment bids probed by Australia's spy agency, ASIO, over fears that China was spying on sensitive health data, as reported in Australian media. At the same time, Australia has seen an overhaul of thought with regard to manufacturing, which has historically not been a major sector of its domestic economy. The headlines from Australia are beginning to look a lot like the area development stories in the United States. Likewise, India is phasing out equipment from Huawei and other Chinese companies from its telecoms networks, in part due to the recent escalation of its long-standing border dispute with Beijing. No formal edict has been issued, but industry executives have indicated that local telecom companies should avoid using Chinese equipment in any future investments, including in 5G networks. Taiwan, which had been a net importer of surgical masks before the pandemic, created a state-led domestic mask manufacturing industry in just a month after registering its first COVID-19 infections last January. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen said Taipei plans to repeat that approach to foster other new industries. The country's dominance in semiconductor chip manufacturing through the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company is likely to make it a fulcrum point in the mounting concerns about the vulnerability of globalized supply chains and rising geopolitical tension between Washington and Beijing. Similar concerns about foreign investment and global supply chains have intensified as a result of the coronavirus pandemic in North America. The Canadian government has recently announced plans to enhance foreign investment scrutiny related to public health or critical supply chains during the pandemic, as well as any investment by state-owned companies or by investors with close ties to foreign governments. According to the Globe and Mail, this attempt to disaggregate beneficial foreign investment flows from those deemed contrary to the national interest used to be a common feature of government policy in the post-World War II period. Canada established the Foreign Investment Review Agency in 1973 because of mounting concerns about rising overseas investment and the growing dominance of U.S. multinationals. Its provisions were repeatedly downgraded in subsequent decades as pressures toward globalization intensified, but its value is now being reassessed as a possible means of promoting national health policy and resiliency in manufacturing chains. Predictably, pharmaceutical independence is high on the list. In Europe, member states have experienced competing pressures in recent years. On the one hand, the economic disruption and supply chain vulnerability that resulted from globalization have given the member states of the European Union cause to form a stronger regional bloc. On the other, economic and political nationalism is also on the rise within the several member states. In terms of trade policy, EU leadership has been publicly discussing additional subsidies and state investment in European companies to prevent Chinese buyouts or undercutting prices, a move that was supposed to represent a pan-European effort and lead to a strengthening of intra-EU cooperation. But the policy response to the pandemic has been increasingly driven at the national level and has highlighted internal divisions. Consequently, it is starting to fracture the EU's single market, which has long been constructed on an intricate network of cross-border supply chains. In response to French Finance Minister Bruno Le Maire's rallying cry to the nation's supermarkets this past March to stock French products, French supermarket chain Carrefour has already moved to source 95% of its fruits and vegetables from within the country. Le Maire also cited pharmaceuticals, the automotive sector, and aerospace as three economic sectors where the country needs to reassert sovereignty, i.e. localized production in France. Going further in a national TV interview, the finance minister said that it was unacceptable for France to rely on China and South Korea for 80% of its electric battery supply, praising a new France-based battery-making facility that would come on stream in 2022. He also approvingly cited French pharmaceutical manufacturer Sanofi for saying recently that it intends to relocalize some of its production back to France. French President Emmanuel Macron has likewise called for France's health sovereignty after the coronavirus exposed the reliance of his country on imported medical supplies. His agriculture minister Didier Guillaume told political news channel Public Senate that while France could not be self-sufficient in all food products, it would look at being more autonomous in areas such as plant protein, according to a recent Reuters report. Even Germany, which has a vibrant export sector that has long made it a beneficiary of globalization, has indicated that it wishes to move more in the direction of economic independence. In a recent interview with Der Spiegel, the country's economy minister, Peter Altmaier, said he wanted to support pharmaceuticals companies that are dependent for key reagents on imports from Asia to rebuild their production sites in Europe. In broader terms, part of the government's overall response to the COVID-19 pandemic has featured 400 billion euros in state guarantees to underwrite the debts of companies affected by the turmoil. A goal of this package is to prevent a bargain sale of German economic and industrial interests, according to Altmaier. Considerations of economic nationalism are also driving a shift in Britain's negotiating stance in its current Brexit trade negotiations with the EU. The UK clearly has chosen to prioritize national sovereignty over frictionless free trade with its former single market partners, even at the cost of a so-called hard Brexit, which at this writing appears to be the likeliest outcome of the negotiations. The EU's single market rules preclude state aid to specific industries if it undermines the operation of the single market. But the UK's chief negotiating officer, David Frost, has made it clear that the ability to break free from the EU's rulebook was essential to the purpose of Brexit, even if that meant reverting to the less favorable WTO trade relationship that exists for other non-EU countries. James Forsyth, a columnist for The Spectator, notes that this freedom has taken on a new importance in the wake of a global pandemic. EU law denies to member states what one cabinet minister refers to as the geostrategic premium of encouraging domestic production of personal protective equipment. In the single market, the NHS cannot buy solely from British suppliers to try to build up a domestic manufacturing base. It has to accept bids from any company based in the EU. Over the past 40 years, this kind of overt economic nationalism, especially regarding domestic manufacturing capabilities, has generally been eschewed by the US government, at least until Donald Trump entered the White House. In part, the unique, hegemonic position of the United States made it seem unnecessary. But national security considerations have still occasionally superseded America's default stance in favor of global free trade. Such considerations lay at the origin of Semitech, a government industry consortium created in the 1980s to successfully revitalize American semiconductor manufacturing, after the Pentagon deemed it to be a strategically key industry. The Semitech Consortium represented a great success in national industrial planning, as it enabled the United States to reestablish its global dominance in high-end semiconductor production and design. Another example, even more germane to the current pandemic, is a new ventilator developed entirely in New York in less than a month. Today, formulating sensible economic nationalist policy also entails examining why American companies went offshore in the first place, and under what conditions they might be likely to return. Research and development tax credits alone are unlikely to induce the requisite shift, as these can easily be matched by other governments. The state can and must drive the reshoring process in other ways: local content requirements, tariffs, quotas, and/or government procurement requirements. And with a budget of over $750 billion, the U.S. military will likely play a role, as it too ponders disruptions in equipment procurement from overseas supply chains. National security considerations in the semiconductor industry have been revived in the wake of the Trump administration's growing dispute with Chinese 5G telecommunications equipment maker Huawei. The U.S. government is working to limit Huawei's access to technology and to global markets. The Commerce Department has now mandated that any semiconductor chip manufacturer that uses any U.S. equipment, IP, or design software will require a license to ship its products to Huawei. This decision has forced the world's biggest chipmaker, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, TSMC, to stop taking fresh orders from Huawei as it uses U.S. technology in its own manufacturing processes. According to Reuters, the administration will also add 38 Huawei affiliates in 21 countries to the U.S. government's economic blacklist. The sources said, raising the total to 152 affiliates since Huawei was first added in May 2019. As in the case of TSMC, many Asian, European, and domestic Chinese chip developers may all have to abide by the rules if their chip development involves U.S. software or technologies. The number of firms affected by this rule is potentially vast, including mobile chip developer MediaTek, image sensor provider Sony, sensor supplier STMicroelectronics, as well as key memory chip manufacturers Samsung Electronics, SK Hynix, Kioxia, and Nanya. Paradoxically, the Trump administration has exploited pre-existing global supply connections in the furtherance of a more robust form of economic nationalism. These efforts in trade policy are being mirrored at the legislative level. The U.S. Congress is taking concrete steps to bring semiconductor manufacturing back home, with the introduction of Senator Tom Cotton's new bill supporting the domestic production of semiconductors, the American Foundries Act of 2020. This bill proposes spending up to $25 billion in three major categories: $15 billion for commercial microelectronics manufacturing, $5 billion for defense microelectronics grants, and a final $5 billion on R&D spending to secure U.S. leadership in microelectronics. Support for the bill is notably bipartisan. Cotton's proposed legislation has been co-sponsored by Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, D., as well as Senator Susan Collins, R., Kirsten Gillibrand, D., Josh Hawley, R., Angus King, I., Jack Reed, D., James Risch, R., and Marco Rubio, R. Likewise, President-elect Joe Biden has unveiled a Buy American Economic Recovery Plan, calling for the U.S. government to spend $400 billion on American products and services to increase demand and $300 billion on research and development for new technologies. The proposal also calls for tighter enforcement of existing, Made in America, laws to make it more difficult for companies to exploit loopholes. The same attitude is now visible with regard to the pharmaceutical industry, and will likely work to the detriment of China and India, as we have already seen in other parts of the world. In July, Senator Elizabeth Warren introduced the sweeping Pharmaceutical Supply Chain Defense and Enhancement Act, demonstrating that the U.S. political establishment is beginning to reach a consensus on issues of economic national security. It is no longer the sole province of Trump's America First campaign. To defeat the current COVID-19 crisis and better equip the United States against future pandemics, we must boost our country's manufacturing capacity, Warren said, characterizing the result of decades of policy to offshore economic production as an over-reliance on foreign countries. Warren's warnings take on new force in light of Beijing's threat to restrict American access to medical supplies in retaliation for intensifying U.S. regulations on Huawei. Naturally, if the United States pursues policies of this nature, it will reinforce the actions already undertaken in other parts of the world, which in turn will accelerate the trend toward regionalization in trade. What is more striking in the context of U.S. policy is that this reassessment of the benefits of globalization is running in parallel with a reconsideration of the global institutions that fostered and facilitated the drive toward globalization in the first place. The latest example of this new attitude can be seen in Senator Josh Hawley's call for the abolition of the World Trade Organization in a recent New York Times op-ed. But it may not be necessary for the American government to go that far. The problem is not so much the overall WTO treaty as the trade-related investment measures, TRIMs, within it. These are regulations that explicitly prohibit local content requirements, prioritization of domestic firms for public works procurement, foreign exchange restrictions, particularly important for emerging economies that are now totally reliant on the U.S. Federal Reserve to secure access to U.S. dollars to help fund their economic development needs, and export restrictions. In short, Trims must be abrogated if countries are serious about re-establishing domestic manufacturing capability. But trims are only annexes to the main WTO accord and therefore can be abrogated without eliminating the main agreement itself. This means that removing trims does not necessarily presage a return to some kind of law of the jungle with respect to global trade. The current pandemic has offered proof of this. Virtually all of the trims, especially the export restrictions, have been routinely broken as nations have scrambled for vitally needed medical supplies. Yet the world's global trading system has not collapsed into a total free-for-all. The re-establishment of domestic content rules might require U.S. multinational firms to operate in foreign markets through local subsidiaries with local content preferences and local workforces. This would mean a return to a global trade system more like that of the 1920s, in which, for instance, Ford UK was a mostly local British company, which operated independently from Ford USA but with shared profits. That may seem strange given recent practices, but it is not historically anomalous. During much of the post-1945 world, America emphasized free trade mostly in raw materials, not finished goods. The U.S. only adopted one-way free trade, with its Asian and European allies later as a Cold War measure, in order to accelerate their development and keep them firmly secured within the American orbit. In responding to both the changing state of global markets and the stresses of the coronavirus pandemic, policymakers should not operate under the false historical assumption that our current system, dominated by integrated multinational firms, is somehow natural or inevitable. Even if we assume a new trade framework that eliminates the WTO trims and thereby facilitates local content requirements and other measures to encourage the revitalization of manufacturing in developed countries, we must realize that these countries will also have to embrace a higher degree of automation in the workforce. As Dahlia Marin writes, redomiciling will likely accelerate the adoption of robotics and other forms of increased mechanization, with particular concentration in the sectors that are most exposed to global value chains. In Germany, that means autos and transport equipment, electronics, and textiles, industries that import around 12% of their inputs from low-wage countries. Globally, the industries where the most reshoring activity is taking place are chemicals, metal products, and electrical products and electronics. Policymakers will have to approach the issue of increasing automation from two principal angles. First, on the ownership side, careful attention must be paid to automation technologies from the outset because they are able to concentrate wealth at a previously unseen scale, one that would make Andrew Carnegie and John D. Rockefeller blush. Governments will have to contemplate rules to limit stock buybacks and other practices that can vastly magnify the profits of an increasingly small ownership class. It will also be necessary to consider alternative ownership structures, such as Germany's code termination, which involves the right of workers to participate in the management of the companies at which they work, in order to ensure a better distribution of wealth and profits among shareholders and workers. Along similar lines, France's budget minister, Gerald Darmanin, recently suggested that President Emmanuel Macron's government should expand the use of mechanisms created by former French President Charles de Gaulle in the 1960s to distribute more capital and profits to workers and to redomicile domestic supply chains. Darmanin's proposals echo the ideals of the American political economist and noted economic nationalist, Seymour Melman, much of whose work largely focused on domestic production and worker-centered economics. Melman contended that the more decision-making power management gave to workers on the shop floor, the better management could maximize the productivity of capital and thereby augment corporate profitability. That is because well-trained and well-motivated workers are better able to prevent problems in production lines from happening in the first place and will react quickly if problems arise. Antitrust regulation and enforcement may have some role to play here as well, but in general a size-neutral form of oversight and regulation is likely to be more effective in achieving a better balance of income distribution, as well as ensuring an industrial policy consistent with a broader public purpose. This is especially the case in markets characterized by economies of scale and/or network effects. On the labor side, machines can either replace labor totally, e.g., washing machines replacing domestic labor, or they can complement labor, allowing one worker to be more productive, as in the case of partly robotic, partly human assembly lines. In the case of the latter, automation can also mitigate considerable health risks to workers, as the heavy automation in Denmark's own meatpacking industry illustrates. Among the 8,000 employees of Denmark's leading meatpacking company, fewer than 10 workers have tested positive for COVID-19, and none of its slaughterhouses has had to close or slow down production. In both the replacement and the complementary models of automation, jobs or unpaid household labor are lost, but the mechanisms are different. The development and adoption of robotics in manufacturing should be directed not toward simple labor substitution but toward tasks that humans cannot perform. The proper metric for evaluating the potential and effectiveness of robotics should be profits generated per worker, as opposed to profits secured via labor elimination costs. In order to maximize the benefits of automation, it is necessary to reestablish the link between real wages and labor productivity, which was, as the economist Bill Mitchell has argued, vital to the economy for much of the post-World War II period. Real wages grew in line with productivity growth, which was the source of increasing living standards for workers, and allowed them to maintain growth in consumption expenditure commensurate with the growing output of the economy. That link has been largely severed over the past 40 years, as businesses' attacks on labor and unionization intensified. Furthermore, if productivity lowered prices give consumers more discretionary income, and they spend it on labor-consuming services, new jobs will be created in labor-intensive sectors or household activities that cannot be automated. As the coronavirus pandemic is illustrating, a viable industrial ecosystem cannot work effectively if it is dispersed across too many geographic extremes, or if there are insufficient redundancies built into the transportation networks that bring goods back to the domestic market. Proximity becomes a significant competitive advantage for manufacturers and a strategic advantage for governments. Likewise, regionalization facilitates better consultation between business and labor, whereas globalization disperses decision-making and leads to poorer outcomes. Witness the current travails of Boeing as one classic illustration. In his final work, After Capitalism, From Managerialism to Workplace Democracy, Seymour Melman observed that the more that automation is implemented in consultation with the workforce, as opposed to being imposed by management, the better the factory and the better the economy performs. In addition, the more competent the engineers and managers of industrial firms are at organizing production, the better the economy of the country as a whole performs. But this also entails an expanded role for government in the planning process. The U.S. is still a leader in many high-tech sectors, but is suffering the consequences of a generation-long effort to undermine the government's natural role as an economic planner. In effect, we need a revival of tripartism, what Michael Lind describes as the collaboration of labor, business, and government in the national interest. What about the rest of the world? Many of the developing nations of the Global South do not have close geographic proximity to wealthy domestic markets or abundant supplies of the key commodities required for 21st century manufacturing needs, or even well-developed manufacturing bases. Most have hitherto been recipients of significant foreign investment solely on the grounds of their cheap labor pools. These countries have faced immediate, enormous pressure as a result of the pandemic due to the collapse in global trade and have experienced severe capital flight that is sure to grow if the virus spreads and lockdowns continue, all while their often underfunded and inadequate healthcare systems attempt to cope with the disease at home. In the meantime, the multi-trillion-dollar market for emerging market debt, both in sovereign bonds and in commercial paper, is perpetually at risk of freezing up in response to shocks, as occurred earlier this year. In many developing countries, the government, through state pension funds and sovereign wealth funds, has become the ultimate buyer for many of the newer asset-backed securities, which had only recently revived after the 2008 financial crisis. This has become a potential new stress point in the $52 trillion shadow banking market. The U.S. Federal Reserve has sought to ease the funding stresses of many developing countries by offering liquidity swap lines to their central banks. It has also broadened primary dealer collateral acceptance rules and set up commercial paper swap facilities, all of which have eased short-term funding pressures in the economies that have incurred substantial dollar liabilities. As central banks in the emerging world then start to lend on those lines to their own domestic commercial banks, the shortage of dollars in offshore dollar funding markets should begin to be alleviated. Some easing of stresses can now begin to be seen, notably in Indonesia, which is an exporter of resources more than a cheap labor price economy. In previous emerging markets crises, China was able to buttress the economies of developing countries through massive investment and development programs, such as the Belt and Road Initiative. Now, however, Beijing itself is likely to be buffeted by the twin shocks of declining global trade and a reversal of foreign direct investment, which already fell 8.6% in the first 2 months of this year. Over the longer term, many other countries face challenges that are similar in nature to but more severe in extent than China's. Collapsing domestic currencies, widespread debt defaults, and eventually capital controls are likely to become the norm. Possible harbingers of this trend can already be seen across the globe. Argentina, a serial defaulter, has failed to pay its debts again. South Africa has seen its bonds downgraded to junk status. Turkey's currency and banking system remains vulnerable. The so-called BRICS economies, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, are all sinking like bricks. Coronavirus, and likely future pandemics, will likely create additional stresses for any developing economies that depend on their labor price advantage in the international marketplace to survive. By contrast, countries like South Korea and Taiwan have had a good crisis. Both have vibrant manufacturing sectors and have established successful multi-party democracies. Foreign investment in South Korea continued to grow in the first quarter of this year, as it rapidly moved to contain the spread of COVID-19 through an extensive testing regime, while keeping its economy open. Similarly, Taiwan, by activating a national emergency response system launched in the wake of the 2004 SARS virus, has mounted a coronavirus intervention of unprecedented effectiveness. The results speak for themselves. As of mid-October, South Korea has registered a mere 444 deaths, while Taiwan, a country of 23.8 million people, has had an even more astonishingly low total of 7 deaths. This despite far more exposure to infected Chinese visitors than Italy, Spain, or the United States. Of course, the very success of Taiwan's response revives another potential fault line, namely the tension between Taiwan and mainland China, underscored by the latter's One China policy. It is noteworthy that, before the coronavirus pandemic, the WHO would not formally acknowledge Taiwan in its monitoring of global disease. It even refused to publicly report Taiwan's cases of SARS until public pressure prompted numbers to be published under the label of Taiwan, Province of China. According to Dr. Anish Koka, at the very least, Taiwan's divergent approach and success at fighting the pandemic might bolster its pro-independence factions. The question of whether foreign nations will uphold Taiwan's sovereignty in the face of Chinese pressure is increasingly thorny, given Beijing's growing military capacities. This will present an ongoing diplomatic challenge to Western parties that seek to increase engagement with Taipei without heightening tensions in the region. To be sure, this is not the first time that the sacred tenets of the global economic framework have faced a crisis that seemed as if it would usher in a new era. The same thing happened in the aftermath of the financial crisis of 2008. But that crisis was largely seen as a problem confined to financial markets, a product of faulty global financial plumbing that was barely even understood. Today, by contrast, we seem to be witnessing a widespread social collapse directly impacting the real economy. The world is now pervasively affected by a lockdown that has not only put the entire global economy into turmoil, but that also was imposed in the context of widespread political and social upheaval and against the backdrop of a faux recovery whose fruits were largely limited to the top tier. A collateralized debt obligation is not intuitively easy for the layman to grasp. By contrast, being forced to stay at home, deprived of vital income and isolated from loved ones, while healthcare workers perish from overwork and lack of protective gear, is immediately and viscerally understood by the public and is perceived as a crisis of a different magnitude. In time, the pandemic will subside and the lockdowns will cease. But even as we reintegrate, it is hard to envisage a return to the old normal. Trade patterns will change. Self-sufficiency and geographic proximity will be prioritized over global integration. There will be new winners and new losers, but it is worth noting that the model of capitalism we are envisioning here, one that does not feature obscenely overcompensated CEO pay coexisting with serf-like labor and the widespread offshoring of manufacturing, has existed in different forms in the United States from 1945 to the 1980s and still exists in parts of Europe, e.g. Germany, and East Asia, e.g. Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan to this day. To be sure, the discussion has changed for the better, but the national election campaign has largely precluded the United States from taking as many dramatic changes as some of its foreign counterparts. Likewise, various industry groups continue to resist and lobby for the old status quo ante. In addition, China's Ministry of Commerce has reported that foreign investment inflows in September jumped 23.7% from a year ago, and the government is using every tool available: direct subsidies, currency devaluation, loan bailouts, and other indirect subsidies, to revive exports, recover growth, and fill disruptions from COVID-19 induced supply chain gaps. Beijing has been successful. Chinese GDP growth is accelerating again. Considerably more policy effort will be required for the United States to catch up to China and the rest of the world and to avoid falling into familiar, unhealthy patterns. The former CEO of Intel, the late Andy Grove, warned almost a decade ago that Silicon Valley risked squandering its competitive edge in innovation by failing to propel strong job growth in the United States, according to a New York Times op-ed by Teresa Trich written shortly after his death. Grove's observations can be extended well beyond high-tech. Absent a more broadly based manufacturing scale-up, America will continue to lose high-paid, highly skilled jobs, along with the ability to sustain dominance in new technologies as the economy's capacity to innovate dissipates and IP theft accelerates, all of which has both long-term economic and national security implications for the country. While economists often fret about the costs and inefficiencies of reshoring, they seldom consider the more overwhelming costs associated with the problems cited by Grove. COVID-19 has highlighted America's vulnerabilities, and a belated policy response has begun. The road back to manufacturing relevance is a long one, but it must be sustained. Simply restoring the status quo risks exacerbating long-standing existing weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Economic warfare could well degenerate into military conflict if the early efforts are not sustained. There are costs associated with failure that must remain at the forefront of future policy planning, no matter who is governing the country in the years ahead. In today's debates over trade policy, commentators pay great attention to the role that the 1990s played in America's deindustrialization. This is not without reason. The 1990s saw three massive developments that solidified America's new unilateral free trade policy: the establishment of the World Trade Organization, the start of the North American Free Trade Agreement, and the near finalization of China's permanent most favored nation status. It is impossible to understand the 1990s political landscape that produced these changes, however, without appreciating the smaller yet pivotal transformations that occurred in the 1970s. Throughout the decade, continued changes to U.S. trade law, geopolitical developments in East Asia, and novel shipping technology combined to change the incentive structure that American businesses faced. This began a fundamental alteration in how these companies saw international trade. Slowly, American firms that once viewed trade as a way to expand the market for their American-made products began to view trade as a means to restructure their own production processes, exchanging a focus on foreign sales for a focus on foreign workers. The Chinese market, which began opening at this time, quickly became the testing ground for this new corporate strategy. London School of Economics professor Elizabeth O'Brien Ingelson's new book, Made in China, When U.S.-China Interests Converge to Transform Global Trade, provides helpful insights into the changes that occurred during this decisive decade. Through extensive archival research, she recounts how various U.S. policy choices during the 1970s helped open the door to globalization, how Chinese government policies sought to exploit that opening for China's own economic development, and how U.S. businesses facing this new global incentive structure began to rethink their supply chains. Despite the book's at times incomplete narrative about U.S. economic policy decisions, Ingelson nonetheless provides important historical details about changes in both Chinese economic policy and U.S. business strategy that unfolded over the decade. American policymakers in the 1970s struggled to adjust the country to a world of renewed economic competition. By the late 1960s, the European and Japanese economies were growing rapidly, having recovered from the devastation of World War II. American producers quickly found themselves facing increased competition from companies in allied nations and looked to the U.S. government for assistance. Ingelson's book extensively details how decisions made in this environment ended up promoting globalization. It all began, in her telling, unintentionally when President Nixon ended the Bretton Woods system in 1971. By the early 1970s, the Bretton Woods system, established in 1944, had grown to create enormous financial instability for the United States. Foreign currencies were valued in relation to the U.S. dollar, which in turn had its value pegged to gold at a fixed rate of $35 per ounce. As foreign economies expanded and the global price of gold rose, the dollar's value increased, and countries sought to accumulate dollar reserves for eventual conversion to gold. Over time, the situation became increasingly untenable, as dollar-holding countries grew to recognize that the United States could never allow them to convert all their dollars in exchange for U.S. gold. This situation led to periodic runs on the dollar's value and widespread speculation in international financial markets, which expected an eventual dollar depreciation. It also drove America to experience its first trade deficit since 1893, thanks to the demand for overvalued U.S. dollars. By revoking the dollar's convertibility to gold, President Nixon eliminated dollar instability and temporarily rebalanced U.S. trade. Ingelson never argues this decision was a mistake, a difficult argument to make. Instead, she focuses on the unintentional impacts of leaving Bretton Woods behind. In her telling, by leaving Bretton Woods and accepting free-floating exchange rates, Nixon inadvertently facilitated the globalization of major financial institutions, which became necessary to manage the complexity of these floating rates. These institutions, in turn, eased the process of moving capital abroad. For corporations seeking to offshore production, this more robust global finance system helped them invest in manufacturing facilities wherever labor was cheapest. The trade deficit shocks of the early 1970s led Congress to revisit America's trade law regime. Since the 1930s, Congress increasingly delegated authority to the president both to pursue trade liberalization and to raise tariffs to protect domestic producers. In 1974, Congress passed a new trade law that sought to ensure both that the president had adequate authority to promote U.S. economic interests and that he adopted trade policies in line with congressional priorities. Ingelson presents a stark account of this 1974 bill as an intentional attempt to curb protectionist demands by diluting Congress's ability to protect American workers and handing authority off to the president. Internationalists in Congress passed this bill, she argues, because they believed that the executive branch would uphold a globalist outlook and be less beholden to local protectionist interests. Unfortunately, Ingelson's account of the bill's intentions is imprecise. To be sure, some aspects of the 1974 law aimed to promote trade liberalization. Under the Act's new Generalized System of Preference (GSP) program, for instance, Congress authorized the president to grant non-reciprocal duty-free market access to non-communist, non-cartel, i.e. non-OPEC, developing countries. Similarly, Title I of the Act reauthorized the president's power to negotiate new trade agreements abroad, though this authority long predated the 1974 bill. The bulk of the new authority in the 1974 bill, however, aimed to restrict rather than expand foreign trade. Section 301 of the Act, for instance, gave the president authority to retaliate against foreign countries which imposed unjustifiable or unreasonable restrictions against U.S. commerce. Section 122 authorized the president to take interim emergency measures to raise tariffs to combat growing trade deficits. Perhaps these provisions were designed to pass off responsibility for raising tariffs to a president that Congress knew would not act. But that explanation does not rationalize why other parts of the 1974 bill amended existing laws to make it easier for domestic industries to receive protection. Sections 321 and 331, for instance, strengthened U.S. anti-dumping and countervailing duty laws, which gave domestic producers a legal right to tariff protection. Section 201, meanwhile, reformed existing authorities to make it significantly easier for domestic producers to petition the president for safeguard tariffs in response to a sudden influx of imports. If the goal was to weaken domestic industry's political power, why make it easier for domestic producers to force the president to publicly choose whether to raise tariffs? Indeed, the congressional record confirms that Congress actually saw the 1974 bill as checking the executive's general unwillingness to take domestic concerns seriously. The Senate Finance Committee report on the bill, for instance, begins by bemoaning how, throughout most of the post-war era, U.S. trade policy has been the orphan of U.S. foreign policy. It goes on to frame the bill as a response to Congress's view that the United States can no longer afford to stand by and expose its markets, while other nations shelter their economies. This hardly sounds like a Congress that intended to sideline domestic interest groups. Ingelson's reductive account of the 1974 bill distracts from the real lesson of this episode. By further solidifying the president's power over trade policy, Congress unintentionally facilitated globalization, creating new pathways to gain protection from the executive branch. In practice, allowed executive officials to point industries and protectionist members of Congress down those legal routes as the proper means of garnering trade protection. This dynamic did not fully eliminate domestic groups' ability to agitate for congressional action, but in practice, it made building the requisite congressional support for protectionist legislation more difficult and empowered an executive branch bureaucracy prone to prioritizing foreign policy needs. Ingelson's account of domestic workers' 1977 effort to obtain safeguard tariffs against imported Chinese gloves perfectly illustrates this dynamic. Between 1972 and 1977, the foreign share of the U.S. glove market rose from 5% to 20%, spurring domestic producers to begin preparing a safeguard petition under the 1974 Trade Act. At the time, diplomats in the Carter administration were negotiating increased diplomatic ties with China. When they received word of the petition, officials from the State Department quickly demanded domestic firms halt these plans. When American glove makers persisted, the Carter administration went through back channels to warn the Chinese government about the incoming petition and advised them on ways to hold off on the number of gloves they sold to the United States to weaken American workers' legal case for protection. The plan worked. The petition failed at the International Trade Commission, and Chinese glove makers, free of the threat of tariffs, restarted exports to the United States. Meanwhile, Chinese policymakers spent the 1970s focused on developing new strategies to advance the growth of the Chinese economy. As Ingleson explains, in the aftermath of the Cultural Revolution, top Chinese leaders, including Mao Zedong, began to question the wisdom of a fully self-reliant economic policy. Until that point, Chinese leaders saw little need for foreign trade at all, and instead focused on internal economic development with occasional, though by the 1960s limited, Soviet assistance. The continued failures of Mao's self-reliance programs, however, allowed more pragmatic members of the Communist Party to slowly advance a new, trade-oriented development program. These pragmatists, Ingleson notes, pushed for increased trade under a program whereby China would import large-scale infrastructure items like fertilizer factories using cash generated by the increased sales of exports. Since China would use its own export revenue to finance these import purchases rather than taking out foreign loans, the pragmatists argued this was a refined form of Maoist self-reliance. The first experimentation with this new model of economic policy began with the 1973 report and request for increasing equipment imports and expanding economic exchange, also known as the 4-to-3 program. Under this plan, China successfully imported large-scale infrastructure to construct 100 new, more advanced factories and hired American engineers to travel to China to set up the new factories. The new equipment and know-how benefited a variety of Chinese heavy industries, including fertilizer, coal, and steel producers. As Chinese government interest in these projects took off, Ingleson details how Chinese officials quickly ran into issues funding these foreign high-tech purchases without taking out foreign loans. To keep financing these purchases, China needed more export revenue. By late 1973, its more pragmatic officials turned to oil as a potential solution, in part motivated by the sky-high oil prices of the mid-1970s. These efforts failed, and by the end of 1974, China ran its biggest trade deficit since the communist takeover in 1949. Chinese pragmatists then, according to Ingleson, turned to lower-end textiles as the means to boost Chinese exports. Increasingly, China's expanding trade fairs focused on China's textile producers, marketing Chinese production services to visiting U.S. firms, and Chinese trade delegations to the United States were led by Chinese textile exporters. This effort, unlike the oil strategy, achieved slow but persistent success, and by the end of 1975, cotton textile exports made up 17% of Chinese exports to the United States. Alongside this focus on textiles exports, Chinese leaders began requiring U.S. firms looking to sell goods into China to also buy imports from China. Ingleson shows how Chinese officials told major American company after major American company that if they wanted to sell to China, they needed to demonstrate commitment to China's success by first buying goods from China. American firms like General Motors, DuPont, RCA, and Coca-Cola obliged and began purchasing small amounts of Chinese goods, ranging from tea and carpets to low-end electronic components. The temporary resurgence of communist radicals after Mao's death slowed but did not reverse this trade-oriented growth model. Once Deng Xiaoping and his cohort of reformers fully consolidated power in 1978, they doubled down on China's trade-oriented development strategy. Over the ensuing decades, Chinese leaders continued encouraging U.S. firms to import products from China and developed new ways to convince American executives to export their advanced production methods and equipment to China. By the end of the 1970s, U.S. businesses were faced with an entirely new incentive structure. New container shipping technology made cross-ocean trade far less costly than ever before. The growing global finance system made moving money and investments across borders easy. The U.S. government was less likely to raise tariffs to keep out foreign goods. And the Chinese government was actively courting Western purchases of Chinese goods and promoting the allure of cheap Chinese labor. Of course, businesses did not immediately realize the opportunities these shifting incentives provided. Early in the 1970s, as U.S.-China economic relations opened, American companies reacted by focusing on what they could sell to China. As Ingleson details, until the mid-1970s the National Council for U.S.-China Trade (NCUT), then the main forum for U.S. business exchanges with China, was widely viewed as too export-oriented. The most active, influential NCUT leaders came from companies like Kellogg and Westinghouse that were focused on selling equipment and machinery to China. This made sense. For around a century, the most powerful companies in America were manufacturers, who saw trade primarily as a means to expand export sales. Chinese insistence on connecting exports to China with imports from China, however, forced export-oriented groups like NCUT to empower U.S. importers on its committees. Ingelson recounts how, in meeting after meeting, NCUT leaders were told that, as one Chinese official put it, China adheres to the policy of balancing imports and exports, and any imbalance in trade cannot be too big. To demonstrate goodwill to their Chinese counterparts, NCUT adjusted its internal structure, setting up an importers committee and bringing new U.S. importing companies into the NCUT leadership fold. Even that was not enough, and Chinese leaders soon realized that other civic groups in the United States, like the American Importers Association, would make for better partners than NCUT. These U.S. retailers and textile importers at first were hesitant to heed Chinese officials' calls to buy Chinese exports. As Ingelson details, early import orders from China were exceptionally small, as importers were unsure how reliable Chinese factories would prove or how U.S. textile workers would respond. In 1976, for instance, China's top export to the United States, cotton shirts, was only worth $13.5 million. By the late 1970s, however, importers became increasingly comfortable with the Chinese market. Two main factors, in Ingelson's telling, drove this change in attitude. First, by 1978, China greatly improved its ability to produce textiles through factory investments, making Chinese-made goods increasingly reliable. Second, as Chinese imports increased, the U.S. government rejected multiple petitions by textile workers for trade protection, choosing to promote U.S.-China diplomatic ties over domestic economic interests. This assuaged U.S. importers' fears that foreign textile supply sources would be disrupted by U.S. protectionism. As a result of these changes, by the time the United States and China penned their first modern trade deal in 1979, the United States was already importing over $1 billion a year from China across products like cotton shirts, gloves, corduroy, and velveteen. Companies like JCPenney, meanwhile, had begun accelerating new corporate strategies that aimed to increase the number of imported goods they sold in their stores. The stage was set for the decades of globalization to come. Ingelson's book leaves the reader off in the early 1980s, as U.S. textile outsourcing increased and the experimental outsourcing of the 1970s solidified into an entirely new business model. Throughout that decade, China's new special economic zones incentivized U.S. textile manufacturers to build their own factories in China where they could oversee quality control, and new American textile companies like Nike began increasing their reliance on Chinese-made goods. The American government, meanwhile, never acted to restrict these imports and instead spent the 1980s focused on restricting higher-end steel, semiconductor, and auto imports from Japan. Ironically, though, 1980s-era American textile outsourcing laid the groundwork for a new model of manufacturing that other, more high-value-add manufacturers would follow in the decades to come. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, as American advanced manufacturers faced increased competition from European, Japanese, and South Korean companies, they sought new ways to cut costs and improve their corpo-rate balance sheets. By this time, the U.S. textile industry's established offshoring model provided an appealing example, and by the 1990s, the major American manufacturers that once sought to export to China began producing their products there. The era of globalization was in full swing. Americans are just beginning to rethink the system of globalized production that the 1970s birthed. Republicans and Democrats alike increasingly view our dependence on foreign supply chains as a drag on national security, economic growth, and social stability. In recent years, this skepticism has produced a variety of new protectionist policies, including President Trump's steel, aluminum, and China-wide tariffs and President Biden's tax credits for domestic new energy technology production. As this national economic U-turn continues to play out, there are a few lessons that Ingelson's book and the past few decades of American trade policy can teach us. First, broad grants of trade policymaking authority to the executive branch produced inconsistent results. Sometimes presidents took domestic producers' needs into account, but more often than not, executive branch officials were willing to trade away access to the American market in the pursuit of abstract foreign policy ambitions like international peace and alliance building. This situation is a far cry from what the drafters of laws like the 1974 Trade Act expected. Rebalancing our trading relations will require a more assertive role for Congress and members of Congress committed to the cause of domestic manufacturing. Second, selling out American market access rarely won us friends or produced converts to free market capitalism. Instead, American trading partners made grand, long-term promises that, as American administrations changed over, they rarely kept. China is a case in point for this dynamic. From the 1970s onwards, Chinese leaders played up the idea of Chinese economic and political reform, leading most American officials to believe that engagement with China would help the country become a responsible stakeholder in the international order. That promise never came to fruition. Rather, for decades, Chinese leaders worked to advance Chinese industry up the global value chain while maintaining tight communist control of domestic politics and strategic sectors. Today, Chinese companies lead the world across a host of high-tech products, and China actively subverts American interests across the globe. This hardly is the foreign policy victory that executive branch free traders sold to the public in the late 20th century. Finally, American businesses only consistently took our national interest into account when our government incentivized them to do so. Throughout the late 20th century, the American government reduced its interventions into global trade flows. American rhetoric at the time promised that free market forces would dictate outcomes in this new economic order. In reality, however, as American government activity waned, American companies faced a new incentive structure shaped and directed by foreign governments, which suppressed their labor costs, crafted lax environmental regulations, and offered robust financial subsidies. Companies took note and factories moved abroad, hollowing out key sectors of the American economy and communities across the American heartland. Reversing that dynamic will require a more active American trade strategy. For lessons on how to design that kind of trade policy, Americans will need to look back to an era long before the 1970s of Ingelson's book. It was a telling moment when China's President Xi Jinping rose on January 16, 2017, to proclaim himself the new champion of free trade in the Great Conference Hall of Davos, Switzerland, the citadel of globalization. This proclamation came just 4 days before the inauguration of the newly elected U.S. president, who has traditionally served as the leader of the globalization movement. The symbolism was rich. As a result of comments by President Donald Trump that his new administration might take a tougher line on trade policy than all U.S. administrations since World War II, the Davos crowd was uneasy. The elite gathering of global billionaires, celebrities, scholars, bankers, heavyweight pundits, CEOs, and upwardly mobile government officials cheered as the leader of the Chinese Communist Party promised to take over from an apparently faltering United States and lead each Davos man into the glorious nirvana of ultimate globalization. Xi's remarks reassured them that with China, at least, it would be business as usual and that their lifestyles would be safe. Yet, for the Americans who had elected Trump, and even for those who had voted against him but who had supported Senator Bernie Sanders, this business as usual was precisely the problem. And no leader symbolized this better than Xi. Here was the newly anointed core leader of the Chinese Communist Party appointing himself captain of the globalization team. But what is his approach to globalization? Xi's approach starts with a state-controlled and censored internet. It means banning companies that offer freedom of information like Google and Facebook from the Chinese market. It means strict controls on foreign investment in China while Chinese corporations go on shopping sprees in the rest of the world. It means that, in order to enter the Chinese market, foreign companies are required to invest in China, to export from China, and to transfer technology to China. It means that the exchange rate of the Chinese yuan is managed by the government, not freely determined by the currency markets like the euro and the US dollar. It means investment subsidies for a broad range of key Chinese manufacturers and exporters. It means warnings of possible problems for Samsung's business in China if the South Korean government obtains an American anti-missile defense system. In short, it means nationalistic mercantilism. This is what the masters of the universe in Davos were actually embracing. But it is precisely this kind of mercantilism that the post-World War II founders of the global trading system had sought to avoid. It is the ongoing lack of success in the battle against mercantilism that has created the constant gap between the promises and the results produced by generations of American trade negotiators. And it was to respond to this gap that American voters just elected Donald Trump to the presidency. Although none of these points were included in any of the pundits' dispatches from Davos, historians looking back from the future might well identify this moment, when the world elite embraced Chinese-style mercantilism, as the moment when the era of the liberal free trade movement finally ended. From Bretton Woods to the Japanese miracle, the free trade movement was, of course, rooted in the pre-World War II turmoil of stock market crashes, wartime debt hangovers, depression, mercantilist currency devaluations, and tariff increases. The establishment of a system to prevent a replay of this 1930s mercantilism began in 1944 at Bretton Woods, New Hampshire. To avert competitive currency devaluations, a system of fixed exchange rates was established with all other currencies valued to the dollar at a set rate and with the dollar valued at a set rate to gold. To avert financial crises, capital markets were essentially closed. And to avert protectionism, a doctrine of free trade was established along with a system for negotiation of continual reductions in tariffs and trade barriers and for the adjudication of disputes. The goal of Bretton Woods was for the trade system's members to remain in rough balance. Indeed, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, was created to provide emergency financing and rescue plans for countries that might find themselves with large trade deficits and inadequate reserves of dollars and gold. At the time, the British representative to the discussions, John Maynard Keynes, argued forcefully that in addition to loans for deficit countries, the IMF should also be empowered to impose tariffs on the exports of countries with large chronic trade surpluses. As the country with the then largest surpluses, the United States was not receptive to this proposal, and it was not formally adopted. But it was expected that the member countries of the trading system would maintain roughly balanced trade accounts. Otherwise, trade-related unemployment might become a problem. It all worked splendidly for about 20 years, during which time the United States enjoyed its greatest ever economic boom. This period also encompassed the German and Japanese economic miracles. By the late 1960s, however, the system was seriously out of balance. The exchange rates fixed in 1948 had not been changed despite the dramatic shifts in productivity that had occurred in many countries and especially in Germany and Japan as they recovered from the war. The United States began to have balance of payments problems with some countries and was continually shipping gold from Fort Knox to the likes of the United Kingdom and France. Then, in 1971, America accumulated its first trade deficit since 1888, in the amount of $2 billion. In 1972, with gold flowing out of the country like a big yellow river, President Nixon ended the fixed exchange rate system by removing the dollar peg to gold and allowing its value to be determined entirely by market forces in the global currency exchanges. That resulted in a revaluation of the German mark and the Japanese yen along with other currencies and, for a while, provided relief to U.S. producers and Fort Knox. But by 1980, the U.S. trade deficit was back, and it was not $2 billion. It was $20 billion. Of course, a lot of things had been happening in the world of trade, including the introduction of roll-on roll-off containerized shipping, the advent of jet travel, and the development of faster communications. In addition, major trading countries like Japan had adopted increasingly mercantilist policies. Free trade theory stipulates that countries should concentrate on producing and exporting what they did best while importing the rest. But Japan and some others chose not to accept that reasoning. As Naohiro Amaya, an architect of the Japanese economic miracle, once explained to me, we did the opposite of what the Americans told us. He pointed out that the key elements of the miracle model included the protection of domestic markets, export-led growth, government-guided investment in industries with economies of scale, steel, shipbuilding, autos, semiconductors, etc., a managed currency undervalued versus the dollar, and technology transfer as a condition of foreign investment in the domestic market. This was not Adam Smith's famous unseen hand, nor was it free trade as imagined by Anglo-American economists, such as David Ricardo. It was mercantilist catch-up industrial policy, and it worked so well that it was quickly imitated by Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and most other developing countries, as well as many developed countries in various ways, e.g. Germany, Switzerland. The combination of these strategic trade policies plus growing international flows of finance and technology and the impact of international economies of scale negated some of the fundamental assumptions of the free trade system. What a country did best was not necessarily predetermined by resource availability. Could be changed for the better by clever policies. This is what Naohiro Amaya meant when he spoke of rejecting American advice on free trade. He was not in the business of unseen hands. He was in the business of picking winners. It was by the government's picking and strong backing of winners that South Korea, one of the world's poorest countries in 1960 with no natural resources, no capital, and virtually no skilled labor, came to be a major player in the steel, auto, and semiconductor industries. But the notion of government picking winners and losers with trade policy was contrary to the American suspicion of government intervention as well as to powerful U.S. geopolitical interests, not to mention established academic orthodoxy on free trade. When the U.S. trade deficit hit $50 billion in the mid-1980s, Treasury Secretary James Baker eventually concluded another agreement to revalue the Deutschmark and the yen in 1985. That again eased the pressure of the trade imbalances. But the American economic and foreign policy elite firmly maintained the orthodoxy that more and better free trade agreements were chiefly what was needed to ensure equitable trade. They continued to insist that trading partners were adhering to American assumptions and values regarding how international markets should work. During succeeding administrations, free trade advocates pushed through a string of trade deals, including the Uruguay Round, 1986 to 1994, the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, in 1994, establishment of the World Trade Organization, WTO, in 1995, China's accession to the WTO in 2001, the United States-Korea Free Trade Agreement, Chorus FTA, in 2007, and, most recently, the proposed TPP. Not surprisingly, these deals resulted in a steady increase of the annual U.S. trade deficit from $20 billion in 1980 to approximately $500 billion today. Meanwhile, the offshoring of U.S. production continued, not only in labor-intensive industries but also in the capital and technology-intensive industries in which America is supposed to be competitive. During that time, the gap widened significantly between the top 1% of earners and the rest. However, as the elite persisted in its fixation with orthodox, Anglo-American free trade doctrine, the public and their politicians increasingly developed doubts. For instance, Congress voted 395-7 in support of the Tokyo Round Free Trade Deal of 1979 and 366-40 for the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement of 1988. By 1993, Bill Clinton was able to get NAFTA through the House by a margin of only 234-200 and was unable to obtain new approval for negotiating more trade deals. President George W. Bush was able to get the Central American Free Trade Agreement through the House by only 2 votes in 2005. The difference between what trade proponents advertised and what actually occurred had become impossible for voters to ignore. Advocates of globalization repeatedly promised that trade would be win-win, that more and freer trade and investment would produce more jobs and rising wages even as it delivered lower consumer prices. Although they admitted that some workers might be displaced or disadvantaged, they invariably argued that there would be more winners than losers and that the winners would compensate the losers. In fact, however, as the U.S. trade deficit climbed inexorably, the gap between the top 1% of income earners and the rest also grew considerably. Consumer prices were kept low, but so also were the wages of most earners. The final nail in the coffin of the conventional free trade doctrine's credibility was the admission of China to the WTO. The Clinton administration argued that it would essentially be a unilateral opening by China, which would have to reduce its high trade barriers, while America would simply keep its low tariffs in place. Analysts predicted that the 2001 U.S. trade deficit of $83 billion with China would drop dramatically in the wake of the deal and that millions of good, new U.S. jobs would be the result. What occurred was quite the opposite. By 2015, the deficit had risen to $370 billion and millions of jobs had been lost while U.S. income inequality continued to rise. Symbolizing the chasm between the promises and results of globalization is the adoption of Xi Jinping as the champion of Davos. Man, President Xi and China have never been playing by the Anglo-American rules or assumptions. This is also true of many of the world's leading and most rapidly growing economies such as South Korea, Japan, Singapore, and Sweden. The failure of America's elite to learn from experience and its obstinate adherence to a flawed set of theories contributed to the strong campaign of Bernie Sanders for the Democratic Party nomination and the election of President Trump. The overall objective of a new American trade and globalization policy should be to achieve roughly balanced trade over the long term while maintaining a strong, domestically based wealth-producing capacity. Such an approach would mean fully utilizing American human and capital resources, thus reducing or eliminating the inefficiencies resulting from today's high rate of underemployment. U.S.-based producers, as a result, would enjoy higher profits which, in turn, would stimulate greater investment, R&D, and skills training. By eliminating the chronic trade deficit, balanced trade would lead to increased economic growth as domestic production supplied not only more of domestic demand, but was also bolstered by growth in newly competitive exports. America would be able to stop borrowing abroad to pay for what it could produce domestically at competitive prices if exchange rates were properly established. Balanced trade would also mean more revenue for the U.S. government, even under a reduced tax rate regime, lower expenditures on both corporate and individual welfare, and smaller budget deficits. Moreover, research from former World Bank economist John Hanson indicates that balanced trade results in more equal patterns of domestic income distribution. Thus, fewer Americans would feel as if they are being left out of the American dream. The most important step toward establishing balance must be to establish an exchange rate system that fairly and continually reflects roughly the true value of the range of global currencies. To this end, the U.S. should reverse the Commerce Department's policy of not applying countervailing duty remedies to currency subsidies. At the moment, the Peterson Institute's C. Fred Bergston estimates that a 25% tariff is levied on foreign imports of all American goods and services, while a similar amount of subsidy is provided for all exports to America by the chronic overvaluation of the dollar. Not only would adjustment of this overvaluation contribute greatly toward achieving balanced trade, but it would also simplify negotiation of other elements of trade. Rules of origin, tariff rate adjustment, and rules for judging whether dumping is occurring would all be simpler to negotiate and of less importance if exchange rates were properly set and adjusted. Or consider interest rates. The Fed has been reluctant to raise rates, in part due to fear that doing so could strengthen the dollar, increase the U.S. trade deficit, and thereby cause a slower recovery. The creators of the post-war global economic system understood that before they could even speak of trade, they had to establish a sensible currency system that would tend to keep trade roughly balanced. In view of the failure of that system and the subsequent floating rate system, a new one must be developed. For the time being, the dollar may remain the principal global reserve currency, but U.S. trade must also remain in rough, long-term balance. In order to achieve such a balance, costs must be imposed on countries that accumulate chronic trade surpluses, as John Maynard Keynes recommended back in 1948. One efficient way of doing this would be to adopt a currency corrective such as the Market Access Charge (MAC) system, as Hansen has argued. This system can be thought of as a kind of peak load pricing mechanism similar to those used by electricity utilities, airlines, rental car companies, and hotel operators. At specified points, a charge would be imposed on capital investment entering the United States. For example, suppose the U.S. trade deficit exceeded 1% of GDP over the preceding 12 months. That would trigger automatic imposition of a MAC of, say, 50 basis points on the value of incoming foreign capital. The rate might increase if the deficit became larger or persisted for another 6 months. Of course, the rate would decline as the trade deficit declined so that it would again be zero once the trade deficit fell below 1% of GDP. The system would essentially be automatic and would be administered by the Fed. A set rate for all capital inflows would discourage short-term speculation. But because such investment comes only once, stays put, and yields higher returns than speculative flows, it would impose only a minuscule burden on direct foreign investment. The charge would be collected electronically and automatically by the computer systems already existing in the banks that handle most cross-border U.S. financial transactions. The funds would be transferred to the U.S. Treasury, where they would be deposited into an American International Competitiveness Account, AICA, that would be dedicated to investment in R&D, the National Network for Manufacturing Innovation, Worker Training, Adjustment Assistance Programs. Such funds could also be used for infrastructure development, to offset costs associated with the enforcement of trade agreements, and to offset any increased costs of borrowing linked to MAC charges on the purchase of government debt obligations. Because the U.S. trade deficit is a well-established and easily available objective statistic that directly reflects the misalignment of the dollar, it points to an easier path for identifying foreign currency manipulation. Currently, the designation of a foreign country as a currency manipulator depends on the difference between the market exchange rate and the fundamental equilibrium exchange rate. Under the MAC system, there would be no pejorative element in assigning the manipulator label, and thus there would be no need to consider a particular country's strategic importance to the United States in taking action to balance trade. Furthermore, the MAC would be completely in accord with existing IMF and WTO rules and would act to reduce the number and intensity of anti-dumping and other trade disputes being adjudicated by that body. The second major problem for the United States in the current global system is that of American foreign investment and the so-called offshoring of production and jobs. Often, countries with strategic economic policies use investment incentives as a way of causing the transfer of production from other countries to themselves, even when the original countries were perfectly internationally competitive. Destination countries may not have lower actual operating costs, but they may waive taxes for 10 or 20 years, or provide free land for production and office facilities, provide utilities at a reduced rate, provide capital grants, and so forth. State benefits such as these have nothing to do with so-called comparative advantage and everything to do with indirectly subsidizing production in order to shift the location of comparative advantage to the sponsoring country. Although there is nothing illegal about this under WTO and IMF rules, it is at odds with the whole notion of competitive markets. The United States is half in and half out of this game. It does not play at the federal level, but the individual states do play. Washington does not offer special benefits to, say, BMW, in order to persuade it to locate an auto assembly plant in the United States. But the state of Alabama or South Carolina may do so. The difference between these local benefits and an offer of investment benefits by another country like Ireland, Singapore, or France is that U.S. states simply do not have the resources or authority to make the kind of big offers that a national government can. For instance, Alabama cannot offer to suspend federal corporate income taxes, nor does it have the resources to make the same kind of capital grants as a nation-state. The United States, consequently, tends not to do as well in the game of attracting foreign direct investment and transfer of production as some other countries. Over time, this has the effect of creating a structural trade deficit for America and erasing what should be its natural centers of training and production. On top of this, U.S. corporate tax rates are the world's highest, and the United States is one of only 2 countries in the world that taxes the overseas earnings of its domestically incorporated companies. Thus, GM pays U.S. taxes on its earnings in Germany, but BMW does not pay German taxes on its earnings in the United States. As a result, the big accounting firms make a bundle by dreaming up schemes with names like the double Irish and Singapore sling to enable global U.S. corporations to hoard earnings in tax shelters abroad rather than investing in productive activity in America. There are actually rather straightforward solutions to these problems. One is to stop taxing the foreign earnings of U.S. corporations, and the other is to reduce U.S. effective corporate tax rates from the current 39% to somewhere between 15 and 20%. This may look like a big tax cut for the global corporations, but as a practical matter, it would actually increase tax revenue by negating all the tax avoidance schemes that now keep actual, as opposed to potential corporate tax revenue at very low levels. A move by the U.S. in this direction would put enormous pressure on virtually all other countries to adopt similar rates. Washington should, therefore, use this kind of a tax law shift to negotiate a global agreement on corporate tax rates under the WTO. The second solution is for Washington to establish a war chest with which to respond in kind to the investment incentive offers of other countries. There is precedent for this. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, the United States countered foreign export subsidies by creating a fund and striking back in kind. Simultaneously, Washington led an initiative for a global agreement limiting export subsidies that eventually was adopted as part of the creation of the WTO. Exactly the same kind of effort is now called for to solve the problem of investment incentives. A third issue of this kind is that of investment driven by conditional market access. Some countries effectively pressure global corporations to transfer technology and production to them as a condition of market access. Of course, this is not a matter of law because any such law would be illegal under WTO rules, but it is a matter of practical and political reality. Washington should closely monitor investment in such jurisdictions and apply counterpressure when conditional market access measures are detected. Such counterpressure could include the withholding of certain export licensing permits on high technology relating to national security, or quid pro quo measures imposed on the corporations of the country in question. Another major tax issue is that of value-added taxes, VAT. Although the United States does not have a VAT, almost all of its trading partners do. A VAT works by imposing a tax on the value added to a product or service at each step of production. Typically, it amounts to about 20% of the end value of the product. In effect, it is a kind of sales tax that is generally rebated to the producer on exports and imposed on imports. Instead of a VAT, the United States imposes an effective tax of about 39% of corporate income on American companies. Under WTO rules, this kind of a tax cannot be rebated on exports or imposed on imports, While other countries also have corporate income taxes, the rates are usually much lower than those of the United States. Thus, in practice, the VAT imposed by foreign countries tends to function as a kind of tariff on imports from the US, while their VAT rebates function as a subsidy for exports. For years, Washington has tried to persuade its trading partners to accept various remedies, but all to no avail. Since it cannot beat its trading partners in this arena, Washington should join them. The United States should adopt its own VAT system. Not only would this be a major step toward balancing U.S. trade and creating increased investment and jobs in America, it would also raise domestic revenue and be a major step toward balancing the federal budget. The U.S. might also consider unbinding specified import tariffs. Immediately raising any tariff could give rise to outcries of trade war, counter-threats, and eventually legal retaliation. By contrast, simply unbinding tariffs could open the door to a series of renegotiations of multilateral, bilateral, and regional agreements without any immediate downside. In this way, the U.S. could redress specific grievances, such as Canadian dairy protectionism, backdoor imports of third-country beef cattle, and inadequate protection of intellectual property. Raise existing legal standards, e.g., on labor, health and environmental standards, industrial subsidies, and the functioning of state-owned enterprises. And, for the first time, achieve effective, enforceable restrictions on issues such as currency misalignment. Another part of this trade and globalization reform package would be a program to deal actively with the excess capacity and dumping that inevitably arise from the industrial and export-led growth policies of key U.S. trading partners. The U.S. Secretary of Commerce should initiate investigations under Section 232, the National Security Clause of the trade law, to determine when U.S. industries are being damaged by global excess capacity and should impose charges to halt such activity. At the same time, the Secretary should be actively negotiating with the countries having such policies to restrain new investment in industries already suffering from gross excess capacity, such as the steel industry, in which China alone has enough capacity to supply most of the world's needs. In extreme situations, the U.S. could declare an emergency under the International Economic Emergency Powers Act. This approach would involve setting targets for a reduction in the U.S. current account deficit, perhaps on a semi-annual basis, and authorizing the application of import tariffs in the event that the targets are not met. Finally, there is the issue of foreign investment in the United States. In principle, investment is a good thing that creates jobs, rising productivity, and technological advance. But investment can also be predatory. It can be used by state-owned or guided enterprises to strip out technology, transfer production, and shift so-called comparative advantage. The Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States should carefully monitor foreign investment from countries or corporations with significant industrial policies and state influence over investment to prevent any such predatory kinds of investment. Together, these measures would dramatically change the course of America and of the world. They would greatly increase the growth, productivity, and dynamism of the U.S. economy. They would also end the dependence of America on continued borrowing from China, Japan, and other countries. In short, the United States would become richer, more secure, and more independent. Shortages of essential personal protective equipment, PPE, and medicines during the COVID-19 pandemic endangered the lives of many Americans and medical personnel, while the inflation-stoking shortages that have followed pandemic-caused lockdowns have illustrated the dangers of disruptions to supply chains of many kinds. At the same time, the deepening military and strategic rivalry between the United States and China and the crisis that has followed Russia's invasion of Ukraine have caused alarm over the extent of the dependence of U.S. military and civilian industries, as well as consumers, on China and Russia in particular. Minimizing supply chain disruptions that can endanger U.S. national security, the economy, and long-term national productivity will require an all-of-government approach encompassing many agencies and modalities, and including different areas of public policy, from trade to tax policy and government-supported R&D. Together with other reforms, leveraging more than $600 billion in annual federal government procurement contracts can make a major contribution to achieving these goals. Domestic content rules and trusted sourcing as elements of federal procurement policy can play an important role in ensuring the resilience of supply chains that are essential to U.S. national security, economic continuity, or long-term industrial capacity. Unfortunately, the Buy American Act of 1935 and other major procurement laws were enacted before the present era of global value chains and transnational production. Rather than try to patch up an anachronistic framework that originated nearly a century ago, when both the U.S. and global economies were radically different, the federal government should replace the Buy American Act, the Trade Agreements Act, TAA, and other legacy laws and regulations with a new, comprehensive strategic supply chain legal framework to govern federal procurement policy. We propose a new trusted country system based on critical components identified by stress tests of supply chains. The new trusted country system would replace the existing price preference system embodied in Buy American, along with domestic or regional content rules in some areas, with a more flexible and targeted country of origin system that focuses on critical components and the industries that supply them. The trusted country system would minimize bureaucratic complexity and needless costs to businesses in the United States and allied nations, while maximizing U.S. supply chain security. In the words of Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, favoring the friendshoring of supply chains to a large number of trusted countries, so we can continue to securely extend market access, will lower the risks to our economy as well as to our trusted trade partners. When the Buy American Act was signed into law by President Herbert Hoover in 1933, it was much easier to distinguish products that were made in America than it is today. Thanks to outsourcing and offshoring, many familiar products are assembled from parts that originate in many countries. Here are a few examples. Pharmaceuticals. The production of drugs and other pharmaceutical products is a multi-stage process that begins with the combination of chemical inputs into active pharmaceutical ingredients, APIs. The APIs are then processed by combining them with inactive materials to produce final dosage forms, such as tablets or liquids, FDFs. The United States sources 80% of its APIs from overseas. As of August 2019, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, estimated that there were 1,788 API manufacturing sites supplying the U.S. market. Of those, 28%, 510, were located in the United States, 31%, 552, in China and India, and 41%, 726, in other countries. For generics, the percentage of facilities outside the United States is higher, and a substantial portion of U.S. generic drug imports come either directly from China or from third countries like India that use APIs sourced from China. In fact, the U.S. generic drug industry can no longer produce certain critical medicines such as penicillin and doxycycline, and the APIs needed to make these antibiotics are sourced from China. In addition, as of March 2021, 52% of all FDA-registered final manufacturing facilities were outside the United States. Smartphones. The complexity of global supply chains leaves the smartphone industry vulnerable to disruptions at multiple points. For example, raw materials for the electronic components including copper, gold, silver, platinum, palladium, and tungsten are sourced from many countries, including Chile, China, Australia, Mexico, South Africa, and Russia. For smartphones that use lithium-ion batteries, cobalt and lithium are sourced from nations that include the Democratic Republic of Congo, Australia, China, and Russia. The components, including the touchscreen, microprocessors, and batteries, can number in the hundreds and are sourced from suppliers from all over the world. In 2019, Apple had more than 200 suppliers, with 93% of its top 200 suppliers located outside the United States, in China, Japan, Taiwan, Europe, and Latin America, among other countries and regions. The final assembly of the iPhone is a complex process that takes 94 production lines and about 400 steps. With the exception of Brazilian iPhones, all Apple iPhones are assembled in China. Automobiles. Like many other industries, the automobile industry relies on suppliers that provide components directly to the brand name manufacturers or original equipment manufacturers, OEMs. These are called Tier 1 suppliers. While these suppliers work with a variety of manufacturers, they tend to have closer relationships with one or two. Some of the largest suppliers are based in Germany: Robert Bosch GmbH, Continental AG, ZF Friedrichshafen AG. Japan: Denso Corporation, Aizen Seiki Company, Ltd. Canada: Magna International. Korea: Hyundai Mobis. Tier 2 suppliers, such as computer chip manufacturers, do not sell directly to the auto manufacturers and tend to supply a variety of industries. Despite their categorization, however, these components are just as essential to the production of a vehicle. For example, cars today can have dozens of microchips controlling processes like fuel management and stability control, and in the case of luxury vehicles that have advanced features, there may be more than 100 processors. Ultimately, the car manufacturers, Tier 1, and Tier 2 suppliers are all dependent on the availability of raw materials, or nearly raw materials like steel and plastic by Tier 3 suppliers. Disruptions at any of these stages of production can produce shortages, which in turn can drive supply-side inflation. For example, the recent shortage of chips impacted auto manufacturing. The list of industries in which the United States has lost market share or relies on foreign producers can be extended. Despite the economic malaise that followed the crash of Japan's economic bubble in the 1990s, in 2020 Japan manufactured 47% of the world's robots. A single Chinese company, DJI, produces more than half of all civilian drones that are purchased worldwide. Meanwhile, in the last 3 decades, the United States has lost 70% of its semiconductor manufacturing industry to other countries, in particular Taiwan. The global market share of American machine tool manufacturing, another key industry, has plunged from 28% in 1965 to 5% today. America's share of civilian jet engine exports fell from 70% to 39% between 1991 and 2009, while its share of global solar cell manufacturing declined by 3/4 in a mere 6 years from 2006 to 2013. Chinese companies make 60% of the world's wind turbines. The only American company among the top 15 wind turbine manufacturers, GE Renewable Energy, contributed a mere 10% to the global market in 2018. In 2020, China made 76% of the world's lithium-ion batteries, essential for electric cars. The US made only 8%. Compounding the complexity is the domination of many global industries by one or a few global corporations. Sometimes called original equipment manufacturers, these firms orchestrate production in numerous countries, shipping components from one affiliate or arm's-length supplier to another across borders. Consider the following examples. For decades, the global wide-body jet manufacturing industry has been a duopoly dominated by Boeing and Airbus. In 2019, 66.8% of new automobiles were manufactured by the 10 largest global car companies: Toyota, VW, Hyundai, GM, Ford, Nissan, Honda, Fiat, Renault, and PSA. In 2021, the global drone market was dominated by the Chinese company DJI, 54%, followed by Autel, 7%, Custom/DIY, 4%, Skidio, 3%, Parrot, 3%, and others. In 2020, the largest commercial shipbuilding companies in the world were Hyundai Heavy Industries, South Korea, STX Offshore and Shipbuilding, South Korea, DSME, South Korea, Samsung Heavy Industries, South Korea, Sumitomo Heavy Industries, Japan, Fincantieri, Italy, United Shipbuilding Corporation, Russia, CSSC, China, Semcorp Marine, Singapore, and Tsunaishi Shipbuilding, Japan. The U.S. share of global semiconductor manufacturing has declined to 12% from 37% in 1990.25. The semiconductor market in 2021 was dominated by a single company, Taiwan's TSMC, with 54% of global market share, followed by South Korea's Samsung, 17%, Taiwan's UMC, 7%, with US-based global foundries coming in fourth at a mere 7%. In 2021, the global lithium-ion battery market was dominated by China's CATL, 32.5%, followed by South Korea's LG Chem, 21.5%, and Japan's Panasonic, 14.7%. 4/5 of the world's plate glass market in 2017 was dominated by a few companies: Asahi Glass, Saint-Gobain, Nippon Sheet Glass, and Guardian, while Corning had 52% of the global LC display glass market, followed by Asahi Glass, 24%, Nippon Sheet Glass, 17%, Avonstrate, 2%, and others, 5%. The global steel market is much less concentrated, with the top 5 companies China Baowu Group, ArcelorMittal, HBIS Group, Shagang Group, and Nippon Steel Corporation, making up only 17.5% of global manufacturing in 2020. This list is far from comprehensive, and it leaves out alliances among companies, as well as arm's-length supply chains coordinated by a single firm, which may include dozens of countries in the case of particular products. A number of domestic content laws require federal agencies to procure goods that are produced in the United States. Domestic content rules that govern federal procurement are based on multiple statutes and treaties that have been enacted or ratified over nearly a century, beginning in 1933. The Buy American Act of 1933, BAA, 41 U.S.C. Sections 8301 through 8305, as amended, generally prevents federal agencies from purchasing or leasing foreign goods by requiring federal agencies to purchase domestic end products and/or use domestic construction materials in certain contracts above minimal monetary thresholds, absent waivers. The price preferences favor domestic end products and domestic construction materials that are produced in the United States and are slightly more expensive than foreign products. Nevertheless, the BAA as amended gives federal government agencies the option of waiving the rules in certain circumstances. The Trade Agreements Act of 1979, TAA, as amended, allows the Buy American Act to be waived in the case of eligible products from designated countries in cases of federal procurement above a minimal designated dollar amount. The Berry Amendment, Title 10 United States Code Section 2533A, was enacted in 1941. At that time, it was narrowly tailored to ensure that U.S. military uniforms and food for the military were produced in the United States. Since then, items such as specialty metals were added. The amendment became permanent with the fiscal year 2002 National Defense Authorization Act. Today, certain items that the Defense Department purchases are required to be 100% domestic in origin, including the inputs of the purchased items. The Kissel Amendment was enacted in 2009 and made permanent in 2013. It requires the Department of Homeland Security to buy textiles, clothing, and footwear from domestic sources when using appropriated funds to purchase these items, and they are directly related to national security interests. As a practical matter, the Transportation Security Administration is the only agency affected by the Kissel Amendment because the amendment only applies in situations in which a trade agreement does not apply. Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 continued provisions of the Trade Agreements Extension Act of 1958, which, in turn, expanded provisions of the Trade Agreements Act of 1954. Amendments to Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 have changed time limits, the advisory body, and limited the President's authority to adjust petroleum imports. Through this statute, Congress delegated to the President the ability to impose restrictions on certain imports based on an affirmative determination by the Commerce Department that the product is being imported in the United States in such quantities or under such circumstances as to threaten to impair the national security. Any interested party may request a Section 232 investigation, and there are tight timelines on the Commerce Department's investigation authority and the President's authority to take action. There have been a total of 34 investigations between 1962 and 2020. In addition to these major legislative frameworks, specific Buy American procurement provisions are scattered through numerous federal laws and a number of trade treaties, including the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, USMCA. Instead of the price preference system enshrined in the BAA and similar laws, the rules of origin system used in the USMCA, formerly NAFTA, and other U.S. trade agreements provides preferential tariff treatment for goods based on a percentage of the value of the good that originates in the territory of the treaty members. For example, the USMCA requires that 75% of the value of the automobile be made in North America, compared to 62.5% under the superseded NAFTA treaty. The USMCA provides that the value of regional content can be calculated by one of two methods, the transaction value method and the net cost method. Unfortunately, these legacy laws and treaties fail to address today's challenges because they are indiscriminate and costly in time and money. The essence of strategy is the assignment of priorities. If everything is strategic, then nothing is. And yet the existing domestic content regime favors American goods of all kinds over others, regardless of whether the goods are strategically important or not. A rational domestic content system would focus on distinguishing strategic goods, whether they are finished goods, components, or raw materials, from the rest. For example, a well-designed rules of origin system in the automotive sector might focus on microchips vulnerable to supply chain disruptions, rather than tires, if the latter are not subject to shortages. And because a single group of components like microchips can be critical to many different industries, focusing on critical components would be more efficient than focusing on final products. When the Buy American Act was enacted in 1933, the United States was much less integrated into the world economy. At that time, many U.S. manufacturing firms were vertically integrated corporations, such as automobile companies that controlled every stage of production from raw materials to the finished product. Today, in contrast, much cross-border trade takes place within multinational firms and among their formal affiliates or arm's-length suppliers in different countries. An estimated 36% of the value of manufacturing imports is intra-firm trade. Intrafirm trade is concentrated among 5% of multinational corporations, which account for 23% of the total, while only 9% of total intrafirm trade is generated by the bottom 50% of multinationals. The increasing rarity of wholly made in America products requires contractors for federal agencies to apply for waivers, even for non-strategic goods, at significant expense in time and money for taxpayers and businesses alike. Federal procurement and supply chains, recognizing the need to modernize the legacy procurement system, the Trump and Biden administrations have undertaken significant executive action in the form of executive orders and rule changes, focusing on domestic content requirements in federal procurement. The Biden administration's actions for domestic content requirements in federal procurement in some cases have built upon actions taken during the Trump administration. On January 25, 2021, immediately after taking office, President Biden issued Executive Order EO 14005, titled Ensuring the Future is Made in All of America by All of America's Workers, pushing federal agencies to maximize the use of goods, products, and materials produced in and services offered in the United States. O14005 created a Made in America office within the OMB to review waivers to purchase goods from outside the United States, and directs the GSA to create a public website making proposed waivers and justifications available to the public. The executive order also built on the Buy American Act and directed the Federal Acquisition Regulatory FAR Council to consider certain implementation issues, such as replacing the component test, which says that a certain percentage of a product's cost must have a domestic origin, increasing the numerical threshold for domestic content requirements for construction materials and end products, and increasing the price preferences for domestic construction materials and end products. The EO does not apply to situations in which the Trade Agreements Act applies. The FAR Council published a final rule in March 2022 that increases the domestic content requirements under the BAA and gives preferences for critical products and critical components. This recent rule builds upon a final rule issued by the Trump administration in January 2021 and based on EO 13881, maximizing use of American-made goods, products, and materials, issued by President Trump in July 2019. The earlier final rule increased the domestic content threshold from 50% to more than 55% for most products and the price preference from 6% to 20% for large businesses, and from 12% to 30% for small businesses, excluding Defense Department procurements. The latest rule increases the 55% threshold of the total cost of products made wholly or predominantly of iron or steel, created in January 2021 by the Trump administration, through an escalation process, eventually requiring 75% by 2029. To date, proposals for using federal procurement to preserve U.S. production or reshore strategic supply chains have been incremental, building on the legacy frameworks we have discussed. For example, the Biden administration has created a Made in America office to centralize decision-making about agency waivers for BAA, among other tasks. Many members of Congress have proposed new, Made in America laws in addition to those which already exist. Many of these incremental reforms are thoughtfully designed and would be helpful. It is our judgment, however, that the legacy system of procurement preferences is so out of alignment with the realities of 21st century industry and commerce, and the imperatives of national security, that a more radical approach is necessary. On rare occasions, usually following a great national crisis, Congress has engaged in a comprehensive reform of laws and institutions in an entire area of U.S. public policy. Following World War II, in the early years of the Cold War, Congress passed the National Security Act of 1947, which modernized the U.S. military and laid the groundwork for the contemporary system of U.S. intelligence agencies. Following the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, Congress consolidated 22 agencies into the new Department of Homeland Security, a cabinet-level department. Similar bold and transformative renovation is necessary today in the area of federal procurement policy. What is needed is not necessarily administrative centralization, which could produce new choke points, but rather a new approach to the issue of supply chain security, embodied in a new legal framework that would replace the BAA, the TAA, and many other inherited laws. Rather than elaborating detailed legislation, in this concept paper we seek to provoke debate by proposing the general outlines of an up-to-date and flexible approach to supply chain issues, which we call the trusted country system. The trusted country system that we propose would eliminate and replace most legacy legislation in federal procurement policy. Not only the BAA price preference system and various sector-specific, Buy American rules, but also regional value content rules like those found in the USMCA and various international trade treaties. Trusted country rules of origin for components in supply chains are easier to oversee, less likely to antagonize U.S. trading partners and military allies, and less likely to require frequent and time-consuming waiver applications than the indiscriminate application of arbitrary price preferences or value-added content quotas. Under the trusted country system, the cumbersome price preference system of the BAA would be eliminated, and with it the need for agencies to waste valuable time submitting waivers for particular goods or contractors. Requirements in some areas for percentages of value added, another indiscriminate and unnecessarily complex approach, would also be eliminated. Instead, the federal government would make lists of trusted country trading partners. Rather than a single list of trusted countries, there might be several lists, with the closest and most reliable U.S. allies in one and non-U.S. allies in another. Depending on how critical they are, some essential strategic components and in some cases entire products or raw materials might be required to be sourced from the United States alone. In addition, there should be lists of countries of concern, including but not limited to military rivals. The origins of non-critical components that are joined with critical components in the same finished product might be a matter of indifference, as long as they were not sourced from a country of concern or a foreign supplier over which a country of concern exerts control or significant influence. Here is one of various possible ways that a trusted country system of rules for federal procurement might be designed. After a stress test or similar analysis suggests that a particular kind of component is critical, the next step might be to assign the component a criticality level from 1 to 3. Level 1 critical components might be required to be sourced entirely in the United States, perhaps in the continental United States, to minimize the threat of maritime interdiction. Level 2 critical components, important but less essential, might be sourced from allies and trusted trading partners of the U.S. Finally, Level 3 critical components might be sourced from any country in the world, other than those of concern, for reasons of military rivalry, political instability, or other factors. Already, the federal government defines the National Technology and Industrial Base, NTIB, to include the United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia as well as the United States. Building on this precedent, we propose that, for purposes of federal procurement, countries might be assigned to one of three groups: the Domestic Industrial Base, DIB, the Allied Industrial Base, AIB, and the Global Industrial Base, GIB. The Domestic Industrial Base would be limited to the United States and its territories. The Allied Industrial Base would be limited to military allies of the U.S. The Global Industrial Base would include all other countries in the world, except for designated countries of concern, from which critical components and resources could not be used without special permission. On the basis of their criticality level designation, critical components would then be sourced from one of the three country groups. Depending on the criticality level, 100% of a critical component would have to be sourced from the DIB, the AIB, or the GIB. The origins of non-critical components that are joined with critical components in the same finished product would be a matter of indifference, as long as they were not sourced from a country of concern or a foreign supplier over which a country of concern exerts control or significant influence. While American producers would not be favored, except for Level 1 critical goods, all producers in the United States would belong to all three country groups: domestic, allied, and global. In the case of Level 1 critical components, American suppliers would have no foreign competition. But in the case of Level 2 and Level 3 critical components, American products would compete with foreign products on an even playing field. This approach promotes the goals of national security, national economic resilience, and national industrial capacity in a far more focused and discriminating way than the inherited approaches of indiscriminate price preferences or local content quotas combined with waivers. Identifying critical components with stress tests. The difficulty of identifying which supply chains are critical is illustrated by the recent debate that culminated in the passage of the CHIPS and Science Act in August 2022. The focus of the act is on using financial incentives for multinationals, including TSMC and Intel, to bring certain advanced chip manufacturing capabilities important for U.S. military and other uses to the United States, in order to lessen American dependence on Taiwan. But a shortage of basic chips, not the most advanced chips, led to shortages in car production and supply, which in turn fed the greatest American and global inflation since the 1970s. Moreover, as experts pointed out, the development of advanced chip manufacturing in the United States, to be successful, needs to be accompanied by the onshoring or reliable supply of other kinds of production capability, including the manufacturing of semiconductor packaging. At the other end of the production chain are critical minerals like fluorspar, a source of high-purity electronic-grade hydrofluoric acid, used in chip manufacturing, Minerals and chemicals that are critical in chip manufacturing in addition to fluorspar include neon, xenon, krypton, germanium, helium, argon, liquid hydrogen, enriched isotopes, D2, B11, sulfuric acid, hydrogen peroxide, high-purity solvents, IPA/PME, and tantalum. Many of these critical materials are mined or refined in countries that are geopolitical rivals or threatened by political instability. For example, in 2022, the top 5 countries that mine tantalum were the Democratic Republic of Congo, Brazil, Rwanda, Nigeria, and China. What makes a component in a supply chain critical is not some innate characteristic, but rather its importance in a particular supply chain. A raw material input, intermediate input, or finished product that might not be considered important or strategic in other contexts can be critical if a shortage or absence of that component could cause an entire complex supply chain to topple like a row of dominoes, with disastrously ramifying effects. Because the context determines whether a component is potentially critical or not, the component's criticality can be determined best by analytical exercises based on scenarios like prospective stress tests of supply chains. These stress tests could be carried out by federal agencies or perhaps by a specialized agency tasked with this purpose. Once a stress test or similar analysis suggests that a particular kind of component is critical, in light of the potential for a shortage to disrupt an entire national or transnational military or civilian supply chain, the next step would be to assign the component a criticality level. The most critical would have to be sourced entirely in the United States. Other critical components, important but less essential, could be sourced from allies and trusted trading partners. Finally, some critical components could be sourced from any country in the world, other than those of concern. Stress testing supply chains to identify potential critical components will make it necessary to ascertain the nationality of the firms that produce particular raw materials, intermediate inputs, and finished products. In the case of lead firms or original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, which outsource much or all of their production to arm's-length suppliers, this could be difficult. The need for end-to-end supply chain visibility will impose some new costs on suppliers to the U.S. government, even as the costs imposed on suppliers by the complexity of the existing BAA system and other legacy rules are reduced or eliminated. Weighed against the costs to American and global society of critical shortages during wars and Cold Wars, or the kinds of disruptions that were manifested in the COVID-19 pandemic and its aftermath, the cost to government contractors of compliance with end-to-end supply chain transparency rules would be trivial. In some cases, contractors might choose to insource some formerly outsourced activities or to shorten their supply chains, measures which might improve supply chain resilience and security. Following the identification of critical components by means of stress tests or other analyses, their assignment to one of 3 levels of criticality, and their subsequent assignment to one of 3 groups of trusted countries of origin, the next stage under a new trusted country system would be federal government support to help particular industries avert potential shortages or expand their capacity. A variety of measures could be used for this purpose, from subsidies for stockpiling to federal grants, loan guarantees, and tax incentives to promote investment in reshoring or expanding existing capacity. Of particular promise might be government-sponsored consortiums, with appropriate exemptions from antitrust laws, designed to promote pre-competitive collaboration on R&D and investment in particular industries identified as critical to one or more major supply chains. Existing authorities under the Defense Production Act, DPA, could be revised and expanded to enable the executive branch to help companies avert or overcome critical component shortages. It is important that any such revisions of the DPA allow the federal government, when it is in the U.S. national interest, to fund or finance foreign firms or foreign governments in trusted countries of origin when strategic considerations make this important. In his annual message to Congress on December 1, 1862, in the midst of the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln observed, "The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew." Pandemic-induced supply chain shortages and deepening great power rivalries in an age of transnational production and global supply chains have convinced a growing number of policymakers and experts that the U.S. requires a different approach to supply chain security than that embodied in legacy laws from a century or half a century ago. The imperative of leveraging federal procurement policy to defend U.S. national security and the American and global economies from intimidation or disruption in today's world requires policymakers, stakeholders, and the American public to think anew and act anew. During the last decades of the Soviet Union, technocrats in Moscow managed to prop up the failing regime by telling a story. They knew that the economy was falling apart, but they refused to admit it. Instead, they hired propagandists to convince the public that everything was still going according to plan, that the Soviet Union was stable and eternal. Their aim was to distract people from the complexities of the real world to prevent mass confusion, panic, and dissent from breaking out. Of course, everyone secretly knew that this story was false, an illusion devised for the sake of political control, but they went along with it anyway. They chose to accept the illusion as real because the truth was simply too difficult to swallow. Alexei Yurchak refers to this effect as hypernormalization in his book about the paradoxes of life in the USSR. Everything was forever until it was no more. In a state of hypernormalization, reality no longer matters. All that matters is the story. At first glance, these tactics seem foreign to those of us who live in Western democracies. We associate them with opaque, totalitarian states. But in fact, the tools of propaganda are routinely used even by governments in North America and Europe. The United States, for instance, has a long history of deploying perception management strategies to shape public reactions to everything from domestic legislation to foreign wars, with varying degrees of success. But nowhere is hypernormalization more apparent and more totalizing than when it comes to the question of global inequality. In January 1949, President Harry Truman took the stage for his inaugural address, the first to be broadcast on live television. Most of his speech passed without anything remarkable, but toward the end, he laid out a vision for a fresh new program, and for some reason it struck a chord. More than half the people of the world are living in conditions approaching misery, he said. Their food is inadequate. They are victims of disease. Their economic life is primitive and stagnant. But he offered hope. For the first time in history, humanity possesses the knowledge and skill to relieve the suffering of these people. The United States is preeminent among nations in the development of industrial and scientific techniques. We must embark on a bold new program for making the benefits of our scientific advances and industrial progress available for the improvement and growth of underdeveloped areas. The idea, what Truman called development, captured the public imagination, and the newspapers glowed with approval. No program actually existed, and the plans were vague at best. But that didn't matter. What mattered was the story. It was powerful because it gave Americans a compelling way to think about the misery of the global South and the vast inequalities that marked the international order. The rich countries of Europe and North America were ahead on the great arrow of progress. Their success was down to their hard work and their superior intelligence. By contrast, the countries of the South were still behind, underdeveloped, and struggling to catch up. This story was deeply affirming for Americans. It made them feel proud of their achievements and of their place in the world. And it gave them a way to feel noble, too. The advanced nations would stand as saviors to the rest of the world, reaching out to aid the suffering masses, boosting them up the development ladder. In other words, Truman's story explained the existence of global inequality and offered a solution to it in a single satisfying stroke. The story was useful because it erased the long and violent history of entanglement between the West and the rest. Truman wasn't ignorant of that history. He knew that the United States had long been intervening in Latin America to secure access to the continent's resources. Indeed, drawing on the Monroe Doctrine and the Roosevelt Corollary, the U.S. military was invading and occupying states like Honduras, Cuba, and the Dominican Republic even as late as the 1920s and 1930s, during Truman's own political career, at the behest of American banana and sugar companies, and was propping up authoritarian regimes in Nicaragua, Guatemala, Venezuela, and Mexico. And, of course, European powers had been controlling vast regions of the South from as early as the 16th century, drawing on colonial resources and the products of the slave economy to leverage their own industrialization, with devastating consequences for the colonized. The genocide of indigenous Americans, the horrors of the Atlantic slave trade, policy-induced famines in British India, and so on. But all of this was airbrushed out of the story that Truman handed down. It was all a matter of perception management. About a decade later, in 1960, the economist Walt Whitman Rostow published a book titled The Stages of Economic Growth. He advertised the book as a non-communist manifesto. The idea was to convince poor nations that underdevelopment was a technical problem, not a political one. If they really want to develop, they just need to get their institutions right, implement free market policies, and follow the West's path to modernization, or so the argument went. Rostow's work quickly became popular at the highest levels of the U.S. government, as it pulled attention away from the unfairness of the global economy, away from any demand for justice, and focused instead on internal pathologies. President John Kennedy hired Rostow into a senior role in the U.S. State Department, and President Lyndon Johnson promoted him to National Security Advisor. Following Truman's lead, Rostow turned the story of development into a public relations exercise, this time not for American ears but for the ears of the rest of the world. Today, nearly 70 years after Truman's speech, this story remains very much alive. We encounter it in ads from Save the Children and World Vision. We hear it from rock stars like Bono and Bob Geldof, and from billionaires like Bill Gates. But for most of us, it appears most forcefully in the narrative of foreign aid. As in Truman's original story, the idea of aid overrides any suggestion that Western powers are in any way complicit in the suffering of the South. Indeed, aid stands as irrefutable proof of Western benevolence. After all, rich countries give out about $128 billion in development aid to poor countries each year. This is an enormous amount of money, more than all of the profits of all of the banks in the United States combined. But if we take a moment to look more closely, we see that it is vastly outstripped by financial resources that flow in the opposite direction. In reality, rich countries aren't developing poor countries. Poor countries are developing rich ones. The discourse of aid obscures this difficult fact by making the takers seem like givers. It tells a comforting, affirming story, and people buy right into it. Hypernormalization. Western politicians love to celebrate their commitments to foreign aid. The Obama administration frequently spoke of how U.S. aid was transforming the lives of poor people in developing nations. So too with the Hollande administration, which hailed France's aid to the former colonies of West Africa. And former Prime Minister David Cameron often spoke proudly of Britain's record of aid and development in the South, from India to Southern Africa. These claims go down well with most voters. But for anyone who pays attention to how the global economy really works, they ring more than a little hollow. At the end of 2016, the US-based Global Financial Integrity, GFI, and the Center for Applied Research at the Norwegian School of Economics published an extensive report on global financial flows. They tallied up all of the financial resources that are transferred between rich and poor countries each year, not just aid, foreign investment, and trade, but also transfers like debt cancellation, remittances, and capital flight. Their calculations revealed that in 2012, the last year of recorded data, developing countries received a total of about $1.3 trillion in total inflows. But that same year, some $3.3 trillion flowed out of them. In other words, the South sent $2 trillion more to the rest of the world than they received. What this means is that developing countries are net creditors to the rest of the world, the exact opposite of the usual narrative. Indeed, since 1980, these net outflows have added up to a total of $16.3 trillion. To get a sense for the scale of this, $16.3 trillion is roughly the GDP of the United States. What do these large net outflows consist of? Some of it is payments on external debt. According to World Bank data, developing countries pay out around $200 billion each year in interest alone, with most of it going to creditors in rich countries. A direct cash transfusion that far outstrips the aid that flows in the other direction. In all the years since 1980, the South has forked over an eye-watering $4.3 trillion in interest payments on external debt. Importantly, much of the interest being paid out today is being rendered on decades-old loans that have already been paid off many times over. And much of it is being paid on principal that was accumulated by illegitimate dictators, many of them propped up by Western powers who have long since been deposed. In fact, around $700 billion of sovereign debt in the global South today is considered illegitimate or odious by international standards. Another major source of reverse flow leaves in the form of profits repatriated by multinational companies operating in the developing world, a practice that has grown rapidly since capital controls were liberalized beginning in the 1980s. Multinational companies repatriate close to $500 billion each year out of developing countries, which outstrips the aid budget 4 times over and roughly matches, or even exceeds the amount of foreign direct investment that the South receives. Think of all the profit that Coca-Cola extracts out of Central American sugar plantations and banks back home, for example, or the income that Total pulls out of West Africa's oil fields. But by far the biggest source of outflows has to do with unrecorded, and usually illicit, capital flight. GFI calculates that developing countries lose about $700 billion each year through a practice known as trade misinvoicing. Basically, corporations, both foreign and domestic, report false prices on their trade invoices in order to spirit money out of developing countries into tax havens and secrecy jurisdictions, like Guernsey or the British Virgin Islands. This is remarkably easy to do, as rules introduced by the World Trade Organization in the 1990s require customs officials to take invoices at face value, even when they are obviously distorted, so their hands are tied when it comes to suspicious transactions. Losses due to trade misinvoicing outstrip the aid budget by a factor of 5 or more. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Multinational companies also suck money out of developing countries through a practice known as same invoice faking, shifting profits illegally between their own subsidiaries by mutually faking invoices on both sides. For example, a subsidiary in China might dodge local taxes by shifting money to a related subsidiary in Luxembourg, where the tax rate is effectively zero and where funds can't be traced. Same invoice faking is very difficult to detect, but GFI estimates that it costs developing countries another $700 billion per year. And, crucially, GFI's figures only capture outflows through trade in goods, not trade in services. To include outflows through trade in services, GFI argues we need to bump the figures up by 25%. If we do, it brings total net resource outflows to about $3 trillion per year. That is a mind-boggling sum. $3 trillion outstrips the aid budget 24 times over. In other words, for every dollar of aid that developing countries receive, they lose 24 in net outflows, simply as a result of how the global economy has been designed by many of the very nations that so love to tout their foreign aid contributions. Of course, this is an aggregate figure. For some countries, the ratio is larger, while for others it is smaller. But, in all cases, outflows strip developing countries of an important source of revenue and finance that could be used for development and investment. Indeed, the GFI report finds that increasingly large net outflows are linked to declining economic growth rates and falling living standards in developing countries. Looking at the real picture of global financial flows deals a shattering blow to the aid narrative. But to really understand the gap between rhetoric and reality, we have to look at the history of the past few decades. As European colonialism in Asia and Africa began to collapse in the middle of the 20th century, and as Franklin Roosevelt's good neighbor policy suspended U.S. meddling in Latin America and opened the way for popular movements to challenge authoritarian regimes, states across the global South found themselves free to determine their own economic policies. Many were quick to adopt Keynesian principles, which were popular at the time: progressive taxation, social spending, capital controls, land reform, and decent wages for workers. They wanted to build their economies for their own national good, rather than for the benefit of foreign powers. Refusing to be simply exporters of raw materials and importers of Western manufactures, they sought to industrialize on their own terms, and to do this, they made use of policies like nationalization, import substitution, subsidies, and tariffs. This was the era of what economic historians call developmentalism. It was not perfect, of course, but for the most part it delivered impressive results. The global South enjoyed high rates of per capita income growth during the 1960s and 1970s, averaging 3.2% per year, double or triple what the West achieved during the Industrial Revolution and more than 6 times higher than what the South experienced under colonialism. Poverty began to decline, and the per capita income ratio between the North and South began to narrow for the first time in history, shrinking by around 20%. What is more, countries of the global South were reaching out to one another to build a network of mutual support and alliance. The non-aligned movement was formed in 1961 to reject colonialism and neocolonialism by great powers on either side of the Cold War divide. Before long, the movement came to include nearly every country of the global South and became a powerful force demanding sovereignty, non-intervention, non-racialism, and economic justice. 3 years later, they formed the G77 to advance this vision at the United Nations. And in 1973, they affirmed these ideals in the halls of the UN General Assembly with a successful declaration for a new international economic order, NIEO, that enshrined their right to determine their own macroeconomic policy without threat of foreign intervention. The South was rising, and they were doing so with a vision that, in contrast to the Truman narrative, saw underdevelopment as a political problem that demanded political solutions. Now, given their rhetorical commitment to development, one might imagine that Western powers would be pleased with the results achieved by post-colonial governments. After all, they were bringing about real transformation in the living standards of their people. But Western powers were not amused. Developmentalist policies were threatening their access to cheap labor, raw materials, and consumer markets across the South, eroding the foundations of the world system that they had come to rely on during the colonial era. Unwilling to let this continue, they intervened across the South to depose democratically elected leaders and replace them with regimes, generally dictatorships, that would be more amenable to Western interests. As Noel Maurer points out in The Empire Trap, Princeton, 2013, these interventions were typically triggered when Western assets were put at risk by land reform, nationalization, or capital controls. It started in 1953. Iran's leader, Mohammad Mossadegh, was brought to power on a popular developmentalist platform. After his election, he introduced unemployment insurance, abolished forced agricultural labor, taxed land rents to fund social spending, and sought to renegotiate ownership of the country's massive oil reserves. This latter move caught the attention of Britain, which had controlled Iran's oil since 1913, and provoked a retaliation. With assistance from the CIA under the Eisenhower administration, the British Secret Intelligence Service toppled Mossadegh in a coup d'état. In his place, they installed Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who rolled back Mossadegh's reforms and ruled the country as a dictator for the next 26 years, most of that time with U.S. support. The Iran coup was the first move in what amounted to a war on developmentalism. There were many more to follow. 1 year later, the same story played out in Guatemala. Guatemala's president, Jacobo Arbenz, had just begun a program of land reforms that shifted and used portions of large private estates to peasants who had been dispossessed during the reign of Jorge Ubico, a U.S.-backed dictator who controlled the country during the 1930s and 1940s. The Arbenz administration paid full compensation in the process, but this wasn't enough to satisfy the United Fruit Company, an American-owned firm that had significant land holdings in Guatemala. At the behest of United Fruit, which had close ties to the Eisenhower administration, the CIA intervened to topple Arbenz and install a military dictator, Carlos Castillo Armas, in his place. The Guatemala episode marked the official end of Roosevelt's good neighbor policy and revived America's habit of projecting military power across Latin America. The following decades saw many more such interventions. Brazil was hit with a U.S.-backed coup in 1964 that deposed João Goulart, another pro-poor reformer. In 1965, the United States invaded the Dominican Republic in order to quash a popular rebellion against the U.S.-backed military junta that controlled the country. And then, of course, there was Chile, which remains probably the best-known case. In 1973, the CIA lined up behind disgruntled national elites to support a bloody coup against Chile's democratically elected president, Salvador Allende, who had been swept to power 3 years earlier on his promise to create an economy fairer to the country's peasants and workers. He was replaced by military dictator Augusto Pinochet, who swiftly reversed Allende's reforms and pried the economy open to U.S. corporate interests. The war against developmentalism wasn't limited only to Latin America. Belgium, Britain, and the United States intervened in the Congo in 1961 to assassinate the country's first democratically elected leader, Patrice Lumumba, who they feared would loosen their grip over the region's vast mineral resources, and installed Mobutu Sese Seko in his place, the cartoonishly corrupt dictator who immiserated the country over the course of 3 long decades. In Indonesia, the United States supported a coup against President Sukarno in 1965, the national independence hero who played a key role in mobilizing the non-aligned movement, in a bloody mission that left 500,000 people dead. A year later, Britain and the United States deposed Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah, another founding member of the non-aligned movement and a leading critic of neocolonialism. In 1971, Uganda's Obote was deposed by the British and replaced with the murderous Idi Amin. And France intervened across West Africa to install puppet leaders through the secretive Francafrique network, rigging elections in Cameroon, Gabon, and the Ivory Coast in support of leaders who would maintain France's access to the region's oil and other resources into the post-colonial era. Of course, many of these interventions were conducted under the banner of the Cold War, in the guise of fighting communism. Yet few leaders in the global South who were deposed during this period identified as communist. For the most part, they were explicitly non-aligned. Indeed, they were really only mimicking the Keynesian policies that the United States and Europe had used themselves to such great effect. If we pull away the rhetoric of the Cold War, it becomes clear that the coups had little to do with ideology, and certainly nothing to do with promoting democracy, quite the opposite. The goal, rather, was to defend Western economic interests. It is tempting to see this as nothing but a list of crimes, but it is more than that. It reflects an organized effort on the part of Western powers to crush the South's one promising shot at development. They simply would not tolerate development if it meant shifting the balance of power in the global economy. Yet this bloody history is absent from the official development narrative. The tactic of resisting the rise of the South through covert coups d'état worked well enough for a time, but it was a piecemeal effort. As the 1970s wore on and voters became more sensitive to issues of human rights and national sovereignty, Western powers began to view it as a politically risky strategy. They needed a new plan. In 1975, the leaders of the United States, Britain, France, Japan, and West Germany met at Château de Rambouillet in northern France to form the alliance that, with the later addition of Canada, would become the G7. On the agenda was the task of figuring out how to counter the rise of developmentalism and the NIEO. Henry Kissinger, the U.S. Secretary of State at the time, proposed to divide the G77 by using aid as an instrument of control. The idea was to create a new group of so-called least developed countries, the poorest and most desperate members of the Global South, and offer them aid in exchange for siding with the West against the rest of the G77. Aid would be wielded as a tool to shatter the solidarity of the Global South. Whether this strategy would have been enough to reverse the South's rise will never be known, because only a few years later something happened that changed the course of international history forever, giving Western powers the decisive upper hand. It began with the Volcker shock. In 1980, U.S. Federal Reserve Chairman Paul Volcker suddenly raised interest rates to as high as 20%. The move was designed to attack stagflation in the United States, but it had consequences around the world. The interest rates on third world debt skyrocketed in turn, and many developing countries slid to the brink of default. Wall Street banks, which were set to lose hundreds of billions if such defaults occurred, demanded that the U.S. government step in to protect them. And that's exactly what happened. The International Monetary Fund agreed to roll over the loans of developing countries on the condition that they would adopt structural adjustment programs. The idea behind structural adjustment was that debtor nations would cut social spending and privatize public assets in order to redirect money to their creditors. In other words, the U.S. government used the IMF to appropriate the resources of poor countries in order to bail out Wall Street banks. But they didn't stop there. Structural adjustment also required that poor countries radically deregulate their economies, slashing tariff barriers, abolishing capital controls, abandoning subsidies, and curbing labor regulations, all of which had been instrumental to the gains achieved under developmentalism. In essence, structural adjustment programs allowed Western creditors to assume de facto control over economic policy in developing countries. Power over macroeconomic decisions was shifted from national parliaments and elected representatives in capitals across the South to bankers and technocrats in Washington, New York, and London. It was a coup, this time bloodless and invisible, that reversed the developmentalist revolution in one fell swoop. The IMF promised that these free market reforms would make the economies of poor countries more efficient and would attract foreign direct investment, setting them on a path toward growth and development. But they ended up doing exactly the opposite. Per capita income growth rates plunged from an average of 3.2% during the developmentalist period to 0.7% during the 1980s and 1990s. In Africa, which was hit particularly hard, income declined by 0.7% per year, and the number of people living in absolute poverty doubled. Progress in development was stopped in its tracks. Robert Pollin, an economist at the University of Massachusetts, calculates that developing countries lost roughly $480 billion per year in potential GDP as a consequence of structural adjustment, 5 times more than they were receiving in aid during the same period. Structural adjustment turned out to be the greatest single cause of poverty in the 20th century, after colonialism. And yet it is absent from the dominant development narrative. How could the IMF and the World Bank get away with these policies when they were clearly not working, indeed when they were actively causing harm? It's partly because they enjoy sovereign immunity status, which means they cannot be sued even when their policies create mass human suffering. But it also has to do with how voting power is apportioned. Each member nation exercises votes according to their share of financial ownership. All major decisions require 85% of the vote. Because the United States holds 16% of the shares in both institutions, it wields de facto veto power, while low- and middle-income countries, which together constitute some 85% of the world's population, have only about 40% of the vote. In other words, even if every single country in the South united in disagreement with IMF and World Bank policy, they would not be able to change it. There's no reason to believe that the staffers who designed the structural adjustment programs had ill intentions. They probably thought they were doing the right thing, operating in line with the principles of neoclassical economics. But it is clear that the United States and the other rich nations saw the forced adjustment of the South as beneficial to their own economic interests. Struggling with stagnant growth during the 1970s, they needed a way to restore corporate profits, and blowing open the markets of developing countries provided the perfect solution. For one, it opened up a whole new field of assets that had been off-limits to private foreign investment during the post-colonial years. Consider the fact that the World Bank privatized more than $2 trillion worth of public utilities and firms in the developing world between 1984 and 2012. But more importantly, it allowed Western companies to rove the South in search of the cheapest possible labor, with the added benefit, in turn, of breaking the power of trade unions and driving down wages back at home. Taking advantage of these new opportunities, U.S. investments abroad quickly grew to more than $10 trillion, and the rate of return on those investments shot up from 5% to over 11%. Structural adjustment may have caused misery across the South, but it jolted Western capitalism back to life. According to official estimates, there are presently around 4.3 billion people in the world living on less than $5 per day, the absolute minimum that scholars say is necessary in order to achieve basic nutrition and something approaching normal human life expectancy. That's about 60% of humanity, and the number has grown rather dramatically since official measurements began in 1980. Meanwhile, global inequality has been getting worse. The gap between the per capita incomes of advanced Western economies and those of developing regions like Latin America, Africa, and South Asia continues to widen and is now 3 times larger than it was in 1960, at the end of the colonial period. The only regions that have been able to buck this trend are China and parts of East Asia, the very regions that, for the most part, were never subjected to Western intervention in the post-colonial era. With statistics like these at hand, we have to conclude that the development industry is failing at its most basic objectives, and it is failing because of its own story. By erasing history and politics from view, it refuses to recognize and act upon the real, structural drivers of poverty and inequality. Once we manage to shake off the analytical constraints that the development story imposes, we will be able to understand that if we are to have any hope of addressing persistent poverty in the South, we will need to change the balance of power in the global economy. Let me be clear. I do not mean to say that endogenous problems play no role in poverty and underdevelopment, or that the governments of developing countries bear no responsibility for their own misfortunes. They do. But to stop there, as the development industry tends to do, leaves us blind to the broader forces that are much more causally significant. There are many effective solutions we might consider. One would be to democratize the institutions of global governance like the IMF and the World Bank, so that nations of the global South have a real voice when it comes to decisions that affect them. Or, alternatively, we could shift the development-related functions of the IMF and the World Bank to a more democratic institution, like the United Nations. A second move would be to aggressively reduce the debts of countries in the global South. This would roll back the remote control power that rich countries exercise over poor countries and restore sovereign control over economic policy at the national level. It would also free developing countries to spend more of their income on healthcare, education, and poverty reduction efforts instead of just handing it over in debt service. Third, we need to put an end to structural adjustment conditions so that developing countries can gain access to finance while retaining the right to use tariffs, subsidies, capital controls, social spending, and other measures they might need to manage their economies and reduce poverty. In the South, some hope that the New Development Bank and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, both capitalized largely by China, might provide alternative sources of finance that don't demand painful economic conditions, but it is too early to tell. Fourth, we need to shut down illicit financial flows out of developing countries. There are a number of ways to approach this. We could stop trade misinvoicing by fixing the WTO's customs rules. We could close the tax havens or roll out financial transparency rules that would put an end to shell companies and anonymous accounts. We could require multinational companies to report their profits in the countries where their economic activity actually takes place. Or we could impose a global minimum tax on corporations, which would eliminate their incentive to evade national taxes altogether. These are all important first steps toward creating a fairer, more democratic global economy, and implementing them would not require a single dollar of foreign aid. But it will need a political struggle, for those who extract so much material benefit from the present system will not cede their power voluntarily. Indeed, it is this kind of challenge that the development story was designed to forestall. Trade was an uncontroversial topic not so long ago. For most of the post-war era, trade worked well for the United States and for many other countries. A bipartisan consensus supported continuing trade liberalization as long as it was accompanied by full employment. Yet trade always had winners and losers, as economies adjusted to different costs of production among trading partners. Over the last few decades, the number of American workers losing from trade mounted and the losses spread across hard-hit communities. For these and other reasons, trade has become so controversial that it is now a key pivot point in politics and elections. What changed the equation? Among many factors, perhaps the most fundamental was that the U.S. trade model itself changed, beginning in the 1980s. Instead of the gradual reduction of tariffs that had characterized trade policy, it became instead an instrument to project specific economic and regulatory policies into trading partner countries through behind-the-border measures. And the choice of which policies we chose to project was increasingly dominated by the interests of global corporations and the financial sector. Trade became a determinant of winners and losers not only because of the comparative advantage of our trading partners, but because U.S. trade policies privileged American investors and firms over American and other workers. Our trade policy featured stringent protections for offshore investors, but weak protections for labor and the environment, along with a failure to even enforce those protections. At a time when the integration of the global economy brought a surge of workers into the global labor force and tilted bargaining power in favor of investors and firms, U.S. trade policy augmented the rights and power of capital rather than seeking to rebalance it toward working people, communities, and the environment. Moreover, globalization has been a major contributor to climate change, as intermediate and finished products repeatedly cross oceans and continents. It is now paramount that the nation and the world shift away from fossil fuels while accelerating major investments in green innovation and infrastructure. The way forward is not isolationism, but rather a profound reorientation of U.S. trade policy. A new approach needs to establish rules that push wages and working conditions upward globally, while incentivizing the move toward low-carbon economies. This essay sets out an analysis of what went wrong in multilateral and bilateral trade policies and offers a concrete list of steps to change that. The WTO's predecessor, the post-war General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade GATT, was highly influenced by President Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal policies. The GATT established treaty-based rules, principles, and governance that sought to increase global trade in a manner that allowed plenty of room for national policy. Under this trade regime, nations would still be able to orient themselves toward the pursuit of financial stability, full employment, and long-run prosperity. A golden age of capitalism ensued. Between 1950 and 1973, average incomes in the United States and the rest of the world grew at a faster rate than they had for the prior century, and haven't been beaten since. Not only did the United States prosper, but so did countries like Japan, South Korea, and to some extent Brazil and Mexico. Each fostered national policies for innovation and industrial development that enabled them to become global traders themselves. GATT, unlike the successor World Trade Organization, left plenty of room for development policies and a managed form of capitalism. Beginning in the 1980s, however, the Reagan and Bush administrations and their counterparts overseas transformed GATT from a treaty-based multilateral tariff regime aimed at balancing global commerce and national economic goals into what became the WTO. The new trade organization used trade negotiations to facilitate deregulation and project behind-the-border measures into developing countries. The GATT system was very good to the United States and the world economy, but the more recent trade regime is yielding diminishing returns. Economists estimate that trade liberalization injected $1 trillion into the U.S. economy between 1947 and 2002, yet more than 90% of those gains had already occurred by 1982. The benefits of trade deals since that time have been marginal and are shrinking. They may even be negative when one offsets the losses against the gains. Indeed, if all the tariffs in the world were completely eliminated, there would be only a one-time bump in the world economy of just 0.7%. Efforts to further liberalize the global economy under WTO auspices were stymied in 1999 when many WTO members pushed back against a further deregulatory agenda. In response, the United States pursued a policy of competitive liberalization that leveraged its market power to promote numerous bilateral and regional deals that went far beyond the WTO's terms. Rather than allowing states to regulate the financial sector and other areas of key public interest, as permitted under the multilateral GATT regime, More recent deals such as NAFTA and the TPP seek to further deregulate financial flows and constrain regulations meant to foster domestic firms and employment. Many of these treaties allow corporations to sue governments under investor-state dispute settlement, ISDS, through private tribunals that usually side with foreign firms over host country regulations on finance, public welfare, and the environment. These competitive free trade agreements have done little to improve overall economic growth. Looking at NAFTA as a salient example, studies by congressional researchers have consistently concluded that the effect of the agreement on overall U.S. gross domestic product was likely very small, probably no more than a few $billions or a few hundredths of a percent. Economists from Yale University, the National Bureau of Economic Research, and the Federal Reserve concluded that, at most, NAFTA spurred a one-time bump in U.S. growth by a mere 0.08 of 1%. If there was so little effect overall, why is the agreement still so controversial? It is precisely because trade creates winners and losers, something long recognized by trade economists, as economies adjust to different costs of production in trading partner countries. The losers may be as numerous as, or even more numerous than, the winners, especially in the short to medium term. NAFTA was the first trade agreement that eliminated tariffs between relatively high-wage economies, the United States and Canada, and a low-wage developing country, Mexico. Further, NAFTA and subsequent U.S. free trade agreements created new protections for cross-border investment, along with the ISDS mechanism for investors to assert their claims against governments. And it offered guaranteed access for the goods and services produced by those offshore investments back into the lucrative U.S. market. These pro-investor measures in NAFTA and subsequent U.S. trade agreements created additional incentives for firms to move their operations to Mexico and elsewhere to take advantage of low wages and permissive regulation. Thus, beyond immediate winners and losers among sectors and workers directly affected by trade opening, these agreements strengthened investors' bargaining power and weakened labor's, thereby setting up workers for continuing losses in the future. Investors could and did move production to lower-cost countries, eliminating jobs in the United States or threatening to leave in order to depress wages here. While it has traditionally been difficult to measure the actual impact of trade agreements on jobs and wages due to the multiple factors affecting labor markets, new research methods and better data have recently produced robust estimates of these effects. For example, a study that looks at the effects of NAFTA by measuring each industry's vulnerability to Mexican imports and each locality's dependence on vulnerable industries finds that wage growth was dramatically lower for blue-collar workers in the most affected industries and localities, with negative spillover effects on service sector workers in those localities as well. What small gains did accrue from the agreement flowed to large firms and wealthy households in the United States. At a time of increasing inequality, with particularly harsh effects in some regions, the impact of NAFTA continues to be felt and raises important questions about the potential effects of its successor, the USMCA. As the gains from trade have been shrinking, its costs have been growing. For example, the IMF found that the countries that liberalized their financial services industry, as many trade and investment pacts required them to do, were among the worst hit by the Great Recession. Rather than investing the profits from globalization into productive and employment-generating activity, many global corporations have been choosing to speculate with their profits and buy back their own stock. The U.S. government isn't redistributing the gains from trade either. Research from the Brookings Institution shows that the people who lose their jobs because of free trade are not compensated enough to make up for their losses through trade adjustment assistance, a program that theoretically helps those who lose from trade to adjust through training and income support. Nor have the losses for American workers translated into widespread gains for workers and communities overseas. Indeed, NAFTA boosted Mexico's trade and investment, yet its per capita growth has hardly budged. Environmental damage, however, has followed since NAFTA shifted pollution-intensive manufacturing south of the Rio Grande. Rural communities have suffered as more than 2 million Mexican farmers and farm workers lost their livelihoods to cheap imported corn and other agricultural products exported from the United States. For all the WTO's faults, the global trade body actually offers a fairer structure than that offered in regional deals like NAFTA. Under the WTO's one country, one vote negotiation structure, trading partners are able to push back on the most invasive proposals and thus retain considerably more room for their own policymaking than under U.S.-led bilateral and regional deals. While the United States has been using such trade deals to lock in deregulation at home and with weaker trading partners, China has pursued its own course under the relatively flexible framework of the WTO. Like the United States in an earlier era, China sought to integrate with the global economy while pursuing a domestic industrial policy for growth. China's strategy was to invest heavily, more than 40% of annual GDP for decades, in infrastructure, industry, and innovation. China also kept a tight rein on financial markets to ensure they were steering credit and investment into domestic industries. Until the turn of the century, China refrained from joining the WTO and regional and bilateral trade and investment treaties. Regardless, US and other multinational companies jumped at the chance to invest in China. Despite strong conditions on the Chinese side, of the kind that the United States does not permit under deals like NAFTA, most global corporations were more than willing to trade technology and know-how for access to the fastest-growing market in world history. Alongside the many joint ventures that China required, China also invested heavily in its own technology parks, research and development, and education through the public purse and a series of national development banks. Many U.S. firms also pushed China to maintain a competitive wage and currency environment so they could reap the benefits as global exporters, including back into the U.S. market. We know the story from there. The former World Bank economist Branko Milanovic has shown that the winners from these strategies were China and the richest in the United States and industrialized world. The losers were the middle and working classes here and across the industrialized world. China disregarded the West's advice on keeping wages low. Average incomes rose dramatically, and Chinese wages are higher now than in Mexico and even parts of Europe. According to the World Bank, in 1990 more than 750 million people in China lived in extreme poverty, less than $1.90 per day, representing almost 70% of the entire population. Despite some lingering rural poverty, just 1% of Chinese today are extremely poor, though inequality is on the rise and China's industrial boom has come at a heavy environmental cost. Meanwhile, the United States pursued the opposite course. The U.S. strategy was to largely disinvest from infrastructure and industrial innovation and ease financial, labor, social welfare, and environmental protections. All this supposedly to reduce the cost of doing business and make incumbent U.S. firms more globally competitive. Some firms thrived, but the broader U.S. economy did not. According to the World Bank, investment in the United States has fallen from 25% of GDP in 1980 to 19% now. According to the Hamilton Project, wages for all but the top 1% of wage earners have remained stagnant or declined in the United States since the early 1980s, as the country lost competitiveness in key, well-paying industries. It's no surprise that China maximizes the policy space that the WTO allows. Meanwhile, the United States disdains industrial policy and promotes deals that further deregulate corporations and weaken protections for working people. Looking at the record of disputes, there is no question that China pushes the limits of WTO rules in an effort to develop their economy. So is China the villain? Or is it the United States and other industrialized nations who, under the GATT regime, used similar strategies to build global market share only to kick away the latter by pushing through more anti-development trade rules once they thought their own corporations would forever have the upper hand? As the United States resists a serious domestic development strategy, China is doubling down on a new round of investment and innovation. As Western companies use ISDS to stamp out attempts to reduce the use of climate-harming fossil fuels, China caps the use of fossil fuels and invests in renewable technologies that have become the envy of the world. Trump's tariff war has been popular in some quarters, but a closer look suggests that Trump's policies are unlikely to revive a balanced and more equal U.S. economy, nor will they spur development across the world. First, even where tariffs improve conditions for certain favored industries, they squeeze other businesses. For example, higher tariffs on imported steel and aluminum are already raising costs in the automotive industry and construction, which are big employers. That was a lesson the White House should have learned from reviewing what happened when President George W. Bush experimented with similar across-the-board tariff hikes in 2002. Even more importantly, trade deals are not ends in themselves but tools to achieve broader economic policy goals. Trump lacks any overarching economic plan that these tariffs would support. His trade measures are not connected to any set of innovation, industrial, or infrastructure policies. Instead, we have a major tax cut that jeopardizes our ability to invest in the future and undermines investments in healthcare, social security, and environmental integrity that we have already made. President Trump criticized NAFTA's shortfalls and has delivered a renegotiated agreement. While it includes some minor improvements, it is largely a NAFTA 2.0 that will bring infinitesimal economic benefits and accentuate inequality. It also includes new provisions that increase downward pressure on regulation for health, the internet, and the environment. By the U.S. government's own account, The USMCA will yield a one-time increase of 3.5% in GDP, 0.35%, 6 years after the agreement goes into force. A study published by the IMF estimates that Canada and Mexico would each have a very slight welfare gain while the United States would have a slight loss, and that the overall effects on the three countries' GDPs would be negligible. Moreover, the types of models used by the USIC and the IMF have long been criticized for overestimating benefits while ignoring costs. For instance, the USIC assumes that stringent new protections for data companies and cross-border services will increase GDP because they will reduce policy uncertainty by freezing current regulations or preventing new ones. In fact, without the positive value attributed to these regulatory constraints, USIC finds that the overall impact of USMCA on U.S. GDP, employment, and wages would be negative. Most of the benefits from these new protections will go to ITC firms, digital platforms, and biotechnology companies, which tend to be monopolistic and/or to seek rents. The USIC overlooks the impact of more industry concentration on higher prices, which reduce wages purchasing power, and on the ability of governments, including the United States, to regulate in the public interest. The USIC projects that U.S. employment will hardly increase under the deal, even with the positive value it spuriously assigns to reduced regulatory space. The effect on employment would be a one-time increase in total employment of a small fraction of a percent, 0.12%, or 176,000 jobs after 6 years, when the U.S. economy has completely adjusted to the agreement. This one-time addition is about the same as the number of jobs that are created by the U.S. economy monthly in a year of moderate growth. About 70% of the jobs would be in the service sector, and most would go to workers with no college education, meaning that most of the new jobs are likely to be low-paid. In an economy where wages have stagnated for decades except for the highly paid, USMCA would hardly move the needle, and even then the slight move would be in the wrong direction. Furthermore, the projections are inflated by the assumption that the labor market is permanently tight due to full employment, an obviously unrealistic assumption. The agreement will restrict the right of the parties, including the U.S. government, to adopt new regulations that would protect the public interest. For example, the Digital Trade Chapter prevents the United States from instituting new requirements that its citizens' personal and financial data must be kept domestically to protect it from malign or less secure handling abroad. Articles 19.11 and 19.12 should be eliminated or significantly revised to provide policy space for future action. The chapter also appears to restrict the future ability of the government to increase regulation of harmful content on digital platforms by imposing stringent limits on the liability of Internet service providers for disseminating such content. Article 19.17(2) should be eliminated. At a time when the public and policymakers are becoming more aware of the dangers as well as the benefits of the digital environment, it is inappropriate to use the back door of a trade agreement to constrain governments from enacting new laws and regulations to protect public interests from the distortions created by these concentrated and networked firms. The USIC report acknowledges that the United States, Canada, and Mexico have yet to establish many types of regulations potentially governing international data transfers, and the same is true of platforms' liability for harmful content. The USMCA restricts the ability to do so in the future. USMCA intellectual property protections also constrain the United States, as well as Canada and Mexico, from future efforts to reduce prescription drug prices by locking in the number of years pharmaceutical companies can avoid competition based on their test data. In general, stronger intellectual property protections produce rents, profits generated by a privileged position in the market rather than by competitive advantage, for the corporations that hold them, rather than for individual inventors. They reduce the incentive for new research by allowing firms to collect rents from prior breakthroughs for longer periods. Article 20.49 should be eliminated or the period of protection should be substantially reduced. It is worth noting that these changes and similar provisions that restrict policy space for the United States and other governments are identified by the USIC report as the main source of gains from the agreement, based on the claim that reducing policy uncertainty will lead to greater investment. Evidence indicates, however, that investment responds most strongly to growth prospects rather than to anticipation of regulatory behavior. The effects of reduced policy uncertainty are fundamentally a benefit to the profitability of firms and private capital, but at the expense of government policy space and public preferences in terms of privacy, security, access to affordable medicines, and other public and social goods. This is a clear reflection of the fact that trade policy as practiced by the United States and some other countries is a form of mercantilism in which the USTR bargains for the interests of leading sectors of the economy and the key firms in those sectors. Trump can be credited for one thing: globalizing the conversation about the need for trade policy reform and projecting it across television screens, research papers, and Twitter feeds. A stepwise change in international trade and investment is needed in order to rebalance the inequalities characteristic of today's global economy. Toward that end, we propose 5 principles to guide a conversation about how trade and investment treaties can facilitate a redirection of the world economy toward shared and sustainable prosperity. 1. Reform the U.S. trade policy template to guarantee policy space for national-level initiatives. The United States and its trading partners need the policy space to boost demand in support of sustainable and inclusive economies. This requires an active mix of fiscal and monetary policies as part of a general expansion of government spending that covers physical and social infrastructure, adequate social protection, access to health care for all, and investment in a green and sustainable environment. Regulating private financial flows will be essential to steering private finance toward these broader social goals. Curtailing misdirected business and financial practices will be key to reining in corporate rentiers and crowding in private investment to productive activities. The Trump initiatives in USMCA that create more rents for pharmaceutical, IT, and platform firms should be reversed. More progressive tax policies, including on income, wealth, corporations, property, and other forms of rent income, are needed to address income inequalities. These will be much more effective if coordinated internationally. A significant part of the current tension between the United States and China stems from the conflict between the U.S. market-led approach and China's state-led development approach. The United States emphasizes the primacy of private sector firms and their interests. In numerous ways, U.S. trade policy uses American market access as leverage to achieve benefits for favored domestic sectors and firms. ISDS, for example, creates supranational rights for private investors. U.S. trade policy creates rents for pharmaceutical manufacturers and other corporate holders of intellectual property, and seeks to insulate U.S. digital firms from liability for harmful content or privacy violations. For its part, China has pursued a state-led approach that uses foreign investors, producers, and sellers' desired access to its market as leverage to develop its own productive capacity, to move toward the global technological frontier, and to create jobs for its huge population. Many of the policies that could correct some of the most serious problems currently facing the United States, rising inequality, huge wealth concentration, bifurcation of opportunity between a handful of metropolitan areas compared to smaller cities and rural regions, and climate change, require a more state-led approach rather than the small government market primacy mantra of the last 4 decades. A trade template that privileges private firms and sectors, tries to constrain governmental intervention, and fosters regulatory convergence toward lowest common denominator regulations for the benefit of U.S. firms abroad is not a policy truly in either the domestic or international public interest. Therefore, it is important that policy toward China and others should focus on legitimate complaints, e.g., actual theft of intellectual property, and not on an a priori notion that industrial policy, subsidies for desired economic activity, or state-owned enterprises are inherently bad or wrong. 2. Upwardly harmonized labor standards. Labor and environmental standards and protections are essentially cross-border problems. Economists have long recognized that trade will lead to convergence of wages between higher and lower wage countries, unless the low-wage country represses wages, as many do. And politicians have long recognized that the failure of any nation to adopt humane conditions of labor is an obstacle in the way of other nations which desire to improve the conditions in their own countries. Treaty of Versailles. ILO Constitution Preamble. Many of the problems facing U.S. working households are the result of misguided domestic policies that compound the pressures posed by globalization of finance and production. The solutions require a combination of reformed domestic labor policy and reformed trade policy. On the domestic front, raising wages in line with productivity can come about by giving workers a strong right to unionize and bargain collectively, not to mention adequate minimum wage guarantees. Job insecurity also needs to be corrected through appropriate legislative action, including on employee status, informal and precarious work contracts, and a stronger social protection system, all of which can be achieved through domestic policy changes. Reform of trade policy regarding labor is needed because the global labor market is now more integrated than ever, with a huge global labor force available to investors and producers. This shifts bargaining power away from workers and to owners of capital. In addition, some countries intentionally suppress wages and violate workers' rights to gain unfair competitive advantage in global markets. Workers' advocates have championed the use of trade rules and market access as leverage to counter these abuses and encourage respect for labor standards at home and abroad. But the current labor template used by U.S. trade negotiators has not succeeded in achieving the desired upward convergence of wages and labor standards. Therefore, a more effective and robust labor template is needed, at least for deep integration trade deals like USMCA. While the labor chapter of that agreement continues the trend to expand the scope of the parties' commitments to protect labor rights, it does nothing to strengthen overall enforcement of labor rights, meaning that even seeming improvements in the commitments will have little impact in practice. Instead, here are 5 areas where the U.S. template needs to be changed. 1. Greater use of pre-ratification requirements. The moment of maximum effective leverage to improve labor laws, regulation, labor inspection, and enforcement mechanisms of trading partners is before an agreement is ratified. The United States started to do this beginning in 2011 with Colombia and has continued with this approach. The detailed labor action plans that result, however, must be made enforceable after ratification through robust trade enforcement mechanisms if progress is to be sustained. 2. The arbitration system for labor and environmental provisions must be reformed. The current U.S. template for arbitration under trade agreements is flawed in many ways, including the possibility of endless delays. When it comes to issues involving public goods like human and labor rights and environmental protection, however, it is profoundly inadequate. This inadequacy was particularly apparent in the failure of the United States to prevail in the only labor case it has ever taken to arbitration, one that addressed egregious and widespread violations of labor rights in Guatemala. Despite acknowledging that violations occurred, the arbitrators declined to hold Guatemala responsible for violating its obligations under the trade agreement and did not impose any sanctions. Critical public interests such as labor rights cannot be left to the mercy of private arbitrators, many of whom have severe conflicts of interest. Under current U.S. trade pacts and USMCA, the arbitrators need only have expertise in trade law or labor law, which could be in anti-union private employment law practice. Instead, labor disputes should require arbitrators to have demonstrated expertise in international labor rights and standards. The arbitration mechanism should include a standing description of the charge given to the arbitral panel that includes defending and upholding international labor standards as negotiated by the International Labor Organization and defined and applied by its expert committees. There should be an appellate body to appeal decisions by individual panels that go against workers' rights and international labor standards. Other obvious loopholes in the current arbitration template, such as requiring that violations of the labor commitments occur in a manner affecting trade or investment, and through a sustained or recurring course of action or inaction, in order to be considered in breach of the treaty must be eliminated, not merely narrowed through footnotes as currently proposed in USMCA. These limitations are not applied to corporate investment or intellectual property rights, and there is no justification for applying them to labor and environmental obligations. 3. An additional, new enforcement mechanism is also needed that can target inspection and remedial action at the individual firm level. By focusing at the level of specific firms that are accused of violations, it will be faster and easier to determine whether they are in violation and will spare firms that are in compliance with the obligations of the agreement. Currently, a novel approach to inspection of suspect firms is under discussion with respect to USMCA based on a proposal from Senators Ron Wyden and Sherrod Brown. This would entail inspection by a cross-border team from 2 or more of the countries to examine claimed violations. It would allow a rapid and targeted response and create a strong deterrent effect for violations by firms. 4. Utilize border measures, tariffs, denial of entry, etc., to exclude products of firms that violate labor standards and obligations. The United States currently excludes products made with forced labor under long-standing trade law, and this should be expanded to violations of other core labor standards. A law from 1922, still formally on the U.S. trade law books although not utilized in practice, directed the president to create an adjustable tariff to compensate for differences in wages and other costs of production between the United States and its competitors. These and broader measures that are available for commercial interests show that this is a workable approach, and a new template should provide a clear and efficient mechanism for excluding products made in violation of workers' rights. 5. Finally, Congress should create a new right of action by stakeholders to compel the government to enforce the labor and environment terms of trade agreements. Such rights exist for private commercial interests and should be extended to the public to compel action to enforce labor and environmental terms. This would establish a last resort safety net for failure by the United States or other governments to implement these obligations. The reluctance of the United States and other governments to pursue enforcement of the labor terms of agreements has been observable over the 25 years of their existence, with the Guatemala case the only one ever to be arbitrated. 3. Upwardly harmonize environmental standards. With respect to the environment, old problems like polluted waterways and now climate change defy borders, and their solutions require cross-border cooperation. The UNCLOS fails to even mention climate change, despite the fact that the WTO and the United Nations have shown that trade agreements increase carbon dioxide emissions and that North American emissions from fossil fuels are the second largest of any region in the world. Trade and investment treaties have to be tools to shift the global economy away from fossil fuels in a manner that is socially inclusive. What is more, within the trade and investment regime itself, there is a fundamental need for adjustment financing for those workers and communities currently dependent on fossil fuels to shift into new frontier sectors of economic activity in an inclusive and just manner. The elements of upward harmonization of environmental goals are roughly the same as those for harmonizing labor policies. A greater use of pre-ratification agreements will help improve laws, regulation, inspection, and enforcement mechanisms. Likewise, the arbitration system for environmental regulations must be reformed through strengthening environmental qualifications of arbitrators. Further, Congress should create a new right of action by stakeholders to compel governments to enforce the environment terms of trade agreements. And last, we need to prioritize the acceleration of trade, investment, and technology relevant to goods and services that prevent, mitigate, and help adapt to climate change. 4. Rebalance trade and investment governance. The governance of trade needs to be reformed to make it inclusive and transparent. The privatization of dispute resolution to private firms through investor-state dispute settlement, ISDS, should be reversed. The WTO model of state-to-state dispute settlement, whereby nation-states can properly weigh the private versus the social costs and benefits of trade issues, should continue to be the core of a multilateral trade system. Both trade negotiations and dispute resolution, however, need to be carried out in a more transparent and inclusive manner. The Washington Post, in an investigative report titled Industry Voices Dominate the Trade Advisory System, revealed that U.S. trade policymaking is run by the very corporate interests that get to enforce their favored treaty terms through ISDS. Trade negotiators operate in an essentially neo-mercantilist context in which they seek greatest advantage for favored or politically connected sectors and firms in their own country. When this was mainly a question of lowering tariffs during the GATT decades, the net result was a gradually liberalizing global economy that offered some opportunity to most countries and avoided the harshest adjustment costs. As noted above, however, the United States has included more and more behind-the-border measures that require changes in regulations and policies that bind both the trading partners and the United States. These policies touch on politically important and sensitive issues including access to medicines, digital privacy and liability, food safety, etc. When these issues are determined domestically, there are political processes that allow the public to express preferences and demand accountability of policymakers. And regulatory processes allow input from a broad spectrum of stakeholders. But when trade negotiators determine which policies to advance through binding trade treaties, they can undermine and constrain not only other governments' policy space but that of the United States as well. 5. Make a serious commitment to adjustment assistance both domestically and internationally. When the European Union began to integrate, the region agreed on a set of uniform minimum standards for the environment, health, and worker protection so that cross-border competition would not undermine living standards across Europe. This reflected wide agreement that deep integration would lead to a convergence of standards, with either a race to the bottom or upward harmonization. Recognizing that poorer countries could have difficulty meeting those standards, the EU set up adjustment funds for regions and individuals. The EU's European Investment Bank and national development banks such as Germany's KfW were refueled to invest in technologies and companies to get them ready for the expanded marketplace. While the implementation of the EU's good intentions has often disappointed, it is essential to recognize that deep integration requires harmonization and that it doesn't happen automatically. Over the decades of U.S. development, these principles were sometimes embraced as part of our own internal market expansion. For example, through the Fair Labor Standards Act that set minimum standards for wages, hours, and working conditions across all the states. More recently, however, the approach has been inadequate, and we have seen a competition across states to relax protections for workers and the environment in order to draw investment. The inadequacies are seen glaringly in the failure of trade adjustment assistance policies to compensate workers, households, and communities for losses due to trade. More broadly, U.S. policy over recent decades has failed to provide adequate domestic standards and programs that ensure decent jobs, a healthy environment, a functional financial system that invests in the real economy, and a social safety net that maintains adequate living standards. U.S. trade policy has not only failed to counterbalance the harsh effects of globalization, it has often tilted the playing field further in favor of investors and firms, and against the interests of working households and communities, with serious consequences for its own citizens, the rest of the world's people, and the planet itself. Statements from past and present Federal Reserve chairmen inspire little confidence that their models provide any understanding of what is going on within the United States, never mind the rest of the world. Yet the Fed continues to rely on the same analyses as it did before the financial crisis of 2008, and it is still led by some of the same people who were never held accountable for their miscalculations. With the failure of central banks' policies before 2008, followed by improvisation ever since, more introspection is needed. Perhaps the Fed, economists, and politicians should examine what led them so far astray. How could they not see the simplest facts before their eyes? The bubbles and blunders of the last few decades are not attributable merely to modeling mistakes or human error. They suggest a deeper problem with contemporary economic theory, which has relied on aggregate data and academic models, while ignoring the central importance of institutions that ensure capital is created and allocated accountably. In the developed world, accountability has been significantly weakened over the last several decades by policies drawing on Keynesian and other macroeconomic theories, which wear the mask of science but on closer inspection turn out to be more akin to astrology. As for the rest of the world, institutions that hold people accountable are mostly in infancy. The failures of present-day macroeconomic thinking are not limited to the left or the right. Most leading economists have failed to foresee or understand the most important economic phenomena of our times. Even critiques of macroeconomic orthodoxy have tended to rely on its jargon, models, and underlying premises. Today, right and left-wing economists battle over their respective charts and models, without realizing that their theories increasingly fail to take into account the realities of existing institutions. The effect has been spurious justifications for increased social and economic engineering, without regard for economic or political accountability. Voting has come to mean less and less as the flow of capital has become more and more centralized. Restoring accountability to its central place in sound economic policy and thinking should be the top priority. This requires revisiting the foundations of economic theory and the basis of capitalism. To prosper, talents must be matched with capital, holding all parties accountable. The diverse talents, the capital, and the matchmakers. This is far easier said than done. The difficulty, and the link to government spending, becomes immediately apparent once the meaning of the words in this misleadingly simple observation becomes clear. Money becomes capital only when the matchmakers, whether banks, governments, international institutions, venture and other funds, angel investors, or family and friends, enter into contractual agreements that transfer the rights to spend the invested money to another entity in return for future incomes. That is what capital is. Without a transfer of rights, no capital is created. Money that stays in a mattress is not capital. The parties to the transfer must expect that the contracts are enforced, whether by the courts and police or, as in our past and in traditional societies, religious institutions and customs. This is a description of what capital is and has nothing to do with ideology. Nobody knows whether such transfers will create future incomes, even if all parties are held accountable. These are bets on entrepreneurs, managers, and their teams. In any society, there are only three ways of creating capital. 1. Transferring families' and friends' savings among themselves. Parents are the potential bankers furnished by nature, with a variety of arrangements to enforce accountability. 2. Transferring savings and leveraging them through financial institutions, the latter having their own maze of arrangements to enforce accountability. And 3. Transferring savings through governments or NGOs. The transfer of rights through financial intermediaries is always voluntary. Therefore, at some level, there is accountability. The transfer among family members and through governments may be either voluntary or not. In France, to this day, parents cannot completely disinherit their children. By contrast, in the United States, the creation of capital through family transfers is a voluntary matter. The transfer of money through taxes, laws, and regulation varies widely by country. Perhaps only in the unique Swiss direct democracy is the creation of capital, when cash flows through the government, essentially voluntary. The Swiss have the right to vote in referenda on each major item of spending, regulation, and taxes at the municipal, canton, and federal levels. In 2014, they also rejected an initiative that would have forced the country's central bank to hold 1/5 of its assets in gold. When the Swiss recognize having made a mistake in approving a spending measure, a tax, or a regulation, they have the right to reverse the decision via initiatives. These unique features of Swiss democracy have not only dispersed power but also kept politicians at all levels accountable and their wings clipped. On one end, there is this unique Swiss democracy, where all government actions are subject to referenda and in which the differences between private and public financing are minimized. On the other extreme, consider Russia, China, and some Eastern European, Latin American, or African countries, in which politicians almost totally determine the flow of cash, and the people have no powers. Never mind if people gain the right to vote. With capital markets closed and money only flowing through or directed by governments, constitutions become just pieces of paper. They do not mean a thing in terms of dispersing power. Countries lacking institutions to create capital and collateral, without decentralized financial institutions and without independent courts, have little choice but to finance infrastructure and other spending by taxes and government borrowing. Whether such spending ends up building assets and future incomes or is spent foolishly is impossible to infer from aggregate numbers. Things that are measured: housing, bridges, roads and monuments, grandiose steel and cement factories, can all easily melt into the thin air of misuse and corruption. When communism, confiscation, or inflation wipe out private savings, and the countries have neither private financial institutions nor legal institutions expected to enforce transfers of rights, giving power to the people is a slogan without meaning. Venezuela is a prime example. Such societies may allow occasional general elections to preserve the veneer of democracy, but that veneer becomes increasingly farcical as the flow of credit becomes unaccountably centralized. It is not the purpose of this essay to suggest solutions for emerging countries, or to estimate how long such transitions could take. I mention the above examples only to show why there cannot be model and data-reliant general theories about macroeconomic policies that do not consider the state of accountability of political and other institutions. Let us rather look not at extremes, but at the United States and Western European countries. Here, policymakers' accountability to their constituents is increasingly ignored in deference to the muddled pronouncements of a priesthood of tenured economists. During the 1930s, general theories concerning government spending and financing came into being. These have legitimized centralized spending ever since, rationalized by macroeconomic models, jargon, and data. That these theories gained a widespread following at that time is not accidental. During these years, governments and central banks inadvertently destroyed the process of transferring rights, and the ability to create collateral and capital was drastically weakened. Unfortunately, academics and politicians in the United States and Western Europe still develop policies based on these only half-correct ideas from the 1930s, now masquerading as science. It is high time we discard the ideas and the jargon. Economists and politicians still invoke John Maynard Keynes's 1936 general theory to justify government spending in general and incurring deficits and debts in particular. Never mind that Keynes retracted his views and jargon, admitting that he was mistaken and even calling his followers fools. Keynes's general theory is neither general nor theory, but something of a mishmash, which stands in sharp contrast to his clearer writings before and after. Indeed, Keynes promised to rewrite it, but World War II and his sudden death soon after intervened. Economists later translated Keynes's obscure prose into trivial mathematics, claiming that the solution of a few equations with a few unknowns offers guidance for all societies everywhere. Later, the math became more complex but still was empty of content. Accountability had disappeared from economists' vocabulary. There are no political or legal institutions in these trivial exercises. For that matter, the general theory does not have them either, which, in fact, sheds light on their success in academia, political circles, and the media. After all, governments could legitimize policies centralizing powers by relying on such theories and the armies of superficial PhDs in economics spouting them. Meanwhile, commentators did not have to know anything except trivial math and the new jargon to pass it on. Niels Bohr, who distrusted mathematical models even in his field, made an accurate observation about academics coming up with arguments drawing solely on mathematical models. "Oh, you are just being logical, you are not thinking." However, bad theorizing does not imply that public spending was not the right policy during the 1930s. Relying on gravity is a good idea even if one has never heard of Newton. It turns out that a sequence of events during the decades preceding Keynes's jargon and analyses brought about the destruction of financial institutions and their ability to recreate capital and collateral. Keynes was right in suggesting that governments had to fill the void. To offer one illustrative example, the United Kingdom experienced both deflation and high unemployment after Winston Churchill, Chancellor of the Exchequer, decided to reeling the pound sterling in 1925 to the price of gold at its pre-World War I parity, in spite of the fact that the price level had doubled during the war and the pound had fallen by 60%. One does not have to know any economics to realize that this abrupt political repricing would bring deflation, reduce exports, and increase unemployment. With long-term financial and wage contracts signed in nominal terms, their value jumped in a flash, compounding the severe impact of the war. Churchill later admitted that this decision was his biggest blunder ever. But exchange rates make no appearance in Keynes's general theory, though Keynes discusses it elsewhere. Economists later attributed the UK's problem to the gold standard, though it was Churchill's political decision to reprice the pound at a mistaken level that brought on the disastrous outcomes. The usual fiscal tools of taxes or balancing budgets cannot compensate for such grave mistakes. On this point, Keynes was right that traditional policies would not work at that time. Correcting the mistake by rapid devaluation to the 1925 level of the pound might have been a better remedy than getting the government to become the main source of capital. The government would instead go on to make mazes of mistaken spending and borrowing decisions that were eventually rationalized by Keynes's musings and new jargon about a closed economy. The UK reversed the 1925 mistake only in 1931, when it abandoned the gold standard and devalued the pound. By then, after much upheaval and ideological confusion, many observers did not even perceive Churchill's 1925 decision as a mistake, rather believing that new theories and government programs were needed to stabilize societies. Keynes attributed the slump to arbitrary fluctuations in people's animal spirits, never contemplating the possibility that government's bad policies led to depressing such spirits in the first place. An inveterate elitist, Keynes assumed that only the hoi polloi were subject to animal instincts. The general theory assumed that politicians and bureaucrats would make prudent and timely decisions, if only advised by wise economists such as himself. As noted, Keynes's general theory, dealing with an isolated, closed economy, said nothing about Churchill's decision on exchange rates, the political climate, the impact of wildly increased tariffs by many countries during the 1930s, and the destruction of other countries' financial institutions and private savings. Instead, Keynes sought a rationale for government spending independent of the circumstances in which it occurred or the institutions that might exist to ensure accountability. Keynes noted that the success of government spending has a long history, pyramid building. Even wars may serve to increase wealth, if the education of our statesmen on the principles of the classical economics stands in the way of anything better. Just as wars have been the only form of large-scale loan expenditure which statesmen have thought justifiable, so gold mining is the only pretext for digging holes in the ground which has recommended itself to bankers as sound finance. Ancient Egypt was doubly fortunate, and doubtless owed to this its fabled wealth, in that it possessed two activities, namely pyramid building as well as search for the precious metals. The Middle Ages built cathedrals and sang dirges. One implication of this strange view is that rulers or government officials can even spend money on themselves and their families, whether in this life or the afterlife. Corruption is better than doing nothing. No wonder dictators and centralized governments just love Keynesians. The gravely mistaken policies of the 1930s, as noted above, and others emanating from the badly structured Treaty of Versailles 1919, weakened Western capital markets and international trade. With savings, collateral, and private financial matchmakers destroyed, people turned to governments for rescue. But it would be misleading to conclude that the appeal to government spending as a solution had anything to do with what we now call Keynesian policies. The historical rationale Keynes invokes might have achieved government's intended impact at the time, but not because such infrastructure spending had anything to do with unemployment rates. The impact related to poverty and inequality, terms that do not appear in subsequent Keynesian models and jargon. These were the relevant issues during the 1920s and 1930s, and they are relevant now. For ages, the rationale for public spending on infrastructure was to maintain political stability, mitigating the incentives of the impoverished to riot, rebel, or commit crimes against property and the establishment. Such rationalization for government spending made sense in earlier times. Until well into the 19th century, There were few societies with sufficient private financial intermediaries, legal institutions, and other necessary arrangements to hold parties accountable to create capital, or even to justify the invention of the word. Governments had to be in the business of transferring rights and creating capital, while maintaining the poor and those falling behind, too, in order to preserve the peace. Bismarck stated explicitly that he decided to offer workers various benefits, social security among them, for the first time in Western Europe, so as to diminish the attraction of the revolutionary ardor that was sweeping through neighboring European countries at the time. Keynes's statements on the pyramids or on digging holes in the ground actually echoed Sir William Petty's recommendation to use tax money for the construction of pyramids on the Salisbury Plain for entertainments, magnificent shows, triumphal marches, predecessors of today's building of sports arenas, or the work programs for young males in Canada and the United States during the Great Depression. Sir William thought that it would be better if society employed the poor and paid them rather than merely offering charity, even if the work consisted of bringing the stones of Stonehenge to Tower Hill. He noted, it could keep their minds to discipline and obedience, and their body to a patience of more profitable labors when need shall require them, lest they lose the faculty of laboring. Today we would say that Sir William expected the government's transfer payments to create human capital in the shape of discipline and obedience. His arguments are not different from debates about the long-term impacts of welfare versus workfare in the 1930s, or the ones that led the Clinton administration to drastically change welfare laws in the late 1990s. There was nothing novel even in Sir William's observations. In his 1589 classic, The Reason of State, Giovanni Botero documented the existence of this view since at least ancient Greece. Caesar, aspiring to the rule of his country, lent a hand to all who had fallen into dire need, either through debts, bad management, or other accidents. Since they had no reason to be happy, he thought them ripe for use in his project of overturning the Republic. To this end Augustus Caesar built extensively and exhorted the principal citizens to do the same, and in this way he kept the plebeian poor quiet. The resonance of this line of thinking today should be surprising. How is it that the United States, which has the deepest and most democratized financial markets in the world, should find itself in a position where government, through infrastructure spending and so forth, is perceived as the only effective source of capital in so many depressed areas? To answer this question requires a clearer understanding of the failed policies of the past and the theories that legitimize them. As taxes and regulation compound to pay for well-intentioned if rarely thought-through programs, the weakening of the matchmaking, capital-creating process prevents the creation and effective use of private sector capital and jobs. Governments are then under the electorate's pressure to increase spending and subsidies, requiring, in turn, additional tax revenues and more borrowing. And it is precisely our intellectual subservience to academic economists' macroastrology that perpetuates this vicious cycle of failed policy. Instead of correcting policy mistakes by holding institutions more accountable, our economists, lost amid meaningless aggregate statistics, abstract models, and half-correct theory, conceive only of more aggressive social engineering. Jonathan Rauch, among others, has argued that the United States has been in a state of demosclerosis since the 2000s. According to him, the conventional wisdom is backward. The worrisome thing is not so much that American society is in the grip of its gridlock government, but that American government is in the grip of powerful and broad changes, chief among them the idea that governments are successful in solving problems through a superior ability to reassign resources under the direction of economists. As discussed above, governmental involvement in matching people and capital may be necessary at times, particularly when providing digging holes jobs in certain locations might prevent the dissolution of communities. This is the kind of benefit that Sir William would approve of, and which Keynes may have been referring to when claiming that it would be better to pay to dig holes and fill them up rather than to have breadwinners sitting at home or mounting barricades. But these arguments are entirely absent in today's macroeconomic Keynesian framework. Rather, the historical idea that people's digging holes for homes, in particular, induces stability combined with abstract Keynesian theoretical prisms proves to be a lethal combination. This mode of analysis was one of the main factors that blinded Washington and the Fed from perceiving what was going on before the 2008 crisis and in its aftermath. The road to the crash started with both the Clinton policy of drastic reduction in capital gains tax rates on housing in 1998, but not on stocks or bonds, and legislation that forced banks to lend mortgages to subprime borrowers. This combination made housing a more liquid asset, becoming less consumption and more investment, with incentives to flip over more quickly. Rather than stabilizing neighborhoods and helping poorer people get a stake in the system, the changes had a destabilizing effect, with the subprime borrowers ending up with titles, but no stakes. An unintended consequence was the distortion of traditional price indexes under Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan, leading to his conundrum of home prices jumping and credit and capital expanding vastly, yet the measured inflation rate staying low. He mistook the expanding capital accumulation due to the leveraged real estate expansion of the financial sector and high home prices as signals of higher future incomes. The Fed, statistics bureaus, and rating agencies failed to notice, too, that the failure of large increases in home prices to affect the customary calculation of inflation was a consequence of the new capital gains tax laws and bank regulations, since the weight given to consumption of homes, measured by rents and rental equivalents, in the price index now became too high. People were purchasing homes expecting tax-free capital gains, renting them at reduced prices or not renting them at all, and flipping them quickly, leading to significant underestimation of the CPI, in which the rent component stayed at 30%. The Clinton administration had turned homes into assets rather than consumption. The inability of analysts to understand or adjust for the CPI effects of this change contributed to Greenspan's complacency about the expansion of credit. The U.S. went from subprime loans being 2% of total loans in 2002 to 30% of total loans in 2006. These loans were packaged into collateralized debt obligations, CDOs, with S&P rating 50% of the new securities as AAA in 2007. In 2008, 55% of MBS issued from 2005 to 2007 were downgraded, and a bloated financial sector assisted by the ill-conceived roles of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. To give the benefit of the doubt, innocent ignorance may have been part of the rating agency's mistaken calculation. Rating agencies assumed that default rates on mortgages would stay at their historical level, in spite of the fact that the banks no longer performed due diligence but became marketers of the new financial instruments, backed by increasingly subprime borrowers. Briefly, the combination of bad laws, bad inferences, Freddie and Fannie's lack of accountability to anyone, badly designed incentives in the financial sector and rating agencies, the perception of events through Keynesian prisms of aggregates, and last but not least, most financial intermediaries failing to do due diligence, turned into a perfect storm. This resulted in mismatched credits and in aggregates rapidly losing their meaning and leading to mistaken conclusions. The mismeasured price indices, the capital accumulation, much of it real estate related or leveraged by it, the vast expansion of both credit and the financial sector, and the mismeasured high productivity growth, all led to the inference that future real incomes were growing. The mistakes just kept compounding, though it all started with good intentions and a reasonable view that having a stake in real estate stabilizes communities. The problem was that a stake should mean people putting up some of their own hard-earned money, rather than getting subsidized blank checks. Increasing infrastructure spending now seems to be a bipartisan goal. President Trump campaigned on it, while Lawrence Summers, Treasury Secretary under President Clinton, has been among the most enthusiastic proponents of deficit-financed infrastructure to boost the speed of U.S. growth. According to Summers, this would ease bottlenecks and also give instant incentives for the private sector to expand. After all, Western governments can now borrow at unprecedented low rates. Indeed, more government spending on infrastructure may well be a necessary and beneficial policy. A recent report by the Business Roundtable listed some of the bottleneck problems Summers alludes to, namely, that, by some measures, America's infrastructure quality ranks 16th in the world, lagging behind Germany, France, and Japan. That nearly 1 in 4 U.S. bridges is structurally deficient or functionally obsolete. That urban highway congestion costs more than $100 billion annually, and, on the waterways, port congestion, lock delays, and lack of facilities for larger ships adds billions to the cost of products annually. However, in order to avoid the unintended inflation of another bubble, the typical outcome in recent times of such large-scale government interventions, debates over infrastructure spending cannot be left to the macroastrologists. Instead of debating infrastructure spending solely in terms of superficial math and aggregate statistics, the merits and impacts of specific projects must be considered, along with the question of how to ensure accountability. To begin with, it is helpful to answer the question of why government involvement is needed in the first place. If it is so easy to spot these problems, why doesn't the private sector deploy the capital to tackle them? In important respects, government involvement seems necessary mainly to correct past policy mistakes. The 2016 World Bank's Doing Business report ranks 189 countries in terms of the ease of operating businesses in various sectors. In getting construction permits, the U.S. ranks 33rd, in electricity 44th, in getting trade moving across borders 21st. Even the New York Times called Mr. Obama regulator-in-chief. However, it is foolish to blame the Obama administration alone. In addition to the uncertainty such regulatory obstacles bring about, there has also been the issue of increased uncertainty due to approving spending, preventing the creation of collateral against which businesses were borrowing in the past. Here is one example. In July 2015, Congress failed to pass a long-term highway bill to make improvements in the nation's transportation system. Instead of funding big infrastructure projects with a multi-year plan, as once was the norm in Washington, lawmakers passed a bill covering 3 months only, for the 34th time since 2009. The standard practice before has been to pass a highway bill of 6 years' duration. Economists usually prefer not to be bothered with the political process at all, believing that their models and data are an infallible source of wisdom. However, involving voters ensures at least some political accountability for government projects, and the crucial, if often ignored, questions concerning capital allocation on infrastructure are as much political as they are economic. I do not know, for example, whether American voters want highway spending to have priority over other projects, such as deeper ports to accommodate the new deep water ships that can now transit the Panama Canal. At present, only 2 of the country's 14 major East Coast ports, Baltimore and Norfolk, are ready for such ships. Or do voters want the federal government to get out of these 2 businesses altogether? I do not know either whether approving a long-term highway spending bill would induce more private creation of capital and more employment than, say, eliminating obstacles to financing deeper ports or healthcare. Highways would induce more production of trucks, whereas deeper ports would lead to building bigger ships, which in turn might create more investment in rails and big boxes to upload and offload goods more efficiently. Since there is now unused capacity in ports and in the truck and train fleets, what type of infrastructure should be financed initially is far from clear. With more car sharing, transporting cars and ships is major business, fewer books and CDs, and with the coming of 3D printing, perhaps manufacturing will become more local and less ship capacity will be needed. With an aging population requiring more and more expansive healthcare, people might spend less on goods, bringing about less transportation. How do politicians and bureaucrats know where, when, and how much to spend or how to approve budgets within short periods of time? Why not have referenda on it? The facts summarized above show that solutions to today's problems are not simply matters of more spending on infrastructure. Questions such as the following must be answered. For how long are spending commitments made? Do they set up the right institutions and arrangements to hold all parties to this particular spending accountable? Is the proposed time horizon compatible with the time horizon private businesses need to finance their expansion? How secure are such political commitments? Is this a priority? Present political haggling and the weakened accountability prevent answering these questions, and indirectly prevent the creation of the collateral needed for the private businesses to expand. At one point, Lawrence Summers heavily criticized investment in housing due to the involvement of Fannie and Freddie. His point was simple. The government had declared Fannie and Freddie to be private companies but remained on the hook for their debt. They therefore had 2 masters, a situation which prevents accountability. I do not know why Summers does not raise the same objections to any other politically determined projects, or, for that matter, to the Fed's equally dubious dual mandate. The Fed's mandate has shifted from the technical one of maintaining price stability, for which it could be held accountable, to unemployment, which is heavily impacted by political and fiscal decisions, and which instantly makes the Fed's decisions political, and now also to the undefined goal of financial stability. The definition of financial stability has not been thought through. Central bankers now not only play with the idea of recommending 4% annual inflation in the name of stability, but consider 0.5% deflation a disaster, but never consider how such stability is compatible with the exchange rate fluctuations of 30 to 50% over short periods of time, when such contracts are the basis of international exchanges and commercial societies. While it is true that hedging can reduce companies' exposure to exchange rates, hedging is expensive and needs deep capital markets that most countries in the world do not have. As a result, smaller firms in most of the world cannot grow. How does that promote financial or any stability? Recall that governments invoked stability, too, when passing the ill-conceived reduction in capital gain taxes on real estate, when forcing banks to give loans to subprime borrowers, and when sustaining Fannie and Freddie, all in the name of the academic idea that home ownership stabilizes neighborhoods. Most forgot that ownership means putting up hard-earned money to get a stake in a home, and not getting a piece of paper without putting down even a penny. The weakened accountability across the economy has also brought about a diminished, mistakenly called, natural rate of interest. Upon closer examination, there is nothing natural about it, though central bankers invoke this term frequently in discussing future policy. In an August 2016 paper, John Williams, president and CEO of the San Francisco Fed, wrote that the underlying determinants for these declines are related to the global supply and demand for funds, including shifting demographics, slower trend productivity and economic growth, emerging markets seeking large reserves of safe assets, and a more general global savings glut. The other side of a global savings glut is a global decline in demand for investments. But to say that somehow the first is a determinant of the decline is a big mistake, even by the low standards of today's minimal economic knowledge. It is impossible to talk about the price of anything by just considering the supply, is it not? The demand should be looked at too. Investment and the creation of capital are not determined in any predictable fashion by domestic or global savings. When governments strengthen accountability and give incentives to transfer rights from savers to pools of talent, the same amount of savings can be leveraged into creating more collateral and capital. The statement that central banks know what rate balances investment and savings, calling it natural, and can thus keep economies fully employed and inflation stable by looking at domestic aggregates does not hold up to scrutiny. If economists want to examine this rate, they should refer to the many obstacles that prevent creating capital at this time. But this would put central banks smack in the middle of politics, which is not their mandate. For central banks to keep their distance from politics and fiscal policies, their mandate should be restricted to one thing that at least in principle they could do well, even if historically they have not, namely, maintaining price and exchange rate stability. Sticking to such a mandate would diminish the monetary obstacles to set up contracts, transfer of rights, that is, whether domestic or international, and speed up the creation of collateral and capital. The perception of a lower natural rate of interest is a direct result of the weakening of accountability in economic and political institutions. When accountability is weakened, less capital can be created, whatever the savings. Moreover, the weakened institutions diminish the value of collateral. This diminishes confidence and investments. The consequence is no paradox of savings, more Keynesian nonsense, or savings glut. Savings increase to insure against rainier days, even though returns on it are diminished at the worst time. When the loss of confidence coincides with an aging population, the impact is even stronger. Between age 55 and death, lower interest rates do not induce more risk-taking, since a loss is less likely to be recouped. It brings greater incentives for capital preservation, and businesses expecting such behavior from increasing segments of their older population, the savers, have lesser incentives to invest. There are ways to overcome the impact of such demographic changes and increase the natural rate, but changes in government policies are needed for that, not changes in central banks' mandates. And though emerging countries have a young and growing population, the remedy thereto would be to make their governments more accountable and force central banks to stick to a sustaining contract value mandate. To summarize, the slower rate of growth, innovation, and productivity, which is the outcome of the diminished bets resulting from matchmaking between talent and capital, reflects the weakened accountability in countries around the world. Whereas in Western countries governments have put more obstacles in the way of making such bets and failed to adjust to their aging population, the rest of the world kept atavistic institutions, fitting far smaller tribal societies. The best central banks could do is to diminish monetary obstacles to the contractual agreements needed to transfer rights that create capital domestically and internationally. This means both sustaining stable price levels and negotiating international agreements to maintain stable exchange rates. Unless, as noted, extreme circumstances or the need to correct grave policy blunders force central banks to play fiscal roles and become an agency of the country's treasuries, which the Fed was between 1940 and 1951. When people have to deal with situations for which there are no precedents, for instance, a world population that grew from 1 to 7 billion in a century, how do governments claim legitimacy for their decisions and authority to act? There cannot be any science for answering this question. Uniqueness defies falsification, which is what science is about. But societies must manage leaps into uncertainty. Throughout history, people invented mazes of institutions to solve the issue of legitimacy. We may consider these days the outcome of casting lots, throwing dice, the biblical Urim and Thummim, a matter of chance. But many societies believed that a spiritual power controlled the outcome, and the priesthood, held in esteem, had the exclusive right to throw these devices. Thus were decisions legitimized. If this sounds primitive, consider examples of institutions that later generations have relied on to legitimize decisions. In ancient Greece, people flocked to oracles to resolve doubts and seek guidance in private and public affairs. No decision on engagement in war, on signing a treaty, or on enactment of law was made without oracular approval. Were decisions made based on oracles forecasting any better than those based on the throwing of dice or casting of lots? Later, monarchs and governments relied on astrology for making decisions. For centuries, rulers perceived astrology as an exact science, and books presenting complex geometrical calculations about the position of stars claimed legitimacy for decisions based on them. The mathematical complexity, like sacred languages of religions in earlier times and the trivial algebra, no different from today's macroastrology, macroeconomics, helped sustain auras of credibility. In England, from the time of Elizabeth I to that of William and Mary, the status of judicial astrology was well established. The most learned and the most noble did not hesitate to consult astrologers openly. In every town and village, astrologers were busy casting dates for prosperous journeys and for setting up enterprises, whether shops or the marching of the army, and rulers had their councils of astrological advisors. History rhymes. There is nothing scientific about macro models guiding policymakers these days. They have all been repeatedly refuted, and even members of the high priesthood of this discipline, Larry Summers and Paul Krugman among them, are highly critical of the FRB/US, the macroeconomic model the Fed claims to use since 1996, though Greenspan appeared to disregard it. But governments created and still rely on institutions that subsidize academics to shape the perception that the decision-makers know what they are doing. Governments consult economists in every municipality, county, state, country, or, on monetary and global matters, central bankers and the IMF. Like astrology, macroeconomics wears the masks of science, models, numbers, complex equations, predictions, claims of forecasting. Professors of macroeconomics, journals and books published by heavily subsidized academic presses, expanding national and international statistics bureaus that create and sustain legitimacy. Keynes and his followers are still widely celebrated. Yet, upon closer inspection, macroeconomics, like astrology, melts into thin air. It is beyond comprehension, for example, why central bankers still believe that 2 to 4% yearly inflation rates represent stability, whereas a 0.5% deflation brings on instability and unmitigated disaster. What theory, what evidence backs these views, if any? The answer is none. As to claims of pursuing policies to achieve stability, Fed presidents and economists like Paul Krugman favor the 3 to 4% magic inflation rates. Yet, if achieved, such rates reduce real wages over 3 years by about 10 to 12%, and over 10 years in the 40% range, unless the contracts are renegotiated. How do such rates and renegotiations fit definitions of stability? Instead of raising questions, commentators swallow hook, line, and sinker central bankers and Nobel Prize winners' PR, often written by themselves. What facts back John Williams's recommendations on more spending on education when the data show that 65% of black males do not graduate within 6 years of starting college, and white males do not do much better at 60%? For women, the respective percentages are 43 and 35%, and some 50% drop out of high schools earlier. The numbers suggest that spending more on education does not create assets, but, with the present institutional arrangements, creates liabilities instead. These liabilities take the shape of frustrated students, dropping out from whatever passes for education these days and who, based on these numbers, end up carrying student debt, backed by not much future earnings. As of January 1, 2016, 43% of the roughly 22 million Americans with federal student loans weren't making payments, and 1 in 6 borrowers, 3.6 million, were in default on $56 billion in student debt, with plans to forgive the debt if recipients work for the government or NGOs, but not if they work in the private sector. Can anyone explain how thus subsidizing more bureaucracy and more NGOs is a remedy to our problems? True, the inflated bureaucracies would perhaps diminish the mismeasured unemployment rate. But as more cash flows through governments and more credit is allocated directly or indirectly through them, in this case to subprime students, and unemployment and other aggregate numbers increasingly lose their meaning. Much good it did for communist countries when they stated that their unemployment was measured to be 1% and that their economies were growing. The more the allocation of credit is centralized, the less meaning government's aggregate statistics have, be they about GDP, investment, or unemployment figures. Writing in the Wall Street Journal in August 2016, Kevin Warsh, a previous governor of the Fed, reached a similar conclusion. The Economics Guild pushed ill-considered new dogmas into the mainstream of monetary policy. The Fed's mantra of data dependence causes erratic policy lurches in response to noisy data. Its medium-term policy objectives are at odds with its compulsion to keep asset prices elevated. Its inflation objectives are far more precise than the residual measurement error. Its output gap economic models are troublingly unreliable. The groupthink gathers adherents even as its successes become harder to find. The Guild tightens its grip when it should open its mind to new data sources, new analytics, new economic models, new communication strategies, and a new paradigm for policy. He adds that the obstacle to drastically change policies is that the Fed has become a general-purpose agency of government, though he fails to mention that this is what it was during the 1940s. 2. Only then the Fed's status was acknowledged, whereas now the Fed is carrying out fiscal policy, affecting the allocation of credit, and strongly impacting the distribution of wealth while claiming that its policies will induce people to take more risks. Since when is this the Fed's mandate? And when has the Fed bureaucracy displayed anything like a sound understanding of human nature, history, and institutions so as to produce policies to induce risk-taking? What can be done? Rather than relying on macroeconomic science, it would be far better to strengthen or develop institutions that could correct mistaken decisions faster. Proper political and private institutions that induce greater responsibility and accountability are key. They would reduce the scope and duration of mistakes and better ensure that talents are matched with capital. The 15th anniversary of the euro in 2017 offers a good occasion to re-examine what is wrong with the present international monetary arrangements and the theories used to justify them. Theoretical questions concerning the nature of money have profound implications for policy issues, including the mandates of central banks, interest rates, exchange rates, credit growth, and trade policy. The present, flawed perceptions about money have provoked crises and continue to prevent the expansion of commerce. This article presents an alternative framework for managing monetary affairs, actually going back to a variation on the Bretton Woods system of stable exchange rates and adding enforcement provisions. Any such agreement would be part of a multilateral commitment to restructure and expand trade both within and between countries. Exchange rate stability would significantly lower the costs of entering into contractual agreements, thereby facilitating economic expansion and minimizing negative distortions. Restoring exchange rate stability is a necessary step toward limiting financial and political upheavals. I also argue that, in its present shape, the euro is doomed, and that exchange rate instability is the elephant in the room in discussions about free trade. In part because the present regime of floating exchange rates has long been distorting capital flows. History has exposed the weaknesses of the dominant views on monetary policy. Today, some still argue for a return to the gold standard, but they do so without discussing how to determine the price of gold at which the US dollar would be relinked. Any such unilateral return risks repeating what Winston Churchill called his biggest mistake, his 1925 decision to reling the pound sterling to the pre-World War I price of gold. Others argue for quantitative monetary approaches, even though Milton Friedman acknowledged in a June 2003 Financial Times interview that rigidly targeting the quantity of money was a mistake. 2. In a 1999 New York Times interview entitled My Biggest Mistake, he also acknowledged his bad judgment in believing that putting my ideas in Keynesian language would make any dent on the Keynesians. He weakened his analyses and led himself astray by having done so, Friedman added. Nevertheless, present debates about monetary and fiscal policies still use the same jargon. Some believe in targeting inflation rates, even if the indices are gravely mismeasured at critical times. Still others believe in floating exchange rates, and some embrace optimum currency areas, even though they acknowledge that Europe lacks many of the institutions necessary for it to be defined as such an area. None of these views prevented, and some contributed to, major financial and political crises. Since the 2008 crisis, central banks have claimed, among other things, to pursue policies designed to induce more risk-taking. The poor results of these policies speak for themselves. Surprisingly, few raise the question, on what basis do the Federal Reserve and the European Central Bank, ECB, believe that they possess the ability to conduct monetary policy so as to induce people and funds to take more risks, when they did not manage to fulfill even simpler mandates? A cursory reading of Ben Bernanke and Janet Yellen's speeches before and after the crisis demonstrates, as they themselves acknowledge, that they failed miserably in understanding even their core competencies: credit, exchange rates, and inflation. Yet, after the crisis, both the Fed and the ECB were rewarded with a new mandate granting central banks power to pursue vaguely defined financial stability. Such vagueness only compounded the central bank's lack of accountability. Recently, Lawrence Summers suggested a drastic change in central banks' mandates. Have them become an agency of the Treasury to centralize more power over money and credit. He speculates that the new agency's bureaucracy would be able to better manage the yield curve and to more easily coordinate government spending. But is even more centralization of power, in itself, the solution to our monetary disorder? The expanded powers of government have already diminished the accountability of the various agencies. Moreover, as incomes are more highly taxed and governments borrow more, money gradually loses meaning as a medium of exchange, as a store of value, or as a unit of account. It could, however, continue to be used for accounting purposes, as was the case in the formerly communist countries, where central authorities determined the prices of items, even though many items were not available. But this is not quite what people mean by pursuing monetary policy. The changing meaning is part of the problem. We refer to the Soviet ruble, floating dollars, or dollars anchored to gold all as money, but the three do not have much in common. In order to prevent future crises, the pressing need is to focus on restoring and then sustaining the most crucial role of money, namely that of serving as a monetary yardstick. At present, the world does not have firm agreements in place that suitably maintain such a yardstick. Nor do we have any mechanism for credibly restoring a monetary yardstick when a crisis requires alterations to it. The following examination of events shows why this is the key, not just for global financial stability, but for political stability too. To illustrate the key role of monetary yardsticks, let us begin with events in a small and relatively isolated society. This is the story of the famous stone money of the Yap on a small island in Micronesia. It is discussed in Milton Friedman's Money Mischief, Harcourt Brace Jovanovich, 1992, among other places. At the end of the 19th century, this small tribe used stone wheels as both a monetary yardstick for prices and as collateral for internal commerce. In order to function as a monetary yardstick, the stones had to be in limited and relatively fixed supply. The stones were no simple rocks found on the island's natural landscape. The Yap brought these large limestones to their island from distant islands and carved them into discs, thereby ensuring that the number of such discs was limited. The German colonial regime accepted them for paying taxes. When the colonial government wanted to employ the locals and to pay them in German currency, however, the tribe refused. As far as they were concerned, the German currency was not money. The German authorities then taxed the tribe, painting black crosses on these stone wheels, which indicated their confiscation. The tribe could no longer use them either to pay taxes or as collateral when trading among the tribe's members. This impoverishment induced the locals to work harder and to build the roads, infrastructure, that the Germans wanted. In exchange, the German authorities compensated them by erasing the black crosses and giving back the rights to the stones. The erasure of the crosses turned the stones back into currency and restored collateral. Friedman concludes that this sequence of events shows how important illusion, myth, can become in monetary matters. He was mistaken. These events have nothing to do with myths and illusions. They show, rather, that the tribe understood money far better than today's economists and central bankers. The Yap's reaction to confiscation should be familiar to economists. After all, when modern governments suddenly pursue inflationary policies and devaluations for fiscal purposes, they confiscate de facto. People are not voting on these monetary policies that, in fact, mean higher taxes, but they often respond to such impoverishment by working harder to compensate for lost wealth. This reaction has led to the occasional relationship that economists identify as the Phillips curve, and many argue that central banks should shape policies according to it. In fact, however, economists have mistakenly interpreted the correlation summarized by these curves as a stable relationship between lower unemployment rates and higher inflation, while failing to link it to the human reaction to impoverishment and loss of traditional collateral. Instead, economists invented esoteric models drawing on illusions and rigidities. Yet, the almost laboratory experience of the Yap tribe shows the relationship between the unexpected confiscation of their money, that served as collateral too, and the tribe members' subsequent willingness to work harder. The loss and the destabilization of the customary monetary yardstick made the tribe poorer, threatened to unravel traditions and customs that enforced oral contracts, and also brought about chaotic pricing behavior until the yardstick was restored. The Yap worked harder for a while to restore their traditional yardstick and the value of collateral upon which their exchanges were built. In this case, the Yap reacted peacefully. In many societies, drastic devaluations, inflation, and confiscations have brought about significant political upheavals and violence rather than a placid willingness to build roads. Let us jump from the Yap to another widely told story from the history of monetary affairs in order to illustrate the importance of yardsticks. Once societies stumbled on the relative scarcity of gold and silver, like the Yap stones, goldsmiths realized that they could lend some of the gold left on deposit with them to borrowers who paid interest for the loans. The goldsmiths, who both owned gold and protected others' gold for safekeeping, quickly learned that they could lend a portion of the deposits without facing the risk of immediate withdrawal upon the owner's demand. As evidence of the deposits, the goldsmith issued receipts. The British currency is still called pound sterling. When that term was introduced, it referred to the certificate backed by a pound of silver. Gradually, as the goldsmiths established their credibility, they no longer had to give borrowers gold to buy commodities and services. Rather, they issued their paper certificates for circulation, backed by the gold in their inventory and the quality of the loans they made. Thus, they became, in effect, miniature central banks. This is how credit expanded. A relatively small amount of physical gold, combined with the spreading use of double-entry accounting, supported a larger and larger mass of certificates. As commercial activities spread and the magnitude of loans overshadowed the value of any precious metals held in goldsmiths' inventories, the reputation and selection of good credits sustained the value of the receipts. However, when too many bad loans, wars, or natural disasters prevented borrowers from repaying loans, people holding deposits could not be fully reimbursed, and goldsmiths, banks, went bankrupt. Notice that I have not yet mentioned the term money, referring specifically to a standardized unit that we encounter today. In the example above, banks each had their own currencies, but incentives for finding a standard unit of account became obvious. Say there are 1,000 rights to goods and services to be transferred now and in the future. In the absence of a monetary yardstick, there would be 499,500 possible prices, as each commodity, service, or right would be priced in relation to every other. With one common yardstick, there would be only 999 prices. This numerical illustration shows why, since time immemorial, every society promptly invented an item to serve as a monetary yardstick. In prisons, these were cigarettes. In that prison land once known as the Soviet Union, cigarettes and Levi's jeans were the yardsticks when rubles meant little except doing accounting. The next case, another rare, almost laboratory experiment, shows how cigarettes as yardsticks actually worked. Richard Radford was a British soldier, captured in 1942, who spent the remaining war years in prisoner of war camps. In 1945, he described with precision how life was organized in the camps. Radford reported that the relative values of all commodities and services were quickly expressed not in terms of one another, but in terms of cigarettes. The prices formed within a month of the creation of the camp. Exchanges rapidly emerged, establishing one price for each commodity. What the Yap tribe's stones and the cigarettes in the POW camps had in common is that they were in relatively fixed supply, and as such these items functioned with reasonable utility as a yardstick. Until June 1944, according to Radford, prices in the camps were stable. They were stable enough that expectations of random, short-term declines in the supply of cigarettes led to the creation of a shop, the goldsmith's equivalent, that issued paper certificates worth one cigarette, which were accepted at par instead of a real cigarette. When the supplies of both cigarettes and parcels of food were unexpectedly halved in August 1944, the prisoners quickly got rid of the paper money, and cigarettes became the sole yardstick and medium of exchange. The paper money could still be exchanged, but only for types of food that prisoners did not want and whose inventories accumulated in the shop. A familiar pattern to anyone who has lived under communism, paper money thus becoming fiction. The shop gave pricing guidance for popular goods, which it did not have in its inventory, and suggested that they should not deviate by more than 5% from the traditional prices when supplies were reliable. This appeal to morality had no impact, however. Black market sales quickly took place at unauthorized higher prices for items in demand, while the prices of unpopular ones dropped. Simplistic quantity of money theories would have predicted the following result. With supply of cigarettes halved, and the number of food items to the measured price level, if velocity remained roughly stable, should have remained roughly stable as well. But this is not what happened. Instead, the paper money instantly lost all its value in the camp. It was not accepted for anything, became a subject of jokes, and disappeared from circulation. Such events take place when wealth is suddenly diminished, destroying confidence in central authorities and banks. As with the yap, when the yardstick was eventually destroyed, there was chaos. Institutions needed to sustain the yardstick and carry out trade collapsed. And although the prisoners went back to bartering, commerce was drastically reduced. Prisoners reverted for a short while to physical cigarettes, whereas in similar non-laboratory experiments, people reverted to gold, foreign currencies, and barter. When cigarettes ceased to be a yardstick, the shop and exchanges, institutions that were based upon the cigarette yardsticks and sustained the value of collateral in the camp, disappeared. The organized economy of the camp dissolved into obscure pricing chaos through bartering, with all prices depending on the bilateral, momentary negotiating powers of the parties. When the camp lapsed into this chaos, various behavioral patterns emerged that will appear uncomfortably familiar today. As the good food disappeared from the shop's inventory, it was no longer priced on the exchange but bartered in black markets. In response, the medical officer wanted to impose rationing and price controls, arguing that health issues would multiply. Since the total amount of food and of cigarettes was halved, however, it is not clear what exactly the officer expected that rationing and price controls would achieve. Rationing does not create supplies. Perhaps it could have had short-term, redistributive effects, if enforced. It is impossible to know, because the prisoners did not listen to the medical officer anyway. Class warfare erupted, too. Simultaneously with the medical officer's regulatory ideas, activist prisoners advanced other theories. They blamed middlemen, called speculators today, for the deflation, the black markets, the chaos in the camp, and so on. They developed versions of medieval ideas of just prices, which referred to the prices before the supply of food and cigarettes was curtailed. Yet these theories of ethics had no impact on either prices or prisoners' behavior. Nothing but barter ensued until the camp was liberated by the 30th U.S. Infantry Division on April 12, 1945. Let us turn now to historical examples of these principles when applied to national economies with longer horizons. Following World War I, Europe and the United States committed one blunder after another in matters of domestic and international debts as well as monetary policy. After World War I, Churchill should have properly re-anchored the pound sterling at the new price level rather than attempting to travel back in time to a situation that was long gone with the winds of war. If he had done that, England might have set an example, renegotiated the continental debts, and who knows, history might have taken very different turns. The same holds true about the Roosevelt administration's inadvertent destruction of China's silver standard. During the 1930s, China was on the silver standard. This meant that the U.S. price of silver determined the Chinese yuan-to-dollar exchange rate. Thus, China remained relatively insulated from the impact of the first years of the Great Depression. 10 in 1933. However, responding to the politically strong, though small, silver lobby, the U.S. government passed a series of acts and amendments that had the effect of increasing silver prices by roughly 128% by 1935, bringing about a drastic appreciation of the yuan relative to the dollar. The Chinese conveyed to the Roosevelt administration that they believed that the United States has no intention of trying to mess up China, but nevertheless it is messing us up terribly. China's domestic output and prices fell drastically, and in 1934 China effectively abandoned the silver standard. There was monetary chaos, and historians continue to argue over the extent to which these events contributed to the fall of Chiang Kai-shek and the rise of the Communist Party to power. If they did, it would not be surprising, as by the mid-1930s there were no models of society that appeared worth emulating. This episode is a reminder that monetary chaos can contribute to political instability and has long-term, devastating consequences. A reverse sequence of events took place in post-World War II Germany between 1945 and 1948. An estimated 20% of all housing in Germany was destroyed during World War II. Food production per capita in 1947 was roughly half of what it had been in 1938. Industrial output in 1947 was one-third its 1938 level, and a large percentage of Germany's working-age men had died. The numbers reflect drastic impoverishment. The Reichsmark had no value. In fact, it stopped circulating, much as had happened to paper money, once reliably backed by cigarettes in the POW camp. Instead, as in the camp, cigarettes and soluble coffee became the currencies of the day, and ration cards were exchanged for basic items. People also resorted to barter. City dwellers regularly traveled to the countryside to exchange lamps, curtains, and books for food and coal. The government directed most of the money flows because no intermediary institutions could function properly, with the Reichsmark playing the same accounting role as the ruble did in communist Russia, having no real-life meaning. Order was restored only when Ludwig Erhard introduced the Deutschmark, stabilized the currency, abolished price controls, and lowered taxes drastically. Before these reforms, the highest marginal tax rate was 95%. This 1948 stabilization, with its elimination of price controls and drastic reduction in tax rates, fostered the German miracle, which was also supported, until 1961, by 12 million mostly well-trained yet penniless immigrants who were escaping communism in Eastern Europe. The lessons of these events regarding monetary affairs are straightforward. 1. Unstable units of account prevent exchanges of goods and services from taking place. 2. The existence of banks, the combination of the shop and the exchange in the above examples, are based upon expectations of stable units of account. 3. Sudden impoverishment, when perceived to be permanent, brings both the destruction of the unit of account and the institutions that kept it stable, as seen in the closed POW society or the UK and China pre-World War II examples. 4. In a society with longer horizons like post-World War II Germany, a stable yardstick had to be restored before economic institutions could flourish again. The previous illustrative examples showed the importance of sustaining units of account. The events examined next, the case of the Bretton Woods system, illustrate the ways in which units of accounts can be restored and what happens if this is not executed properly. The Bretton Woods system, fixing the major currencies, the franc, the pound, the mark, and the yen, to the dollar while anchoring the US dollar in gold, priced at $35, fixed since the Roosevelt devaluation of 1934, worked well, as long as the gold anchor matched a very strong US economy. The market expected and required the United States to have a robust tax base, essentially the collateral to back its bonds, as well as the commitment of the parties to the agreement to expand trade and commerce fairly. Here is what fairly was supposed to mean. When Bretton Woods was negotiated, John Maynard Keynes worried that with fixed exchange rates there would be countries with chronic balance of payments problems and others with constantly rising dollar reserves. To sustain stable exchanges, the latter countries had to commit to expand domestically and liberalize imports. To achieve such commitment, Keynes suggested penalizing countries with prolonged trade surpluses, though he expected the United States to be that country, not Japan, China, or Germany. The IMF agreement, created as part of the Bretton Woods Agreement, allowed for such countries to be penalized by limiting purchases of their exports, a clause that was never enforced. It also provided for occasional one-time devaluations once a fundamental disequilibrium was identified. By the end of the 1950s, the United States had experienced sizable deficits, with foreign central banks accumulating large amounts of dollar reserves. With investor skepticism rising, the price of gold jumped to $40, though Bretton Woods fixed it at $35 in October 1960. John F. Kennedy, however, apparently understood the importance of sustaining the monetary yardstick. He quickly announced during that year's presidential campaign that, if elected, he would not devalue the dollar. The stability of the dollar and the fixed gold price were an uncontested feature of the Kennedy administration. However, by 1964, foreign official dollar holdings came to exceed the value of the U.S. gold stock. If confidence in American policies was maintained, that in itself would not have been a problem. However, by that year, the United States imposed various restrictions to diminish the outflow of capital, tying foreign aid to U.S. exports, defense purchases, or support for U.S. troops abroad, while asking banks to curtail overseas lending and restricting overseas investments of American corporations. These developments were intensified by the Vietnam War, beginning in 1965. At the same time, Robert Triffin's book, Gold and the Dollar Crisis, Princeton University Press, 1960, became increasingly popular. The book argued that as the volume of trade expanded, an increase in acceptable international money was needed under a fixed exchange rate system to have sufficient reserves. Future gold production at the $35 price was not enough, so only the US dollar could be the source of such increased reserves. If this reasoning was accurate, only increased US balance of payments could supply the dollars needed by the rest of the world. This conclusion was not accurate then, and it is not now. As long as investors expected the United States to continue to grow, expanding its tax base, and other countries around the world to adhere to the Bretton Woods Agreement, the United States could have sustained the system by persuading the other countries party to the agreement to enforce the penalty imposed on states accumulating reserves. This, as noted earlier, was supposed to be part of the system. Or, if some countries were unwilling to accept this, perhaps because of a genuine need to correct the value of their own currencies, then allow the other Bretton Woods option, a one-time devaluation under the Fundamental Disequilibrium Clause. Even the United States could have resorted to this clause and sustained a new yardstick. It need only have explained that the devaluation was an emergency, one-time affair, but that its commitment to stable exchange rates under the Bretton Woods system would remain. By then, however, many cracks in the system were spreading. In 1964, Britain elected a government committed to variations of 5-year plans, a policy borrowed from communist countries, nationalization, steel, increases in top income raised to 83%, and capital gains tax rates, and price and wage controls. Not surprisingly, such a centralization of spending power and economic control also led to expectations that Britain would devalue the pound. It did so in November 1967. Francis Charles de Gaulle attacked Bretton Woods directly, arguing against the exorbitant privilege it granted to the United States by allowing its balance of payment deficits to be settled in dollars. Instead of advocating for the enforcement of the provisions in the Bretton Woods Accord, penalizing countries accumulating reserves, or advocating for the expansion of imports in creditor countries rather than centralization in debtor countries, he advocated a return to the classical gold standard. De Gaulle perceived the main problem to be that the debtor country, the United States, was not fulfilling its role. But he failed to take note of the obligations of the countries accumulating reserves and the long-forgotten penalty clause. By the 1970s, George Shultz, Secretary of the Treasury, advocated moving toward floating exchange rates without any evidence that such a regime could be a satisfactory solution. He and others simply concluded, erroneously, that there was nothing better. Consistent with this view, some economists argued that exchange rates were all a technical matter anyway, and that after taking account of the important things like differences in inflation, productivity, and interest rates, shifts in exchange rates were merely a harmless residual. These economists assumed that if domestic inflation was controlled and within similar ranges across countries, exchange rates would stabilize. Subsequent events have proven these claims false, however, as exchange rate volatility persisted despite converging rates of inflation. Still, until 1973, the United States and its trading partners tried to shape variations on the fixed exchange system. In 1971, the Smithsonian Agreement established an international system of fixed exchange rates, but without the backing of silver or gold, and allowed for an 8% devaluation of the US dollar, raising the price of gold from the arbitrary $35 to the equally arbitrary $38. Though then, U.S. President Richard Nixon praised the agreement as the most significant monetary agreement in world history. It was not. There were no discussions about the fundamentals of sustaining stable exchange rates, just haggling about margins for exchange rate fluctuations and the immediate numerical range of devaluation and appreciation. Britain floated the pound in June 1972. For different reasons, the Swiss floated the franc in 1973, and the United States advocated for a new round of negotiations for further exchange rate realignments. In March 1973, the G10 approved for 6 members of the European Community to tie their currencies together and float them all against the US dollar, finally bringing an end to the fixed exchange system. The Western world thus shifted to a floating system, as Paul Volcker concluded, with little energy expended on questions of long-term reform. Volcker additionally raised the question whether or not Bretton Woods failed for lack of stronger sense of rules and systemic discipline, and whether the absence of a sense of a greater structure and discipline in the international monetary system has somehow contributed to the world's poorer economic performance after the system broke down. The answer to the last question is positive. The poorly thought through shift to floating currencies undermined the stability of the unit of account. By failing to stick to principles that make commercial societies thrive, the United States threw out the baby with the bathwater. Undermining the stability of the unit of account has raised the costs of entering into contractual agreements, the basis of economic activity. At the same time, the floating rate system, as it is practiced, has done little to correct the global trade imbalances that led to the unraveling of the Bretton Woods system. Furthermore, the floating system does not allow for a better matching of capital with talents and opportunity, but merely inflates the financial sector. The floating system remains deeply flawed because it imposes large costs on trade that the theories rationalizing it neglected to consider. On the other hand, many countries never floated their currencies but locked them in or manipulated them, allowing for the accumulation of vast reserves. The US dollar and the euro have fluctuated 50% against each other since 2002 when the euro replaced 12 national currencies. The fluctuations occurred despite the fact that inflation rates in the US and the eurozone were measured to be within similar ranges. This, of course, contradicts the predictions of floating exchange rate models that assert that such volatility is not supposed to happen when inflation rates are so proximate. These volatile currencies are now accompanied by a wide range of futures and derivatives, which are all in fact money. These standardized contracts are temporary stores of value in the chosen units of account, all hundreds of trillions of them in notional value. The contracts mitigate the impact of currency volatility in companies' contractual agreements. They allow Apple, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, and other global companies to carry out their businesses without inadvertently being drawn into the exchange rate business, obviously at a cost, as Wall Street services do not come cheap. This significant expansion of the financial sector is partly due to the shift to floating currencies. It is a response to central banks and governments' failure to grasp the crucial role of units of account and the importance of repricing them properly after crises. The financial, accounting, and legal sectors would be significantly reduced if countries agreed to stabilize exchange rates. Most of these hundreds of trillions of derivative contracts would disappear. The mathematical and financial talents now used in financial modeling and trading would be fruitfully employed elsewhere. More importantly, the costs of both domestic and foreign contractual agreements would be significantly lower, bringing about the expansion of commerce both domestically and around the world and, indirectly, mitigating disputes about trade. The latter disputes occur, in part, because the floating system imposes disproportionate burdens on developing countries, prevents the deepening of their capital markets, and increases the cost of raising funds for companies in those countries. These countries' governments then increasingly play the role of providers of capital, a distant second best and a role that makes it complicated to assess whether a trade is subsidized or not. Yet there is no doubt that governments and central banks have the ability to stabilize currencies during normal times. After all, there are many monies in circulation. For instance, we have $100, $10, and $5 bills. We also have quarters, dimes, and pennies, as well as an array of foreign currencies circulating. They all function as a medium of exchange here and around the world, exchanged for different ranges of goods and services. The US denominations stay in fixed relation to one another, as do the denominations of other currencies. Ask then, why can the $10 bill always be exchanged for 40 quarters, whereas the number of foreign currency units it can be exchanged for varies daily? After all, the demand for the $10 bills and quarters fluctuates. With fewer parking meters, more automatic machines accepting credit cards and cell phones, the demand for quarters has been dropping, and the demand for paper bills changing. Why doesn't the value of the quarters drop relative to the $10 bill? The answer is that as fewer coins are being used, they get returned to the central bank, which then issues $10 bills instead. This same process can work for any two currencies of different countries. If people decide that they intend to spend less in the United States, they can go to a bank and ask to exchange their unwanted US dollars for, say, Canadian ones. The Federal Reserve would notice that the demand for US dollars decreased, so it would absorb the unwanted US dollars by selling US-denominated bonds on the open market. The exchange rate between two countries can stay stable just as the exchange rate between the two US denominations stays stable. If, for example, taxes are lowered, having the impact of expanding commerce and increasing the demand for a particular currency, the central bank could respond to the signals emanating from the chosen unit of account, around which exchange rates are stabilized. On the contrary, if a country's tax base is weakened, whether because of wars or overly generous spending on entitlement commitments, monetary authorities could either sustain stable exchange rates by absorbing the unwanted liquidity through selling bonds, while restructuring, or they could be allowed to devalue in extreme circumstances. At the same time, countries accumulating excessive reserves would face penalties, rather than playing blame games and accusing the debtor countries issuing the reserve currency of not saving enough. Briefly, exchange rates can be stabilized once Bretton Woods type agreements are made and are combined with the commitment to expand trade both domestically and internationally. The essential issue is enforcing the two clauses of the original Bretton Woods Agreement that were not enforced while the original agreement was in place, allowing for occasional devaluation and penalizing countries accumulating excess reserves. Why, then, would an agreement stabilizing exchange rates be accepted by countries in the real world, rather than merely in theory? Let us turn to a few examples. President Trump and his administration want China to buy more from the United States and export less, pursuing policies that encourage China to revalue its currency relative to the United States, as shown in this piece, can easily backfire. China is still very much in the process of making a transition from a controlled economy to a less controlled one, and may be going backwards of late. The monetary and political chaos arising historically in many countries following an appreciation of their currencies, whether by mistake, Churchill in Britain, or unexpected appreciation, China silver, should raise red flags when arguing for appreciations. There is a far better alternative. After all, Chinese people would like to buy products and services from the United States, travel to its shores as tourists, and acquire businesses and real estate. By incentivizing expanding commerce and consumption domestically, Chinese compensation in US dollar terms would rise, and this would achieve the goals of both maintaining exchange rate stability and gradually solving balance of payment problems, whereas an appreciating yuan is unlikely to. After all, expecting currency appreciation, Chinese employers are less likely to offer higher compensation, since they would expect to export less. By contrast, increasing incomes in China in dollar terms would attain that objective and many others too. In order to bring about such higher incomes, a properly negotiated, stabilized yuan to dollar rate, under a renewed Bretton Woods type agreement, must be part of the solution to the international trade issues that are now at the top of the new administration's agenda. Although the yuan may be informally pegged, that is not the same thing as a formal agreement with clauses imposing changes in policy to prevent further accumulation of reserves, and allowing for the occasional identification of fundamental disequilibrium. As shown before, such an agreement would require a commitment to expanding commerce within China. And, if China accumulates undue reserves, China should be penalized, in accordance with the clauses of the Bretton Woods agreements. How such penalties would be enforced remains to be negotiated, but it would be part of the overall international monetary framework to stabilize exchange rates. Rather than rely on simplistic, symbolic measures such as labeling China a currency manipulator, the Trump administration should use the present moment to achieve currency stabilization that, over time, would have more significant benefits for the U.S. economy. Under the present system, any increase in U.S. economic activity causes a rising dollar that undermines exports. The only sustainable source of economic growth in the reserve currency country under the present quasi-floating system is rising U.S. consumption funded by debt, while the creditor countries, accumulating reserves, have no obligations in the present system. It is the debtor country, the United States, that is being asked to make domestic adjustments. Stabilized exchange rates, accompanied by the institutional changes described above, are the key to restoring future domestic and international growth for the United States. Rather than undermining U.S. exports, a new Bretton Woods system, fully enforced, would allow for expanding U.S. manufacturing and other export industries. Although China is highlighted here as an example, any such new Bretton Woods agreement would have to include Japan and the other major world economies as well. This framework would also require assigning a different mandate to central banks, eliminating many of the present dubious, vague ones, such as responsibility for financial stability. Instead, their mandate would be to sustain stable exchange rates. The IMF's mandate would be restored to the role for which it was originally created, enforcing Bretton Woods provisions, rather than being the international consulting company it became, drawing on economic fads and accountable to no one. While on the surface it might seem that the euro solved the problem of creating a stable unit of account by replacing a number of volatile national currencies, at closer inspection that does not appear to be the case. From its inception, the euro was anchored in a monetarily disciplined Germany, but it was always acknowledged that more European institutions would be needed to establish the currency's long-term credibility. It was especially necessary to keep those members of the EU with a weak tax base in check in terms of their government spending and borrowing, while balancing exporters, creating a kind of European mini-Bretton Woods system. This was never done, though since the 2008 crisis, this is what the European Central Bank, ECB, and the IMF have tried to do in many awkward ways. They have basically tried to penalize the countries that have been accumulating reserves by forcing them to give aid to debtors, explicitly and implicitly through the ECB, while cajoling the misbehaving PIIGS, Portugal, Italy, Ireland, Greece, Spain, to change their domestic policies and reduce extravagant entitlements. Although some advocate that Germany should now accept the mutualization of EU members' debts, I do not perceive that there is any chance that Germany would agree to mutualization as a solution, and it should not. The better solution would be to adopt the second neglected clause in the Bretton Woods Agreement and allow for the misbehaving countries to exit, devalue once, and, after years of displaying disciplined behavior, perhaps be readmitted. The problem with the euro as a unit of account today is a variation of the problem Churchill faced with the pound after World War I. During that time, the war led to the centralization of spending and accumulation of debts, and high inflation and devaluation during the war. In spite of these facts, Churchill thought that the pound could be relinged and sustained at the pre-war gold price. A big mistake. Today, many European countries face similar circumstances. These countries have increased economic centralization, maintained large entitlement spending commitments, and accumulated public debt, while many have aging and shrinking populations. These countries have significantly less collateral than when the currency level was set, a result similar to, even if not arising from, the impacts of wars. Thus, Europe is currently attempting to sustain a unit of account for some of its member countries that no longer reflects reality, repeating Churchill's mistake. Perhaps if the European community had an internal, proper Bretton Woods-type agreement, they could have prevented the present crisis. But they never did, and today the option of adjusting their unit of account in unusual circumstances via a one-time devaluation, an option granted, though not enforced in the Bretton Woods Agreement, does not exist. In the absence of clarity, created by confused government policies and the current exchange rate system, what are in fact monetary crises are now experienced as debt crises, bringing political upheavals. This is equally unhelpful, since the current legal regime regarding sovereign debt in Europe and around the world is underdeveloped and offers no solutions. Bond vigilantes and credit default swaps might alert the market to a potential sovereign default. And investment funds can delay buying these countries' bonds when they re-enter global capital markets, or insist upon higher interest rates, in order to create an incentive for these national governments to put their financial houses in order. But, ultimately, financial investors lack the ability to restructure troubled economies or fix the underlying problems, whether such problems result from poor domestic government decisions or from the predatory practices of other countries. When asked why the United States was not doing more to help African countries fend off vulture funds, Henry Paulson, then the Secretary of the Treasury, replied, "We are doing everything we can to help them, and I deplore what the vulture funds are doing, and we use moral solutions. But the vulture funds have the rule of law on their side. When countries enter into debt agreements, laws apply, and so the one thing I take some comfort in is that they haven't been overly successful." Although Mr. Paulson is mistaken in not advocating for a more credible international debt enforcement regime, he has a point about not defending vulture funds. That said, he should have been more precise with his wording. Mr. Paulson should have forthrightly stated his apparent preference to assist poor countries with aid. Yet, in Europe, even this would likely have been insufficient without a proper exchange rate regime. During his farewell tour in Europe, Mr. Obama was mistakenly optimistic when he stated, "I will continue to urge Greek creditors to take the steps needed to ensure the country is well placed to return to robust economic growth, including by providing meaningful debt relief." At 330 billion euros, Greece's debt is 180% of measured domestic product. Yet this is only the beginning of Greece's problems. I doubt Mr. Obama took as much as a glance at Greece's rapidly disappearing population. By 2030, 1/3 of its population will be above 60 years old, and the Greek population will be in overall decline. The percentage of Greeks over 60 will rise to 41% of the population by 2050. So who, exactly, does Mr. Obama believe will bring about the Greek recovery? Creditors can negotiate their investments, but why would European taxpayers assume more burdens when Greece's tax base and resulting collateral will continue to face significant pressures? If Europe, foreign investors, and the IMF all decide to forgive Greek debts, they can do so. However, they should not expect that this alone will result in a sustainable recovery. Rapid demographic decline aggravated by a bad monetary system prevents that. The debt crisis is a symptom and not the source of the problems. Yet this debt situation could have been avoided if the European community had adopted a kind of internal variation of the Bretton Woods Agreement, allowing Greece to exit and devalue. Later, if Greece had been able to adjust its institutions, it could have been accepted back into the euro. Perhaps surprisingly, the ongoing euro crisis could be said to represent a failure to understand the meaning of biblical usury law and its distinction between brother and stranger. The biblical passage condemns lending upon usury to thy brother, though unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury. Deuteronomy 23 verses 19 to 20. Close reading of the biblical text and subsequent laws in medieval northern Italy shows that it made sense to have both this condemnation and the distinction between brothers and strangers in the relatively poor, sparsely populated agrarian societies. There, few people were mobile or strangers with volatile collateral. While poor people should have been given aid, not loans, the strangers passing through the community as traders should have been given loans priced according to their unreliable collateral. This principle, in a theoretical sense, can be applied to countries. If investors decide to give poor countries credit at usurious rates and the countries default, they should not expect sympathy. But neither should countries such as Greece, Italy, and Spain, having unreliable collateral and lacking government accountability, be permitted to take cover under poorly designed and negotiated political arrangements. No such arrangement will function if certain countries are allowed to spend as if their tomorrow will be perpetually financed by their new brothers. Today, mobility among the EU's strangers takes the shape of moving under and sideways, shifting economic activity to large black markets where incomes are untaxed, while mobile wealth flees the country through emigration of the younger and more entrepreneurial. Not much remains of the tax base to collateralize the country's bonds. Countries with unaccountable institutions do not belong under the umbrella of a political institution whose disciplined, accountable members implicitly become the collateral and the tax base for the undisciplined members. Mixing these two different types of countries cannot form an optimum currency area. Neither can they sustain a monetary yardstick. Fixed exchange rates cannot solve fundamental disequilibrium. To use one of the escape clauses that the Bretton Woods system defined to allow for occasional devaluation. The source of the euro crisis this time was not wars, but a significantly weakened tax base, associated with unanticipated demographic changes, and with the compounding of debts, exaggerated entitlements, and undisciplined government policies. The poorly thought-through adoption of a common currency failed to consider these problems and, now, only exacerbates them. The solution for the United States, for Europe, and for many other countries, including China, would be to negotiate a credible variation of the Bretton Woods Agreement and stabilize exchange rates. Such an agreement would allow for rare, occasional devaluations when some countries' collaterals are drastically impaired. At the same time, it would also enforce penalties on countries accumulating reserves. This system, though, makes sense only if it is viewed as part of a long-term expansion of commerce around the globe, and it is a system that would contribute to sustaining such a goal. Countries insistent upon centralization of economic activity could not be part of such an agreement. Meanwhile, countries insistent upon accumulating reserves would be penalized. If such agreements are not adopted, expect further monetary and debt crises, slowed economic expansion, and more political upheavals. Virtually everyone believes education is a key to prosperity. But the fact that Vice President Mike Pence had to cast a tie-breaking vote to confirm Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education raises the question: why does education provoke such sharp divisions in the United States? When I was growing up under communism, I easily understood the difference between my parents' and friends' opinions on one side and the Communist parties on the other. The party wanted desperately to indoctrinate, whereas my parents did their best, at home, behind closed double windows, to counterbalance the official brainwashing. Such intense polarization may be understandable under communism, but how can it be that Republicans and Democrats are so sharply divided on education? To shed light on the problems with our educational system and their possible solutions, I will start with some simple facts that show roughly where we are in terms of what passes for education now. Then I will discuss where I believe we should be going and how to get there. The answer is simple. The time young people spend in today's educational institutions must be drastically reduced, and complemented by new institutions that would give them more experience, teach discipline and perseverance, help them build networks, and better prepare them for their lives and careers. At present, the college enrollment for the 18 to 24 age group stands around 40%, up from 26% in 1980. As expected, labor force participation for this age group has declined. Rates for those aged 18 to 19 declined from 67% to 48% between 1980 and 2013. For those 20 to 24 years old, rates declined from 77% to 71%. Not surprisingly, the median earnings of Americans 20 to 24 years old declined from $22,300 in 1980 to $17,500 in 2012, in constant 2011 to $12, in part because a greater fraction of these age groups does not work. In 2013, about 84% of young females and 81% of young males completed high school education, up from 79% and 75%, respectively, in 1980. About 17% of all young adults were neither enrolled in school nor working, and for black males, the percentage stands at 30%. Since 2000, median incomes for this age group have declined for all education levels, except a small blip in 2005 to 6, which has quickly reversed since. Total federal and state government spending on education hovers around 5% of GDP since 1980, and outstanding student loans now stand at $1.4 trillion. After discounting for grants, college costs have increased since 1999 by about 20 to 30% for all income groups. All of the above may not look too bad at first sight, but a closer look shows that these figures can easily be made to cover up some uncomfortable truths. Consider first the 83% total high school graduation rate. The number does not necessarily say anything about how much the graduates actually know. A 2015 New York Times article starts with statistics from Berea High School, with 1,000 students, whose graduation rate jumped from 65% to more than 80% in 4 years. Yet, in the college entrance exams those students took, only 10% of the students were ready for college-level work in reading, and only 7% were ready for entry-level college math. Across all schools, only 40% of 12th graders, on average, were ready for college work in reading and math. This decline in learning is also reflected in different numbers at colleges and universities. How are graduation rates inflated and not backed by basic knowledge? In California, South Carolina, and Tennessee, authorities eliminated requirements that students pass exit exams before getting their diplomas. Alaska, California, Wisconsin, and Wyoming demand fewer credits than other states. 32 states did not require graduates to take 4 years of English and math. Discharging high-risk kids is another method used to manipulate outcomes. Where do these castaways go? The answers vary. In Chicago, one of the largest school districts in the country, investigations have found that the district is misclassifying students, enrolling high-risk kids in dropout dumps and calling them out-of-district transfers. Change the words and the graduation rates change. Meanwhile, failing kids disappear from any statistics. Texas reports the nation's second-highest graduation rate and the highest in the nation for African Americans and Hispanics. But investigations suggest that the figures there too exclude tens of thousands of students from the dropout count, simply because schools report, with little required documentation, that students have left the country or are being homeschooled. Elsewhere, students at risk of not graduating from regular schools are given the option to recover credits. In Detroit, more than a third of the students at Cody Medicine and Community Health Academy, for example, are in credit recovery programs. With the incentives to improve graduation rates, teachers and schools are moving their non-performing students to for-profit programs such as K-12, National High School, and others, where they can get the necessary high school credits. Daria Hall, a director at the Education Trust, acknowledged that some of these credit recovery programs frankly aren't terribly rigorous and aren't preparing students well for what's next. Meanwhile, in Camden, New Jersey, almost half of the area's high school seniors graduated through an appeals process because they could not pass the required exams to graduate. I could not quite discover what this means, but one thing is clear: this diploma is not backed by the same knowledge as the usual one. In short, any improvement in high school graduation rates hardly seems to reflect knowledge gains and appears to be little more than a statistical pretense of having produced knowledge. There is nothing new about these inconsistencies between statistics and reality. Already in 2002, the National Center for Education Statistics noted that 35.5% of first and second-year undergraduates had to take remedial courses in reading and math. In large part, we have tried to remedy these problems by increasing both spending on education and the amount of time students are expected to spend in the existing educational system. So far, the results of both of these efforts have been disappointing. Using data from the 2010 Digest of Education Statistics, Eric Hanashek of Stanford University analyzed student enrollment and teacher and staffing levels at K-12 U.S. public schools between 1980 and 2008. He found that staff and teacher numbers grew roughly twice as fast as student enrollment over this period. Yet while school staff increased 52% and student enrollment by 21%, students still showed no additional learning in achievement tests. Pre-kindergarten programs have also shown poor results. In Georgia, for example, 4th and 8th grade reading, math, and science scores all trail the national average. 1 in 3 teenagers drops out of high school, the third worst rate in the country. This occurs in spite of the fact that, since 1995, the state has subsidized free pre-kindergarten, which some theorized would produce tangible results in student performance later. 9. And what about Lyndon Johnson's Head Start program launched in 1965? In December 2012, the Health and Human Services Department published a 346-page report comparing those who went into the Head Start program to those who did not. No measurable differences were found. Some simplistically attribute the decline in our public education system to the shift of skilled students into private schools, but far more significant events were at work, raising different questions about equality and social mobility. Public schools worked well in the United States and other Western countries until about the 1970s. Until then, French public schools, for example, provided far better education than private ones. Underperforming students often went to private schools because they were thrown out of the public system. One reason public schools performed better during this period is that the vast majority of highly qualified women had few options for working outside the home, other than being teachers or nurses. They accepted relatively low pay, difficult working conditions, and gave their very best. After women's liberation opened up new professional opportunities for women, some of the best left teaching careers. Of course, some very dedicated, smart women did stay in the education sector, but one would have expected more of these highly experienced teachers to become top executives at schools. In fact, however, that did not happen. Increasing bureaucratization, government and union constraints, and faddish theories of education shifted hiring for top positions toward credentialed administrators rather than skilled teachers, and made it more difficult for the best teachers to become senior executives. All of these factors made the sector less attractive to the most talented women, causing them to leave rather than fill more upper-level positions. In this way, far from promoting equality and social mobility, the education sector likely prolonged gender inequality, which, in turn, contributed to declining public school performance. Colleges and universities. The above problems in high schools extend into post-secondary education as well. 60% of white males and 65% of black males do not graduate within 6 years of starting college. For women, the numbers are 35 and 43%, respectively. Combine these numbers with the real, rather than inflated high school dropout rates, and one is left with the stark conclusion that spending more on education does not create assets, but, under the present institutional arrangements, creates liabilities instead. These liabilities include not only the debts that students or their parents incur, not backed by future incomes, but the menace of frustrated young generations, spoiled into prolonged adolescence and having high expectations left unfulfilled. As of January 1, 2016, 43% of the roughly 22 million Americans with federal student loans were not making payments, and 1 in 6 borrowers, 3.6 million, were in default on $56 billion of student debt. Also, a report from Pew Research Center shows that 26% of millennials, defined as those born in 1981 or later, lived with their parents, up from 22% in 2007, percentages that translate to 16.3 million young adults living with their parents, compared to 13.4 million in 2007. The change is being attributed to mismatches in what millennials studied and what job opportunities are out there, as well as to the debts the millennials took upon themselves. Among other things, these data also imply that the American education system is not ensuring greater social mobility and higher incomes. The frequently cited association between more diplomas and higher incomes may just be a correlation reflecting the fact that smarter people study harder and study harder subjects, or that purchased educational credentials are skewing talent selection. In fact, the increasing inequality in the United States and other Western countries might be partly explained by the fact that governments so extensively subsidize high schools and universities. After all, the best and brightest, or merely those who can afford the most private tutoring, benefit the most from these subsidies. On the other hand, The government offers no subsidy to someone who is not thrilled about studying in school but gets excited tinkering with cars or computers and wants to open a garage or a small business. It is the studious kid who gets the subsidy to add educational credentials, and the ones without high school and university degrees end up paying taxes for their studies. The consequences are predictable. Inequality will increase and the distribution of wealth will become more skewed. One person will be compounding massive educational subsidies channeled through high schools and universities and turning it into more wealth. Meanwhile, from a young age, the grocery store or garage owner paid taxes as either an employee or a small business owner. Add to this the fact that lower-skilled, and increasingly mid-level, employees face increased competition from the rest of the world, and inequality becomes even more pronounced. It may be that reducing heavy subsidies to schools and universities could mitigate inequality worldwide. The above numbers also show that keeping the academically incapable, uninterested, and undisciplined in educational institutions, and perpetuating the myth that education leads to social mobility backfires, producing a debt-burdened and frustrated young generation. Spending more time in educational institutions does not necessarily bring about more learning or higher growth rates, but instead more stupidity. A term I use with the precise meaning Milan Kundera gave to it. Stupidity is not ignorance, but the non-thought of received ideas. It is not difficult to further illustrate the issues affecting the quality of learning at the university level. Consider this. Over the last few decades, accounting and business administration are among undergraduates' top majors. But do students specializing in accounting really have to spend 4 years as business undergraduates? Accounting is a trade that one learns by practicing, rather than by passing multiple-choice exams. Until the 1960s, one could become an accountant by working, rather than studying at university, and most of the rest of what these undergraduate studies have been filled with can be easily acquired while working. It makes little sense for 18-year-olds to enroll in 4-year business programs to start with. What does it mean for them to take courses in topics such as management, strategy, organizational behavior, or the psychology of organizations? And such topics are taught by lecturers who, more often than not, have zero experience in managing, executing, financing, or marketing anything. Imagine if lecturers in medical schools never operated but merely wrote papers on optimizing procedures in operation rooms. The above pattern holds true for most business undergraduate studies. At worst, they can be offered in 2 or 3 years with impunity, and at best, they would not exist in their present shape. Yes, students should learn the vocabularies of finance, accounting, and economics, but these could be complements to some non-trade studies or be acquired while working. Networking and creating teams appear to be the only benefits of such business studies, but these ends can be achieved in a better way through other institutional arrangements. Apprenticing in accounting or finance, or working as low or mid-level managers with specialized credits in other professions, in which students are taught and mentored by practitioners. Rather than pursue more suitable arrangements and minimize wasteful programs, however, universities have dramatically increased administrative personnel and costs. Yet all the extra administrators have achieved almost nothing, as documented in Richard Aram and Josipa Rox's recent book Academically Adrift. Limited Learning on College Campuses. University of Chicago Press, 2011. They note that gains in critical thinking, complex reasoning, and writing skills have either been exceedingly small or non-existent for a large proportion of students, with 36% of students experiencing no significant improvement in learning whatsoever. Society would be far better off if its youth spent less time in today's high schools, colleges, and universities, which are more educational in name than in practice. For most people, these institutions are mainly offering a prolonged and subsidized adolescence, rather than developing skills and discipline. Finishing one's studies in fewer years is also important because younger generations are in increasing competition with their peers around the world, previously held behind by the Iron and other dictatorial curtains. These foreign students do not have, and unlike U.S. students, do not expect, the luxury of combining their education with several years of fun and leisure, financed by parents and taxpayers. A more efficient educational model would bring about greater discipline and less boredom, while allowing for greater freedom. Those interested in business can begin meaningful work earlier, while those interested in academic pursuits can begin real research rather than paying for more and more credentialing. Where should young people go instead of educational institutions? Work, apprenticeships, and other forms of network building would all be more rewarding for students and society. What if students could also complete their education, including useful undergraduate study, in less time, reducing undergraduate programs, for example, by just 1 year? Such a reduction could probably be achieved simply by allowing students the option of studying continuously and not taking summer breaks. Consider a Fermi calculation about the monetary consequences of such a change. There are about 20 million people enrolled in post-secondary education in the United States, with approximately 4 million graduating every year, about 3 million of whom receive bachelor's or higher degrees. Assume that from now on, each year 3 million students join the labor force a year earlier. How much annual income and how much wealth would this generate? Assume that after graduation the average salary would be just $25,000. With 3 million students finishing 1 year earlier, this would add $75 billion of national income during that year. Assume now that the additional $75 billion in national income would be compounding at 5% over the next 40 years. This would amount to more than $500 billion of wealth for just one cohort of 3 million students joining the labor force a year earlier at a $25,000 salary. Moreover, instead of inducing older people to work until they drop dead, we should be letting younger people start work sooner, which would also address entitlement funding problems far better than the currently pursued alternatives. This brings us to execution. How to accelerate schooling while improving education. The Swiss and Israeli school systems provide insights. After primary education, grade 8, students are sorted according to their abilities, and some go to high schools with streams in science, math, and the humanities, while others go to trade or vocational schools that collaborate with related businesses. Adolescents whose talents and interests are not in general studies need not be forced to prolong their schooling, something that is detrimental to real education and discipline. Nor would this dual system close doors for late bloomers. If some change their minds and want to go to universities, they can pass a few exams later and apply. Letting young adults gain experience in various trades does not imply that such students will end up earning less money, or that they will not be well versed in history, philosophy, and arts. They can study such topics during their leisure time, which they may be able to afford more of if they are not forced to spend exorbitant sums on credentialing. It is curious that many Americans resist such a dual system because of concerns that it might promote inequality, as if the present U.S. system does not. After all, selection is the main idea upon which many high schools and universities are based. Under the current system, everyone is only equal in being forced to pay exorbitant sums to university administrators via student loan debt. The values of the credentials remain as unequal as ever, and those least suited to academic work are harmed the most. Indeed, gaining experience in occupational fields may actually improve employment prospects and social mobility. For example, in Switzerland, 70% of young people aged 15 to 19 are training for occupations, whereas the number in Germany is 65% and, in Austria, 55%. In these three countries, youth unemployment rates are less than half of America's 16%. Along similar lines, in 2012, the UK created apprenticeship programs for commercial pilots, lawyers, and engineers, adding to the existing program for accountants. These programs are now considered the equivalent of college education. Combining schools with apprenticeship programs is an increasingly discussed alternative, but one that is still too rarely implemented. Although Colorado, among other states, is experimenting with apprenticeship models. In order to achieve such collaborations, employers must create associations through which student apprentices would be paid or financed, perhaps with the trained employees paying it back in the form of equity or debt, without necessarily binding the young employees to the company where their training started. Immobilizing employees is not a solution. The tax regime would need to be adjusted for this to happen, however. Another U.S. example comes from St. Louis, where technology entrepreneur Jim McKelvey convinced several large employers, including Enterprise, Monsanto, and Rawlings, that computer programming does not require a college education but rather working with an experienced programmer. These employers created an apprenticeship program called LaunchCode. The program admits young people with basic programming skills, pays them $15 an hour, and pairs them with experienced programmers for 2 years. Schools should also offer more specialized credits that can be earned while working, gaining experience which is almost certainly more valuable than the business degree programs discussed above. And when enrollments drop, as has been the case with 2-year full-time MBA programs, close the programs, just as the University of Iowa did in phasing out its business school this year. Costs can be drastically cut without impacting students' education. Let us end this section with a historical reminder. The university sector expanded so rapidly during the 20th century because massive amounts of money were thrown at it, a combination of the GI Bill, the 1958 National Defense Education Act, after the Soviet Union's launch of Sputnik, and later Great Society spending. In many cases, however, increases in students and faculty were not seen in math or the hard sciences, but in various fields that did little more than come up with new, obscure jargons, business schools being no exception to this heavily subsidized fad. Perhaps the 30% decrease in enrollment in MBA programs and the closing down of such programs is a first sign of the drastic retrenchment universities will go through in the coming years. Business schools have been the first to react to other real-world pressures in the past, too. Israeli undergraduate stellar performance suggests that completing undergraduate studies in 3 years does not mean weaker performance down the line. It is true that Israeli youth arrive at the university 2 or 3 years older and are more mature than their U.S. counterparts because of required army service, 2 years for women and 3 years for men. But this implies that young Americans should gain discipline and experience, not that they should stay longer in schools. The fact that such experience counts for more than formal studies in preparing young people to solve problems is also reflected in Israel's becoming the startup nation. Israel has the largest concentration of high-tech companies outside of Silicon Valley. With a population of about 8 million, Israel has the third largest number of companies listed on the NASDAQ, after the United States and China. This experience also suggests the importance of networking, as many Israeli startups are founded by youth who have been in the military together, learning about discipline, punctuality, operating under stress, and other intangible characteristics beyond the purely intellectual. All these have an impact on that elusive notion we call culture. A compulsory national service of 12 or 18 months would be more effective in shaping a disciplined, creative labor force than the present subsidized self-indulgence at colleges, where after the last presidential elections many well-known universities decided to cancel lectures and give puppies and coloring books to whining students in their 20s. It is a mistake to think that high schools, colleges, and universities are the only institutions where people can build networks. The military, compulsory national service, or apprenticeship programs may be far better at achieving this goal. In addition, military service or some other form of compulsory national service for all, no exceptions, would put people from different sides of the tracks in close proximity, creating teams and networks necessary for future performance in all fields of life, and creating greater chances for social mobility. This is less likely to happen on campuses now, where students easily balkanize. And yes, national service could teach young adults that rights come with obligations too. In politics, as in business and private life, bankruptcy or failure or the fear thereof is the mother of invention, and U.S. educational institutions are rapidly approaching this terminus. These institutions have been very good at creating the myth that they are needed for social mobility, economic success, and intellectual achievement. In fact, they are better at creating such myths than advancing any of these goals, and have induced students, parents, donors, and governments to cough up vast amounts of money for shockingly poor results. Investing more time and money in these same institutions will not improve education. Resources should be focused elsewhere. The proposals outlined above would put the country back on the road to long-term prosperity, correcting severe mismatches and rebuilding the connection between talents and capital. The 10th anniversary of the 2008 financial crisis came and went with surprisingly little reflection. Adam Tooze's crashed. How a decade of financial crises changed the world was perhaps the most celebrated attempt to analyze the crisis with the benefit of hindsight. Unfortunately, much of the book offers little more than a chronology of newspaper headlines, displaying superficial analysis and an incomplete understanding of finance and history. Tooze spends too much time quoting speeches delivered at irrelevant institutions like the UN and devotes too little attention to events and conditions on the ground. Events which often escaped the notice of the political leaders and high-profile economists he repeatedly flatters. He raises dire warnings about the rise of nationalism, but often overlooks the greater problems arising from mismanagement and corruption in unaccountable institutions. Tooze has a tendency to make sweeping claims which he never really substantiates. In the last few pages, out of the blue, he asserts that there are striking similarities between the events precipitating World War I and those of 2008. After raising this possibility, he poses a series of leading questions. How does a great moderation end? Is there any route to international and domestic order? Can we achieve perpetual stability and peace? Or must we rely on the balance of terror and the judgment of technicians and generals? Yet the book does not include any serious discussion of these issues. What is this perpetual stability and peace utopia? What does balance of terror mean? And what is the role of politicians, technicians, and generals in inciting or calming popular passions? Tooze is far too credulous about what economists have called the Great Moderation, referring to the lower macroeconomic volatility during the 1980s and 90s, which, on closer inspection, may just have been a case of confusing bull markets for brains. After all, we know that the macro models which supposedly led us through the Great Moderation offered zero guidance to prevent the crisis and its aftermath. As for World War I, TWS never establishes any clear parallels or provides any real insights into where such parallels might be found. Perhaps one might view the popular dissatisfaction with centralized EU institutions and their recent policy miscalculations as rhyming with the rise of national movements in the 19th and 20th centuries, movements which arose in part because incompetent monarchies failed to address urgent systemic problems. But there's little indication that TWS is especially concerned about the Austro-Hungarian levels of sclerosis introduced by the EU or the unaccountability of, say, the ECB. Even when TWS is correct, for example, in making the rather trivial observation that financial and political matters cannot be separated. His language is so vague that it tells us little about the origins of the crisis, much less suggests any path forward. By dint of their massive weight, complex social systems such as financial markets, and apparatuses like the modern state and the interstate system that it inhabits, create a sense of solidity. They make us doubt whether they could possibly be amenable to political agency, decision, or debate. We suspect technocratic preemption and usurpation around every corner, and often with good reason. There are ways of describing the operations of these systems that void the presence of politics. But if a history such as this has any purpose, it is to reveal the poverty of such accounts. Political choice, ideology, and agency are everywhere across this narrative with highly consequential results, not merely as disturbing factors but as vital reactions to the huge volatility and contingency generated by the malfunctioning of the giant systems and machines and apparatuses of financial engineering. Back to the 1500s and the conjoined birth of capitalism and the modern state system, such moments of decision, contingency, choice, and attendant drama have been constitutive of our sense of modern history. Though that sense of history might temporarily have been in abeyance after 1989, it has returned with a bang. Such moments are the coordinates of memory and commemoration. In his 2018 book, Keeping at It, The Quest for Sound Money and Good Government, Paul Volcker relates an anecdote that illustrates far more succinctly the causes and consequences of separating economics from politics. He quotes a conversation with Princeton economists in which he remarked that this university doesn't pay attention to public administration. An economist there responded, "Why should it? Public administration is not a real discipline like economics." Volcker says that he politely refrained from reminding him of the abject failure of economists to make reliable forecasts, the essence of real science, or to foresee and understand the financial crisis we were undergoing. TWS summarizes the panic-driven, ad hoc reactions of governments and central banks to the events of the unfolding crisis. But he omits the many blunt acknowledgments from decision-makers like Ben Bernanke, Janet Yellen, and Tim Geithner confirming Volcker's jaundiced views of contemporary economics and the faddish models that dominate the discipline. Geithner, in a 2015 panel on the financial crisis with Robert Rubin and Hank Paulson, moderated by Sheryl Sandberg, said this, "We certainly don't know anything about how economies perform in the short term and even over the long run." This honest assessment left both Sandberg and the audience audibly gasping, as can be seen on the YouTube clip. Nonetheless, in much of the book, TWS summarizes their views uncritically. Geithner's 2015 statement merely confirmed what one could have inferred from earlier comments of these same officials, which revealed extraordinary cluelessness. The Federal Reserve is not currently forecasting a recession, Ben Bernanke, January 10, 2008. The risk that the economy has entered a substantial downturn appears to have diminished over the past month or so, Ben Bernanke, June 2008. To sum up the story on the outlook for real GDP growth, my own view is that, under appropriate monetary policy, the economy is still likely to achieve a relatively smooth adjustment path, with real GDP growth gradually returning to its roughly 2.5% trend over the next year or so, and the unemployment rate rising only very gradually to just above its 4.75% sustainable level. Janet Yellen, December 3, 2007. For my own part, I did not see and did not appreciate what the risks were with securitization, the credit ratings agencies, the shadow banking system, the SIVs. I didn't see any of that coming until it happened. Janet Yellen, 2010. Criticism is easy, but unless one provides an alternative view, the criticism is merely academic. So let me offer a different explanation of the bad government and central bank policies, corruption, and lack of accountability that produced an undercapitalized, poorly regulated international banking system. Promoting home ownership has been a bipartisan goal of U.S. policymakers for many decades. In a 2007 speech, Ben Bernanke summarized the rationale behind one of the now well-known pieces of such legislation, the Community Reinvestment Act, CRA, which was enacted in 1977 and later amended in 1989, 1995, and 2005. The obligation of financial institutions to serve their communities was seen as a quid pro quo for privileges, such as the protection afforded by federal deposit insurance and access to the Federal Reserve's discount window. The academic argument for increasing home mortgage lending to lower-income people was that expanding ownership stabilizes communities while building up equity that could eventually serve as future collateral. President George W. Bush, a vocal proponent of increased mortgage lending, explicitly called for an ownership society. Had the CRA been designed correctly, it might have been a positive step toward the democratization of capital, as I would call it. As it happened, it was a good idea badly executed. Instead of providing equity and down payment assistance, Congress crafted measures that increased maximum allowable mortgage debt and reduced minimum thresholds of creditworthiness. At the same time, regulators failed to rein in specialty mortgage companies, which made some of the worst loans precisely because they were not subject to bank regulations. Politicians, economists, and banking executives also failed to appreciate the significant changes to incentives that arose from the massive expansion of mortgage securitization, as well as derivatives like credit default swaps. The business model of financial institutions went from originate with due diligence and hold to originate, securitize, and distribute. Let others worry about due diligence. Of course, originators still had to make representations about the quality of the mortgages, but as long as the loans were not expected to stay on their books, default risk was not really their problem. This led to much undetected or unacknowledged fraud that only came to light after the crisis. There are many reasons to aggregate and securitize mortgage loans, especially when real estate prices are assumed to be uncorrelated across states. Still, someone has to be responsible for doing the proper due diligence. This was not done. Risk was simply being spread more widely throughout the system, often in ways that were not fully understood until the music stopped. Moreover, because of incompetence or corruption, the credit rating agencies failed to recognize this risk. The rating agencies did not adjust to the new loan origination business model and disregarded warning signs, such as the increasing default rates on mortgages relative to historic levels. Domestic and foreign institutions, without doing due diligence either, believing in the implied security of high ratings, bought more and more mortgage-backed securities, MBS. Meanwhile, Congress permitted Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to expand their portfolios without taking steps to ensure accountability. Given their ambiguous status as government-sponsored enterprises, GSEs, and the low borrowing costs and capital requirements associated with this status, buying up bundles of questionable loans was immensely profitable for the GSE's executives and shareholders, and convenient for politicians running on economic growth and home ownership, yet dramatically increased systemic risks. In 2003, Congress ignored warnings from both John Snow, the Secretary of the Treasury, and Alan Greenspan, the Fed chairman. The former proposed legislation to tighten oversight of Fannie and Freddie but was rebuked for inventing frightful scenarios about the GSEs. In 2005, Alan Greenspan warned that Freddie and Fannie could put the total financial system of the future at risk, but Senator Chuck Schumer insisted that Fannie and Freddie have done an incredible job. By the 2000s, these mistakes in housing policy were compounding the effects of an earlier change in the tax code. In 1997, capital gains amounting to $500,000 from the sale of a house were made exempt from taxes, whereas similar gains realized from the sale of other assets like stocks and bonds were taxed. It is not difficult to predict how all of the above policies combined would change incentives and encourage more resources to flow into the housing sector. The tax change ensured that new demand came not only from lower-income people, but from other buyers expecting to flip houses and realize untaxed capital gains. The net effect of all this ended up being the exact opposite of the original intentions of the CRA and the stated goals of U.S. housing policy. After all, more buyers might become owners on paper, but when they have no equity stake in their houses, when they expect to flip properties quickly to benefit from a tax advantage, and when default risk is always being transferred to someone else, it is highly unlikely that any communities will be stabilized through this sort of home ownership. And, during the crash, many lost what little equity they might have managed to build up. The reason for going through these policy changes in detail, And I am not even going into the misguided insistence on using mark-to-market accounting in 2008, when markets froze, or the impact of arbitrary decisions, based perhaps on personal or political sympathies, to bail out one investment bank and not another, is to show that the crisis can be understood without relying on abstract economic theories or complex statistics. In fact, an obsession with fashionable theories and aggregate data often obfuscates what is happening on the ground, which is exactly what occurred at the time. Some investors, investment banks, and even economists started to see in 2006 and 2007 that something was likely to go wrong. Goldman Sachs, for example, started buying credit insurance on various tranches of MBS in December 2006. In February 2007, the cost of insuring $10 million of a AAA-rated portion of a mortgage-backed security was still only $68,000 plus a $9,000 annual premium. By summer 2007, with housing prices dropping, the cost of insurance went to over $900,000 upfront plus the annual premium. Once the cost of insuring mortgage-backed securities skyrocketed, MBS issuance fell drastically. Mortgage financing from MBS declined rapidly. 2. Subprime originations went from $160 billion in the third quarter of 2006 to $28 billion in the third quarter of 2007. With the severe drop in home prices, combined with the misguided mark-to-market requirements for pricing these suddenly illiquid securities, the value of the assets that financial institutions had on their books became uncertain, and banks were only willing to make loans to one another at much higher rates. The spread between short-term U.S. Treasuries and LIBOR rose from 0.44% to 2.4% in 2 weeks in August 2007. This raises the question of why Bernanke, Yellen, Geithner, and so many others failed to comprehend the unfolding crisis until much later. Tooze never asks this question, but the topic is worth exploring. My answer, echoing the criticisms that Volcker and others have leveled against the present state of the economics discipline, is that the fashionable jargons and models passing for science have shaped the parameters of discussion and action in disastrous ways. As a consequence, the Fed failed to understand the meaning of its own statistics and the implications of its own actions. The combined impacts of regulatory, legal, and monetary policy changes not only affected incentives, but distorted the meaning of macroeconomic statistics, price indices in particular. Besides channeling resources into the housing industry, the 1997 change in capital gains taxes also had the impact of turning homes from consumption, with a roughly 25% weight in the Consumer Price Index, CPI, to investments, which are not supposed to have any weight in the CPI. This change contributed, at least in part, to what Greenspan called at the time his great conundrum. In spite of the large increase in home prices and the expansion of credit, the CPI hardly moved. In fact, people were buying houses expecting capital gains and renting them at low prices, planning to flip them quickly, depressing the equivalent rent statistic that goes into CPI. Between 1983 and 1996, the price-to-rent ratio was stable at around 20, but between 1999 and 2006, the price-to-rent ratio jumped to 32. Nevertheless, an army of economists, at the Fed in particular, were buried in their models and jargon, pursuing a 2% yearly inflation target, a number that may as well have been picked out of a hat. Starting in March 2001, the Federal Reserve lowered interest rates from 5.5% to 1%, reached in June 2003, and held there for a year. It then made 17 increases of 0.25%, reaching 5.25% in June 2006, and kept rates steady until 2007, when housing prices started going down. Not only did Greenspan fail to understand the cause of his conundrum, but the Fed failed to anticipate the effects of its own rate policies, which simultaneously fueled and disguised the inflating mortgage bubble. Following prime interest rates, the typical initial rate on adjustable rate mortgages, ARMs, declined from 7.25% in 2001 to below 3.5% in 2004. 5 then rose to 8% by 2006. Borrowers from 2001 to 2004, with initial ARM interest rates of 4 to 5%, started paying double that between 2005 and 2007, around 8.75 to 9.75%. As long as rates stayed low, income stable, and prices were rising, the large increases in mortgage debts were not perceived as a burden. Taking on a larger mortgage or flipping houses seemed like a great idea until rates doubled. Thus, the Fed, through its monetary policy, at first encouraged this activity and then ensured that a system dependent on ever-rising home prices would collapse, without even knowing it. With this brief survey of domestic events, I'll discuss currency matters later. Let us turn to a few items in Europe that are missing from TUS's account. Consider Greece, whose main business sectors are hotels, restaurants, and agriculture. Many of these are family-owned companies notorious for tax evasion. Add to this the estimated 43 to 45% of self-employment income, that of physicians, lawyers, etc., that goes unreported, and foregone tax revenues amounted to over 30% of the country's deficit during some years. In addition to the national sport of tax evasion, shared with the Italians and Spanish, Greece also faces major demographic challenges. The country's rapidly aging population, exacerbated by the emigration of ambitious young people, makes it virtually impossible for the government to meet its pension and other benefit obligations promised in better times. In light of these issues, it is hardly surprising that Greek bonds must effectively be backed by Germany. And it is these problems in Greece and other European nations, problems which go well beyond financial sector mismanagement, that make European economic and political challenges so intractable. Another illustrative case is Iceland, which TUS mentions in passing. Behind the facade of an idealized Nordic model welfare state was a society with a corrupt banking and political system. 6 Iceland's three main financial institutions, accounting for 85% of its banking system, crashed within a single week in October 2008. The management of all three and the Icelandic government as well blamed the failure on Wall Street. But there have to be at least two parties to any financial transaction. It turns out that when Iceland's banks were privatized before 2008, they were sold at very low prices to politicians' cronies with no banking experience whatsoever. One was a politician whose private sector experience consisted of running two small knitwear factories for a few months in the 1970s. Another needed special legislative treatment to qualify for the position because he had been in serious legal trouble in Russia and previously received a conditional prison sentence in Iceland for fraud. What are the lessons from Iceland's crash and its bailout in 2008? Although TUS is not overly sympathetic to simplistic European blame Wall Street rhetoric, he too often overlooks the need to hold government officials accountable, as already indicated in the previous section. Who is going to do that? It is not and was not going to be an institution like the IMF. The IMF was created justifiably as part of the Bretton Woods Agreement after World War II to ensure stable exchange rates. Once the world moved toward a floating currency regime, however, the IMF transformed itself into an international consulting institution with no clear purpose. It has been guided by the same economics groupthink that led U.S. policymakers astray. It was incapable of preventing the crisis, and it barely has the credibility to administer bailouts in the aftermath. One of the key lessons of the financial crisis, then, is the need to restore institutional accountability across financial and political systems. The goal of economic policy should not simply be, say, increasing home ownership or minimizing the fallout from a crash, but rather to disperse capital through more accountable institutions that are independent from each other. More broadly dispersed capital would reduce the chances of mistakes being transmitted nationally or internationally and make it more likely that capital would be matched with talents, the necessary condition of prosperity. This is what I call the democratization of capital. What TUS means by capitalist democracy, I have no idea. When MBS and collateralized debt obligations, CDOs, began to default, the problems with mark-to-market accounting surfaced. Suddenly, illiquid securities were being assigned wildly different values, leading to massive write-offs by investment banks, commercial banks, and other institutions which soon stopped lending to each other. The opportunities for raising new equity were soon exhausted. Bear Stearns and Merrill were rescued by government-supported sales. Lehman and AIG were allowed to go bankrupt, and Goldman Sachs became a bank holding company to access lower-cost funds from the federal Citigroup received direct aid from the U.S. Treasury. The Fed also began buying MBS and other securities, an unprecedented move, both from U.S. and global banks. Between 2008 and 2010, 52% of the Fed's purchases of MBS were from foreign banks, mainly European. The Fed also signed swap agreements that gave European banks access to dollars. Indeed, when financial markets freeze or do not exist, governments must become the sources of credit, regardless of whose fault it is. Nevertheless, the commonly repeated narrative that the Fed acted as a lender of last resort after the crisis is misleading. Acting as a lender of last resort implies charging high interest rates, which is not what happened. Instead, Bernanke, whose PhD dissertation was about banking during the Great Depression, wanted to make sure the banks were solvent. 7, but, fearing inflation, the Fed sterilized the inflows from printing money with higher rates on reserves. Banks responded by keeping their capital parked at the Fed rather than lending. This amounted to fiscal policy, subsidizing both banks and government spending. Government debt increased sharply, yet interest payments on the ballooning debt stayed at pre-2008 levels, while disincentivizing lending to businesses. Inadvertently, the policy punished shocked, less wealthy savers who got negligible returns on their depository and fixed income savings, while subsidizing those with significant stakes in stock markets. A lender of last resort might also have imposed strict conditions on its loans to ensure accountability. Instead, the Fed permitted the failed management of financial institutions to stay in place and allowed them to keep their compensation from the boom years. As Nassim Nicholas Taleb points out in Skin in the Game, Hidden Asymmetries in Daily Life, 2018, former Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin collected over $120 million in compensation from Citigroup in the decade preceding 2008. When the bank became insolvent and was rescued by the government, none of that money was clawed back. If promoting skin in the game was the rationale for U.S. policies designed to increase home ownership prior to the crisis, then why was the same principle not enforced on bank management teams during the bailout? Twos is perhaps most interesting when discussing the increasing reliance of the global financial system on dollar swap lines from the Federal Reserve. But, as David P. Goldman notes, this reliance could lead to the next crisis. The cost of hedging currency flows related to trade and other imbalances may be starting to strain bank balance sheets. Derivative obligations related to financial exchange have ballooned from $60 trillion in 2010 to $90 trillion today, and the credit quality of European banks is again deteriorating, just as the Fed has tightened liquidity in the United States. 8. If foreign banks become unable to roll their foreign exchange derivative obligations, another crisis could occur. On the whole, Twos seems to think that the response to the crisis would have been better if governments had simply spent more money. And, true, governments must provide credit when they are the only institutions capable of playing that role. But Twos gives too little thought to the questions of how governments should allocate the money, or who is to be held accountable for this spending. Should governments simply spend money to dig holes in the ground, creating incomes but no assets that might bring returns in the future? Should they prop up another real estate bubble? A failure to properly think through these questions no doubt contributed to the crisis in the first place, as the previous sections should make clear. Some economists have come to blame the financial crisis and other problems on a savings glut, a blinding misnomer. After all, how can there be a savings glut in a world of 7 billion when many, even in rich countries, are desperately in need of capital and want to improve their lives? Why are savings not being channeled toward investing in those people and their projects? The answer is that this savings glut is itself a consequence of bad policies and a lack of accountable institutions, rationalized by the modeling and jargon of academics. Twos does not subscribe to the savings glut excuse, but his understanding of politics is often woefully naive, even on matters such as strengthening financial regulations. European banks, for example, currently hold European government bonds on their books at historic cost, free from reserve requirements, implying no risk of default or rescheduling, a sort of fiscal policy in disguise. Strict financial regulations could not permit this practice, yet does anyone think that ending it is possible at this time? At one point, Twos suggests that the United States might have done better by nationalizing sick banks. But he does not discuss Mitterrand's experience nationalizing the French banks, which makes the entire discussion unserious, especially coming from an historian. Or take China. How does Twos envision carrying out a drastic change in the financial sector of a one-party, centralized country such as China, where banks are directly under government control? Such a change would require the Chinese Communist Party to give up much of its power. Does anyone expect them to agree to that? In one of the worst sections of Crashed, Twos attempts to fit Ukraine into his financial crisis narrative. He writes the following about the episode. In April 2014, in Ukraine, systemic risk was recast in geopolitical terms. The IMF's main shareholders did not want to see the embattled pro-Western regime in Kiev declared bankrupt within weeks of an anti-Putin revolution. But what does Ukraine's crisis have to do with the 2008 crash? Why lump together Ukraine's 2014 bailout with the post-2008 bailouts? Readers should always beware when writers use indirect language. Who, in the above passage, is doing the recasting? What was the risk exactly, and what does geopolitical terms mean? A more realistic account would acknowledge Europe's diplomatic mistakes in upsetting the Ukraine-Russia-EU relationship. Henry Kissinger described the latter mistakes bluntly. The European Union must recognize that its bureaucratic dilatoriness and subordination of the strategic element to domestic politics in negotiating Ukraine's relationship to Europe contributed to turning a negotiation into a crisis. And whom did the IMF bail out? It was not Ukraine, as Tooze naively states, but Europe's political class, who failed to manage the situation effectively. Indeed, that may be the only parallel to the earlier bailouts, which rescued the elites without solving the fundamental problems plaguing economic and political systems around the world. This statement may seem cliché, yet the issue remains unaddressed. Tooze is eager to criticize politicians for being too concerned about fiscal deficits rather than financial risk, and he clearly would have preferred more aggressive bailouts and tougher financial regulations. But ultimately, he is an apologist for the pre-crisis status quo and the politicians and economists who created it. He longs for a return to some mythical great moderation and appears to believe that some larger bailouts might achieve that. But the bad policies and lack of accountability that led to the misallocation of capital at the root of the crisis run deeper than that, and these problems remain. World population has increased from 1 billion a century ago to roughly 7 billion now, with rates varying greatly between different countries, tribes, and religious groups. Many of today's unsettled political, economic, and environmental issues, the latter reflected in the recently published UN report stating that human encroachment on habitats may lead to the extinction of numerous plant and animal species around the world, are related to these drastic changes. It is not the first time that people have struggled with these issues. The trial-and-error search for new technologies and political solutions to link members of each tribe and to harmonize relations between different tribes has gone on for millennia. Drawing on a brief, representative, though by no means comprehensive selection of historical events, I will show that many of today's problems and associated ideological anxieties can be framed as reactions to radical demographic changes. The solutions that societies came up with decades, centuries, and millennia ago, some mistaken, some prudent, continue to shape perceptions of current challenges and ongoing experiments aimed at realigning relations among and within nations. Demographic change frequently lurks behind the search for grand new world orders, whether drawing on socialist, capitalist, or nationalist ideologies. Unfortunately, all isms simplify to the point of ridicule. These are all implicitly and explicitly rooted in questions concerning the kinds of institutions needed to create functioning societies over the long term and to hold individuals accountable as populations continue to grow and become more mobile. I will start with nationalism, as it has roots going back to biblical times, which already point to the links between demographic and technological changes as well as to questions related to religion, ideologies, and political power applicable now. Historians, philosophers, and social scientists argue that nationalism became the dominant political force shaping the history of Europe over the last 2 centuries. William McNeill remarked that the triumph of nationalism is the central reality of modern times. Norman Rich, in his Age of Nationalism, wrote that nationalism became the most pervasive ideological force in 19th century Europe. On the basis of the national principle, Germany and Italy were unified. The independence of Hungary was recognized. Serbia, Montenegro, and Romania were conceded complete independence from Turkish rule. But exactly what was new about nationalism in late 18th and 19th century Europe, and why has it resurfaced with renewed vigor now? After all, people always belonged to groups, distrusted strangers, and hated menacing foreigners, especially as the latter's numbers grew. 3 ancient documents, the Old Testament, Homer's Iliad, and Virgil's Aeneid, already tell the epic stories of either creating a new tribe, Jews in the first, Romans in the last, or recreating one with Ulysses returning and restoring Greece. In the Old Testament, the Jews were the chosen people, who had to beware of the seductions of inferior cultures so as not to be weakened and overwhelmed. Samson and Delilah's story taught this lesson. The wild, strong Hebrew is weakened when he succumbs to the ways of another culture through a harlot's charm and letting his hair down, literally. The exact same story is found in Gilgamesh, the oldest surviving epic. It describes how Enkidu, the wild man of the steppes, is seduced by a harlot, a frequent symbol of inferior cultures. Illiterate audiences of antiquity required such memorable images and striking metaphors to remember the teachings. In later ages, those addressing literate audiences came up with a variety of pseudoscientific racist jargons to make the same point. When people distrust and fear their growing neighbors, they have to make greater efforts to survive as a group. A tribe's members must be motivated by something more than personal gains to stay together, maintain discipline, and react appropriately. When facing such threatening conditions, people bet on tribal ties, religious groups. The word religion is derived from the Latin religare, meaning to relink, and or nationalist ideas rationalized in different ways. Fear is a great motivator, and ideas and institutions drawing on such fear sustain higher levels of effort, especially when neighboring populations grow at higher rates. But these binding institutions sometimes failed when populations adapted new technologies, experienced further rapid growth, or underwent other changes. In these situations, the question societies repeatedly faced was, what kind of new ideas and institutions would reunite people, discipline them, and motivate common efforts while mitigating conflicts? The story of the Tower of Babel offers an answer to this question. In this story, for only the second time in the Old Testament, the term city appears. The first time the term was used, it was linked to Cain fleeing to the city of Hanok, a story that, once one lifts the veil of language, also turns out to be a story of population growth and adapting to new technology. After all, cities cannot exist unless populations have already grown, and the Hebrew word Hanok means to educate, to civilize. Babel comes into being by attracting many people who have some things in common, though we do not know for sure what exactly they share, what the Hebrew dvarim akadim, meaning certain things in literal translation, referred to. Among the shared certain things, though, is the knowledge of how to make bricks. This innovation is mentioned in this story for the first time. The Hebrew word safa, appearing in the same verse, also suggests people sharing the same language. Famously, Babel's inhabitants decide to build a tower, infrastructure, in today's jargon, to make themselves a name. The Old Testament condemns such ambition by these citizens. But what was wrong with pursuing such a venture? After all, just one chapter later, Genesis 12 verse 2 has this to say about the promise to Abraham, one of the Jewish tribe's founding fathers: I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you, and I will make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. The implication is that the editors of the Old Testament reached the conclusion that building monuments and sharing a language will not create a long-lasting, stable culture. Solid things will easily melt into thin air. Indeed, while technology and the building of the tower drew on Babel's population having some things in common, they were not enough to build a lasting civilization, just as these days the technology drawing on ones and zeros, or even physical infrastructure, does not appear to achieve lasting harmony either. In fact, Babel's story ends with balkanization, as we would call it now. Suddenly people talk in different languages and are no longer able to communicate and share whatever they might have had in common at one time, a case of history or myth rhyming. Modern communication, on which civilization depends for creating and sustaining trust, has occasionally gone awry, too. After the failure of Babel's infrastructure project to keep people united, Abraham, one of the Jewish tribe's founding fathers, appears in the Old Testament out of nowhere. We do not know anything about his background. The Old Testament gives up on the Babel kind of globalization, that is, technology and construction without a moral backbone, as the solution for keeping increasing numbers of people peacefully together. From this point on, the Old Testament tells the story of a radical new experiment to unite people and extract extra levels of effort by creating, through centuries of trial and error, suffering, struggles, hesitations, and debates, a special kind of tribe. Its laws, customs, and culture require ferocious discipline and commitment to be transmitted across generations. This culture draws on the then unprecedented idea of ethical monotheism, becoming the moral backbone for commitments that the members of this new tribe must make before settling in a promised land. As it turns out, we are now, millennia later, back to debating the choice between an ethical and a Babel vision of society. Babel's failure to hold together a society based only on technology and public spending is not the first time that Genesis describes the struggles related to population growth, technology, and the conflicts arising when society lacks both strong moral foundations and institutions for mitigating conflicts. A close reading of the Cain and Abel story, in Hebrew, since almost all the content gets lost in conventional translations, illustrates another facet of such painful adjustments. In this case, the Old Testament warns against the perils of adopting agriculture without finding ways to impose constraints on potential abuses of power that might accompany the adoption of this particular new technology. The third chapter of Genesis notes that Cain brought of the fruit of the soil an offering to the Lord. Abel he too brought of the firstborn of his flocks and of their fattest. And the Lord turned to Abel and to his offering. But to Cain and to his offering he did not turn, and it annoyed Cain exceedingly. Briefly, Cain was the farmer, Abel the shepherd or herder. There is undisputed historical evidence around the world that keepers of sheep, who used to let animals graze freely, fought the tillers of the ground, the Cains of the world, the latter eventually enclosing their lands and defending their turf. The fights have been ferocious as populations grew, and when the customary technologies of herding and gathering were no longer sufficient to feed humanity's increasing numbers. Yet harvested lands, it takes years to produce wine from vineyards and oil from olive trees, need to be protected, and protection means having laws, armies, a police, and, by implication, a concentration of powers. Even those unfamiliar with the Bible and historical or anthropological essays can recognize this sequence of events if they listen to Rogers and Hammerstein's Oklahoma, in which the conflict is between the farmers and herders settling America. This more recent story demonstrates the Old Testament's warning about the dangers of shifting to agriculture. Whereas on this continent, the settlers eventually developed a variety of institutions to mitigate conflicts through force, negotiation, and compromise on property rights, bringing about a disciplined, law-abiding citizenry. Most agricultural societies around the world, as well as those endowed with other natural resources, did not stumble on stabilizing institutions until recently, if at all. After Cain, the farmer, kills his brother, the keeper of sheep, his punishment is that he must leave the land, and he is condemned to become a wanderer, settling in the land of Nod. Nod means wander in Hebrew. The text, however, warns against taking vengeance on Cain and says to let him be. Cain settles down, and the text then says that he knew his wife, and she conceived and bore Hanok. Now he became the builder of a city, and called the city's name according his son's name, Hanok, Genesis 4 verse 17. There has been a great deal of superficial philosophizing about why Cain is not punished and plenty of sarcasm about whom Cain married. Where are all the other people coming from? Ask people who take wildly off-the-mark translations and succinct metaphors literally. But little attention has been paid to the fact that this is the very first time that the Old Testament mentions a city. Cain's name is derived from the Hebrew word that means to buy, kinyan meaning acquisition, and the word Hanok, the first city, means to train, to discipline, to educate, what we now mean by the word, to civilize. Unfortunately, English translations typically refer to both the city and Cain's son as Enoch, and do not translate the names of Enoch's children, which, in Hebrew, refer to specialized occupations in urban settings. As a result, the English translations bring absolutely no associations to similar sequences of events around the world among readers who do not know Hebrew, confirming an Italian saying, tradutor, traditor, translator, traitor. In brief, the Cain and Abel and Babel stories are consistent with all anthropological and historical findings. They summarize succinctly the problems facing largely non-literate societies increasing in numbers, moving to cities and developing agriculture. The transition was accompanied by bloody conflicts that diminished the habitats of traditional societies of gatherers, herders, and tribes of tropical gardeners, who for hundreds of centuries either roamed the planet with few humans around or stayed put in isolated places, islands in particular. Up to this point, the Old Testament makes no mention of laws, agreements, or treaties for resolving conflicts arising from increased populations, whether in urban settings or among tribes working the land. It only records Cain's observation that he cannot be expected to be the keeper of his brother. This is a straightforward, obvious observation since in tighter, smaller gathering and herding societies, people could more easily watch their brothers, as there were few of them around. But as a population increases, such communal watching to discipline people is no longer possible, and people have to invent new institutions and technologies to mitigate conflicts by, inter alia, keeping an eye on many brothers who could now more easily violate laws and disappear in crowds. It is at this point that the Old Testament begins telling the stories of inventing a maze of laws, customs, and institutions by trial and error, religious ones in particular, in order to unite people within a new tribe, and also of ways to negotiate treaties between different tribes. To offer a somewhat counterintuitive example, consider the origins of the particular taboos associated with raising and eating pigs, a custom for mitigating conflicts that is still observed millennia later. Anthropologists have long found that tribes that raised pigs have had more disputes with neighboring tribes that raised cattle. It turns out that pigs have more destructive foraging habits than cattle and grow more rapidly. Cattle require different kinds of resources and are also herded away from cultivation. In addition, pigs provide no returns when alive, such as milk, but cattle do. Pigs only offer meat, when slaughtered, and then they must be consumed quickly in warm climates. Not surprisingly, anthropologists found that there were far more disputes between neighboring tribes when one was raising pigs and another raising cattle, or neighboring tribes raising pigs only. Anthropologists also found that tribes keeping pigs share the custom of pig feasts after slaughters. Such sharing has nothing to do with a less greedy population. The fact was that, unless consumed within a short time, the uneaten meat would have to be thrown away in warmer climates. So why not appear altruistic and prevent envious reactions within the tribe? People have always been very good at rationalizing selfishness and covering it with veils of language and customs. Such customs are part of civilizing behavior, helping to comply with the 10th commandment of do not covet, mitigating envious reactions. Note, too, that there have been many speculations about Jews being prohibited from eating pork. The evidence of more disputes caused by raising pigs might have been one rationale for the taboo. Not raising pigs mitigated these costly disputes. And ideas and institutions, taboos as well as customs of sharing, have long lives, surviving long after the circumstances that gave rise to their invention and adoption have gone. Before jumping a few centuries and continents, a question needs to be answered. Why did the Old Testament warn against the dangers of agriculture and innovations related to urbanization? The text's answer is explicit. Laws, agreements, and treaties are not enough at times to sustain an agricultural society's survival, and neither is education. Societies need to rely on military powers to defend the land and the city against marauding strangers. When allowing rulers and institutions to have such powers in agricultural and urban settings, there is a risk that rulers and institutions might abuse these powers. That is the warning the Old Testament continuously makes. In fact, Shabbat's uniqueness, ranking as second from the top in the hierarchy of Jewish holidays, is sharply distinguished from a simple day of rest as rationalized in other religions. The day is the permanent, weekly reminder to every member of the tribe that the ultimate power lies not with political rulers. We know today that, as populations grew, societies around the world turned gradually from gathering and herding animals to farming and trading in cities, and cities imply increased population density. Adam, Eve, Cain, and Abel do not a city make. We also know that innovations in agriculture did not occur randomly, but came in response to population pressures. It is likewise amply documented that such pressures have rarely occurred without conflict, not in biblical times, and not in any century since. The message of the Old Testament is that, as populations grow, it is necessary to find ideas that would discipline people, unite them, and inspire common efforts, a version of nationalism as we would call it now. In the case of the Old Testament, it drew on ethical monotheism. In addition, while new technologies are needed to support population growth, these technological changes must be coordinated with the creation of new institutions, and these new institutions often increase the potential for abuses of power. These messages have resonated since biblical times. And in the last century, global population has increased from 1 to 7 billion, with vastly different rates of growth among national, ethnic, and religious groups. Long before nationalism became an ism, there were political units in Europe that had distinct national characteristics, such as Denmark, Sweden, Poland, Hungary, and France. Within these nation-states, however, the idea that there were advantages to ruling over just one ethnic group did not exist. Poland, for example, sought to attract traders from different cultures. A large number of Germans, German Jews in particular, were given special privileges to settle there. And the Dutch Republic became the miracle of the 17th century through its then unprecedented laws tolerating all religions and avoiding restrictions on capital markets. The combination attracted Huguenots, Jews, and Italy's bankers, restricted elsewhere by usury laws. The inflow of immigrants turned Amsterdam into the financial, trading, and scientific center of the world, despite the natural disadvantages of this underwater, low country. Note also, particularly with respect to doctrines that would later develop around free trade, that Amsterdam's relative advantages were created by its unprecedented laws and building of dikes, rather than derived from passive adjustment to natural endowments. And this was not a case of local fishermen rapidly becoming specialized bankers and traders. The new laws and migration of skilled people brought about this Dutch miracle. The point here is that the novelty of the late 18th and 19th century European idea of nationalism lay not in the creation of national or ethnic political units per se, rather, this ism, became a dominant political doctrine for uniting or reuniting increasing numbers of people and redefining brotherhood. The specific demographic changes of Europe during these centuries combined with ideas born during the French Revolution brought about this new doctrine. The French Revolution in 1789 identified a citizen as French, not by language, religion, or ethnicity, but by a commitment to new political institutions. It built on a sense of fraternity, brotherhood, that had been stimulated since at least the 15th century among those living on lands where French kings ruled. This link between people was based on territory and not a book. The world was still mainly agricultural and illiterate. This happened both because the English were the common enemy during the 100 Years' War, and because of the continuous growth of France's central government, which replaced feudal institutions. Also, with the exception of a small number of Jews, France was a Catholic country. The mistrusted, entrepreneurial Huguenots were expelled by the end of the 17th century. France's loss was Amsterdam's gain. For French citizens of the newly defined nation, after the Revolution, institutions built on the slogan liberty, equality, fraternity, came to define the obligation to be brothers keepers in a new era. These included expectations that remedies for grievances could be sought within these new institutions. Simon Schama, in his Citizens 1989, remarks that when people were told that a true National Assembly would provide satisfaction, they were given a direct stake in sweeping institutional change. This was exactly what happened in the late 1788 and early 1789. The revolutionary government also introduced universal conscription, which resulted in a vastly expanded state power leading to eventual abuses. The rest of Europe thus observed the following events. France lost almost every war during the 18th century, including the humiliation of the 7 Years' War, and was bankrupt in 1789. Yet just 3 years later, in 1792, it declared war on Austria and Prussia. In November of the same year, its armies invaded the Austrian Netherlands, today's Belgium, Savoy, and some of the principalities of the Rhineland. The occupying armies secured the loyalty of many inhabitants by establishing regimes based on the principles of the French Revolution, abolishing feudal privileges, and redefining brotherhood. Although the European powers formed coalitions repeatedly against France, they were defeated. Between 1806 and 1812, most of Europe was either under French control or had become French allies. The totally unexpected, repeated, and spectacular military successes of Europe's most populous state, a state that was bankrupt just a few years before, led the statesmen of Europe to look closely at the new French institutions and military strategies. They wanted to see what could suddenly bring about a disciplined population and provoke and sustain such heights of effort. They reached the conclusion that mass conscript armies, centralization, and myths of newly defined national destiny were the means by which increasing numbers of people could now be united. Part of this sequence of events is a reminder of the lessons in the Old Testament. Though expressed in very different words, these legacies still impact events unfolding now. History may not repeat itself, but it rhymes, once one lifts linguistic veils. Nationalism became the ideology rationalizing a model of society capable of uniting larger numbers of people among whom traditional ties were weakening. Rulers came to believe that the strengthened national ties could both mitigate domestic divisiveness and diminish the risk of military defeat. During the 18th century, France became Europe's most populous country. During the 19th century, however, its population growth slowed, and its population grew older, whereas among most of its neighbors, including within the Habsburg Empire, fertility and population were on the rise. France's population in 1700 was 21 million. In 1800 it was 29 million, and in 1900, 41 million. The Kingdom of Prussia's population rose from 1.75 million in 1700 to 9 million in 1800. During the 19th century, Prussia dominated the other German states. In 1834, it formed a customs union, and then, in 1871, an empire. The German Confederation had a population of 35 million in 1850 and 57 million in 1900. Under Bismarck, Germany also introduced what we would call now welfare legislation, with the explicit goal of inspiring loyalty among German workers. Among most other European groups, their population at least doubled during the 19th century. Population growth among one's not fully trusted neighbors has always brought about fears, especially when wealth was mainly derived from land. And each age articulates these fears in its own way. Of course, philosophers had offered nationalist theories before the 19th century. But a distinguishing characteristic of the 19th century was that misgovernment by foreigners, whether from fading feudal or imperial legacies, came together with the energizing and disciplining ideas of the French Revolution and subsequent military successes of the reinvigorated nation. Soon, though, nationalism as a solution for relinging increasing number of people was facing competition from other ideologies and models of society. Moss Hart and George Kaufman's 1936 play, You Can't Take It With You, contains the following dialogue. Grandpa, Penny, why don't you write a play about isomania? Penny, isomania? Grandpa, yeah, sure, communism, fascism, voodooism, everybody's got an ism these days. Penny, oh, I thought it was some kind of itch or something. Grandpa, well, it's just as catching. When things go a little bad nowadays, you go out, get yourself an ism, and you're in business. Following World War I, nationalism was no longer the only ism available to rationalize relinging increasing numbers of people or promote stability and political legitimacy. Communism sought to do the same, drawing on the notion that allegiance was based on classes, with increased number of workers around the world uniting against everyone else. Whatever President Wilson's personal views at the time, his administration's interest in promoting national self-determination after World War I was pragmatic and twofold. Though Wilson disregarded the facts on the ground, the overlapping ethnic map of Europe, the administration hoped that nationalism could continue to link people, establish loyalty, secure political legitimacy, and would prove to be a strong competitor to communist doctrines. The new nation-states emerging from the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire would also counterbalance the bellicose German nation-state. Communism was perceived then as a serious alternative model of relinging the world's increasing population. Russia, most prominently, was experimenting with it. Unlike nationalism, it drew on the notion that there must be an insurmountable animosity between rigidly delineated classes, animosity that could serve as a stronger glue for uniting people within a class than religious or national ties, whether defined by ethnicity, language, ideology, or culture. Communism excludes the possibility of an alternative model of society uniting people by allowing social mobility up and down. Within the communist vision, mobility happens through vaguely conceived revolutionary transformations with private property eliminated. During this same period, capitalism was being formulated more precisely too, not only as an economic doctrine but as a model of society. This ism was drawing on the idea that the increasing number of people within a country and across the world could be best relinked through anonymous, invisible hands. Note that both terms have meaning only when populations are large and on the move. Within this model of society, social mobility up and down happens when encouraged by a maze of institutions, especially democratized financial markets, fueling entrepreneurial ambition while mitigating envy and uniting people behind institutions enabling such a mobile civilization. The implicit and explicit assumption behind this ism is that, through trial and error, the voluntary associations arising from trade and market negotiations would bring about accountability, personal responsibility, and social mobility, and thus mitigate conflicts. Among nations, free trade agreements between countries would complement the distinguishing features of this ism mitigating international conflicts. By 1930, though, grave policy mistakes in the United Kingdom and the United States, some social, some economic, weakened capitalism's institutions and undermined its claims. With unemployment hovering around 30%, this ism did not appear to be an obviously superior model of society. And when one ism does not appear to work as expected for an extended period of time, people start betting on others, as was the case then and is the case today. Another model of society emerged following World War I and the disastrous Treaty of Versailles, and it gained more currency after hyperinflation destroyed the stabilizing middle classes in Germany, Austria, Italy, and Hungary. Germans faced this question. How do you unite people defeated in war, and who, a few years later, have all their savings wiped out, their capital markets destroyed, and morals with them, and high rates of inflation by the hour? In a state of utter social disarray, Germany disastrously succumbed to the National Socialist German Workers' Party, which demanded increasing living space, Lebensraum, for Germany's population. The party's explicit goal was also to attract workers away from communism, while appealing to national roots, some mythical and others having Bismarck's policies to draw upon. Initially, the party was anti-big business, though this stand was soon abandoned. Vicious anti-Semitic and racist theories, variations on ancient themes of despising strangers, along with anti-communism, came to define the party and Germany's eventual actions, leading to unprecedented catastrophe and abuses of power, to say the least. Wilson's administration thus tragically miscalculated when encouraging the simplified, nationalist model of society to unite people as a solution to mitigate domestic and international conflicts in Europe. These political bets did not prevent either German or communist aggression. Also, adherence to the abstract principle of self-determination and the creation of small, politically independent states did not solve the problem of smaller tribes, who now found themselves within new, arbitrary borders hastily drawn not only in Europe but in the Middle East as well. They came to be called minorities, so as to deflect their claim to nationhood and self-determination. Language is an effective weapon. Nor were these issues addressed decades later when the idea found its way into the UN's 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law, with a predictably unsatisfactory distinction between the right of self-determination and the right of secession, ideas plaguing the world to this day with rising tribal populations, be it within Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Turkey, Libya, or Afghanistan, even Europe, Catalans, Scots, Basques among them. Unsettled, not quite brotherly tribes found themselves in countries or unions with accidental borders and institutions no longer fitting the changing demographic landscapes. Following World War II, Western European countries were traumatized by two world wars, along with hyperinflation and high rates of unemployment between the two, that had destroyed or significantly weakened their economies and their religious and moral foundations. Facing the threat of Soviet communism, they sought compromises between the various historical isms that would offer lasting remedies. They bet on robust roles for the state, the United States too, building on the 1930s New Deal, and at the same time on cooperation in both monetary issues, based on Bretton Woods, and in military affairs, NATO. Internationally, the world bet on the UN, which, badly structured, turned out to be little more than a superficial debating society not much different from the failed League of Nations. The result in the West, until the 1980s, was a mixed order that was neither fully nationalist nor globalist, neither communist nor entirely capitalist, held up by U.S. hegemony and the Soviet threat, with many unsettled issues, such as links between democracy and democratized capital markets, a credible global debt enforcement regime, migration, welfare policies, and the treatment of minorities all looming in shadows. All these issues came to the fore, first gradually, then in recent years more intensely, as Soviet communism collapsed and populations around the world continued to grow, in unstable countries in the Middle East, Latin America, Asia, and Africa in particular. Many of these populations increasingly sought to emigrate to Western shores. In part, the rise of today's version of nationalism and populism in the West has been a consequence of the above events compounding over the last 30 years since communism fell, combined with grave mistakes in executing freer trade, as discussed below. The fall of communism and other dictatorial regimes left a vacuum of laws and institutions in its wake. While some good things filled this vacuum, plenty of nonsense did too. Recall, for example, the irresponsible shock therapies advocated and implemented in post-communist countries lacking legal and other institutions to assure accountability. In the caricature of capitalism pursued then, there was no role for building, rebuilding, and sustaining foundational institutions. There was no insight either into the sequence in which this rebuilding should be done, never mind that this ism had its foundation in Adam Smith's wealth of nations and not wealth of the world, and that Smith assumed disciplined behavior and personal responsibility shaped by a theory of moral sentiments, his preceding volume. 2. In addition, by simply insisting on voting, ignoring the need for democratized financial markets and other economic institutions, in many countries governments remained the sole or primary financial intermediary, facilitating concentration and abuses of power, while disregarding warnings from millennia ago. The superficial modeling of this ism, hiding behind mathematical abstractions, reflected the assumption that voluntary interactions of individuals would ensure peaceful coexistence within and between countries, notwithstanding incompatible religious beliefs, national interests, and radically different customs, traditions, and laws, or the fact that laws and police are insufficient to bring about civilized behavior. The need to reestablish the political solidarity necessary to gradually build or rebuild institutions, and for leaders to communicate why this was necessary in a more mobile world with a drastically different demography, was not taken into account. Economic models rationalizing the benefits free trade show that sudden, unexpected lowering of tariffs is beneficial for society on one condition only. The condition is that there are institutions in place so as to compensate those falling behind when such changes happen, negotiating gradual changes being one such remedy. As this was not done, A consequence of the post-Cold War events was that a variety of formerly immobile businesses moved out of the United States and other Western countries, and segments of these populations fell behind as they lost their negotiating power and connection to advanced production processes, a power that political leaders could have restored, but did not. While these events were unfolding, Western entrepreneurs, financiers, and others with technical and organizational skills, the mobile, could leverage their know-how and access to capital since such skills were relatively scarce in the rest of the world, thereby reaping the peace dividend. Moreover, since the United States and the West did not insist on opening their countries gradually, conditional on legal and institutional reciprocity, some individuals were able, through personal relations, to secure contractual agreements through powerful connections in Russia, China, or African countries with a very different or no legal infrastructure. The combined impact led to predictable increases in inequality in the West and around the world, to corruption, and to problems of national security. The superior solution would have been to negotiate a more gradual move toward freer trade, with more focus on the mazes of institutions needed to support mutually beneficial exchange. That was not done then, and now, when Trump's administration tries to do it, it faces far more obstacles. Some industries have already adjusted over the last few decades to the new status quo. This combination of mistaken policies has brought about the present discontent blamed on mercantilism and populism, two other poorly defined isms, though the issues go far deeper than these isms. Indeed, such terms either mislead or mean little. What there is no doubt about is that the institutions that enabled the rise of the West and the United States in particular have been weakened. Here is how Paul Kennedy summarizes the Habsburgs' policies toward minorities in their former empire, Vienna's classic answer to all. Particularist grievances was to smother them with commitments, with new jobs, tax concessions, additional railway branch lines, and so on. There were, in 1914, well over 3 million civil servants, running things as diverse as schools, hospitals, welfare, taxation, railways, posts, etc. The Habsburgs sought to maintain attachments by bribing people through such infrastructure favors, as we call them nowadays. When finding access to capital closed, the political mobilization of minorities excluded from acquiring private capital is understandable. This is what I wrote more than 20 years ago in a chapter on nationalism, before the present intense balkanization within the United States happened, when its financial markets were closed to some groups, Afro-Americans prominent among them. Symptoms of aggressive tribalism surfaced within the U.S. too. Militant organizations, whose goal was to rebuild the strength of these marginalized groups, soon emerged. But at the same time, events such as the civil rights movement were also helping to restore trust between the many tribes living under the U.S.'s federal umbrella. These new institutions were successful in transforming governments into a source of capital when capital markets stayed closed. The debate today in the U.S. asks whether or not capital markets have now been opened sufficiently to members of these groups, and thus whether government should no longer single them out for preferential treatment. Yet though capital markets became more accessible, the civil rights movement had unexpected consequences I did not foresee. Its main idea, colorblindness in accessing schools, universities, and capital and equal rights before the law, should have gradually reduced the desire for lasting preferential policies, whether for blacks or for any other group, as discriminatory barriers came down. It should have created greater unity among the population around the highest principles of the American founding. That is not what happened, however. In quick succession, new groups sought to imitate and exploit the civil rights movement's success. Various ethnic and other groups began demanding legal and economic remedies from their fellow citizens. Each and every hardship and statistical discrepancy came to be seen as a consequence of injustice and prejudice. As such, these discrepancies had to be remedied with laws, regulations, and monetary compensation, even though the new principle of diversity, promoted by politicians, courts, and academics, went against the principles of colorblindness and equal rights that the civil rights movement was about. New policies ended up legitimizing quotas in employment, universities, and the awarding of loans, mortgages, and contracts through the back door. This has contributed to the present divisiveness. The weakening of family and community ties due to other developments has also led anchorless people into identity movements, though today's identity politics is a ridiculously distorted shadow of the civil rights movement. History is not repeating itself, but it rhymes. As under the Habsburgs, so in the United States and the West, when there is nothing to unite a population except the hope for government favors, politics becomes a competition among identity groups, including, in the case of today's alt-right, white identity groups seeking to leverage their victim status. Tolerance and any sense of obligation to society as a whole are forgotten. Americans have thus come to disregard former President Theodore Roosevelt's warning, delivered to a group of Irish Catholic Knights of Columbus at Carnegie Hall on Columbus Day 1915. There is no room in this country for hyphenated Americans. The one absolutely certain way of bringing this nation to ruin, of preventing all possibility of its continuing to be a nation at all, would be to permit it to become a tangle of squabbling nationalities, an intricate knot of German Americans, Irish Americans, English Americans, French Americans, Scandinavian Americans, or Italian Americans, each preserving its separate nationality, feeling more sympathy with that nationality than with the other citizens of the American Republic. In a 1970 essay titled "Whose Country is America?", Eric Hoffer eerily anticipated some of these events. He related the weakening of U.S. institutions to the distortion of education across generations, which was in turn related to demographic change, the baby boomers bubble, and the affluence associated with that period. The general impression is that nowadays the young act like the spoiled children of the rich, he wrote, with younger generations having been heavily subsidized to stay in educational institutions with lowered standards requiring less effort. Education was becoming the basis of prosperity. Yet education can easily lapse into certification, backed by no knowledge whatsoever. Hoffer noted that wealth without work creates a climate of disintegrating values with its fallout of anarchy. And it was these graduates who came to populate government bureaucracies, the media, the courts, and the subsidized, rapidly multiplying network of NGOs. He predicted that the newly accredited social doctors would want to influence affairs, have a hand in making history, and feel important, and would do so by prescribing an injection of so many billions for every social ailment. As the widespread affluence of the mid-20th century recedes, the present controversies are not particularly surprising. The large number of grave mistakes in recent decades has led large segments of the population to fall between the cracks. Meanwhile, Western youth, whose adolescence is subsidized well into their 20s, are now experiencing frustrated expectations as the implicit promise of university credentialing no longer guarantees upward social mobility but often a downward trajectory, back into their parents' basement in their 30s. In a way, the United States and Europe are now facing the same choices that people faced millennia ago. One option is the Babel kind of world, with weakened moral and ethical anchors, weakened family and national ties, as recent polls about decline of patriotism suggest, as well as weakened communication among fractured social groupings. The other choice is to reling people by drawing on institutions that have, for centuries, brought about the most successful, though never perfect, societies. These institutions work to correct mistakes, in some countries sooner than others. There is not one particular tax, regulatory reform, or internationally negotiated treaty that can restore and sustain the maze of institutions that in previous eras allowed for economic mobility and social solidarity. Written constitutions can promise checks and balances, but their spirit can be subverted and their words rendered meaningless when ethical standards erode and access to capital narrows. Point 32. The events summarized here show that solving these problems will require a firm moral anchor that can reling populations and thereby ensure social mobility, political accountability, personal responsibility, and prevent abuses of power. It is frequently argued that America's twin deficits, the government budget deficit and the trade deficit, result from profligate spending by the government and private sectors. This excess domestic spending, moreover, must be financed by global savings, putting America on an unsustainable debt path. Problems are compounded as the U.S. demand for savings can push up interest rates, crowding out investment and causing the dollar to appreciate. American investment and exports are thereby depressed, slowing the growth of productive capacity. At some point, global savers will cut the flow of dollars to America's borrowers, making it difficult to continue to finance spending. As spending falls and the economy struggles, there could be a run out of the dollar, causing its value to collapse and raising the prices of imports. Even if no run occurs, the dollar's days as the dominant international reserve currency are numbered because of America's excessive reliance on foreign saving. According to this argument, the best solution would be to ramp up domestic saving to replace the reliance on foreigners. This article will offer an alternative view. American profligacy is the source of global dollar savings, and, consequently, there is no danger that the United States might run out of dollars to finance its spending. On the other hand, America does face substantial problems generated by excessive inequality and by an overgrown financial sector that misdirects credit. We need to explore an alternative approach to finance as well as to financial balances. While the private sector's indebtedness is dangerously high, neither the government deficit nor the current account deficit should raise concern. The key issue is to use government policy to promote the capital development of the economy. That is, to refocus government spending as well as financial market activity on the productive sphere of our economy. President Trump promised to do something about America's chronic trade deficit, which, like the federal budget deficit, has ebbed and flowed since the days of Reaganomics. The twin deficits are often linked in both the public mind and in mainstream economic theory. The popular explanation points to profligate spending, with the trade deficit linked to excessive consumption by American households and the budget deficit linked to runaway government spending, especially on entitlements. The more sophisticated argument is that budget deficits drive up interest rates, causing the dollar to appreciate and thereby reducing U.S. competitiveness. Of course, there are also other factors that are claimed to play a role in producing a trade deficit, including currency manipulation, especially by China, competition by low-wage labor, Asia more generally, and other unfair trade practices, everywhere. Democrats would also blame big tax cuts for the rich and offshore tax arbitrage by corporations for chronic budget deficits. The link between budget deficits and interest rates is based on the old loanable funds argument. There is a limited supply of savings available for lending. Government borrowing competes with private borrowers for scarce funds, pushing up rates. If we could encourage more domestic saving, this should relieve pressure on rates, lower the dollar's value, and reduce the trade deficit. At the same time, lower interest rates would reduce government payments on the debt and thereby reduce the budget deficit, at least marginally. Former Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke provided a new twist on this argument, blaming a glut of global savings for both the U.S. current account deficit and for the bubbles whose bursting led to the global financial crisis, GFC. The story goes like this. High saving rates abroad, especially in Asia and among the oil-exporting nations, led to excess liquidity sloshing around in global financial markets. Much of this found its way to the United States and was loaned to American consumers and the government. This drove stock, commodity, and real estate market bubbles, as well as higher imports. David P. Goldman recently updated the argument by bringing in demographics. Most countries are aging rapidly, which encourages high saving rates for impending retirement. This generates current account surpluses as output is exported. At the same time, global savers look for safe investments for retirement. The United States bucks the trend, however. Goldman shows that we run current account deficits despite a moderately high ratio of aging citizens, meaning that the country is dissaving rather than preparing for the retirement of the baby boomers, a wave that has already started. The Trump tariffs are supposed to help, raising the costs of imports to discourage unfair trade practices among our competitors. It is far too early to tell if they are working, but recent data doesn't indicate much impact. One report by the New York Fed, however, has delivered a bit of seemingly good news. While the Trump tax cut has increased the budget deficit, it has also boosted U.S. saving. The federal tax cut and the increase in federal spending at the beginning of 2018 substantially increased the government deficit, requiring a jump in the amount of Treasury securities needed to fund the gap. One question is whether the government will have to rely on foreign investors to buy these securities. Data for the first half of 2018 are available and, so far, the country has not had to increase the pace of borrowing from abroad. The current account balance, which measures how much the United States borrows from the rest of the world, has been essentially unchanged. Instead, the tax cut has boosted private saving, allowing the United States to finance the higher federal government deficit without increasing the amount borrowed from foreign investors. Higher saving reduces the risk that interest rates will rise, worsening the trade deficit, thereby attenuating the twin deficits effect. There's even more good news. We've cut our dependence on foreign savers since the GFC. The nation was borrowing amounts equal to around 5% of GDP in the run-up to the global financial crisis. In recent years, however, borrowing from abroad has been much lower, averaging less than 2.5% of GDP a year. The most recent observation is for the second quarter of 2018, when borrowing fell to 2% of GDP. Before you get too excited, never forget that economics is the dismal science. The key driver of higher U.S. saving after the Great Recession was the improvement in federal government saving. Taxes were cut and temporary spending increases reduced government saving during the downturn, but spending was subsequently cut back. A number of tax cuts were eliminated, and a growing economy increased tax revenues. Government saving thus became substantially less negative and helped raise total U.S. saving. However, A turnaround caused by the 2018 fiscal actions on federal government saving is evident in the latest data, with saving deteriorating from 2% of GDP in the first half of 2017 to 3.4% of GDP in the first half of 2018. In dollars, government saving dropped by around $300 billion, annualized rate, from the year-ago level. In other words, while our households are saving more, our government is saving less, running a larger budget deficit. This is precisely the opposite of the situation in 1999, when the Wall Street Journal ran a front-page double feature on U.S. savings rates. At that time, the government was running a surplus, adding to national saving, while the private sector ran up deficits, reducing national savings. The headlines of each story ran budget surpluses may wipe out the federal debt, and few households heed Washington's urging for bigger nest eggs. Saving rate declines again, respectively. The journal helpfully put a graph in the same issue that showed government savings rising well into positive territory while the private sector's saving dipped ever more deeply, what looked like a mirror image. The header to the graph proclaimed, "As the government saves, the people spend." And that's what it was, a mirror image tied to an unrecognized accounting identity. This time around, as we'll see, the mirror image shows the government saving less and the household saving more. And it must be that way. If one goes up, the other must go down. The following graph presents the three main sectoral balances for the United States: the domestic private balance, households and firms, the domestic government balance, all levels of government, and the foreign balance, the rest of the world. No, your eyes don't lie. It is a mirror image. Balance is balance. The government sector is almost always in deficit, spending more than revenues. The only significant exception is the mid-1990s, the Clinton years when the government ran a surplus. The domestic private sector is almost always in surplus. The exception is, again, surprise, the Clinton years and the housing bubble of the mid-2000s. And then there is the foreign sector. Here it is shown as the U.S. capital account balance, which is the reverse analog to the current account balance. When the United States runs a current account deficit, that will be recorded as a positive capital account surplus as the rest of the world runs a surplus against the United States. For the arithmetically inclined, the graph depicts a macroeconomic identity: domestic private income minus domestic private spending, plus domestic government income minus domestic government spending, plus United States current account balance with the rest of the world equals zero. This can be approximated as S minus I plus T minus G plus M minus X equals zero. S is domestic saving, I is domestic investment, T is tax revenue, all levels of government. G is government spending at all levels, X is exports, and M is imports. The first term in parentheses is the private sector balance. The second is the government sector balance, and the third is the foreign sector balance. What this means is that if one sector runs a deficit, spends more than its income, at least one other must run a surplus, spends less than its income. It is related to the identity that for every creditor there must be a debtor. The next graph plots only the federal government and domestic private sectors, similar to the journal's graph, nearly a mirror image, indicating that the fluctuation of the foreign sector balance does not have much of a net impact on domestic sector balances. The graph also shows recessions as shaded areas. Note how improvements in the federal government balance are almost always followed by a recession. Hold that thought. In the Keynesian terms of the old macroeconomics textbooks, we could restate this identity in the form of leakages and injections. The leakages, private sector surpluses, government surpluses, current account deficits, must equal the injections, private sector deficits, government deficits, current account surpluses. For example, a private sector surplus, leakage, implies that the government sector is running a deficit, injection, and/or that the foreign sector is running a deficit, injection, meaning the United States has a current account surplus. It is possible to run a private sector surplus and a current account deficit so long as the government deficit is larger than the private sector surplus. What matters is the sum of the three. Aside from its amazing symmetry, the other noticeable thing about the graph is the striking anomaly of the decade from approximately 1997 to 2007. The first half experienced the very unusual government budget surplus, while the private sector experienced two unusual camel humps of large deficits over the decade, punctuated ever so briefly by a surplus in the Bush recession. The first of these humps coincided precisely with the Clinton budget surpluses. But, holding the current account deficit constant, a move to a budget surplus had to be matched by a movement to a private sector deficit. To be sure, the current account surplus was not constant during the period in which the private sector ran a deficit, though it was stable enough not to offset the movement of the budget to surplus. In the second of the camel's humps, the longer-term growth of the current account deficit was so large that the smaller turn of the private sector toward deficit implied an offsetting movement of the government's budget toward only smaller deficits. Sectoral balances are derived from identities. They are true by definition. Alone, they do not tell us anything about causation, but they keep us honest. As the first graph shows, there have been large current account deficits, capital account surpluses, since the Reagan years. That is to say, from Reagan through a couple of Bushes and across a Clinton and an Obama, and, I dare say, across a one-term or even a two-term Trump, the United States has run and will continue to run a current account deficit. That means the rest of the world runs a surplus day in, day out. That might change someday, but for now we should expect to have a current account deficit, regardless of the party in power, regardless of the value of the dollar, regardless of monetary policy, regardless of aging and saving propensities, regardless of the size of the budget deficit, regardless of the rate of inflation, regardless of business cycle swings, even those as severe as the dot-com and housing bubble busts, and regardless of foreign currency manipulation or unfair trade policies. We can take a current account deficit as a given, although with some relatively constrained fluctuations in size. Now, if that is true, and it is, then it is literally impossible for the U.S. government sector and the private sector to both run, simultaneously, surpluses. Regardless of the causes behind the balances of each, for one of these to have a surplus, the other one must have a deficit that equals the sum of that surplus plus the current account deficit or, alternatively, the rest of world surplus. That is simple arithmetic. What this means is that the old Wall Street Journal double feature failed to acknowledge the link between the movement of the budget toward surplus, adding to saving, and the declining private sector savings rate. To borrow a phrase, TWNA, there was no alternative. Berating the private sector for its profligacy would make no more sense than berating the government sector for its prudence. Indeed, the government's contribution to national saving was simply the other side of the coin of the private sector's dissaving. Balances do balance. The current account deficit might someday reverse. I do not know what might do that, but I'm sure that U.S. policy alone will not. Indeed, I think that it almost certainly has more to do with the policies adopted by the rest of the world. And if that is true, it is largely out of our hands. In any case, that deficit is amazingly robust. The budget deficit is also robust, so it is worth exploring any possible link between the two. It is generally believed, as indicated in the previous section, that the two are linked not simply by an identity but rather through causal connections. Let's explore those connections. The scarcity of domestic savings is supposed to force American borrowers to seek loans abroad. Moreover, once we have come to rely on foreign lending, we are exposed to the risk that finicky global savers might shut off the loans. How would Uncle Sam continue to finance his profligate spending? Where would American households obtain the wherewithal to buy their favorite imports? As the flow of international savings is withdrawn, won't U.S. interest rates spike? And if there is a run out of the dollar, how will America deal with a collapsing exchange rate that puts key inputs like oil out of reach for consumers and industry? Let's begin again with some history. Before the 1970s, foreign holdings of U.S. treasuries were small, accounting for less than 5% of federal debt. Thereafter, the percent held abroad rose to around 20% in the 1990s and to about 30% in 2000. Right after the GFC, foreigners held nearly half the federal debt, but that has since fallen to around 40% today. Since the early 2000s, the relative importance of Japanese holdings has given ground to China's increasingly large holdings. The other biggest holders are exporters, including Taiwan, Hong Kong, and oil producers, to the United States as well as banking centers in the Caribbean, Luxembourg, and Switzerland. The following chart sheds more light on the relation. Not only is there a strong correlation between U.S. current account deficits and foreign holdings, but it is apparent that the relationship is largely driven by foreign official holdings, by central banks, which closely track the rise of the current account deficit, amounting to approximately 3/4 of foreign holdings by the end of 2009, and not predominantly by private sector holdings. The following two graphs compare U.S. Treasury holdings with U.S. bilateral trade balances against Japan and China. The correlation is obvious. Countries with large trade surpluses against the United States accumulate large quantities of U.S. treasuries. This isn't hard to explain. These countries' exporters receive payment in dollars that they exchange for domestic currency deposits. Their banks receive dollar claims on U.S. banks that are converted to yen or renminbi reserves at their central banks. The Fed clears accounts, debiting reserve deposits of domestic banks, and the foreign central banks get credits to their reserve accounts at the federal. These are converted to U.S. Treasuries to earn higher interest rates. To be sure, the trade balance is not the only determinant of holdings because trade in goods and services is just part of the overall balance countries have with the United States. There are also factor payments, remittances, and purchases and sales of assets. This is why small banking centers are also large holders of U.S. Treasuries. Thus, the correlation is not perfect, but it still accounts for a large portion of holdings. That also helps explain why most foreign holdings are in official accounts, reflecting the fact that foreign holdings are produced by the movement of reserves at the Fed to foreign central banks, which then purchase treasuries to earn interest. It is frequently claimed that the United States is in a more precarious position relative to that of Japan, because much of U.S. federal government debt is held outside the country, while virtually all of Japan's is held domestically. The U.S. government is said to have become dependent on lending by Japan and China, and subject to any potential refusal by these countries to continue to finance U.S. government deficits. But, given that Japan runs current account surpluses, it is no surprise that there are few yen-denominated external claims to be converted to Japanese government securities. Again, trade is not the only means by which one could obtain Japanese securities. For example, one could also borrow yen in foreign exchange markets. Nor would a country with a trade surplus against the United States have to hold U.S. treasuries. It could sell them to buy another asset, shifting the treasuries to another portfolio, perhaps to another foreign holder. But note that if the United States runs persistent current account deficits, this will be reflected in its capital account surpluses. Foreign entities will hold dollar claims against the United States. Even if the U.S. government were to run surpluses, Japanese and Chinese current account surpluses against the United States would lead to accumulation of dollar claims, some of which would take the form of U.S. treasuries. That is because they'd want to diversify some of their accumulations of dollar-denominated assets into the safest ones. And it is likely that they would still want to buy U.S. treasuries even if the government were not providing new issues. In that case, the proportion of U.S. treasuries held abroad would rise even in the absence of U.S. government budget deficits. What all this means is that the holding of U.S. treasuries abroad has more to do with the U.S. current account deficit than with the U.S. budget deficit. It is the deficit in trade that generates large dollar claims, some of which are held in the form of treasuries. It is true that if the U.S. government had never run a deficit, there would be no U.S. treasuries held abroad or domestically, but that misses the more important connection between trade and foreign holdings. Countries that export to the United States will end up with dollar claims, initially in the form of credits to central bank accounts at the federal. They can use these reserves to buy imports or other financial assets. If from the United States, the reserves held at the Fed are debited. If from another country, the reserves are simply shifted from one country's account to another country's account at the Fed. As the dollar is the major international reserve currency, it is useful to accumulate dollar claims. And since many countries either peg or manage their exchange rates, the accumulation of dollar reserves is an imperative. There is a long outdated view that saving is the source of funds for lending. At the individual level, it rings true. If I earned $200 but only spent $150, I have $50 that I might lend to you. I charge you some interest to cover the risk that I might need the $50 before you repay me, and for the risk you might not repay at all. In the aggregate, we get a supply of available funds from savers and a demand for funds from borrowers. We could imagine that both supply and demand are sensitive to the interest to be earned by savers, a positive function of rates, and paid by borrowers, a negative function of rates, with an equilibrium market rate determined by the intersection of supply and demand curves. This, in a nutshell, is the loanable funds theory. We can add banks as financial intermediaries that accept deposits of savers and lend them out to borrowers. By diversifying across borrowers, the banks can reduce risks and thereby lower lending rates. That is the traditional view of banks. We could go further by noting that banks don't have to keep cash equal to deposits on hand for possible withdrawals, since depositors will not convert all deposits to cash at the same time. That allows for a deposit multiplier or fractional reserve system. All of this is taught in the principles of macroeconomics textbooks. It is also wrong. The loanable funds theory was skewered by John Maynard Keynes in 1936. It is undermined by the paradox of thrift. Aggregating up from individual saving behavior falsely presumes that national income is invariant to saving. At the extreme, Assume an economy in which no one who receives income spends it, as everyone saves all income. Then aggregate spending is zero. But we know from national accounting that income is equal to spending, and, indeed, is determined by spending since there is no source of income other than spending. So there is no income to save, which means that saving too is zero. The paradox of thrift is just one example of the more general fallacy of composition. While it is true that I can increase my saving without hurting my income, if everyone increases saving, it will affect aggregate income so that saving might not rise. What is true at the individual level is often not true at the aggregate. Keynes went on to distinguish two distinct steps in the saving decision. First is the decision to reduce consumption, increase saving. Second is the decision over how to hold saving. The first step is largely a function of income and will normally affect income, as reducing consumption spending will lower total expenditures and thus income. He thus rejected the loanable funds explanation of the determination of interest rates. Saving directly affects income, not interest rates. It is the second step that affects interest rates. If one prefers to hold saving in the form of cash, rather than in the form of other financial or real assets, this will affect asset prices and hence interest rates. This led Keynes to his alternative to the loanable funds theory, liquidity preference theory. Briefly, interest is the reward for giving up liquidity. When liquidity preference is high, the premium, interest rate, that must be paid to get savers to hold assets that are less liquid than cash must be higher. There is thus a spectrum of interest rates, with rates of one asset class relative to those of another determined by perceived differences in liquidity. To be sure, other factors play a role in interest rate determination, including relative riskiness of assets, expected changes to monetary policy, and duration. It is also possible for quantities of assets relative to demand to affect prices and interest rates. If desired long-term bonds are scarce, for example, their prices can be pushed up. But what is important is that rate determination comes in the second step of the saving decision. The first step would affect rates only through changing the expectations that influence the desired portfolio in which saving would be held. Keynes's logic seems to raise a problem. If income must come before saving, and spending must come before income, how does spending get financed? More specifically, traditional theory presumed that saving finances investment, and traditional theory had already acknowledged the significance of investment as a driver of the capitalist system, as did Keynes's own theory of effective demand. What Keynes did was to reverse the causal order. Investment creates saving, or, more precisely, investment creates the income that can be saved. But if that is true, how does investment get financed in the first place? If the traditional view of banks as intermediaries were true, requiring saving that could be lent through bank intermediation, we have a problem. Keynes's own general theory didn't provide a clear answer, though his earlier work in the Treatise on Money, as well as his response to critics after 1936 did. The short answer is that banks create finance directly when they make loans. Unfortunately, his explanation was not picked up by most economists. Even his followers who adopted his reversal of the investment-saving relationship did not generally abandon the old intermediation view of banks. It was left largely to economists on the fringes of respectability, post-Keynesians, institutionalists, and later modern monetary theorists, to reconstruct an alternative view over the past 3 or 4 decades. Fortunately, this alternative has now been adopted by many and perhaps a majority of macroeconomists, even though most textbooks lag behind. To put it succinctly, banks do not lend out savings but rather lend their own liabilities, i.e. deposits. As Paul Schurd explained recently in a report for Standard & Poor's, banks lend by simultaneously creating a loan asset and a deposit liability on their balance sheet. That is why it is called credit creation. Credit is created literally out of thin air, or with the stroke of a keyboard. The loan is not created out of reserves, and the loan is not created out of deposits. Loans create deposits, not the other way around. Then the deposits need a certain amount of reserves to be held against them, and the central bank supplies them. Or, as post-Keynesians like me have been saying since the 1980s, loans make deposits and deposits make reserves, not in some metaphysical sense but as a causal sequence. These are all entries on balance sheets. A loan consists of an entry on the liability side of the borrower's balance sheet and an offsetting entry on the asset side of a bank. A deposit is the counterpart entry on the bank's liability side and on the borrower's asset side. In practice, when a bank makes a loan, it is usually making a payment for the borrower, so the offsetting deposit will be a credit to the seller's deposit. Say, for the car dealer, or for the home seller. If the bank needs reserves for clearing or to meet reserve requirements, calculated with a lag, it will go to the federal funds market to borrow them, or if there are no excess reserves available, it will go directly to the Fed's discount window. But obtaining reserves follows the lending process, rather than preceding it as in the fractional reserve or deposit multiplier narratives. What does this mean for the topic at hand, namely for the twin deficits and global savings excess arguments? Let's tackle the question of the financing of government deficits first. Just as there is a tremendous amount of misunderstanding about bank lending, there is an even more important misunderstanding of government finance. The traditional view is that government has three choices when it comes to spending: use tax revenue, borrow, or print money. The first is constrained by political will, taxpayer resistance, and the performance of the economy. Tax revenue falls sharply in downturns. The second is constrained by bond vigilantes, including those in foreign nations that Uncle Sam relies upon. And the third is a recipe for the doom of hyperinflation. While this view seems reasonable, it only applies to a non-sovereign government, one that does not issue its own currency. Sovereign governments spend by crediting accounts. Just as a bank does not really take in deposits in order to lend, a sovereign government does not really spend tax revenue or borrow its own currency. As James K. Galbraith put it, when government spends or lends, it does so by adding numbers to private bank accounts. When it taxes, it marks those same accounts down. When it borrows, it shifts funds from a demand deposit, called a reserve account, to savings, called a securities account. And that, for practical purposes, is all there is. In the old days, before there were central banks, it was all quite simple. A sovereign government that wanted to spend would mint coins, print paper money, or cut tally sticks to finance its spending. It used taxes to redeem the currency, that is, to take it out of circulation. Notes and tally sticks were almost always burned on receipt. Coins could be reissued, but also often were melted for recoining, or simply restamped to indicate a new denomination. Redemption helped to reassure the public that the currency would not remain in circulation where it could cause inflation. Historically, governments issued a variety of paper notes and bills. Some were current, while others had maturity dates. Some paid interest while others did not. To put it simply, government spends or lends currency, cash and reserves, before receiving it in payment of taxes or purchases of its debt, bills and bonds. This was obvious in the early days of America up through the Greenback era, as Farley Grubb, one of the premier historians of American colonial currency, makes clear. Our colonies were the first significant issuers of paper currencies in the West, and, indeed, those were the only paper monies circulating in the New World because there were no banks issuing notes in the colonies. Use of paper money was due to necessity. The British Crown reserved the right of coinage. Strapped for cash to finance spending, the colonial governments experimented with paper currencies. Grubb notes that there were a wide variety of paper notes issued by the colonies. Some were legal tender, others were not. Some paid interest, others did not. Some colonial governments spent the notes directly on soldiers' pay, military provisions, salaries, and so on, and some also loaned bills on interest to their citizens, who secured these loans by pledging their lands as collateral. Grubb has shown that each colonial act authorizing the issue of paper notes also imposed a tax to redeem them. The effect of the redemption was to take notes out of circulation. The tax revenues were burned, not spent, to prevent inflation or at least to allay the fears of inflation. The taxes were called redemption taxes in the authorizing acts, indicating that the process was well understood. Note also the logic behind the process. The colonial governments had to spend notes before they could receive them in payment of redemption taxes. It would have made no sense to impose the taxes and wait for the revenues to pour in before spending the notes. With the advent of central banks, sovereign finance gradually evolved to the system we have today. Modern governments make and receive all payments through their central banks. In addition, bond issues, redemptions, and now, repos and reverse repos are handled by central banks. This has made the operations less transparent, with several degrees of separation between the government and its citizens, even as it has made them less disruptive. Over many decades, the Treasury and central bank have learned how to minimize the effects of fiscal operations, spending and taxing, on private banks, that is, reserve holdings and interest rates, and have streamlined bond operations. That, in turn, has made it easier for central banks to manage overnight interest rates, which have become the main policy instrument of central banking. On the other hand, the increased opacity has allowed the myths of government budget constraints to shroud understanding. But along the way, some were able to pierce the fog. In 1921, Henry Ford proposed a major energy infrastructure project at Muscle Shoals, Alabama, to be funded by government through the issue of currency. A century earlier, this would have been accepted as sensible and routine. But by Ford's time, different views of government finance were already taking hold. Thomas Edison supported Ford's plan in an interview with the New York Times. But would not Mr. Ford's suggestion that Muscle Shoals be financed by a currency issue raise some objections? Mr. Edison was asked. Certainly. There is a complete set of misleading slogans kept on hand for just such outbreaks of common sense among people. The people are so ignorant of what they think are the intricacies sick of the money system that they are easily impressed by big words. There would be new shrieks of fiat money, and paper money and greenbackism, and all the rest of it, the same old cries with which the people have been shouted down from the beginning. He explained that so long as the money created to finance government spending increases productive capacity, it will remain sound. Don't allow them to confuse you with the cry of paper money. The danger of paper money is precisely the danger of gold. If you get too much, it is no good. They say we have all the gold of the world now. Well, what good does it do us? When America gets all the chips in a game, the game stops. We would be better off if we had less gold. Indeed, we are trying to get rid of our gold to start something going. But the trade machine is at present jammed. Too much paper money operates the same way. There is just one rule for money, and that is to have enough to carry all the legitimate trade that is waiting to move. Too little or too much are both bad. But enough to move trade, enough to prevent stagnation on the one hand and not enough to permit speculation on the other hand, is the proper ratio. In that remarkable statement, Edison dealt with money from both the domestic and the external perspectives. Domestically, we need enough money, including paper money, to carry all the legitimate trade that is waiting to move. That is, to ensure effective demand is consistent with productive capacity. Given that much of the world was on a gold standard at the time, American exports relied on the rest of the world having sufficient chips to carry on international trade. Edison suggested a solution to increase both the domestic and foreign supplies. How can the system be improved or changed? Can come about in several ways. One way would be to produce so much gold that its psychological hold would be broken. If we all had mines in our backyards, or if synthetic gold could be made and sold 10 cents a pound, you would soon see gold disappear as the basis for money. In that case, people could no longer have confidence in it. Money ought to be plentiful and gold is not plentiful. It would be plentiful if it were mined in as large quantities as it could be, but an artificial scarcity is maintained by those who use gold to monopolize money. That is one way to do it. Make it so plentiful that it drowns its fictitious value and drowns the superstition of the people along with it. He endorses an alternative, the method my friend Ford proposed the other day, to simply go along and forget about gold. By abandoning the gold standard, money could be, as it should be, plentiful. But wouldn't that be inflationary? Forgetting gold and letting government simply print money to finance its spending? Edison responded, "Now, here's Ford proposing to finance Muscle Shoals by an issue of currency. Very well, let us suppose for a moment that Congress follows his proposal. Personally, I don't think Congress has imagination enough to do it, but let us suppose that it does. The required sum is authorized, say $30 million. The bills are issued directly by the government, as all money ought to be. When the workmen are paid off, they receive these United States bills. When the material is bought, it is paid in these United States bills. They will be based on the public wealth already in Muscle Shoals, and their circulation will increase that public wealth, not only the public money but the public wealth, real wealth. When these bills have answered the purpose of building and completing Muscle Shoals, they will be retired by the earnings of the power dam. That is, the people of the United States will have all that they put into Muscle Shoals and all that they can take out for centuries, the endless wealth-making water power of that great Tennessee River, with no tax and no increase of the national debt. The American colonists understood that so long as money is redeemed, there's no inflation threat. In the Muscle Shoals case, the redemption would take the form of payment for the electricity produced rather than through taxation, but the outcome is the same as the currency is removed from circulation. The Great Depression, Roosevelt's New Deal, and most importantly World War II led to an embrace of the Ford-Edison approach to government finance. The New Dealer chairman of the New York Fed, Beardsley Ruml, took a position like that taken by early colonial governors. Titling and essay taxes for revenue are obsolete. He lists several reasons for taxes, arguing that the war has taught the government and the government has taught the people that taxes have much to do with inflation and deflation, but the public purpose which is served should never be obscured in a tax program under the mask of raising revenue. Taxes are not for revenue but to redeem the currency, to take it out of circulation where it might generate inflation. That view was also adopted in Abel Lerner's functional finance approach. Government should spend more if there is unemployment. It should tax more only if there is inflation. A similar view was even expressed by Milton Friedman in his important 1948 policy proposal that all government spending should be financed by printing money, with the tax rate set so that all the money created over the course of a year would be removed through a balanced budget at full employment. A surplus would drain more money out when beyond full employment, reducing the outstanding money supply, while a deficit below full employment would lead to a net increase of money. By the late 1940s, these views were relatively non-controversial. Not only is a deficit called for when the economy operates with slack, but there is nothing wrong with financing budgets by issuing government money. Close analysis of actual operations involved in spending by government shows that, despite the greater complexity, the logic of the process has not changed since colonial times. Tax payments require the simultaneous debit of the taxpayer's deposit account and a debiting of reserves of the taxpayer's bank. Government spending credits the recipient's bank deposit and the bank's reserves. Logic tells us that a deposit or reserve account cannot be debited unless it has previously been credited, a logic we already encountered in the discussion of colonial paper notes. Government spends currency first and then receives it in taxes. More generally, as explored earlier, spending comes before income that can be taxed, or, as it is put in Keynesian macroeconomics textbooks, injections come before leakages. What about bond sales? Doesn't the government borrow if its spending exceeds tax revenue? Bond sales have an impact similar to taxes on private deposits and bank reserves. The buyer's bank deposit and the bank's reserves are debited. If bonds are sold directly to banks, their reserves are debited. Logic implies that there must be deposits and reserves to debit before bonds can be sold. Symmetry requires that government would lend deposits or reserves so that bonds could be purchased. And that could indeed be done. Grubb notes that early colonial governments did lend their notes and bills, and the Fed lends reserves to banks. Alternatively, bonds could be sold to recipients of government spending. In that case, recipients would hold bonds rather than deposits after the government had spent. Or the bonds could be sold directly to banks, in which case they would hold bonds instead of reserves. This would commit government to paying interest if it sold bonds, rather than using taxes to withdraw deposits and reserves. From the private sector's point of view, it is far better for the government to spend, rather than to lend, to generate the deposits and/or reserves that are debited when the government sells bonds. That way, the private sector doesn't have to go into debt to purchase the bonds. We can think of injections of currency and reserves as deriving largely from government spending, channeled through its central bank. Withdrawals come largely from tax payments. If government spending usually exceeds taxes, however, the injections exceed the leakages, leaving currency and reserves in the system. This is the main source of net financial wealth for the domestic private sector. Liabilities issued by private sector entities to other private sector entities net to zero at the aggregate level. Point 13. The Treasury can also sell its bonds, draining reserves from the system. We assign such operations to fiscal policy. Note that when the Treasury exchanges its bonds for reserves, this doesn't directly affect the net financial wealth of the private sector. It is simply a portfolio substitution. Yet bonds imply future interest payments and so will increase private financial wealth over time. The central bank can also inject and drain currency and reserves through actions taken for its own account. We call these monetary policy operations. When the Fed sells bonds, the impact on the private sector is the same as a sale of bonds by the Treasury. Reserves are drained. But we categorize the first as monetary policy and the second as a fiscal operation, financing the deficit, even though they are functionally equivalent. And in both cases, reserves must be in the banking system before they can be debited to pay for the bonds. Also note that if the government has spent more than its tax receipts, running a deficit, reserves will be injected into the banking system, ready for draining by either a monetary policy operation or a borrowing operation by the Treasury. Alternatively, reserves can be left in the system where they will earn the support rate paid on reserves set by the central bank. To summarize, Bond sales by either the central bank or the Treasury serve the functional purposes of removing reserves from the banks and offering a higher interest-earning alternative to the central bank's support rate. If, however, the central bank wants to push interest earnings down toward the support rate, it can engage in open market purchases, taking the bonds out of the system, a la quantitative easing. The New York Fed's paper, cited above, nicely summarizes the mainstream view on the relation between savings and lending both nationally and internationally. As an accounting matter, a country's income is allocated to either consumption or saving, while spending goes to either consumption or investment to replace or expand the capital stock. These two identities mean that a nation's saving equals its investment spending when income equals spending. Opening up to the rest of the world through trade allows a country to have its income exceed its spending when its exports exceed its imports, and this difference exactly equals the difference between gross saving and investment spending. Indeed, the gaps between spending and income, between saving and investment spending, and between exports and imports all equal a nation's lending to or borrowing from the rest of the world. As we discussed earlier with regard to sectoral balances, if the U.S. government runs a deficit, the private sector runs a surplus, ignoring for a moment the possibility of a current account surplus. That private surplus will take the form of net financial claims on the government in some combination of currency, reserves, and government bonds. As the causation goes from spending to income, injections to leakages, we can assign to the government's budget deficit the causal role in generating the private sector surplus of income over its spending, what is commonly called saving. The government's deficit finances the private sector's saving. Households and non-financial firms will hold the generated surplus in the form of a combination of net claims on the financial sector and the government, bonds and cash, while banks will accumulate some combination of reserves and bonds that will equal the government's deficit over the period. Note that the first step of the private sector's saving decision depends on its income, including that generated by net government spending. The second step involves the decision over how to hold the saving. It is the second decision that goes into the determination of what ends up in private portfolios, including government bonds. The impact of this second decision is on market interest rates that can trigger monetary policy actions, including open market sales or purchases of bonds. This logic can be applied to the external sector. Spending injections of dollars into the global economy come from the United States through its purchases of foreign goods, services, and assets. The rest of the world can use dollar income to purchase U.S. goods and services, or the dollars can be accumulated as financial wealth. Idle dollar balances can be converted to U.S. treasuries to increase earnings. The first step in the foreign saving decision depends, again, on income, which is partly determined by a country's current account position with the United States. Given that many countries around the world formulate policies designed to promote trade surpluses, national incomes are boosted by current account outcomes generating positive saving by private sectors, and in some cases even by the government sectors. The second step determines how to hold the savings. In the first instance, a current account surplus will lead to an accumulation of dollar claims on the U.S. financial system. These will often be cleared, resulting in credits to central bank reserves held at the federal portfolios are then reallocated to U.S. treasuries to increase interest earnings. Of course, a current account surplus country does not have to retain dollar assets in its portfolio. Holders of dollar claims will take a number of factors into consideration: U.S. interest rates relative to rates offered elsewhere, current and expected future exchange rates, the political and economic stability of the United States relative to alternatives, and so on. If such factors render dollar assets less desirable, there could be impacts on the dollar exchange rate, and it is conceivable that U.S. monetary policy might react by raising the rate target. The important point to understand, however, is that the exchange rate and interest rate effects arise in the second step of the saving decision, not in the first, that is, through the portfolio allocation strategy, not the creation of dollars. The United States is the source of the dollars moving through portfolios. We can think of foreign purchases of U.S. treasuries as the redemption stage that follows the creation of dollars by U.S. purchases of output or assets from the rest of the world. There is no question about a sovereign government's ability to spend, about its solvency, or the sustainability of budget deficits or the possibility of its bankruptcy. A sovereign government is not like a firm or household, can buy anything for sale in its own currency. It can never run out of its own money, its own IOUs, and can always create more by crediting bank accounts. It can never be forced to default on commitments in its currency, and it can never be forced into bankruptcy court. So what matters is not the impact on the budget, but rather the impact of its spending on the economy. What these considerations mean is that there is no danger that the U.S. government might run out of the dollars it uses to finance its spending. Likewise, there is no danger that the U.S. can run out of the dollars it uses to finance its imports. The government and import spending are financed by the creation of dollars simultaneously with the spending. In both cases, creation takes the form of credits to balance sheets that are offset by debits to balance sheets. Double-entry bookkeeping, which has been around for half a millennium, ensures the credits equal the debits. Dollar finance cannot constrain U.S. government spending, which is determined in the budgeting process. Once approved, spending can take place up to the budgeted amount with the Fed, Treasury, and private banks cooperating to ensure the operations run smoothly. Similarly, dollar finance by foreigners cannot constrain spending by either the U.S. government on domestic output or imports, or by the domestic private sector on imports. U.S. government spending is the source of the dollars that can be used to buy Treasury bonds domestically, and U.S. spending on imports is the source of the dollars that can be used to buy and hold Treasury bonds abroad. Excess savings do not slosh around the global economy, providing the means by which profligate Americans can engage in excessive spending. Rather, the global savings are created by the profligate spending of Americans. Many nations pursue a strategy of depressing domestic living standards in order to increase export output, often with the purpose of obtaining dollar-denominated assets. The Asian tiger crisis taught the world that maintaining pegged exchange rates is fraught with danger unless huge sums of dollar reserves are accumulated. Global savers also want to diversify into the currency issued by the largest open economy on Earth. While it is likely that China will soon displace the United States as the world's biggest economy, there are many reasons why renminbi assets will not challenge dollar assets for decades to come. China is currently a net exporter. Its capital markets are not sufficiently opened, and its policies and legal structures are not considered to be sufficiently transparent and predictable. Euro assets, meanwhile, are diverse and most are too risky. The most desirable German are scarce and the most available Italian are scary. As already discussed, Japanese sovereign debt is hard to obtain. Yen must be borrowed, not earned. The dollar will not always reign supreme, but it has a lot of life remaining as the most desirable asset to hold in portfolios. And remember that this is the second step of the saving decision. The purchase of dollar assets is not a source of finance but rather represents a portfolio decision. It is the portfolio decision stage that takes into consideration interest rates and exchange rates, and these decisions in turn affect interest rates and exchange rates, though base dollar interest rates are determined by the federal budget deficits and trade deficits affect the target rate only to the extent that the Fed reacts to them. Other rates are determined by other, more complex factors and can be affected by portfolio decisions, but they are not directly determined by the quantity of domestic or foreign saving. Finance is not a scarce resource to be allocated among alternative forms of spending. We can have as much as we want. Indeed, we have far more than we need. The problem in the run-up to the global financial crisis was not excess global savings, but rather a runaway financial system that was engaging in imprudent and fraudulent activities, as well as some borrowers who took on too much debt that was pushed in their direction. The solution is to rein in finance, not to reduce aggregate demand through fiscal austerity. The time for constraining aggregate demand will be when we face shortages of real resources, domestic resources plus those we can import, which would threaten to bring on general and sustained inflation. Government policy should therefore be redirected to reduce inequality and to promote productive activity. Our financial sector has grown too large, as indicated by its share of corporate profits, and far too much capital is being directed toward financial assets or financialized assets, including housing and commodities. Over the past half-century, our economy has increasingly relied on serial asset bubbles to boost the holdings of wealthy savers, while our productive sectors have lost ground to competitors. Stagnant or even falling incomes for the bottom quintiles promote sales of cheap imports. Foreign competition as well as depressed domestic wages reduce the incentives to innovate and invest in labor-saving capital. Corporate profits are used to inflate bubbles rather than to increase capacity. While the United States cannot run out of dollars to finance the twin deficits, this does not mean we should be complacent. Rather than focusing on the twin deficits themselves, we should be focused on promoting investments in human, private, and public capital. The problem with America's twin deficits is not that they expose us to bankruptcy, but that the twin deficits could be symptoms of underlying structural problems that need to be addressed directly. What Edison noted a century ago holds true today. People's instincts tell them that something is wrong, and the wrong somehow centers in money. Maybe the dynamite we need is a sound understanding of financial balances and sovereign currency. In January 2019, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez found a perhaps unexpected vein of popular support when she proposed raising the top marginal tax rate from 37% to 70% for those with annual incomes of over $10 million. Polling conducted by The Hill and HarrisX soon revealed that 59% of Americans supported this idea. 71% of Democrats, 60% of independents, and notably 45% of Republicans. Even the populist right seemed to want in on the action. That same month, Tucker Carlson emphatically denounced the market fundamentalism espoused by ruling class elites on his Fox News show. He would later criticize GOP tax policy as having been far better for corporate America than it was for the middle class. After a generation of political discourse dominated by free market ideology, when proposals for increasing taxes on the wealthiest Americans could easily be dismissed as unpatriotic class warfare or as making the country uncompetitive, it seems that the Overton window has moved to the left on taxation. Surging inequality, stagnant wages, a hollowed-out middle class, and populist rage against elites all combine to bring about this shift. But the path between the articulation of a popular policy preference and its actual adoption as a governing agenda, much less its successful implementation and long-term institutionalization, is rarely straightforward. One obstacle is established elite opinion. The reaction to 70% tax rates from the defenders of the status quo was pronounced and rather predictable. Attendees of the World Economic Forum at Davos reportedly found the idea scary and were heard to be nervously laughing about it. One chief investment officer at a major firm expressed real concern. By the time we get to the presidential election, this is going to gain more momentum, and I think the likelihood that a 70% tax rate or something like that becomes policy is actually very real. But rich people, he predicted, will simply figure out ways to shelter their income, and that will be a drag on productivity. A few billionaires felt the need to reassure their peers. It's not going to happen. Trust me, said one who refused to be identified. Silver Lake's Glenn Hutchins, a major Democratic donor and friend of former President Obama, pointed out the available lines of defense. You got to get something like that through the House, through the Senate, and then you have to get the President of the United States to sign it. A more nuanced reaction came from Bill Gates, who said that AOC's proposals missed the mark. The Microsoft tycoon explained that the very wealthy aren't as affected by such a move as one might think because most of their income is in the form of capital gains, which are taxed differently than earned income. They have income that just is the value of their stock, which if they don't sell it, it doesn't show up as income at all, or if it shows up, it shows over in the capital gains side. Making clear that he shared the desire to make the U.S. tax system more progressive, he pointed to wealth taxes, estate taxes, and Social Security as more plausible places to begin the work of tax reform. But at the end of the day, Gates suggested the rich aren't as affected by tax rates or the U.S. tax system in general because of the cross-border mobility they enjoy with respect to their assets. You do start to create tax dodging and disincentives, and an incentive to have the income show up in other countries and things. The response most illustrative of conventional Republican thinking came from supply-side stalwart, former Club for Growth president, and Trump advisor Stephen Moore. His editorials trotted out well-worn invocations of the Reaganite Golden Age and the JFK tax cut, along with unsubtle references to the Soviets, Mao, and Venezuela. The only alternative, according to Moore, is to recognize that there is no alternative to the central conservative policy dogma of the last 4 decades, namely more tax cuts like the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. This signature legislative achievement of the Trump administration, which Moore helped to design, significantly and disproportionately lowered tax rates for corporations and high-income earners with the goal of making America competitive. For those wondering how the tax bill translated intentions into results, Moore simply assured his readers that it has worked magnificently. After all, he reminded everyone, if we go the other way and increase rates, then, with a click of a computer button, trillions of dollars will escape across our borders and beyond the grasp of the IRS, which will collect 70% of $0. Underlying the responses from Moore, Gates, and the Davos set is the sure knowledge that in the age of global capital, it would be quite easy for rich individuals, as well as for multinational corporations, to either evade or avoid taxes. The same mixture of nervous mockery and insistent naysaying greeted Senator Elizabeth Warren's ambitious proposal, unveiled a few weeks later, to introduce the first American wealth tax. This proposal polled at 74% support among Regis-tiered voters, 86% among Democrats and 65% among Republicans. In a limited sense, the Davos crowd is right. There are, of course, myriad ways to shelter income through loopholes in the domestic tax code, such as making creative use of pass-through entities, shell companies, and charitable trusts. Failing that, should a future effort at tax reform ever get around to fixing those, there are any number of ways to have income and assets show up in other countries and things, as Gates put it, through transnational loopholes afforded by offshore schemes. Taken together, these issues seem to render any attempt to effectively raise tax rates on the rich and big business futile. Searching for a contemporary example of a major economy suddenly and dramatically increasing taxes on its wealthiest citizens will lead one to the ill-fated attempt of the François Hollande administration in France, which levied a 75% supertax on income above €1 million in 2012. As one of Hollande's own advisors and soon-to-be Minister of Economy and Finance said at the time, the change risked turning the country into Cuba without the sunshine. Indeed, tax evasion and capital flight exploded, investment slowed, revenues plummeted, the supertax yielded a €14 billion budget shortfall in 2013, and a small but celebrity-studded stream of tax exiles fled or threatened to flee the country for more accommodating places like Belgium, Switzerland, and Russia, where the actor Gérard Depardieu was personally welcomed by Vladimir Putin. 3 years later, in 2015, the socialist government abandoned its signature policy in a reversal that heralded a blow to left-wing Pikettonomics. Not only that, French voters had apparently learned their lesson and elected that same dissenting economy minister to succeed Hollande as president in 2017. The new Emmanuel Macron administration proceeded to slash the pre-existing solidarity tax in the name of making France more globally competitive. Macron wanted France to fall in line with a long-running trend among European states, in which even social democratic paragons like Sweden, Denmark, and Finland have had to abolish national wealth taxes to prevent capital flight. Across the Atlantic, columnists at Forbes, The Wall Street Journal, and National Review watched with glee as these setbacks reaffirmed the old free market pieties. In the face of this hard dose of fiscal reality, perhaps Moore was right not just in his criticism of progressive aspirations to tax the rich but in his prescription to stick to the tried and true orthodoxy of tax cuts now and forever. According to that view of the world, also known as tax competition, countries in a global marketplace ought to compete among each other by lowering their taxes, deregulating their markets, scaling back their public sectors, and crafting any number of preferential measures, e.g., exemptions and subsidies, in order to create the best business climate for globally mobile capital. The more a given society obeys these and other dictates, displaying the signs of efficiency, fiscal responsibility, labor market flexibility, and openness to risk and disruption, the more likely they will be able to induce growth by attracting capital in the form of private investment. In a virtuous circle, societies will improve themselves and be improved in turn by the wisdom and beneficence of mobile capital flows. This is the alleged virtue of competitiveness, and it is in pursuit of this ideal that nearly all fashionable tax policy in the last 30 years has been designed. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, TCJA, was no exception, and might even serve as a textbook example of the principles of tax competition. As an attempt to attract global capital to reinvest in America on its own terms, the TCJA can be seen as representing the diametrically opposite approach to the aggressive tax increases advocated by the likes of AOC and Warren. In the lead-up to the next election, as incumbent Republicans prepare to defend their only major legislative accomplishment against the left's increasingly popular alternative of taxing the rich and spending the money on things like health care and education, it seems reasonable to ask whether the tax bill worked as magnificently as Moore claimed. The TCJA was signed into law by President Trump on December 2, 2017. Among its key provisions was the reduction of the top corporate income tax rate from 35% to 21%, along with a lowered one-time repatriation tax for the offshore profits of multinationals. For individuals and households, the bill lowered rates for all income tax brackets but came with a number of changes that disproportionately benefited high-net-worth taxpayers. Those provisions included a doubling of estate tax exemptions, increases in exemptions and phase-out thresholds to the alternative minimum tax, an anti-avoidance measure, and a 20% deduction for pass-through business income, roughly 70% of which flows to the top 1% of earners. Furthermore, much of the law's individual tax cuts and credits are set to expire in 2025, while the corporate tax cuts are permanent. The TCJA is projected to cost $1.9 trillion over 10 years. These changes to the tax code were presented by the Trump administration and Republican leadership as a win-win for the rich and big business, certainly, but also for American workers, the middle class, and the economy as a whole. In the president's own words, this huge tax cut will be rocket fuel for our economy. The biggest winners from this transformation will be everyday families, from all backgrounds, from all walks of life, and our great companies, which will produce the jobs. They are going to produce jobs like you've never seen before. The bill's promoters also claimed, in contrast to available projections of a $2 trillion price tag, that it would come at no cost to the public purse because it would spur enough growth to pay for itself through increased revenues. Not only will this tax plan pay for itself, but it will pay down debt, said Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell called it beyond revenue neutral. More than a year and a half later, enough time has passed since the TCJA's passage to measure its outcomes against these promises. Instead of investing in more jobs and higher wages for American workers or on innovation and capital expenditure, corporations overwhelmingly spent the billions they received through the cuts on share buybacks, the formerly illegal but now common financial practice whereby firms repurchase their own shares as a means to artificially boost the value of their stock. In fact, 2018 was a record-breaking year for amounts spent on buybacks, with a total of $1.1 trillion in buybacks by December. This outcome produced a boon for the richest 10% of Americans, who own about 80% of stocks. By contrast, wages after inflation grew at only 1.9%, while job creation, with unemployment hovering below 4% prior to the cuts, and overall economic growth, amounting to an underwhelming 2.9% in 2018 and actually falling short of CBO projections, ticked up at the same modest pace as before the TCJA, continuing a decade-long trend that had been in place since the post-recession recovery began. The TCJA was hardly the economic rocket fuel promised by the president. At the individual level, the bill's provisions benefited the top 1%, who received an average of $51,000 in tax cuts, while middle-income earners got an average cut of $900. It also doesn't look like the tax bill is about to pay for itself, as fiscal year 2018 yielded an increase in the federal budget deficit of $113 billion, or 17%, from the previous year, leading to a deficit equivalent of 3.9% of gross domestic product. There was also a more than expected 31% drop in corporate tax revenues for 2018, alongside a 4% increase in individual tax payments. These results appeared to confirm the trillion-dollar cost estimates over dubious Republican reassurances of a spectacular revenue windfall. In the future, GOP leaders can reliably be expected to cite the increasing deficit as reason to slash government spending or even cut Social Security and Medicare. Already there is talk of such a move from the likes of Senator John Barrasso. We've brought it up with President Trump, who has talked about it being a second-term project. As one might expect, the cuts accomplished just what they were designed to do. They further inflated the assets of the rich and corporate America, to the exclusion of equivalent long-term gains for the great majority of wage earners, middle-income households, and the U.S. economy overall. And poll after poll has shown that, since plans for the TCJA were unveiled, the American people have viewed the tax bill as a giveaway to the wealthy and well-connected. What does it all mean, then? It would seem as if recent history has imparted contradictory lessons. Both the Hollande-Piketty policy of taxing the rich and the Trump-Moore approach of appeasing the rich have failed. From the point of view of governments and electorates around the world, you are damned if you raise taxes, damned if you reduce them, and damned even if you do nothing but hold on to the status quo. In the years between Hollande's supertax and the Trump tax cuts, 2012 to 17, the true nature of that status quo became glaringly evident. The middle of the decade saw a steady trickle of sensational tax leaks, with names like LuxLeaks, Swiss Leaks, the Panama Papers, and Paradise Papers. These leaks and others cast light on the vast and unchecked scale of offshore activity and the ubiquitous, institutionalized nature of global tax evasion and avoidance. As these scandals made clear, billions in untaxed wealth flow to offshore accounts as a matter of course. Capital escapes across low and high-tax jurisdictions alike, enabled by entire industries of specialized lawyers, planners, and accountants. There have also been tax-shaming scandals in which big-name brands like Starbucks, Google, Apple, and Amazon were revealed to be paying little to nothing in corporate taxes. These routine dissimulations in multinational accounting practices are reflected in the overrepresentation of tax havens in U.S. inbound FDI. Just as arresting are the available estimates of global offshore wealth reported over the last decade, which range from $8.2 trillion to $32 trillion. A 2017 study by tax specialist Gabriel Zuckman suggests that up to 10% of world GDP is held in offshore accounts, even under historically low tax rates and an international political climate most favorable to business. During a period in which the world was supposedly in the midst of a healthy and universally beneficial tax competition, tax dodging scandals laid bare at least two distortions that corrupt the logic of the system. First, the rhetorical premises of tax competition are largely baseless if globally mobile capital is able both to pressure states toward competitively lowering their taxes and to circumvent those lowered rates through offshore evasion and avoidance. The second, related distortion has to do with the assumptions underlying the model of voting with your feet. The argument that competition among jurisdictions leads to an efficient allocation of public funds as individuals self-select into different states according to the match between the various tax expenditure packages on offer and their fiscal preferences. This argument is often presented as a justification for tax competition. The exemplar here, at least for the purposes of illustrating how this model works, is Gérard Depardieu, who voted with his feet when he severed all formal attachments to his native France and moved to Russia, where he became a citizen. Yet while Depardieu can be accused of many things, he cannot be accused of free riding. Unlike many individuals and companies implicated in the tax scandals, he does not continue to enjoy the benefits of French citizenship while also enjoying the lower tax rates offered by Russia. Most tax-avoiding companies and individuals do not deign to make a choice between their usual jurisdictions and the offshore jurisdictions whose tax rates and tax laws they have adopted as their own. In President Trump's estimation, these are smart people who have figured out how to have it both ways. Many are wealthy individuals who not only enjoy the benefits of citizenship but who are positively overrepresented in terms of political influence. Indeed, several of them were presidents, prime ministers, and cabinet secretaries in their countries, yet were at the same time able to shirk one of the most basic obligations of citizenship, paying taxes. The economist James S. Henry has characterized this dissonance as a sort of representation without taxation. The situation for multinational corporations is analogous. These firms make billions in profits and often accept billions more in subsidies in the largest markets, such as the United States or the United Kingdom, but somehow regularly claim their income in the smallest ones, such as Luxembourg, Bermuda, or the British Virgin Islands. This is a description of life under tax competition as Stephen Moore and the grandees at Davos would have it. The holders of capital may evade and avoid their taxes with impunity, even as they craft laws and regulations in their favor, but popular demands for greater economic fairness are to be met with the stern reply of experts that the market won't have it. Adverse tax policy outcomes, however, have less to do with immutable laws of economics and more to do with the existence of an elaborate set of financial networks and fiscal arrangements that facilitate the global movement of capital far above the heads of voters and elected officials. Our fatalism about markets, a determinism not shared by the largest market participants, merely serves to distract us from this fact. These circumstances call for a reassertion of the right of sovereign nations not merely to formally set rates of taxation for their citizens and the multinationals that make a profit within their borders, but to have a realistic expectation that those rates will actually take effect and the corresponding revenues will be collected. Such an outcome would by no means entail an end to tax competition. So long as the nations of the world are economically interdependent, there will be some degree of tax competition. Rather, we might hope for some correction of tax competition's distortions, as well as the introduction of restraints on its most absurd excesses. The same might be said for capital mobility. Barring the widespread reimposition of capital controls, there will be capital mobility, but it need not be so extreme as to restrict the freedom of states to decide their own fiscal policies. The majority of Americans desire a more decent and equitable country, in which the rich and corporations pay their fair share, either through the rising democratic socialism of the left or the economic nationalism of the right. Any future politics that seeks to break the impasse and give expression to this desire must take into account the scale of the problems of tax evasion and avoidance in an era of global capital mobility. What is needed is a new politics of self-determination in the fiscal sphere. Only such an approach will motivate change at the policy level and dislodge the free market dogmas that prop up the corrupt regime of international taxation that calls itself tax competition. The excesses of capital mobility and tax competition have not gone completely unnoticed. Academic work in public finance, political philosophy, and international relations has produced insights that may be useful for the unfolding ideological turn on taxation. Multilateral institutions like the OECD have conceived a number of ambitious and far-reaching policy responses to the problem, and national governments have been willing to sign on and put these plans into effect. Some countries, like the United States, did not bother to wait for a global consensus to form and decided to go ahead with unilateral action. Indeed, anyone following the progress of the last decade might marvel that what had been proposed initially as highly idealistic schemes for countering the worst abuses of tax noncompliance have come to fruition, such as automatic information exchange, country-by-country reporting, and beneficial ownership transparency. A whole new world of tax governance has opened up in recent years. As the technical, wonkish-sounding names of the above policy items suggest, however, these discussions mostly exclude the average citizen or taxpayer, or even the average elected official. There remains a critical gap in comprehension between the specialized, technocratic space of international tax enforcement and the everyday debates about tax policy and public finance that take place within national political discourse. In order to bridge that gap, a new paradigm must take the place of tax competition. As a means of giving expression to emerging popular fiscal policy preferences, this paradigm should set new terms of political debate that go beyond the straitjacket of competitive versus uncompetitive. Once equipped with an expanded frame of reference, and perhaps a new conceptual vocabulary, electorates and their representatives should then be able to grasp the various policy options and prospective institutional arrangements hitherto reserved for the consideration of experts. This much is needed if national polities are ever to become capable of wielding the formidable tools and fiscal capacities that are required in the race against quicksilver global capital. The scholarly literature in public finance has produced two notable ideas that could be of use in filling in this sought-after new paradigm, namely fiscal self-determination and tax sovereignty. These interrelated concepts have been most thoroughly explored by political philosopher and economist Peter Deitch in his 2015 monograph, Catching Capital, and in his earlier research co-authored with Thomas Rickson. The first of these terms, fiscal self-determination, also called the autonomy prerogative by Deitch, is simple enough. It has two components. One, the ability of a state to determine the size of its public budget, that is, the level of revenues and expenditures, and two, the ability of a state to decide the question of relative benefits and burdens, that is, the extent of redistribution among its citizens. The review of recent history undertaken here has already shown how capital mobility constrains the first component. National governments are still formally able to set tax rates and decide levels of spending, but deliberations on these choices are too often made under what could be described as conditions of duress, or the constant threat of disinvestment and capital flight. These conditions are made yet more pernicious by the tax evasion that take places as part of the status quo. Should a particular state be so bold as to call capital's bluff by enacting a more redistributive fiscal policy, capital is just as easily able to undercut that decision through the increased exploitation of transnational loopholes, illicit evasion, as through any substantive relocation of investment and business activity, illicit capital flight. This is what happened after Hollande's supertax, and what Stephen Moore and others have threatened will happen should AOC's proposal be adopted. The choice is thus reduced to either tolerating a terrible situation or, in attempting to fix it, instead watching that terrible situation get worse. In the first case, we accept perpetual low taxes on top earners and anemic revenue intake in addition to a normative, though not negligible, amount of tax evasion and avoidance. If we raise taxes on the rich, it is said, then we risk the wrath of capital and an uptick in financial outflows. In this bind, the supposedly sovereign state and its democratic electorate cannot be considered to be making choices freely. This shows how the first component of fiscal self-determination has been damaged by capital mobility. In light of capital's emancipation from the bounds and burdens of the state, it necessarily follows that the second component of fiscal self-determination has been undermined as well. Prior to the widespread abolition of capital controls and withholding taxes in the 1970s and 80s, it could be said that capital, along with labor and consumption, constituted a largely sedentary tax base. This meant that states had much more effective say over both aspects of fiscal self-determination, the size of the public budget and the distribution of burdens and benefits. Since then, the cross-border mobility of capital encouraged by neoliberal economic integration has changed the equation dramatically. It has triggered a regressive shift of the tax burden onto immobile factors like labor and consumption, as well as onto small and medium-sized businesses that do not have the offshore arbitrage capabilities of large multinationals. This shift was manifested in the worldwide trend toward the adoption of broad-based national consumption taxes that began in the late 1960s and peaked in the 1980s and 90s, a time frame that roughly coincides with the measures that brought about global capital mobility. The one notable exception is the United States, which remains the only OECD country without a standard value-added tax, VAT, or goods and services tax, GST, continuing to rely instead on state-based retail sales taxes. This system has not, however, insulated Americans from the global trend toward regressivity. Consider the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy's research showing the distributional impact of state sales and excise taxes. On average, low-income families pay 7.1% of their incomes, middle-income families pay 4.8% of their incomes, and the top 1% pay 0.9%. In other words, poor families pay almost 8 times more as a share of their incomes in these taxes than the best-off families, and middle-income families pay more than 5 times the rate of the wealthy. The status quo in an era of capital mobility is that multinationals and high-net-worth holders of capital are able to shop across borders for the most convenient tax rates, while labor, consumers, and small businesses are left to foot a larger portion of the overall tax bill. For an illustration of the direction of private wealth flows since the advent of global capital mobility since the 1960s, see the following chart. The downward shift of the tax burden has at times provoked popular insurrections against regressive shifts in fiscal policy. Most notable are the 1990 poll tax riots that rocked the United Kingdom and helped bring an end to Margaret Thatcher's premiership, as well as today's Gilets jaunes movement in France that formed in opposition to Emmanuel Macron's proposed fuel tax increase. These were protests against governments that chose to radically cut taxes for the rich and corporations while raising taxes that disproportionately affected lower-income and working-class constituencies, all while lecturing about the need for fiscal discipline and balanced budgets. The distinction between opposition to regressive taxation and opposition to all taxation is important here, lest the momentum of these popular movements be appropriated by free market ideologues for libertarian ends. In a feat of transatlantic astroturfing, Grover Norquist's Americans for Tax Reform has tried to depict the Gilets jaunes as a Tea Party à la Française, shamelessly ascribing to them a shared worldview while recycling some old rhetoric from Tax Day 2009. Politicians, no matter which country they represent, are always looking under every rock to impose new taxes on hardworking people. The rise of the Yellow Vest movement puts money-hungry politicians on notice. Only in the distorted funhouse mirror of free market fundamentalist dogma can a mass movement determined to resist the regressive pressures on public finance, imposed by an aggressively pro-business administration, be fancifully reimagined as sympathetic to the starve-the-beast agenda of the kind advocated by Americans for tax reform. Never mind that the Gilets jaunes also call for an increase in the minimum wage and a return to the wealth tax. Grover Norquist will see what he wants. Although they are not about to trade in their signature yellow vests for tricorn hats and faux 18th century finery, the Gilets jaunes may well be considered representatives of a longing for self-determination at least as old as 1789. In this case, the fight is not against an imperious monarchy or a decrepit aristocracy, but against a far more agile and amorphous faux hypermobile global capital and its no less imperious and intellectually decrepit agents in the business and political establishments. It is in this respect that the Gilets jaunes are closer to the Greek, Spanish, and Italian anti-austerity movements, Occupy Wall Street, and analogous forces on the anti-neoliberal populist right than they are to anyone with a fellowship at a free market think tank. The older struggle for political self-determination, from which these popular movements can trace descent, was intimately related to another enduring idea, that of sovereignty. Historically, the two went hand in hand, as the many national liberation movements ignited by the ideals of the French Revolution aspired to the achievement of state sovereignty as the fullest expression of their quests for self-determination. It is on the basis of this sovereignty that states now claim many of the basic prerogatives of national governance and international relations, such as the right to tax and regulate commerce that crosses their borders, to conduct diplomacy, and to enter into treaties with one another. At the most basic level, it is as sovereign entities that states command the allegiance of citizens and secure compliance with their laws. But what of the present search for fiscal self-determination? What notion of sovereignty would that correspond to, and what institutional forms might it take? In light of the astronomical sums of revenue that states routinely hemorrhage away to tax havens, this could be the $32 trillion question of the age. The answers, while hardly easy, are certainly simpler than either the theory or practice of tax competition. What, then, is tax sovereignty? With multiple potentially conflicting understandings at hand, the question might be recast as, what conceptualization of sovereignty can best preserve, sustain, and defend both components of the fiscal self-determination of states in a world of capital mobility? In his review of the different facets of sovereignty with respect to fiscal policy, Deitch draws attention to the self-undermining tendencies of the Westphalian concept of sovereignty, defined as a principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of other states and linked to a guarantee of the autonomy of the domestic political authorities over a state's territory. In an economically interdependent world, the extremes of tax competition and the absence or relative weakness of tax cooperation mean that, as countries struggle to preserve their Westphalian sovereignty through strategic attempts at attracting and retaining globally mobile capital, arbitrage becomes possible and the erosion of fiscal self-determination through low fiscal flexibility and regressive pressures on public finance results. Deitch proposes that, as things are, Westphalian sovereignty is no longer adequate or even logically possible. If the policies of one state affect other states in ways that, although not directly exercising authority over their policies, nevertheless indirectly undermine the effectiveness of these policies, then Westphalian sovereignty is compromised. Furthermore, the continuing rise in capital mobility might necessitate new forms of institutional cooperation between states that could further conflict with the ideal of Westphalian sovereignty. Deitch makes a comparison with individual liberty and appeals to the idea that sovereignty, just as much as liberty, entails not only rights but obligations. The parallel with individual liberty is once again instructive here. We do not conceive of individual liberty as absolute, but my liberty is limited by guarantees of the same fundamental liberties for everyone else. Establishing these guarantees requires cooperation and the surrender of some individual liberties to the state. Calling for individual liberty to be absolute would result in a meaningless, merely formal conception of liberty, and the right to liberty would lose its effectiveness. Any substantive conception of individual liberty is one that is necessarily limited. As with the liberty of individuals living together in a community, so too with the sovereignty of states. In light of the considerable advantages that states derive from the exchange of goods and services, knowledge and ideas, values and cultural heritage, to name but a few, the suggestion that the privileges of being a member of the international community comes with certain strings attached is hardly radical. Deitch is thus able to formulate tax sovereignty as having a twofold conditional nature, consisting of a state's right to fiscal self-determination bundled with the responsibility to respect the fiscal self-determination of other states. This is the conceptualization of sovereignty required to protect the fiscal self-determination of states in an era of capital mobility, which might in turn serve as the alternative paradigm in waiting to succeed the increasingly discredited narrative of tax competition as the basis for a new regime of tax policy. What might such a regime look like in practice? One need look no further than the United States, which is already far ahead in getting other nations to respect its fiscal self-determination. In 2010, the United States unilaterally imposed the Foreign Accounts Tax Compliance Act, FATCA, that requires foreign financial institutions, FFIs, to submit the financial accounts information of American citizens and resident taxpayers to the Internal Revenue Service, with the threat of a 30% withholding tax on U.S. source income to be imposed on FFIs that fail to comply. This historic piece of legislation and its global consequences serve as a concrete example of a state demanding that other states recognize its sovereign right to collect revenue from its tax base, albeit in a rather heavy-handed way, by compelling foreign actors to provide assistance to its revenue agency. More could be done to improve FATCA, but it's a start. By applying the lens of tax sovereignty to the significant but still quite rudimentary progress toward global tax governance that has come into being over the last decade through FATCA and the OECD's multilateral initiatives, it is now becoming possible to imagine a more refined and systemic institutional architecture of international tax cooperation. The excesses of capital mobility and tax competition can be combated by furthering forms of interstate tax cooperation that are firmly grounded in and strictly delimited by the principles of fiscal self-determination and the sovereignty of states. This delimitation would entail an acceptance of the necessary role of international cooperation, through which states can agree to set and enforce a minimum standard of rules and behavior geared to the protection of each other's tax sovereignty, but a rejection of proposals to cede, pool, or aggregate the fiscal policymaking powers and prerogatives of states to any new tier of supranational government. One can envision a near future where sovereign states are endowed with newfound fiscal capacities and powers of enforcement that would allow them to effectively track and tax the globally mobile segments of their tax base. This delimited institutional architecture would enable the redomestication of borderless capital within the bounds of state sovereignty. What follows is an appraisal of the advances made so far and a few ideas on where things could be improved. In 2010, the United States passed FATCA in response to the previous year's tax scandal involving UBS, in which the Swiss banking giant was found to be abetting U.S. citizens in the non-payment of taxes through the maintenance of financial assets in secret accounts. Switzerland had long been known as a premier destination for this kind of tax evasion, and it should have been no less of a surprise to discover that America's wealthiest taxpayers had been abusing the secrecy offered by the Swiss banking system. Perhaps it was the political atmosphere engendered by the recent financial crisis that helped to push through such legislation. Whatever the cause, global tax governance would never be the same. FATCA represented a major shift from the previous regime of self-reporting of tax fraud by financial institutions to one of compulsory, automatic exchange of financial information. The new regime would be built on a collection of bilateral intergovernmental agreements, IGAs, signed by the United States with foreign jurisdictions, though FATCA theoretically covers even jurisdictions that have not signed an IGA with the United States, as non-complying FFIs in these places are still subject to the law's withholding penalty provisions. The advent of FATCA as a unilateral American policy for countering offshore tax evasion soon galvanized the OECD to enact a multilateral equivalent for the rest of the world, the Common Reporting Standard, CRS. Under CRS, a reciprocal automatic exchange of information, AEOI, regime for over 100 signatories of the Multilateral Competent Authority Agreement, MCAA, would come into effect. FATCA came into force in July 2014, while the first information exchanges under CRS took place among the initial batch of MCAA signatories in September 2017, followed by the second batch in September 2018. At least in theory, participating tax administrations around the world should now be able to sift through the information received from other jurisdictions, match the figures on the foreign accounts of taxpayers with their own records, and proceed with leads on tax evasion. Authorities should then be able to recover lost revenues and collect penalties. Just as important, the system created by FATCA and CRS should act as a strong deterrent against tax evasion in the first place, making it easier for governments to enact changes in fiscal policy without fear of being frustrated by increased tax evasion. But, as always, there will be some distance between the principles that might inform a policy and its implementation. Studies performed using data on U.S.-bound investment flows and revenue intake in the years after the enactment of FATCA show mixed results. On the one hand, a 2019 study of investment data has shown that the amount of equity investment into the U.S. from tax havens declined by 21.2% from 2012 through 2015, consistent with U.S. investors moving financial assets out of tax havens post-FATCA. On the other hand, an earlier 2017 study that looked at the IRS's attempts at offshore revenue collection under FATCA showed that, except for the extraordinary penalties assessed, little additional tax has been collected. In comparison to the annual budget spending by the U.S. government, the actual amount of tax collected by FATCA is statistically insignificant. With respect to the OECD's CRS, preliminary evaluations look promising, but the earliest reports come from the organization's own Secretary General's office, which of course has reason to play up the positive aspects of the program's performance. According to that office's recent report to the G20 finance ministers, since implementation in September 2017, 47 million offshore accounts have been exchanged, and an estimated total of 95 billion euros in lost revenues and penalties has been collected among the 100 or so signatory jurisdictions of the MCAA. This is a good start, but only just a start, given that the projected amounts of offshore wealth run into the tens of trillions. It is difficult for third parties to independently examine and verify the results of CRS, as the OECD has declined to publish statistics on these first automatic exchanges of information, despite calls to do so. In any event, it is probably still too early to make comprehensive evaluations of the multilateral standard. It is, however, worth addressing the myriad loopholes that have already been identified in the tax reporting regime under both FATCA and CRS. It would also be good to follow up on the progress made in improving the capacities of national tax administrations to process the massive troves of financial account information that will now routinely fall into their laps under AEOI. Many of the available loopholes involve holding undisclosed assets in various kinds of entities that fall outside of FATCA and CRS's reporting requirements. Account holders driven out of traditional tax havens by AEOI might also find new places to park their wealth in the category of non-participating jurisdictions that either do not have a reciprocal IGA with the United States or are not signatories to the MCAA. These mostly include developing countries whose viability as the next generation of tax havens would depend on factors like the reliability of their domestic banking and financial sectors, a consideration that might rule out large chunks of the global south. Alternatively, for these temporarily stranded streams of globally mobile capital, there is one jurisdiction not subject to the reporting requirements of either FATCA or CRS, and which has a perfectly reliable banking industry, at least from the perspective of clients looking for financial privacy, namely the United States. Owing to the unilateral and only partially reciprocal nature of FATCA, U.S. financial institutions are generally not required to share certain elements of foreign account holders' information with their respective tax administrations, such as account balances and beneficial owners. As the rest of the world provides the transparency that the U.S. demanded, the U.S. is rapidly becoming the new Switzerland, a situation that prompted a Bloomberg editorial to remark that shuttering foreign tax shelters only to steal their business is a bad move. Indeed, the ironic twist by which a Swiss banking scandal spurs the United States to pass sweeping anti-evasion measures, only to later become Switzerland's effective replacement by the end of the decade, is illustrative of the perverse dynamics at play under global capital hypermobility. It also reveals the shortcomings of attempts to constrain capital mobility that are, like FATCA, largely improvised, uncoordinated, and inconsistent. For American tax evaders, the present system could just mean that it would be easier to conceal their wealth in onshore accounts rather than go offshore. There is one piece of legislation being considered in Congress that could help reverse America's slide into the status of a secrecy jurisdiction, and that is the Corporate Transparency Act of 2019. The bipartisan bill would help to prevent the incorporation of anonymously owned shell companies of the kind commonly used for tax fraud and money laundering by requiring the disclosure of a firm's beneficial ownership information to FinCEN, the government's financial intelligence arm, with the intention that the collected data be available only to law enforcement. This measure could represent a major step forward in the ability of the United States to act against both internal and international tax evasion, in addition to a host of other financial improprieties. But the bill is still essentially a conservative one compared to the emerging global standard of corporate transparency. It features no proposal for a public beneficial ownership registry of the kind adopted by the United Kingdom under a centre-right government in 2016, by the entire European Union in 2018, and even by a growing number of developing countries after the 2016 London Anti-Corruption Summit. The rationale behind a public beneficial ownership registry, as opposed to a closed-circuit system of reporting, would be to optimize the speed and efficiency with which potentially relevant information can be spotted, verified, and acted on, as well as strengthening the deterrent effect. Privacy concerns can be met by separating out sensitive data to be reserved for tax authorities, such as a beneficial owner's personal address, contact information, or tax identification number, from publicly searchable elements, such as an owner's tax residency, the extent of ownership over a corporate entity, and the nature of control. The ubiquity of shell company use as a means of tax evasion also underscores the need for the integration of beneficial ownership reporting standards into FATCA and CRS, a development that would complement the information received under AEOI and give tax authorities a more complete picture of the sum of a taxpayer's assets at home and abroad. The question of how tax administrations around the world are supposed to process all this data is, needless to say, vital to the success of AEOI. It remains to be seen whether participating revenue agencies will have the capacity to effectively utilize the volumes of information they will be receiving under CRS, and, in the American case, whether the IRS can improve on its implementation of FATCA. Public sector innovations will be required to produce the data analytics capacities needed to automatically match foreign accounts information with internal taxpayer records, as well as to trace ultimate beneficial ownership and control through complex linkages of corporate entities. With AEOI in place, the task ahead in the campaign against individual and small-scale tax evasion of the kind encouraged by bank secrecy and tax competition for liquid portfolio capital might best be described as one of consolidation. The basic structures have already been set up by FATCA and CRS, and all that needs to be done is to further improve their efficacy and perhaps introduce plans to progressively merge them into a universal reporting standard as a means of eliminating the gaps between the two systems. It is worth noting here, however, that even with the persistence of loopholes, individual tax evasion at this level is significantly more difficult today than it was a decade ago. Should France try once again to impose a super tax, for example, or should AOC or Elizabeth Warren succeed in raising income or wealth taxes, the resulting tax evasion problem would not be as severe as some of the naysayers might suggest. With respect to tax dodging at the corporate level, on the other hand, there is much more work to be done, since existing efforts to address this side of the problem have not been as far-reaching or comprehensive. Many of the structures needed to deal with aggressive tax planning on the part of multinationals, which generally takes the form of legal tax avoidance, have yet to be established. The most significant effort on the corporate avoidance front has been the OECD's Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Initiative, BEPS, which sought to plug loopholes in the arm's length principle, while essentially preserving it as the reigning standard of corporate taxation. The arm's length principle, however, is where a lot of the present abuse stems from, since it rests on the fiction that multinationals are only loosely connected sets of independent subsidiaries that must adopt an arm's-length approach when conducting intracompany transactions with each other. In fact, it is widely known that multinationals aggressively plan and coordinate the transactions between their subsidiaries through complex profit-shifting mechanisms. In these arrangements, gaps between tax regimes, internal invoices, and transfer prices, often on intangible assets, are manipulated to ensure that profits can be booked at the most convenient tax haven jurisdiction. The following description of how Google makes use of the infamous double Irish and Dutch sandwich maneuvers exemplifies the sheer mendacity of multinational accounting practices. Google Ireland collects most of the company's international advertising revenue and then passes this money on to Dutch subsidiary Google Netherlands, a Google subsidiary in Singapore that collects most of the company's revenue in the Asia-Pacific region does the same. The Dutch company then transfers this money on to Google Ireland, which has the right to license the search giant's intellectual property outside the US. That company is based in Bermuda, which has no corporate income tax. The use of the two Irish entities is what gives the structure its double Irish moniker, and the use of the Netherlands subsidiary as a conduit between the two Irish companies is the Dutch sandwich. Starbucks, Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon, among other multinationals, have been known to partake in some variation of this pattern of profit shifting in addition to related arbitrage actions like corporate inversions as part of routine business practice. If these are its results, the arm's length principle ought then to be replaced rather than simply patched up. The recent conflict between the United States and France over the taxation of digital giants also highlights the imperative to institutionalize tax cooperation. Though Presidents Trump and Macron were eventually able to reach a settlement at the August 2019 G7 summit, this pattern of fiscal brinkmanship followed by a round of reactive deal-making risks putting the reform of corporate taxation on the same haphazard, 2 steps forward, 1 step back trajectory that characterized the highly uneven development of FATCA and CRS. Developing a credible alternative to the arm's-length approach that is consistent with the principles outlined in this essay points to a system known by a rather unwieldy name that nonetheless reflects a refreshingly simple logic: unitary taxation plus formulary apportionment, or UT plus FA. Under this model of corporate taxation, multinationals would submit a single consolidated figure of annual global profits and be taxed by a national jurisdiction in proportion to the percentage of those profits earned there, based on a formula of sales, assets, and/or payroll attributable to said jurisdiction. The OECD's present model of country-by-country reporting, CBCR, could serve as a solid foundation for a shift to unitary taxation. Under that standard, multinationals are already required to report figures and details of their activities in every country, such as revenue, income, tax paid and accrued, employment, capital, retained earnings, tangible assets, and activities. An expanded and more transparent version of CBCR would serve to make UT plus FA all the more plausible. As to what the precise apportionment formula should be and how it will take into account the complexities of the digital economy or differences between developed and developing economies, those are questions that will have to be decided in a future conversation among governments, corporations, stakeholders, and citizens. But once in place, such a system of corporate taxation would come the closest to aligning multinational tax receipts with actual economic substance. It would take away the incentives that lead to corporate inversions, transfer pricing abuse, and double non-taxation, among other financial dissimulation practices, and thereby help correct the distortions in capital flows discussed above, already used to apportion taxes at the subnational level, such as between U.S. states and between Canadian provinces. Formulary apportionment would have the benefit of a record of real-world experience for policymakers and administrators to draw from in adapting it to the global level. There is also a prodigious literature of plans and blueprints for international UT plus FA, ranging from years' worth of academic and policy papers to a comprehensive proposal on the part of the European Union, known as the Common Consolidated Corporate Tax Base, CCCTB, all of which means that, in addition to a wealth of practical antecedents, there will also be considerable theoretical support for a future transition to UT plus FA. So long as it is implemented properly, there is every reason to believe that the transition to formulary apportionment will be a smooth one. The policies detailed here, centering on AEOI and UT plus FA, would radically reduce opportunities for tax evasion, avoidance, and arbitrage. The progress of the past decade has been notable, but as this appraisal has shown, there is yet more work to do. It will likely require the active participation of all those who stand to benefit from reigning in global capital, whether they call themselves progressives and democratic socialists, conservative economic nationalists, or the great middle swath of Americans for whom such labels mean little. For the uninitiated among them, those without CPAs, LLMs, MPAs, or MBAs, wading through the alphabet soup of global tax governance might be a grueling experience. But concerned citizens and their elected representatives can rely on the North Stars of fiscal self-determination and tax sovereignty to help them get through to the desired destination. A world in which electorates and governments may freely decide their fiscal policies without the undue pressures and imbalances caused by capital hypermobility. Given demands around the globe, many governments will almost certainly converge on raising taxes in the near future, and should these proposals come to pass, it will be possible for them to collect revenues and enact a greater degree of compensatory redistribution after decades of austerity, inequality, and wage stagnation. Yet the institutional architecture of global tax governance has other implications that go beyond the merely redistributive features of fiscal policy, and that touch upon an even deeper question at the heart of the dysfunctions of contemporary globalization, namely the allocation of capital. Once states newly empowered by the recognition of their tax sovereignty are able to expand the effective reach of their taxing authority over the vast hordes of idle capital currently held in tax havens, the possibilities for new modes of public finance and fiscal policy begin to come into view. These include not only direct tax and spend measures, though those would certainly be possible and in many cases necessary, but rather states might also adopt more flexible carrot and stick approaches. The carrot, here, would take the form of inducements for the owners of offshore capital to make productive and patriotic use of their wealth by investing it in the long-term capacities of the national economy. Appropriate measures might include the creation of infrastructure banks, scale-up and seed funds, and innovation-based partnerships between government and industry, in addition to any number of other measures to channel private capital toward broad national goals. Whether taking political shape as a Green New Deal, to modernize the economy along progressive lines, or a nationalist-oriented push to restore industrial strength and outpace strategic competitors, the effect of the shift to a new paradigm would be a reinvigorated economy on the path to reindustrialization, in which investors reap hefty returns amidst burgeoning national prosperity. But the holders of global capital could also refuse the carrot and instead mount an Ayn Rand-style revolt of the rich by finding ever more remote offshore spaces and escape hatches through which to sequester their wealth, cryptocurrency being the likely next frontier of 21st century tax evasion. In this case, governments might respond by launching a fiscal war of attrition, to be declared in the name of tax sovereignty and to be waged with the full arsenal or the stick of global tax governance. There is a chance that while international tax cooperation could someday serve as a pillar of the new settlement to be built over the ruins of neoliberal globalization, it might first be a front in the new class war, one in which the public bureaucracies of the sovereign state, under the command of reformist administrations, do battle with the private mercenary bureaucracies of corporate accountants, tax lawyers, and wealth managers in the pay of global capital to determine the parameters of public finance. The outcome will depend on the talents of the ascendant generation of populist and post-neoliberal leaders from left and right alike. It is they who must marshal the considerable political force needed to foil the resistance of recalcitrant elites, and the campaign could be a long one requiring a profound and sustained popular mobilization. This is not to say that, as global tax governance takes on a more politically agonistic and democratic cast, it could or should lose its essentially technocratic character. Tax policy at this level will always remain a technocratic endeavor, and competent, credentialed experts must have a central part to play. But given what is at stake for citizens and the concept of sovereign government, it can at least be said that taxing global capital is too important to be left to the technocrats alone. When the Trump administration announced its first round of tariffs on China in 2018, few observers believed it would be the start of a new bipartisan consensus on industrial strategy. In each decade that protectionist sentiment rose following the end of the Second World War, calls to shield American industry and jobs were parried away by free trade politicians and appointed officials who hailed from both parties and all sections of the United States. They viewed trade policy as an important instrument of both soft and hard power abroad, lifting emerging economies through Americans' ample demand for low-cost clothes, toys, home appliances, automobiles, building supplies, and other goods generated a rising tide of prosperity that would cement an open system of ever-expanding global exchange, contra the controlled economies of the Eastern Bloc and anti-Western Third World autocracies. Until recently, the reasons this globalist bloc prevailed so handily after the 1980s were taken for granted. Support for neoliberalism across the political spectrum had reoriented state power to serve capital mobility, oligopolistic multinationals, and financialization, supplanting the New Deal's guardrails for democratic capitalism. The communitarian and producerist aspects of the Keynesian era, steadily minimized in the drive toward global market integration, appeared antiquated in the years spanning the Soviet Union's collapse and U.S. approval of permanent normal trade relations with China in 2000. Yet there were important continuities between the post-war consensus and the new era of globalization. For one thing, Cold War liberalism exerted a powerful influence on key sectors and interest groups even amid regional downturns and signs that the Rust Belt was spreading from the north to the south. In the fight to contain communism, successive presidential administrations had positioned leading American trade unions and American corporations as partners for global development and the advance of liberty. As trade policy, gradually removed from the ambit of Congress and situated within the executive branch, fused more tightly with other foreign policy concerns, proponents of free trade prevailed over those community and industry voices who held less sway in Washington. This dynamic explains labor historian James C. Bretton in his new book Fraying Fabric, How Trade Policy and Industrial Decline Transformed America, was reinforced by the fact that the sense of emergency which haunted much of American manufacturing by the late 1970s had been treated as a parochial issue limited to the oldest industries. During the post-war boom, objections to trade policy were voiced most strongly by the textile and garment unions, as well as some beleaguered companies in the sector. By contrast, advanced manufacturing sectors with healthy export demand, such as automobiles, could largely afford to take the internationalist stance until the era of stagflation. The assumption that trade growth would unfailingly beget more shared prosperity had been ingrained in the post-war labor capital compromise, even as trade policy itself constrained New Deal-style corporatism and contributed to the New Deal's unraveling. Writing from a labor-left perspective, Benton's excellent case study of the U.S. textile industry is an unsparing appraisal of how trade policy ultimately compromised liberals' domestic goals of inclusive growth and full employment. In his telling, textile workers' comparatively weak position within the Labor-Roosevelt coalition made them an early casualty of Southern progressives' marriage of Wilsonian ideals and Smithian economics. A universal cornerstone of development, textiles comprised the industries that, beginning in the 1930s, laid the groundwork for a more uniformly neoliberal approach to international trade. This shift was paradigmatic of the subordination of workers' basic security to economists' notions of market efficiency. But it also served to strengthen an ideology-suffused projection of American power abroad. While trade liberalization was justified on the basis that it would boost domestic growth and consumer welfare, trade policy itself became one of the primary economic issues to be insulated from serious democratic contestation. Rising anxiety over trade policy often intersected with other conflicts and competing interests within the New Deal coalition as well. Representing around 1/7 of the country's manufacturing workers from the Second World War until the mid-1970s, textiles and related industries suffered first and most devastatingly from import competition with emerging markets based on severe wage repression. Widespread fears of permanent sectoral decline, however, did not generate robust coalitions to save domestic textiles. Instead, textiles were a fount of sectional tension. Calls to preserve northern industry, which overall had been more accommodating of trade unions, and standardize wages between northern and southern workers clashed with the developmental goals of southern elites. The combination of anti-union sentiment in the South and the racism of southern textile executives, Bretton emphasizes, effectively impeded substantial tripartite interventions, thereby shielding much of post-war trade policy against protectionist impulses. By shunning labor, he writes, executives blocked the development of an independent worker voice, one that could have joined with labor union officials, textile executives, their counterparts in other similarly affected industries, and politicians at all levels concerned about the effects of imports on workers, industries, and local economies. As a result, select import controls were determined on an ad hoc basis by Democratic and Republican administrations, depending on the largely uncoordinated efforts of industry leaders and union representatives to obtain relief. Regular workers, meanwhile, increasingly resorted to public campaigns across the country to spur boycotts of foreign, sweatshop goods sold at U.S. retailers and department stores. The purpose was to deter consumers' growing preference for cheap imports, which grew further still in the late 1960s and 1970s due to inflation. Textile workers' prescient warnings about national industrial decline went unheeded until larger domestic, macroeconomic, and international challenges irrevocably split the New Deal coalition. By the time the AFL-CIO leadership broke with the post-war trade consensus, industrial labor had been diminished by the 1974-75 recession and would soon be boxed out by the forces coalescing behind neoliberal globalization. Now a rump sector, the history of domestic textiles in the mid-20th century nevertheless remains central to explaining the broader contraction in domestic manufacturing employment over the last 30 years, accelerated by NAFTA and the China shock, and the attendant rise of income inequality and regional polarization. One of Benton's main insights concerns the ascent of modern free trade ideology. Its roots stretch back to Wilsonian progressivism and Cordell Hull, a U.S. representative from Tennessee who would later serve as Franklin Roosevelt's Secretary of State. Hull spent much of his congressional career attacking the political economy of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Under Republican administrations and Republican-led Congresses, Northern political support for high tariffs had become reflexive. By the 1910s, the United States was well past the critical stage of import substitution that was inaugurated by the 1861 Morrill Tariff and the Civil War. Phenomenal growth in manufacturing and innovation, augmented by the rise of scientific agriculture, could be observed across the Northeast and Midwest. An urgent problem facing the national economy, however, was the striking underdevelopment of the postbellum, post-slavery South. The migration of northern capital to the region had helped spread textile manufacturing, especially across the southern Piedmont. But these were middling gains at first, driven primarily by competition with better-paid northern textile workers such as those in the small cities of Massachusetts. Hull linked his autodidactic study of economics with his other political theories and sectional interests. He saw protectionism as a fetter on southern development and a source of monopoly power, but also as an obstacle to export growth, the absence of which would ultimately weaken national prosperity and international diplomacy. Though Hull and his allies scored a few victories during the first 2 years of Woodrow Wilson's presidency. Most significantly, the Underwood-Simmons Tariff Act reintroduced a federal income tax while reducing tariff rates to around 27%. The 1920s saw the return of Republican hegemony and high tariffs. The Great Depression and Franklin Roosevelt's election finally offered Hull an opportunity to fully test his theories. Beginning with a bill conceived by Hull that would become the Reciprocal Trade Agreements Act of 1934, trade policy shifted from Congress to the executive branch. On the face of it, the RTAA was prudent and overdue. The tariff regime, as Hull long asserted, had indeed become a creature of dominant northern industries, to the point where it aroused complaints over the cost of living even in prosperous years. In raising the price of foreign industrial inputs and household goods, tariffs had stimulated northern production while depleting the South of capital and revenue to expand its own. For decades, meanwhile, Republicans had insisted that craft and industrial workers benefited from protectionism, the premise being that strong domestic industries would ensure decent wages, provided they were not undercut by a flood of cheaper imports. Yet the increasing instability and decline of New England textiles illustrated the limits of this claim. Because the 1931 Smoot-Hawley tariff had aggressively curtailed the expansion of export markets, Hull argued, commodities suited for international commerce, such as textiles, would suffer further without a substantial reversal in policy. The RTAA was a decisive move that enhanced executive discretion over the expanding umbrella of foreign policy, as Benton explains, one that greatly diminished the authority of members of Congress to determine trade policy in accord with their constituents, business associations, and related regional interests. The act promoted trade by reducing tariffs once again, but also by codifying the principle of most favored nation status, which guaranteed that any new trade agreements worked out between the United States and another nation extended to all U.S. trading partners. It therefore advanced Hull's goal of enhancing American diplomacy and curbing what were isolationist and perhaps even semi-autarkic inclinations in domestic politics. Restoring America's fallen share of exports would be an additional way to spur the manufacturing growth essential to economic health, Hull thought. Here, he sought to avoid resuming the corporifery dynamic of the high-tariff home market. In this, Hull and other free traders frequently had an informal ally in the Republican-aligned National Association of Manufacturers. During Wilson's presidency, historian Jennifer C. Delton writes, NAM had already begun to propound the virtues of enlarged foreign markets and use its burgeoning international networks to influence U.S. trade policy, infusing a cosmopolitan outlook within an otherwise politically conservative organization. Thus, while ending the Depression hinged on reviving the manufacturing core, A simple reversion to the status quo ante was not desirable. A recovery in prices and wages across agriculture and industry, dubbed reflation, had to be efficiently absorbed by foreign markets, domestic supply chains, and American consumers, the latter of whom were still quite poor in the South. As with the North, any rise in income in the South had to translate into real purchasing power for more goods in order to quicken the pace of economic recovery. At the same time, sustained export growth in consumer durables, non-durables, and farm commodities required competitive output at prices that other countries could tolerate and which generated meaningful foreign exchange. The low-wage South provided an answer. Policies that expanded foreign markets therefore tempered the possibility that reflation would overly favor the industrial core at the expense of other U.S. regions and priorities. Between federal support for infrastructure projects and a trade policy that quietly strengthened the competitive position of Southern entrants to basic industries, the South would be able to develop in a manner that the previous Republican developmental paradigm had forestalled. In doing so, it would revitalize the global influence of the United States and dampen the pull of isolationism. On the one hand, the RTAA was a logical, even far-sighted component of Roosevelt's agenda for economic recovery. On the other hand, it conflicted with other aspects of the New Deal as well as the ambitions of organized labor. The 1933 National Industrial Recovery Act, NIRA, the New Deal's first, ill-fated experiment in corporatism, ostensibly set price and wage codes for several major industries while introducing, via Section 7A, a federal right to unionize. While successful enforcement proved intractable on several fronts, Bretton writes, Southern interests played an outsized role in the failure of the NIRA to protect textile workers. Textiles were highly decentralized when compared to other industries, while the Cotton Textile Institute, CTI, a leading industry group based in North Carolina, rejected labor's participation in industry decisions. With Southern plants now dominating textile production, workers came up hard against the NIRA's limited enforcement mechanisms and poor federal oversight. The CTI, for instance, reduced wages in 1933 and 1934, while exploitative practices such as the stretch out, whereby firms cut employment and overworked remaining employees to maximize profits from temporary production schedules, continued undisturbed. Although labor organizing at the national level skyrocketed following the NIRA, boosting membership in the textile sector's previously moribund unions, conditions for organizers remained hostile in the South. In autumn 1934, Georgia's Democratic governor, Eugene Talmadge, responded to strikes with martial law, imprisoning thousands of strikers and detaining over 100 in a prison camp, with national textile employment actually dropping by over 12.7% between 1933 and 1934. Despite the goals of the NIRA and reflation, Southern textile workers became increasingly captive to the region's militantly anti-union atmosphere. Northern-based unions were unable to win industry-wide concessions in this period, further quelling the appetite of Southern workers to embrace organizing. Though the RTAA had followed the NIRA, which the Supreme Court would soon declare unconstitutional in 1935, it compounded the latter's flaws, namely those which allowed Southern capitalists to frustrate any kind of sector-wide cooperation that might also improve worker power. Increased trade would plainly favor Southern textile firms and therefore inhibit the goals of Northern workers, such as interregional convergence toward standardized wages and hours. But the problem of decentralized action would worsen the outlook for the industry overall, as the very proponents of free trade and Southern industry would encounter headwinds from other countries that replicated their development model. Indeed, the RTAA did not anticipate the imminent limits of America's export advantage. It could not be buttressed in perpetuity by Southern labor, no matter how severely underpaid. In turn, advocates like Hull either did not apprehend or disregarded how it would exacerbate the problems already facing the textile industry. By the 1920s, twin challenges for the industry had crystallized that would fuel uncertainty and turmoil for textile-producing regions for the rest of the century. The first, as noted, was interregional competition within the United States that undermined collaboration for the sake of the industry's long-term health. Rising unemployment in the industry's original core in the Northeast was both driven and offset by growth in the South. Although some New England Republicans expressed concern over the effects of imports on wages, solutions were not forthcoming on the question of domestic competition. With the advantage of not just paltry wages but the pervasive employment of child labor until the 1938 Fair Labor Standards Act, Southern textile plants and firms had become critical sources of local capital formation that Southern political elites would not readily compromise. This growth, however, was not sufficient to blunt the second challenge facing the industry. Import competition, led by Japan in the interwar era and again in the 1950s, and from other emerging economies in East Asia and Latin America. Mounting evidence of fierce import competition from Japan alongside its heightened presence in U.S. export markets in the Western Hemisphere prompted the first major departure of Southern firms from the new free trade consensus. Increased competition from nations friendly to the United States, particularly the UK and Czechoslovakia, also loomed. During the mid to late 1930s, Bretton writes, industry leaders used congressional hearings and other fora to oppose new tariff reductions and bilateral trade negotiations, which were increasingly overseen by Hull's State Department. Stunted, perhaps, by the events of 1934, Southern textile workers were generally absent from these lobbying efforts, whereas New England workers, already sensitive to Southern competition, ironically converged with those Southern executives who sought import barriers. After almost 2 decades of regional decline, Northern textile workers still had much to lose. Yet it would take time for union locals to fully capture the attention of their national leadership on this issue. Bretton writes, as organized labor's general rapport with the Roosevelt administration grew in the years following the Wagner Act, leaders from the International Ladies Garment Workers Union and Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America extended their support to the RTAA despite the burgeoning opposition of rank-and-file members. On the eve of the Second World War, substantial doubts over the direction of U.S. trade policy thus brought into proximate alignment 2 major coalition partners of the New Deal. But their pronounced class and regional antagonisms, alongside policy disagreements within organized labor itself, precluded the possibility of an alternative trade policy that could serve post-war reconstruction without harming a key segment of American workers and industry. Foreign policy, influenced as much by realpolitik as the tenets of Cold War liberalism, would continue to set the terms of the debate after 1945. The watchword of the agencies tasked with carrying out the European Recovery Program was trade, not aid. The goal of American policymakers was to rebuild Europe through the cultivation of deeper economic ties that stood to benefit American exports, with representatives of American unions enlisted in the effort to strengthen the Atlanticist alliance through dialogue with non-communist trade unions abroad. In turn, the Program for European Economic Growth appealed to 3 prevailing sentiments. The commercial Keynesian notion that loan-financed consumption of American goods would buttress domestic employment at the same time that lower tariffs would, via U.S. demand, accelerate the rehabilitation of European industries. The corresponding belief that expanded trade was far superior for post-war growth than aid that more directly subsidized reconstruction, which may or may not have inadvertently encouraged a return to pre-RTAA barriers as well as more European statism, and the neo-Wilsonian view advanced by Hull and the Truman Doctrine that trade was the essential economic counterpart to multiplying U.S. security commitments under NATO and in the Pacific. Combined with a counteroffensive against organized labor by business and Congress's conservative coalition, the post-war trade agenda perpetuated the textile industry's instability and sectional divide, raising difficult questions about urban renewal in parts of the Northeast and the future of development in the peri-urban South. At the national level, organized labor reached its apex during the Second World War, but the Textile Workers Union of America, TWA, formed in 1939, did not experience the surge in membership witnessed in heavy and higher value-added industries. Following a dramatic textile strike in 1945 at the Gaffney plant in South Carolina that led to temporary government operation under federal war powers, labor organizers undertook Operation Dixie, another foiled campaign to bring industrial democracy to the South. On top of right-to-work laws that proliferated after the 1947 Taft-Hartley Act and the familiar tactics of employer intimidation, organizers were sometimes rebuffed by Southern workers fearful of losing the relative rise in prosperity and stable employment furnished by the war economy. Defense contracted orders, boosted by U.S. intervention in Korea, confirmed the overarching expectation that Cold War military spending would reinforce all pillars of Southern development. Nationally, meanwhile, consumer demand was sufficient to lift profits for Northern producers for a short period. These dynamics tended to defer a realistic assessment of textile fortunes, despite awareness of the threat posed by growing import competition in the 1930s. The problems glimpsed in the 1930s would become more pronounced with each recession of the post-war boom. Downturns for the textile sector would be more severe than in other industries. Rebounds would usually be slower and regionally stratified. In fact, the structural crisis facing New England was acute by the early 1950s. Corporate mergers led to mass layoffs and a preference to cannibalize equipment and sell off property instead of reinvesting in technological upgrades that might sustain a leaner but more secure workforce. Since textiles had remained a relatively low-margin industry, Bretton writes, capital depreciation was quite protracted and outdated machinery was commonplace. Southern competition had probably further disincentivized basic maintenance in northern textile regions, let alone R&D that was common in more advanced industries. Import competition, however, did not rest solely on labor exploitation in places like Hong Kong, South Korea, Singapore, and Japan. Bretton notes that firms in those countries and elsewhere were combining low wages with new technical advantages and innovations, particularly in synthetic materials, that American firms had been slow to invest in. While pride in American craftsmanship had been a tenet of the labor movement for decades, a quality that had been likewise trumpeted by firms eager to promote an American standard in the era of high tariffs, consumer textiles gradually defied the simple equation of imports with inferior quality. As the abundance generated by mass production in the 1950s came to define consumer welfare, imports of everyday clothes as well as mid-market fashion appealed to thrifty households that wanted more for less. Beginning in the realm of textiles, developing economies increasingly satisfied this demand, normalizing lower quality for some products while eliminating evident differences in others. The textile sector's increasing divergence from the industries driving the post-war boom was stark for northern labor, but also for several executives. By the end of the 1950s, New England's governors, Bretton writes, concluded that the entire industry had shrunk by 31% since 1929. At least in the Northeast, labor, industry, and a handful of political leaders had begun to coalesce to demand intervention by the federal government. The region's most sympathetic and prominent ear at this juncture was Senator John F. Kennedy of Massachusetts, soon to become the Democrats' 1960 presidential nominee. Kennedy's election seemed to augur some concrete measures that would provide relief for all factions of the industry. Although sometimes characterized as a policy lightweight during his time in Congress, Kennedy had dutifully pursued various forms of protection for New England textiles. In addition to his record of support for targeted import quotas and tariffs, Kennedy promised an area redevelopment program and policies to expand unemployment benefits and retraining subsidies. Kennedy also courted Southern textile executives, who, while also favoring protection, remained wary of federal action that might interlink the demands of northern unions to achieve nationwide sectoral standards with those of the civil rights movement to end discriminatory Jim Crow labor practices. Kennedy had important pragmatic reasons for doing so. In a 1954 essay for the Atlantic Monthly, Kennedy had assailed Southern developmental strategies that, in his view, had liquidated New England industry. The decisive factor behind the outmigration of northern mills and factories, Kennedy wrote, was the cost differential between the South and the Northeast, resulting from practices or conditions permitted or provided by federal law which are unfair or substandard by any criterion. Economic competition now firmly dovetailed with segregation as a source of sectional stress between the two poles of the Democratic Party. In order to win the presidency as a Northern liberal, however, Kennedy had to nimbly retreat from these more overt criticisms and establish common goals that also conceivably aligned with his muscular approach to Wilsonian internationalism. As Bretton writes, textile politics thus continued to be a microcosm of the competing pressures of the New Deal order, both domestic and international, that Kennedy would fully inherit. Reconciling these demands was a tall order even for an administration entertaining a robust domestic reinvestment and developmental agenda. Once in office, however, Kennedy's devotion to foreign policy and pursuit of a reinvigorated sphere of American influence motivated attempts to extricate these priorities from domestic economic lobbies that had conflicting goals. In Kennedy's view, several issues concerning America's competitive position vis-a-vis a growing and technologically advancing Soviet Union necessarily had to be met with lower trade barriers. The opportunities and challenges presented by the growth of the European Economic Community and increased development in Latin America further underscored the imperative to counter the global influence of the Soviet Union through more substantial trade relations. Though the 1962 Trade Expansion Act initially encountered some resistance by members of Congress who were aggravated by the State Department's increasing control of trade negotiations, it won broad support from the textile industry and the AFL-CIO, in part because it contained trade adjustment assistance, TAA, for displaced workers and communities struggling with fading industries. 22 Still, the administration and its labor allies were emphatic about the need for more international trade. In explaining his endorsement, the AFL-CIO's leader, George Meany, minimized anxiety over import competition, and declared, "World trade has become a weapon in the Cold War." On most fronts, Meany was in agreement with Kennedy. His main point of contention was that tax cuts should only be aimed at workers to raise their purchasing power since, in his view, that was the best way to close recent disparities in growth between the United States and Western Europe. The problems of communities grappling with cheap imports and deindustrialization could otherwise be met through the 1961 Area Redevelopment Act, TAA, and more commercial reinvestment. The administration, meanwhile, attempted to fulfill its commitments to domestic textiles through a 7-point plan that included delays on further tariff reductions and promises to aid R&D in the industry. Even as the administration used trade liberalization to advance its foreign policy objectives, it linked the emphasis on growth through trade to other domestic issues. Sensitive to the rising economic demands of the civil rights movement, the administration believed trade-driven growth and innovation, alongside proposed tax cuts, could harmonize its economic opportunity and civil rights agendas. For a short period after Kennedy's assassination, Bretton writes, it appeared that his successor, Lyndon Johnson, could navigate these waters. Johnson extended support to domestic textiles at the same time that civil rights legislation, other Great Society initiatives, and economic factors greatly boosted the employment of African Americans and other minorities in the textile sector. In 1964, the Johnson administration secured a bill that eliminated disparities in the price of raw cotton, with the twofold aim to spur domestic production and lower the cost of American-made textiles for consumers. But despite an enormous jump in profits over the next 2 years due to this indirect subsidy, savings were not significantly passed on to consumers, nor did the flow of imports decelerate. On the contrary, a modest trade surplus in textiles surged to a deficit of over $1 billion by the time Johnson left office. His brief flirtation with protectionist measures, meanwhile, gave way to the same rationale that had animated Kennedy. In spite of a growing chorus favoring import quotas across multiple industries, Johnson signed the 1967 Kennedy Round that had been negotiated with U.S. trade partners, lowering tariffs further. As Bretton suggests, the Democrats' competing impulses over how to manage international growth and shore up domestic industry exacerbated the fracture in the New Deal coalition over civil rights, the Vietnam War, and sociocultural issues. Aggravating the North-South cleavage were polarizing debates over crime, welfare, and, later in the 1970s, federal budget formulas to distribute aid to states and municipalities, particularly those in the Northeast reeling from deindustrialization and high unemployment. Strain over Cold War liberalism further cleaved Washington insiders from the expanding Rust Belt. Commercial Keynesians and foreign policy interventionists were divided against increasing numbers of House Democrats now being pulled in a protectionist direction by alarmed union locals. Old guard Southern Democrats and former Dixiecrats, meanwhile, moved toward the Republican column, but not only because of Richard Nixon's law and order message. Once the bastion of zealous free trade advocacy, the South could no longer ignore the ramifications of heightened import competition. As with a significant portion of white union households in the North, Nixon courted Southern industrial interests and non-union Southern workers by promising import quotas where Johnson had rejected them. Elements from the two New Deal constituencies that had arguably clashed the most before the Civil Rights era thus once again found themselves in de facto alignment on trade. In turn, a transitional Republican coalition under Nixon was well positioned to exploit the Democrats' schisms in the 1968 and 1972 elections. Nixon's pivot to economic nationalism itself proved to be temporary, its fruits short-lived. By the mid-1970s, Bretton writes, organized labor's simmering opposition to U.S. trade policy faced impossible headwinds. Despite earlier signs that a coalition of congressional Democrats and Republicans would pursue a revision of the post-war trade agenda. The most explicitly protectionist bill under consideration in this period was introduced in 1971 by Democratic Representative James Burke of Massachusetts and Democratic Senator Vance Hartke of Indiana. Vociferously opposed by the Nixon administration and a plethora of business interests, the defeated Foreign Trade and Investment Act, known as Burke-Hartke, not only proposed import quotas for several products but sought to tax annual profits earned abroad by U.S. multinational subsidiaries that had not been repatriated, attempting, in effect, to stanch the rise of offshore tax havens. While the National Association of Manufacturers and other corporate leaders insisted Burke-Hartke was a radical bill that would wall off and destabilize the American economy, it was also notably rejected by the United Auto Workers. Only a few years later, the decade's economic turbulence would reverberate through Detroit and permanently change skilled manufacturing workers' perceptions of the potential benefits of more trade agreements. At the start of the Ford administration, lopsided congressional majorities defeated the AFL-CIO's campaign to stop passage of the 1974 Trade Reform Act, another bill to liberalize trade, while the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974, a bill to guarantee private pensions for 23 million workers, was marred by its failure to include pension plan portability for those workers who switched employers. In effect, the pension bill was a concession to workers who were then being forced into early retirement because of regional trade shocks, automation, and other forces driving industrial decline. But like other attempts to buffer deindustrialization's consequences, such efforts ignored the question of how to reimagine legacy industries for future workers in those cities and towns that globalization would leave behind. In sacrificing domestic textiles to various Cold War calculations, policymakers failed to perceive how the sector's wages, like those of other entry-level manufacturing sectors and the technical trades, had helped sustain the circulation of local and regional wealth. Clothing, shoes, linens, carpets, upholstery, industrial fabrics, and other textile goods once provided a foundation for ongoing regional growth and, increasingly, labor market entry for women and minorities. In prosperous years, the benefits to poorer communities could be substantial, even in the comparatively wage-restrained South. As textiles were removed from the equation of local tax bases and commercial revenue through accelerated offshoring, mom-and-pop businesses as well as medium-sized firms with specialization in higher value-added manufacturing, from furniture and appliances to machine tools, would increasingly disappear from locales not primed to benefit from high-tech, finance, and upscale real estate markets. Workers buffeted by import competition thus had multiple reasons for their despondency and political restlessness in the decades that followed. While in some ways the welfare state grew in response to the uncertainties of the 1970s, there were instances in which programs designed to assist communities affected by plant closures were glaringly inadequate or had been obstructed for parsimonious reasons. The TAA rules that the U.S. Tariff Commission applied to workers seeking certification, for example, were so stringent that no workers were eligible for benefits until 1969, when Nixon eased the requirements determining benefit allocation. But as Bretton writes, TAA remained an underfunded tool, neglected by politicians reluctant to confront the broadening sweep of offshoring and the fallacies of market fundamentalism. Textile workers also struggled to bring their case to the public. With the electorate increasingly conditioned to equate low prices with a high standard of living, it became harder still for textile workers to build sympathies that translated into meaningful consumer choices, particularly as inflation rose. The public was further divided over how to respond because of the ever-stratified geography of American prosperity, the pace of innovation, the seemingly endless tide of imports, and changing sources of economic growth. Even as the tribulations that befell textiles spread to other manufacturing sectors, trade policy seemed to broadly satisfy the middle-class electorates of the 1990s and 2000s. China's rise, combined with the advent of big-box stores and then Amazon, meant a glut of goods at bargain bin prices, which went hand in hand with easy credit and generally low interest rates. In the cosmopolitan tech and financial corridors of the knowledge economy, factory closures that now roiled the auto industry were usually a distant thought or glossed over in Schumpeterian terms. Worsening the quality of the debate, trade issues, then as now, were often pitched as stark binary choices. For its advocates, free trade encapsulated openness and global leadership as opposed to isolation and beggar-thy-neighbor actions. Though one could trace industrial decline from New England in the 1950s to the Midwest in the 1970s and then across much of the South following NAFTA, proponents of the Washington Consensus routinely minimized the ramifications for social stability, municipal revenue, and regional economic health, insisting that market forces would duly replace lost livelihoods. Attempts to insulate American workers and firms from foreign competition, whether through grassroots boycotts or lobbying, were framed as an artificial cornering of the market that was redolent of the barriers U.S. leadership sought to break down and which stymied other countries' development. Such efforts, admonished most economists, pundits, multinational business lobbies, and neoliberal politicians, were futile and backward-looking. This worldview and the revisionist attitude, beginning in 2017, that any objection to free trade was innately Trumpian, would have probably continued to dominate mainstream commentary had it not been for the supply chain shocks of the COVID-19 pandemic. Those events created an opening for the Biden administration to more expansively employ industrial policy on behalf of the energy transition. In recognition of the fact that a successful industrial strategy must actively encourage capital expenditure through subsidies, i.e., crowding in, while deterring some forms of capital mobility, i.e., a new high fence, The administration has also embraced tariffs, procurement rules, and other trade restrictions to aid established industries, combining Hamiltonian objectives with Keynesian-style infrastructure spending. Less noticed by analysts is that, in doing so, the administration has marginalized the party's traditional approach to trade that had been forged long ago through a precarious consensus between Northern liberals and Southern developmentalists. That free trade is almost always central to America's long-term strategic interests and the enduring viability of its economic dynamism. On this score, Benton's otherwise revealing manuscript could have been extended to assess these changes in greater historical perspective. Precisely because he expertly contextualizes Cordell Hull's pivotal role in shaping the priorities of mid-century liberalism, an exposition of Biden's ideological shift at the end of Fraying Fabric would have clarified for readers just how significant the new Washington consensus is. Rather than maintain the illusion that a homogenized world market, contingent in practice on China's unparalleled manufacturing capacity, is the sole path toward further development, the administration recognizes that without a strong and relatively decentralized domestic industrial base, no advanced country, not even the United States, can continue in the long run to improve its living standards and promote social cohesion. Accordingly, the administration's unspoken wager is that the medium-term price of more market independence or regionalization, higher input costs, higher wages, and other counterweights to the supremacy of quarterly profits over all other considerations, will be more than compensated for through fewer supply chain failures, new ecosystems of regional supply and demand that strengthen fair competition, and cost-saving goals such as national clean energy independence and healthier, more stable communities. Given the fiscal multipliers that Biden's industrial strategy is meant to spark, might any benefit redound to legacy sectors? Amid an unexpected resurgence of American manufacturing, recent talk of reshoring has expanded to include goods long assumed to have no sound financial basis in domestic production. Although it is unrealistic to think textiles will enjoy a renaissance, the workforce, Benton writes, has shrunk from 2,380,400 in 1973 to 183,000 in 2038. A handful of newer brands have built a reputation and customer base on the premise that good American-made clothes can be produced at decent wages and sold at reasonable prices. In some corners of the Rust Belt and the South, this could mark an auspicious turn. As more and more consumers feel moved to make eco-conscious and ethical purchases, goods with a compelling story behind them, a rehabilitated factory town, a devotion to recovering old production techniques, a commitment to provide stable employment to the formerly incarcerated, or, in the case of developing countries, a guarantee of non-coerced labor and meaningful environmental standards, are informing the ways Americans approach their material needs and desires. Alongside further policy changes in Washington and reform at the World Trade Organization, changing consumer behavior could advance more universal standards for fair trade. Of course, the likelihood of such trends having a measurable impact on domestic manufacturing employment is fairly remote. As automation and AI continue to flummox our expectations for the economy, we have reason to doubt whether total manufacturing will ever again exceed 10% of the workforce. And yet, there are real possibilities for new forms of inclusive growth outside the service sectors, provided that policymakers approach trade issues, workforce development, antitrust action, and social insurance holistically, as Benton urges. By expanding economic opportunity beyond the knowledge economy, the energy transition does have the potential to catalyze investment and innovation in auxiliary manufacturing and craft-oriented trades, which could generate niche yet sustainable regional markets that raise the labor force participation rate of underserved communities and reduce overall inequality. In an era where many young people express deep pessimism about their life chances, our social cohesion will depend on policies, labor, trade, and developmental, that substantiate the dignity of work for all Americans. It is an understatement to say that Americans and Canadians do immigration differently. It is not only vastly different immigration policies and systems that separate the two countries, nor merely the facts of geography, as undeniably significant as it is to share a long border with a less developed neighbor. But there are also sharply divergent histories, cultures, values, principles, and assumptions that undergird and shape each country's approach. To start with, the impression conveyed by the above quotations from each country's exemplary statesmen is that one is a cohesive, tight-knit nation bound together by a strong conception of citizenship that transcends ethnic and communal divisions, while the other is a relatively atomized society in which differences between groups and individuals are accepted and even encouraged. America, it is often said, is a melting pot, while Canada is a mosaic. Yet a closer look at how the two countries' immigration regimes actually function and the reactions they elicit across the political spectrum will reveal a somewhat different picture, one that would seem to contradict the words of both Roosevelt and Trudeau. One may well come away wondering, which is the more cohesive country and which the more divided? Looking at all 37 of its member states across the developed world, the OECD has concluded that Canada has not only the largest in terms of numbers, but also the most elaborate and longest-standing skilled labor migration system, while it is widely perceived as a benchmark for other countries, where success is evidenced by good integration outcomes. The OECD's 2018 main indicators of immigrant integration show that Canada is ahead of the United States in a number of material indicators of immigrant success in fitting into their host country societies. Canada's superior performance in these integration metrics seems even more impressive when considering that it absorbs about 3 times the number of newcomers per capita as the United States. These metrics include the percentage of highly educated among the immigrant population, a measure in which Canada actually leads the entire OECD, 60% in Canada versus 40% in the United States. School performance of immigrant children as measured by mean PISA reading scores, Canada 539 versus US 489. Relative poverty rates of the immigrant population, Canada 27% versus US 32%. Overcrowding rates in immigrant households, Canada 2% versus US 21%. Percentage of settled immigrants with host country nationality, Canada 90% versus US 62%. And successful transitions from school to work as measured by the NEET rate among immigrants, i.e., those neither in employment, education, or training, Canada 9% versus US 14%. There is near parity between the two countries when it comes to the labor market participation of immigrants, Canada 72% versus US 70%. Moreover, public polling in the two countries suggests a relative calm and consensus in the way Canadians view the immigration issue, just as Americans seem to be more anxious and polarized. An Environics poll asking Canadian voters for their priority issues in the final days of the 2019 federal election campaign indicated that only 2% of respondents felt that immigration was the most urgent problem facing Canada, far behind the number of those who saw the environment, 24%, and the economy, 22%, as the most salient issues. By contrast, a similar NPR/Ipsos poll taken of American voters in the lead-up to the 2018 midterm elections showed that a full quarter of respondents felt that immigration was the issue they were most worried about, attesting to the much greater weight the issue carries in American politics. The available polling on attitudes according to political affiliation also speaks to the contrast between Canada and the United States. While there is disagreement among supporters of different Canadian parties as to the appropriate level of immigration at any given time, there is broad agreement that immigration is good for the economy not only among the center-left Liberal, 90%, and New Democratic, 89%, parties, but even among a clear majority of Conservatives, 68%. This convergence is reflected in the historically stable policy consensus around Canada's immigration and border control systems. In the United States, majorities of Republicans and Democrats agree that immigrants are an important part of the American identity, 81% of Democrats versus 52% of Republicans. But partisans cannot see eye to eye on almost any facet of the immigration issue relating to policy, such as building a wall, Democrats 16% versus Republicans 74%, deploying family separation as a deterrent for illegal border crossers, Democrats 11% versus Republicans 52%, deciding whether refugees and asylum seekers are making legitimate claims, Democrats 74% versus Republicans 26%, increasing deportations of illegal immigrants, Democrats 31% versus Republicans 83%, and establishing a path to citizenship, Democrats 82% versus Republicans 48%. Another relevant set of figures is the composition of immigrant intake on the basis of primary entry purpose designations, namely those let in for economic as opposed to family reunification or humanitarian reasons. In Canada, the figures are greatly skewed in favor of economic class immigrants who make up 60% of new entrants, versus 26% for family class immigrants and 14% for refugees. In the United States, the bias is reversed in favor of family class immigrants who make up 70% of immigrant intake plus 20% refugees, while a mere 10% fall under the economic designation. There are also far fewer illegal or unauthorized immigrants in Canada than in the United States, a consequence of the latter's more porous southern border, but also of the former's more stringent and highly bureaucratized border security. The world media may have marveled at Justin Trudeau's humanitarian response to the uptick in unauthorized border crossers from the United States in 2017, when he tweeted that all those fleeing persecution, terror, and war were welcome in Canada. But much less attention was paid to his government's about-face 1 year later, when it began to prioritize the deportation of rejected asylum claimants under a newly appointed Minister of Border Security and Organized Crime Reduction. Amnesty International expressed alarm over Trudeau's dramatic shift toward a more restrictive, conservative policy. Yet even at the height of #Welcome to Canada 4 years ago, the country ranked a mediocre 61st out of 136 countries in measures of international openness, according to the World Economic Forum, while the United States ranked 38th. Such policies have potent implications not just for how immigrants are perceived as contributors to society, but also for whether their very presence is accepted as legitimate or not. Needless to say, if the public is confident that the vast majority of immigrants have come in legally and that they are likely to become productive economic actors, the public will be more accepting of newcomers and less receptive to the arguments of anti-immigration populists. A case in point was the 2019 Canadian federal election that saw the emergence of a Trump-style populist alternative in the form of Maxime Bernier's People's Party of Canada. This breakaway from the mainstream conservatives promoted a platform of libertarianism mixed with immigrant restrictionism, very much like what the Republican Party has been offering in the United States. The new party announced itself with attention-grabbing antics, most notably putting up billboards across a number of Canadian cities that read, "Say no to mass immigration," to which Tariq Hadhad, a successful Syrian refugee entrepreneur, replied, "There is nothing called mass immigration in Canada. The Canadian immigration system is renowned around the world." The Canadian electorate was more inclined to agree with Hadhad. In the end, the upstart People's Party gained a grand total of 1.6% of the popular vote. Its leader, Maxime Bernier, a former foreign minister once talked about as a potential future prime minister, lost his own parliamentary seat. It was not so much that Canadians had strong feelings either for or against Bernier and his politically incorrect provocations. At the end of the day, they were simply unconvinced and uninterested. There was just not enough political oxygen for any of the highly charged debates around immigration that have become the norm in many Western democracies. The fundamental contrast to the United States could not be starker. In 2016, the candidate who ran the hardest on keeping immigrants out went on, unlike poor Bernier, to win the biggest prize. To be sure, American politicians and commentators often appear to suffer from Canadian immigration envy, since invocations of Canada are frequent. But these invocations often say more about the ones invoking the Canadian system than about the Canadian system itself. It has become a trope among Rooseveltian immigration hardliners in the United States, for example, to claim to want their country to move in the direction of a Canadian-style system. Everyone from Trump administration officials like Stephen Miller and Jeff Sessions to Senators Tom Cotton and David Perdue, the sponsors of the Restrictionist Raise Act, has said something to this effect. Of course, their references to Canada are references to the famous point system that selects potential immigrants on the basis of criteria like skills, education, and language proficiency, rather than to the policy of official multiculturalism. As Trump himself has said, "I think we should have merit-based immigration like they have in Canada. So we have people coming in that have a good track record." The points system and official multiculturalism are, however, part and parcel of the same comprehensive immigration and integration systems that were instituted under the progressive liberal governments of Pierre Trudeau and his predecessor as Prime Minister, Lester B. Pearson, both of whom happened to be cosmopolitan intellectuals of the kind that today would be tarred and feathered by the same restrictionist right as globalist elites. One wonders as well what these laissez-faire Republicans would make of the extra layers of bureaucracy and regulation over businesses' hiring practices that are required to make the Canadian system work as well as it does. In all probability, these elements of the Canadian bureaucracy work to deter illegal immigration far more efficiently than a symbolic border wall or a new round of ICE raids. On the other end of the political spectrum, many on the liberal center and left are quick to praise Canada's ethnic diversity, which is captured in census figures from 2016. More than 1/5 of the country's population is foreign-born, 21.9%, while about the same proportion belongs to non-white visible minorities, 22.3%. The top 3 source countries for immigration are India, 8.9%, China, 8.6%, and the Philippines, 7.8%, followed by the United Kingdom, 6.6%, the United States, 3.4%, and Italy, 3.1%. At the level of symbolic representation, the country's diversity and its successful record of civic integration are personified in numerous prominent figures. Harjit Sajjan, an immigrant from the Punjab, a decorated combat veteran of Canada's mission in Afghanistan, and a turban-wearing Sikh who serves as Trudeau's defense minister. Leslyn Lewis, a Jamaican-Canadian lawyer and conservative candidate who finished a strong third in her party's recent leadership race thanks to major support from rural and social conservative constituencies, and Dr. Theresa Tam, the Hong Kong-born pediatrician who, as Chief Public Health Officer, has played a leading role in Ottawa's response to COVID-19 and is Canada's answer to Dr. Fauci. The New York Times has written admiringly and perhaps also enviously of Canada's achievements in an article entitled Canada's Secret to Resisting the West's Populist Wave. There is one country where populists have largely failed to break through. Its centrist liberal establishment is popular. Not only have the politics of white backlash failed, but immigration and racial diversity are sources of national pride. This side of the political spectrum seems to have some ideological blinkers of its own, however, ignoring how such enlightened attitudes about diversity are able to coexist with a highly selective immigration system that has been casually denounced as having racist implications in publications like Vox and The Guardian. Another aspect of the Canadian system that American liberals and leftists are likely to flinch at is its tight control on labor market access. Canada has put in place elaborate measures such as labor market impact assessments and effective equivalents to mandatory e-verify that arguably render illegal labor prohibitive, at least relative to the situation in the United States. Proposals to create the same tight labor market conditions in the United States through mandating e-verify have been, once again, denounced as racist by left-wing outlets like Current Affairs, though they are loath to admit that their opposition is shared by the business-friendly free market right and by President Trump himself. 25. He would have run out of dishwashers and gardeners at his hotels and golf courses if he had abided by such a policy as a businessman. These same voices on the left are also likely to admire Canada's much more expansive welfare state, but rarely stop to consider how Canadians have been able to balance generous welfare provisions with high levels of ethnic diversity. In other countries, particularly in Europe, similar situations have led to the so-called progressives' dilemma, the impossibility of having both high immigration and a welfare state, which Canada has by all accounts managed to avoid. In sum, how can it be that the American right and left, so utterly polarized on the immigration issue, both claim to want to emulate the same country, albeit for different reasons? The simple answer is that each side sees only what it wants to see, emphasizing those aspects of Canada's system that align with their ideological predispositions, while excluding the others. The right is driven by crude notions of border security and sterile bluster about getting tough on illegals, even as the libertarian business interests that fund it thrive on cheap imported labor and the maintenance of unregulated labor markets, a contradiction embodied perfectly by Donald Trump. The left, on the other hand, dogmatically celebrates diversity to the point of embracing the previously fringe position of open borders without considering how such a policy would negatively impact working-class wages or how it might put pressure on the welfare state, arguments inevitably dismissed as ignorant or racist. The most vocal elements of the right and the left are like the blind men grasping at different parts of an elephant. No one has bothered to offer to either side an honest description of the whole. It would thus be helpful to American policymakers to have a comparative and thoroughgoing look at how the Canadian system developed historically and how it operates currently, one that goes beyond the intentionally incomplete views of right and left. The truth about the Canadian system is likely to be equally discomfiting, even disturbing, to both sides. This is because the general acceptance of immigration in Canada, along with its celebrated ethnic and cultural diversity, is largely conditional on the selective nature of the point system, reliable border security, and tight regulations on labor market access. All these in turn rest on an ingrained capacity for responsive and realistic policymaking as implemented through an extensive and authoritative bureaucracy. Before looking more closely at the Canadian system, there is one more thing to ponder. The United States under Donald Trump acquired the reputation of a country that is preternaturally suspicious of outsiders and increasingly insulated by walls, rhetorical or otherwise, from the global movement of migrants as well as contemporary globalization more generally. Canada under Justin Trudeau has acquired the opposite reputation. A place that is tolerant and welcoming, perhaps even too permissive. But what if the reverse were true? There is nothing like a serious emergency to reveal a government's true colors, and the headlines from Politico after the outbreak of COVID-19 early last year seem to scramble the common stereotypes. Trudeau, Canada to deny entry to all non-residents. There are also exceptions for airline crews, diplomats, and immediate family members of Canadians. March 16. Trump considers increasing visas for foreign investors. Immigration hardliners oppose expanding a program offering visas to foreign investors, including from China, which is under fire for its early handling of coronavirus. March 18. Canada turns inward as pandemic surges within and beyond its borders. Trudeau was long the anti-Trump when it came to borders. But in the age of the coronavirus, it's Canada first. March 25. Trump gambles on immigrant workers during coronavirus. The president has angered his base by soliciting temporary foreign workers in an effort to stabilize the economy. April 2. Trump's immigration pause falls well short of full ban. Trump's proclaimed immigration ban will exempt temporary foreign workers, the biggest source of immigration. April 21. Which one here is the nationalist and which the globalist? It might be incredible to consider, but what if Trudeau's Canada was firmly to the right, in a Rooseveltian sense, of Trump's America when it came to the immigration policies actually practiced by the two governments, as opposed to the elaborate rhetoric and imagery promoted by the two leaders for their respective political purposes? To be fair, both the United States and Canadian governments eventually converged on general travel restrictions, with exemptions for foreign workers deemed essential, including medical service providers and farm workers. But the Canadian policy is undertaken within the framework of policies like the Temporary Foreign Worker Program, a closely monitored and highly regulated pre-existing scheme, under which authorities are well positioned to verify the legal status of foreign workers. This is far more than can be said for the situation in the United States, where even in the best of times employers and employees effectively cooperate to sustain illegal labor and to ensure that the law is not enforced or even enforceable. These headlines also betray the differing instincts of the two governments acting under pressure amid a pandemic. The one moved to close its borders immediately, high-minded virtue signaling be damned, while the other was caught looking to hawk visas for wealthy foreign investors. These headlines may not tell the whole story, but they illuminate a deeper truth and beg a larger question. What if, contrary to all the statements of Roosevelt, Trump, and the Trudeaus on this subject, it was the American system that allowed for perpetually porous borders and a consequently broken sense of nationhood, while it was the Canadian system that put a heavy premium on the cohesion of its people and the security of its frontiers? The origins of Canada's modern immigration system may be traced to formative developments in the 1960s and 70s. Prior to this time, Canada's immigration policy favored attracting white European settlers to populate its growing cities and to farm the land in its fertile prairies. Preferably, they were to be from the mother country, Britain, or ethnically similar Northern European countries. If not, Eastern and Southern Europeans could also do, but Jews were looked down upon, as evidenced by the Mississippi-St. Louis incident of 1939, in which hundreds of Jewish refugees from Nazi persecution were unceremoniously turned away. At the bottom of the pecking order were non-whites such as the Chinese, who were let in to build the railroads but then subjected to an exclusionary head tax. Canada's approach thus differed little from that of its fellow Dominion, Australia, whose government openly pursued a policy known as White Australia. Indeed, White Canada may just as well describe this phase of the country's history. Things changed in 1962 when the Conservative government of Prime Minister John Diefenbaker lifted race-based restrictions on the country's immigration intake and declared skills to be the main criterion by which new immigrants would be accepted. A rambunctious populist out of the Saskatchewan hinterland who had been insulted for his German surname, he was called a Hun, in an early campaign. Diefenbaker sincerely believed in the idea of a Canada that accorded equal rights and responsibilities to all citizens without discriminating on the basis of ethnicity, color, or creed. In his vision, Asian, Black, and Aboriginal Canadians were just as welcome to stand up and sing God Save the Queen as any white Canadian. But as enlightened as this colorblind traditionalism of Diefenbaker's may have been, it already seemed antiquated and even a bit reactionary in the face of the sweeping tide of change that was to come after the Liberals won power in 1963 under Diefenbaker's nemesis, the great diplomat Lester B. Pearson. The Liberal government of this decade was concerned chiefly with upholding national unity by fashioning a new and modern pan-Canadian identity. The goal was to replace the increasingly outdated notion of Canada as the northern outpost of the British Empire, thus the new maple leaf flag in 1965 to replace the colonial red ensign, and more pressingly to counteract the ascendant nationalist energies unleashed in Quebec's French-speaking population by the Revolution Tranquille, Quiet Revolution. The aim of that great awakening was encapsulated in its famous slogan, to make the Québécois people maîtres chez nous, or masters in our own house. This aspiration to self-determination would be realized, so the new generation of reformers thought, by ridding the province of the servility and backwardness associated with the Catholic Church and its faithful political ally, the authoritarian Union Nationale. But most of all, it would be achieved by ending the 2 centuries-long economic and cultural subjugation of the French by the English, a sentiment that threatened to spill over into outright separatism. Charles de Gaulle would do his part to incite the separatist cause when, during a 1967 visit, he blurted out "Vive le Québec libre" from the balcony of Montreal City Hall, sending the crowds below into a frenzy. In response to these developments, the Pearson government put together the 1963 Royal Commission on Biculturalism and Bilingualism in order to recommend what steps should be taken to develop the Canadian Confederation on the basis of an equal partnership between the 2 founding races. It was also in response to the Quebec crisis that Lester B. Pearson sought to increase French representation on his front bench by recruiting a cerebral and highly charismatic Montreal law professor named Pierre Trudeau to become his parliamentary secretary in 1965, then Justice Minister in 1967, before taking over as Liberal Party leader and Prime Minister amidst Beatles like Trudeau-mania in 1968. In addition to internal English-French tensions, the perennial concern of Canadian elites, namely the preservation of the country's very existence in the face of the ever-present specter of Americanization, should not be ignored. That fear is now frequently associated with the Liberal Party and the left, but it was most thoughtfully articulated by Tory philosopher and die-hard Diefenbaker supporter George Parkin Grant in his classic Lament for a Nation. While Canada's overlapping identity crises were playing out on the political stage, the policymakers and bureaucrats of the Pearson government were in the middle of working out among themselves how best to give concrete expression to the principle of non-discriminatory, skills-based immigration laid down by the previous government, a remarkable example of the constructive institutional continuities shared by Canadian governments of differing political stripes with respect to the immigration file. The solution they came up with, as presented in the Immigration Regulations of 1967, was the establishment of a point system to assess the admissibility of prospective immigrants. Under the novel system, applicants would be awarded a number of points in 9 categories: education and training, personal character, occupational demand, occupational skill set, age of the applicant, prearranged employment, proficiency in English or French, presence of relatives in Canada, and employment opportunities in their chosen destination. Those applicants with a score of 50 points or more would be admitted as independent immigrants. These particular categories would change over the years, but the precedent had been set of having objective standards tailored to the specific needs and circumstances of the Canadian economy, as well as being dedicated to finding those with the highest likelihood of integrating into Canadian society, all while maintaining a non-discriminatory approach to racial and national categories. Accordingly, the period after implementation of these regulations saw significant increases in immigration from Asia, Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa. Meanwhile, Trudeau would spend the fall of 1970 putting down a violent insurrection launched by the Terrorist Front de Libération du Québec, FLQ, which had kidnapped a Quebec minister and a British diplomat. The former was murdered, the latter released. Civil liberties were suspended and soldiers called in to patrol the streets of major cities. The incident served to discredit violence in the eyes of the separatist camp. By the following year, the Trudeau government was ready to announce the solution it had settled on to resolve the country's cultural divisions. The linguistic question had been addressed by the Official Languages Act of 1969 that declared English and French as the 2 official languages of the Canadian state following the recommendations of the 1963 Royal Commission. On the cultural question, however, the government took a different tack and chose to enact those recommendations of the Commission that called for acknowledging the contributions of groups other than the English and French, in effect opting for multiculturalism instead of biculturalism. The result was the landmark Canadian multiculturalism policy of 1971 that sought to elevate ethnic minorities to a status of official recognition alongside the 2 dominant cultures. The term itself had first been uttered in Parliament by conservative Ukrainian-Canadian Senator Paul Yuzak in his 1963 maiden speech entitled Canada, a Multicultural Nation. The proactive role of Ukrainian Canadians in advocating for this position is what led to Trudeau's decision to deliver the above-quoted remarks to the Ukrainian Canadian Congress in Winnipeg the day after the policy had been officially announced in Ottawa. From the Prime Minister's perspective, there were pointed philosophical and political reasons for such a policy. Philosophically, Trudeau was in equal parts a fierce individualist and a committed cosmopolitan, as well as an avowed opponent of nationalism in all its forms. His was an aggressively liberal position, possibly assumed in reaction to the fact that he had been a rather illiberal nationalist himself in his youth, like most of the French-Canadian elite who as a class had sympathized with Pétain's France over Churchill's Britain in World War II. The goalless flirtation was to come later. Trudeau saw multiculturalism as a way to diffuse and ultimately transcend the often rigid and uncompromising English-French dualism of Canadian history, while subsuming both founding races in a multi-ethnic matrix and preventing the entrenchment of rival chauvinisms. Trudeau was resolved that Canada would not break apart under his watch, but neither would it become a dysfunctional, bifurcated North American Belgium. The policy of official multiculturalism was, despite what its name would suggest, conceived as a way to help make the country one. Complementary to the lofty goal of maintaining Canada's unity were baser political motives. The Trudeau Liberals stood to benefit from the electoral support of growing ethnic and immigrant constituencies in Ontario and elsewhere, just as opposition to the government was building up in Quebec and Western Canada. One could even say that, as a unifying instrument, Trudeau's program was remarkable for bringing together right-wing, Bible-thumping, Anglophone populists in Alberta with left-wing, laicist, Francophone separatists in Quebec. Thus, the outlines of what would become Canada's signature approach toward immigration and identity had been set. The point system would be the objective means through which prospective immigrants would be selected, even though much of Canada's immigration intake remained family-based at that point. Meanwhile, multiculturalism would serve as the subjective interface through which Canadians from all backgrounds would interact at a cultural level with each other and with the state. Bilingualism would ensure that those interactions would be in either English or French. After the establishment of this framework, Canada, under the leadership of Trudeau and his successors, would focus its energies on a series of dramatic constitutional battles. A Quebec independence referendum in 1980, the patriation of the Canadian Constitution, that is, the severing of the vestigial link to the British Parliament, and the belated achievement of full sovereignty for the Canadian state. In 1982, after high-stakes negotiations between the feuding federal and provincial governments, two more wrenching attempts at constitutional reform, and, as the climactic last act of the saga, a knife-edged second Quebec independence referendum in 1995 that nearly severed the country when it was revealed that 49.42% of the Quebec electorate, including a 60% majority of the Francophone population, had voted to secede from Canada. These tumultuous events are important to note in relation to the immigration and integration questions because they resulted in the last addition to the national identity equation that new immigrants and all Canadians are expected to embrace, namely the element of constitutional patriotism embodied in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Trudeau had insisted on including the Charter in the 1982 Patriation Package, a popular codified Bill of Rights that had hitherto been missing in the British-descended Constitution of Canada. The Charter is unique among such documents in that it enshrines multiculturalism and bilingualism at the constitutional level alongside freedoms of speech, association, conscience, and other conventional rights. Not unlike the U.S. Constitution and Declaration of Independence, the Charter today occupies a central place in the popular understanding of Canadian national identity. Together with other national institutions like hockey, universal healthcare, and multiculturalism itself, it serves to distinguish Canadian identity from the British, French, and American poles against which Canadians have long struggled for a distinct conception of themselves. Trudeau's vision ended up resembling Diefenbaker's in important respects. Setting aside the latter's monarchist leanings, both prime ministers advocated a Canadian identity that superseded racial and cultural differences, in which Canadians of diverse origins would become co-equal citizens through their common allegiance to a set of constitutional rights and the rule of law. Trudeau's legacy was, in essence, a form of civic nationalism, though he never would have identified it as such due to his distaste for the word, a distaste shared by his son Justin. Nationalists in Quebec, conservative libertarian populists in the Western Prairies, and segments of Aboriginal Canada would continue to voice dissent against the 1982 constitutional settlement defining Canada as a multicultural and bilingual society grounded in the liberal universalist values of the Charter. But it has come as close to a consensus view as a heterogeneous country like Canada can have. An intrinsically malleable and synthetic civil religion, it is most conducive to the narrative of Canada as an outward-facing paragon of pluralism and tolerance. At least in the high Cartesian realm of theory, the realm in which the philosopher-statesman Pierre Trudeau had always been most comfortable, Canada's idea of itself had largely been settled by the mid-1990s. But on the practical side of things, that decade was only the beginning of a major policy shift that would arguably be more decisive in turning Canada into the functional high-immigration society that is today the envy of the other Western democracies. The early 1990s in Canada, as in other developed countries, were a difficult period of economic readjustment and fiscal retrenchment. A global recession, increased unemployment, and pressure on public finances contributed to a discernible hardening of attitudes toward immigration. It should be noted that while the 1967 regulations introduced a new economic stream of migrants admitted through the point system, family-based immigration still remained the dominant category, up to half of new intakes, over 2 decades later. Even as Canada's elites prided themselves on the newly constitutionalized regime of multiculturalism, popular approval of the government's immigration policies remained low. As the downturn took hold, voters only became more receptive to the anti-immigration arguments of populist forces, represented most visibly on the right by tendencies within the new Western-based Reform Party of Preston Manning, but also by the ostensibly left-wing parties of the Quebec sovereignty movement, whose leader, Quebec Premier Jacques Parizeau, bitterly assigned blame for his side's narrow defeat in the 1995 independence referendum to money and the ethnic vote. It was against this backdrop of deteriorating economic circumstances and destabilizing political polarization that the new Liberal government of Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, that most loyal of loyal Trudeau lieutenants, undertook nationwide consultations on immigration. These consultations revealed an underlying anxiety about the burden immigrants were felt to be imposing on social assistance programs, particularly family-class immigrants who were let in under sponsorship agreements. A study carried out by the federal government found that in 1993, 14% of Toronto immigrant households with sponsored family members were receiving social assistance at an estimated cost of $700 million a year. The consultations led to the conclusion that public confidence in the administration of the family class program has been shaken, and that, in effect, the sponsorship agreement system was in tatters. The Chrétien government reacted swiftly to these findings by instituting significant changes in the direction of immigration policy. Other governments in the developed world would likely have responded to such news by extending residency requirements for welfare benefits. But under Canada's system, the federal government has no authority over access to social programs or health care, which falls under provincial jurisdiction. So the federal government intervened in an area where it did have clear control, namely admissions criteria. Ottawa soon announced that it would alter the composition of immigrant intake dramatically in favor of economic class migrants. The relationship between the main components of immigration will be shifted to focus more on those less likely to require public assistance. Over time, economic migrants will comprise a larger percentage of newcomers as compared to family immigration. In the following years, family class immigration declined precipitously, falling like a stone from 50% to 31% of total admissions by 1996. Studies throughout the rest of the 1990s and into the 2000s would find that not only did immigrants' usage of social assistance drop, but immigrants had come to rely less on income transfers than native-born Canadians. In a 2010 address to the Canadian Political Science Association, Queen's University immigration expert Keith Banting observed that these developments made it difficult for critics to sustain a dominant political narrative of gloom about the economic and social costs of immigration. Unlike other developed countries with high immigration intake and a substantial welfare state, Canada did not generate a progressive's dilemma, which occurs when high levels of ethnic diversity have the effect of dissipating the social trust and economic solidarity required to legitimate a welfare state, thereby opening the way to the politics of both xenophobia and austerity. Instead, as Banting has pointed out, Canadian immigration and social policies worked in complementary ways to preempt the possibility of immigrant overdependence on income transfers. This dampened one of the dynamics that has led to anti-immigration backlash elsewhere, and has been shown to be concurrent with a major multi-year increase in Canadian support for immigration, reversing the trends of the early 1990s. For an illustration of this trend in relation to the shift toward economic class immigrants and other economic factors like the unemployment rate, see the figure below. In other words, it took the hard-nosed reforms of the Chrétien years to turn Canada into the robustly multicultural, pro-immigration society that the constitutional rhetoric of the Trudeau years had promised. Immigration policy would take many turns over the succeeding years, but the predominance of points-based admission for economic class migrants would remain unchanged as the bedrock of the Canadian system. The high supply of skilled economic immigrants opened up by the points system has created its own set of unique problems, such as immigrant underemployment, a phenomenon best represented by the trope of the brain surgeon driving a taxi. This issue has arisen because, while Canada has excelled at attracting skilled immigrants from all over the world, it has often fallen short in integrating them into the high-skills job market due to the lack of bridge programs for assessing and transferring foreign credentials into acceptable Canadian credentials. This is a difficulty borne by immigrants themselves, who must either accept employment at lower rungs of the career ladder than what they had been used to in their home countries, or invest considerable time and resources in retraining and re-education to meet Canadian standards. This is, of course, an issue that weighs more heavily on older immigrants than younger ones, and not at all on immigrant children who will have come up through Canadian schools and institutions by the time they look for work. In any event, it is a problem that policymakers need to fix. But, relative to the situations faced by other countries, it is a good problem to have, since it points to a glut of human capital in society that simply needs to be tapped into. The Conference Board of Canada has estimated that immigrants lose out on $12.6 billion a year due to this issue. The changes of the 1990s show how Canadian policymakers successfully countered the common perception of immigrants as a drain on public resources, while paving the way for the widespread public acceptance of immigration that persists to this day. Fears of immigrants abusing the welfare state are naturally more common among the social democratic countries of Europe, whereas arguments in the United States focus more on immigrants taking away jobs from deserving Americans. On both sides of the Atlantic, anti-immigration politicians are united in their emphasis on promoting law and order, protecting national borders, and accounting for the legal status of any and all who may cross their borders. From an American perspective, especially, it would be just as well to understand how Canada incorporates these concerns about labor market access and border security alongside the aforementioned imperative toward ensuring the economic self-sufficiency of newcomers, for all three of these concerns are faithfully reflected in the workings of the Canadian immigration regime. To this end, it is useful to consider some of the major institutional innovations devised by policymakers to advance Canada's long-standing immigration goals, namely, assuring a socially, economically, and politically viable immigration system that operates in harmony with the interests and well-being of the existing population. In no particular order, these immigration policy innovations include 1. Express entry. The contemporary incarnation of the point system, express entry was instituted in 2015.48. It is notable for its efficient and streamlined 6-month processing time, and is marked by a shift from demand-driven to supply-driven selection criteria. It is based on a 2-step process through which prospective immigrants with the requisite number of points are admitted into a pool of applicants, known as the Express Entry Pool. From here, they are evaluated by a comprehensive ranking system that automatically rewards points to each applicant based on transparent preset criteria like language proficiency, education, and skill level. Every other week, Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada (IRCC) publishes a ministerial instruction which determines the number and type of candidates from the pool of applicants who will be granted the invitation to apply (ITA) for permanent residency. ITAs are then sent to the highest-ranking candidates from the Express Entry Pool, in descending order until reaching the candidates whose CRS score is exactly at the pass mark for selection for this specific draw. A key priority of Express Entry is to be able to incorporate changing economic conditions and political priorities into the decision-making calculus, which is reflected in the adaptability and adjustability of the system and the high level of discretion it affords policymakers. 2. Social Insurance Number Code of Practice. Canada's version of mandatory E-Verify, the code requires all employers to collect and verify a person's social insurance number, SIN, Canada's equivalent to the U.S. Social Security number, within 3 days after employment begins. The employer must verify the validity of the SIN as well as the legal status of the employee if that person is not a Canadian citizen or permanent resident. Employers are also required to report any suspicion of SIN fraud or misuse to the authorities, as it is an offense under the Income Tax Act for an employer to knowingly employ someone who is using a fraudulent SIN. Employees also cannot apply for or receive a range of employment-related government benefits without a valid SIN. Unlike the situation of widespread Social Security fraud that warps the American system and frustrates enforcement, the Social Insurance Number Code of Practice is generally met with high levels of compliance by employers and employees. An argument can also be made that this ubiquitous practice is the single best safeguard Canada has against a large population of unauthorized immigrants, and that such a system would work far better if implemented in the United States than building a border wall. More than 50% of the unauthorized population in the United States, after all, came through visa overstays rather than illicit border crossings. If it is true that all Canada had to rely on for its orderly immigration system was its safe geographic position, then one could imagine a scenario where the same problem of visitors overstaying their visas would occur in Canada as well. The SIN Code of Practice, however, prevents this by embedding detection mechanisms into the everyday workings of Canada's labor market, making it far more difficult to live and work illegally than would be the case south of the border. Canada's experience shows that mandatory E-Verify can work effectively so long as U.S. employers are made to comply. 3. Temporary Foreign Worker Program. To the extent that there is a specific labor shortage that can only be met with temporary foreign labor, Canada has the Temporary Foreign Worker Program, TFWP, and related programs, which often make onerous bureaucratic demands on employers looking to hire outside of Canada. Under the TFWP, employers must first file for a Labor Market Impact Assessment, LMIA, at a cost of 1,000 Canadian dollars per application to demonstrate that they have exhausted their search for Canadian applicants, with notable distinctions for low and high-wage labor streams. For instance, a cap applies to limit the number of low-wage, temporary foreign workers or TFWs hired by the same employer at a particular location to a maximum of 10% of the total staff. Employers also cannot hire TFWs in certain low-wage occupations requiring little or no education, in the accommodation and food services sectors, or in the retail trade industries, when the unemployment rate in the economic region in question is 6% or higher. For the high-wage labor stream, employers are required to produce a transition plan, outlining steps employers will take to transition to a domestic workforce. Not only that, but, since 2017, employers looking to hire TFWs in the low-wage stream must, with some exceptions, demonstrate that they have made efforts to recruit from 2 or more underrepresented groups that face barriers to employment, i.e., Indigenous people, vulnerable youth, persons with disabilities, and permanent resident newcomers. These stricter requirements were introduced after 2014 in response to complaints that businesses were both taking away jobs from Canadians and abusing their temporary foreign workers. Significantly, from a U.S. perspective, the charges were advanced by left-wing parties in opposition to the then-conservative government, which had been accused of being too lenient on and accommodating of the questionable hiring practices of corporations like McDonald's and the Royal Bank of Canada. In particular, the left-wing New Democratic Party, then serving as the official opposition in Parliament, put forward the following motion: that, in the opinion of the House, the Temporary Foreign Worker Program has been open to abuse resulting in the firing of qualified Canadian workers, lower wages, and the exploitation of temporary foreign workers, and therefore the government should impose an immediate moratorium. The Liberal spokesman on immigration echoed the concern, saying, when Canadians fear their jobs are being taken away by foreigners. At a time of relatively high unemployment, when people are looking for their jobs or their kids are, it's something everyone directly relates to. Under pressure from the left, the Conservative Labour Minister, Jason Kenney, duly implemented the above reforms, tightening the conditions and controls in the TFWP. Again, from an American perspective, what is striking is that the left-wing parties did what left-wing parties traditionally do. They fought for the material interests of the country's workers, and there were none of the accusations of nativism and racism against foreign workers that have become an all-too-common refrain among certain segments of the U.S. left. These reforms may not have eliminated all the imperfections of the TFWP, but, at the very least, they demonstrated how a country can actively exert a measure of control and regulation over migrant labor flows and correct course in this area once the political will is present. As to what effect a heavily guarded labor market may have on workers' wages, a look at the data from Statistics Canada's Labour Force Survey and the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics will show that, between 2000 and 2017, real wages increased in Canada but decreased in the United States. In particular, the real median hourly wage for Canadian male and female workers without a bachelor's degree increased by 4.2% and 9.3%, respectively. This is in contrast to the United States, where the real median hourly wage for American workers without a bachelor's degree fell by 5.5% for the males in this category and rose by only 1.1% for the females. More detailed comparative studies are called for in order to develop a fuller understanding of the reasons for these divergent levels of wage growth in Canada and the United States, as well as to determine the precise causal relationship this has with the differences in the two countries' approaches to labor market security. There is no final word yet on the matter, but in light of the radical degree of this difference, it is not unreasonable to infer that at least some of this wage disparity may be explained by Canada's enforcement of tight controls on labor market access on the one hand and, on the other, the inability of the United States to do the same. So much of the populist political instability that has roiled the United States, and that has so far been missing in Canada, has been attributed to the disaffection of these kinds of working-class voters, a demographic that Trump has celebrated as the forgotten Americans or, quite simply, as the poorly educated. U.S. leaders and policymakers who are invested in addressing the root causes of populist anger can no longer afford to ignore or minimize such questions around the adverse effects of uncontrolled immigration on wage growth and labor market insecurity. 4. Family sponsorship undertakings. Canada's family sponsorship system is carried out through unique contractual arrangements known as undertakings. The undertaking is established between the federal government and the family sponsor, in which the sponsor is charged with financial responsibility for the family class immigrant. The rules and conditions that govern an undertaking are explicit, somewhat onerous, and set in stone. The sponsor's financial responsibility remains even in cases such divorce or separation, i.e., if the sponsored person is a spouse of the sponsor. Financial setbacks on the part of the sponsored person, like unemployment or debt, and even after the sponsored person becomes a citizen. Among the obligations of the sponsor are to reimburse the government for any amount of social assistance paid to the sponsored person. The length of time of an undertaking varies according to such factors as age and family relationship. Spouses, common law, and conjugal partners are the sponsor's responsibility for 3 years. Dependent child under 22, 10 years or until the person reaches 25. Dependent child older than 22, 3 years. Parent or grandparent, 20 years. And other relatives, 10 years. This system aims to ensure that family class immigrants are not dependent on the state and that the burden of their immediate economic well-being is placed squarely on the sponsor. This is especially the case for aged family class immigrants, as the length of the undertaking indicates. 5. Private refugee sponsorship. Refugees differ from economic and family class immigrants in that they are not voluntary migrants. Most refugees admitted to Canada are either government-sponsored refugees (GARs), referred by the UN Refugee Agency to the Canadian government, or privately sponsored refugees, PSRs. It is the programs in place to facilitate the resettlement of the latter category that have attracted the most attention from around the globe. Like the family sponsorship undertakings, Canadian refugee policy allows the government to transfer the burden of resettlement to private actors through formal contractual arrangements and understandings lasting 12 months, often with detailed stipulations as to the financial costs that a sponsor will be expected to incur. These can be individual sponsors who may join with 4 others in arrangements known as groups of 5 to assume joint responsibility over supporting a single refugee. There are also organizational sponsors known as sponsorship agreement holders, like civic associations, nonprofits, churches, and other religious institutions. The popular groundswell of support among Canadians for resettling 25,000 Syrian refugees in late 2015 had to do with the fact that Canadians themselves, at the individual and community levels, were willing and able to play an active part as private sponsors in welcoming and integrating these refugees under the terms set by long-standing government policies going back to the 1970s, when Canadians were similarly moved by the plight of Vietnamese boat people. Privately sponsored refugees have been shown to have greater economic success than their government-sponsored counterparts, another reason why this policy enjoys strong support. Canada has endeavored to promote the practice on the world stage through the Global Refugee Sponsorship Initiative, which the United States can learn from as it currently has no comparable individual-level private refugee sponsorship program, and there is only a limited, preset list of resettlement agencies drawn from civil society. 6. Flexible federalism. As one of the world's most decentralized federations, Canada has unique arrangements that allow for immigration policy to be shared between the federal government and the various provincial/territorial governments. The most notable example is the Provincial Nominee Program, PNP, and its equivalents in Quebec, which enable provinces and territories to attract immigrants in line with the specific labor market needs and priorities of their particular jurisdiction. A provincial government can negotiate agreements with the responsible federal department, IRCC, to allocate slots for its own provincial nominee stream within the larger express entry system that prospective immigrants with the sought-after skills can then apply to. For instance, in 2019, the government of Alberta, under the leadership of Conservative Premier Jason Kenney, pledged to use Alberta's allocation under the PNP to induce immigrants with skilled and entrepreneurial backgrounds to settle in rural towns with declining populations and help revitalize struggling local economies. Other regions that have seen historically low levels of immigration, like the provinces of Atlantic Canada, have also relied on the PNP and a similar scheme, the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program, to boost their share of skilled newcomers. Whereas economic factors dominate the provincial nominee considerations of most jurisdictions, the province of Quebec has the additional imperative to preserve its distinct linguistic and cultural heritage. In place of a conventional PNP, it has its own suite of equivalent programs that require demonstrable proficiency in the French language. The right-wing nationalist government of Premier François Legault sought to take further advantage of Quebec's autonomy when it campaigned in 2018 on not only reducing immigration but also instituting a controversial values test that immigrants to Quebec needed to pass before being allowed to settle there. Many anticipated an ideological confrontation between Legault and Trudeau, but what transpired instead was an entente between Ottawa and Quebec whereby the former reaffirmed the latter's right to set immigration rules within the parameters of pre-existing agreements, a testament to the flexibility of Canadian federalism and the generous policy space it grants to the provinces and territories. U.S. policymakers interested in similarly utilizing the input of state and local governments for managing the flow of immigration can use Canada's experience as a model. 7. The bureaucratic wall. As this exposition of the Canadian immigration policy regime indicates, the country relies heavily on bureaucracy to manage immigration and, in effect, to police its boundaries. It makes sense to say that, while it has no physical border wall, Canada has something more subtle and effective in place. A system of restrictive visa application processes that result in high refusal rates, or what an article in The Atlantic has referred to as a bureaucratic wall. For instance, in 2012, Canada turned down 18% of the 1 million plus foreign visa applicants who expressed a wish to enter Canada. 2017 saw that number rise to 2 million, just as the percentage of rejected applications also jumped to 26% before rising again to 30% at the start of 2018. Recent years have also seen a steady rise in rejection rates for student visa applications. It is interesting to note as well that about 75% of those who applied for visas from places like Somalia, Yemen, Afghanistan, and Syria were rejected. Most tellingly, the Trudeau government's 2015-16 Syrian refugee policy, which was lauded around the world, was limited to accepting intact families or lone women and children. Unaccompanied single men were excluded due to security concerns. Some of these men would go to Europe instead. It is arguably this foundation of highly bureaucratized border security, selectivity, and discretion that ties together all the other elements of Canada's system, without which all the other policies lose much of their efficacy. After all, what good are the discriminating criteria of the points system if unauthorized migrants can just bypass it by crossing the border and settling in the country illegally? The confidence that Canadians place in their immigration and refugee system thus begins to wither away as well once this wall is breached, as demonstrated by the events of 2017. The year 2017 saw the beginning of an uptick in unauthorized border crossers from the United States, enabled by a loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement, which produced about 50,000 new asylum claimants, 20,000 of whom arrived through a single border crossing at Roxham Road on the New York-Quebec border. These arrivals represented the single greatest breach in both the security of Canada's physical borders and in the integrity of its bureaucratic wall. The result was to overwhelm Canada's Immigration and Refugee Board with thousands of new claims, 50% of which have yet to be processed as of 2020. After 2017, nearly 3 in 4 Canadians polled professed strong reservations about the security risks that unlawful and uncontrolled border crossings would entail. Just as many expressed the opinion that it was simply not fair. The Trudeau government may be faulted for encouraging this surge through its ill-advised messaging to refugees looking to flee their home countries as well as Donald Trump's America. But the government can also be credited with recognizing its mistake, which it has since been trying to reverse. Facing up to the administrative and political unsustainability of its initial stance, it has executed an about-face and doubled down on efforts to stop migration flows by instituting the above-mentioned border security measures that Amnesty International saw fit to criticize, even going so far as to entertain novel proposals like employing artificial intelligence algorithms to speed through the backlog. These irregular border crossings were not a major election issue in the 2019 campaign. It appears the governing Liberals did just enough to prevent them from becoming one, while the COVID-19 pandemic strongly reinforced the imperative for Canada to secure its borders. But in terms of what a new and stable status quo might look like once the crisis has passed, much will depend on how the Canadian government reacts to a recent court ruling invalidating the provisions of the Safe Third Country Agreement with the United States as unconstitutional under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Based on the assumption that the United States, particularly under Trump, was no longer a safe third country, due both to its perceived inhumane detention practices and the possibility of refoulement of asylum claimants, sending them back to their home countries. The court ruling tasked Ottawa with crafting a new policy response since it could no longer send asylum claimants back to the human rights abusing jurisdiction south of the border. The Trudeau government has rightly appealed this decision and, as of the time of this writing, it looks as if a final verdict may still be years away. 88 The election of a new American administration could very well help Ottawa's case if it can show that the most abject abuses associated with the previous administration no longer hold and that the United States is once again a safe country. Whatever the exact shape of the eventual settlement, there are roughly two potential outcomes. One is that Canada regains its right to send refugees back to the United States, gets the breathing room it needs to address its administrative backlog, and the country's immigration and refugee system returns to balance and normalcy. The other possibility is that Canada loses this right and is exposed to the same unregulated migrant and refugee flows as most other Western countries. The system will become overwhelmed, public sentiment will turn against immigration, xenophobic reactionary populism will gain a foothold, and Canada will go the way of the United States and Europe with its extreme levels of polarization over immigration. Even if one is not a Canadian, and indeed, even if one is an American, there is still reason to hope for the former outcome, since it would mean that Canada can resume its position as the model immigration society that other nations, the United States most of all, could learn from and try to emulate. A singular experiment that proves that it is possible for a country to achieve the unlikely feat of combining secure borders and a highly regulated immigration system, on the one hand, with the values and principles of a liberal and pluralistic society on the other. As Inspector Baltaj Singh, the first turban-wearing Sikh officer of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, put it, Canada is, I believe, a petri dish for this world. We are a test sample, and how we do as a country is going to be judged globally. Or, as Marshall McLuhan once said, Canada is best positioned to be an and landers to the world. Indeed, despite the wildly divergent paths that the American and Canadian systems have taken, Canada offers a model for how the United States can build a more functional and sustainable immigration policy regime. Lawler Foods, a large commercial bakery outside of Houston, prefers to hire Hispanics. That was the allegation in legal briefs filed with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, which contends that Lawler created its 80% Hispanic workforce in an area where much of the low-skill labor pool is black by advertising for Spanish speakers, then relying on word of mouth among its Spanish-speaking employees. When non-Hispanic applicants still showed up, the company would discourage them with horror stories about the nature of the work, emphasize that Spanish is required, and sometimes declare outright that non-Hispanics would not be considered. A nearby manufacturing firm, Champion Fiberglass, had a similar idea according to the EEOC. To avoid filling its low-skill workforce with non-Hispanics, the company would simply deny job applications to people who could not speak Spanish. As with Lawler Foods, the Spanish requirement was not a business necessity, but it dramatically skewed the ethnic background of new hires. More than 95% of Champion's laborers were Hispanic, despite the company's location near a predominantly non-Hispanic residential area. The lawsuits in both of these cases are based on what most people in the affected industries have known for years. Employers of low-skill labor prefer Hispanic, and mostly immigrant Hispanic workers, sometimes to the point that they will not even consider hiring U.S.-born non-Hispanics. How did we get here? This is a story about the decline in the quantity and quality of work performed by less skilled U.S.-born workers, along with the concurrent rise of immigrant labor as a cheap and reliable alternative. Immigration is only one part of a complicated dynamic that has caused ever greater proportions of natives to withdraw from the labor force. However, as long as the United States receives a steady flow of low-skill labor from abroad, little incentive exists for politicians, business owners, and opinion leaders to address the problem of native idleness. The left and the right, for different reasons, have embraced a system that encourages the replacement of native workers, including subsequent generations of immigrants, rather than improving their prospects. This system threatens to create a politically and economically untenable cycle for lower-wage workers. Cutting off the flow of low-skill immigration could force a renewed commitment to getting Americans back to work, a commitment that must include, among other things, aggressive job recruiting and training by employers, reviving the social expectation that prime-age men must work, ending the college-for-all mindset that devalues blue-collar occupations, and strengthening work requirements as a condition of aid. In September 2017, the unemployment rate in the United States was just 4.2%, a low not seen since the dot-com bubble. The figure is deceptive, however, because it considers only people who are employed or seeking employment. The fraction of adults who are not in the labor force, meaning not even looking for a job, is 37%, up from 33% since the start of the millennium. Of course, not working is understandable and perhaps even expected for people who are elderly or in school or volunteering or caring for children. Our focus here is on the Americans with no obvious or socially sanctioned excuse for not working, namely, men ages 25 to 54. When men in their prime years are not in the labor force, it raises the suspicion that they are not doing anything productive. A half-century ago, those suspicions carried enough social stigma that virtually every prime-age man was either working or looking for work. Just 4% were not in the labor force in 1970, according to data from the current population survey. Slowly but surely, however, the percentage rose to 6% in 1980, 7% in 1990, 9% in 2000, and 12% today. Unlike the unemployment rate, which fluctuates depending on economic conditions, the labor force dropout rate has marched quietly upward, affected only marginally by the state of the economy at any given time. The rise has been so gradual that it rarely generates any news stories or alarm speeches from politicians. Nevertheless, the problem has begun to attract attention in public policy circles, with major reports published by the Obama White House, the Brookings Institution, and the American Enterprise Institute. A common finding in those reports is that, although prime-age men across the socioeconomic spectrum have been dropping out of the workforce, the problem is most acute among the less skilled native-born. A relatively low 6% of native-born college graduate men are out of the labor force, but 17% of native men with only a high school diploma are not looking for work, as are 36% of high school dropouts. Black Americans have a labor force dropout rate of 22%. Differences across skill groups are evident not just in labor force participation but in detailed time diaries indicating how much people work. Pooling American Time Use Survey, ATUS, data from 2003 to 2015 shows that native-born prime-age men who are college graduates worked an average of 2,039 hours per year, or the equivalent of 51 full-time weeks. By contrast, native-born prime-age men with only a high school diploma worked the equivalent of 45 weeks, and those without a diploma worked just 35. Black men worked an average of 39 weeks, with considerable variation across education levels. Even within the limited sample size and time period afforded by the ATUS, some trends are clear. While the most educated prime-age men only slightly decreased their work time during the 2008-9 recession and then recovered quickly, less educated native men saw a significant drop-off that has yet to rebound. Native men with only a high school diploma, for example, worked about 47 weeks per year before the recession, but just 43 weeks afterward. Two notes of caution are in order. First, labor force dropout is not a universal problem for lower-skill Americans. Despite the decline in work, nearly 13 million native-born, prime-age men with no more than a high school diploma are currently working full-time jobs. Our focus is on the smaller but growing share of men whose commitment to work has faltered. A second caution is that comparing educational categories over long periods of time can be misleading. Because educational attainment has been rising, the absolute number of people in lower education categories has been falling. For example, people with a high school diploma or less were 70% of the prime-age male population in 1970 but are only 37% of natives today. Because the most industrious tend to acquire more years of education, part of the observed decline in work rates among Americans with low levels of education is due to a creaming effect, rather than people changing their behavior. Nevertheless, creaming works too slowly to explain the ongoing declines in work among the least skilled. That point is confirmed by examining work patterns over the years for men ranked by their relative educational attainment. Since 1970, men in the top fifth of education, i.e., with higher educational attainment than 80% of the population in each year, saw their labor force dropout rate rise only slightly from 3% to 5%. By contrast, the dropout rate for the bottom fifth rose from 8% to 21%. Perhaps non-working men are doing something else productive? In Men Without Work, America's Invisible Crisis, Templeton, 2016. Nicholas Eberstadt notes that not having a job frees up about 2,000 hours per year. What is striking, however, is how little of this enormous free time dividend was devoted to helping others in their family or community. Eberstadt writes, to illustrate, men not in the labor force spend no more time on childcare or housework than employed women. They spend 44 minutes more per day than employed women on personal care, which includes sleep. And they spend 4.5 hours more on socializing, relaxing, and leisure. Much of the leisure is watching television and movies, which accounts for 5.5 hours of their average day. Is disability the reason for idleness? It is certainly true that more men are on disability these days, but that is different from being unable to work. As standards for being designated disabled have grown more lax, and other types of assistance now have stricter time limits, both Supplemental Security Income, SSI, and the Disability Insurance, DI, component of Social Security have come to be regarded as the new welfare. But that doesn't mean that the people on the rolls should all be receiving benefits. Charles Murray argues in Coming Apart that decades of medical advances and improved working conditions have made it unlikely that the number of men too disabled to work has actually increased. In contrast with native-born men in their prime working years, and especially those at the bottom of the skill distribution, immigrant men have high and consistent rates of labor force participation despite their lower average education. Since the current population survey began asking about nativity in 1994, typically between 7% and 9% of immigrant men have been out of the labor force with no clear trend. Furthermore, in sharp contrast with natives, immigrant work time varies little with education. Even immigrant men without a high school diploma worked an average of 49 full-time weeks per year during the 2003 to 2015 period, fully 14 weeks more than native dropouts. Also notable, given that the two groups are often seen as competing with each other, is that Hispanic immigrant men worked 10 more weeks per year than native-born black men. Immigrants did see their work time decrease during the recession, but the effect was smaller and the recovery faster than for natives. The high labor force participation by low-skill immigrant men rebuts the oft-heard claim that native men work less simply because there is insufficient demand for low-skill labor. The demand is still there, but immigrants increasingly provide the supply. The Obama administration acknowledged and even encouraged this replacement of native entry-level workers, recommending in one report that foreign workers should be imported to offset some of the macroeconomic challenges associated with the long-run decline in prime-age male participation. That's already happening. While natives fell from 56% of the nation's high school dropouts to 52% between 2003 and 2015, their share of the labor performed by all dropouts declined much faster, from 50% to 40%. By blunting the effects of the long-term decline in native workforce participation, especially among prime-age men, a sustained influx of entry-level foreign workers, predominantly Asians and Hispanics, deflects attention from this unfortunate trend. The importation of foreign labor has allowed policymakers to avoid confronting long-standing patterns of unemployment and low work effort, especially among males. The immigrant influx and its anodyne effects on business helps paper over a painful reality. Many employers favor recent immigrants, both legal and illegal, over unskilled Native American workers. When that preference is acknowledged, which is rarely, the explanation offered is that immigrants are willing to accept lower wages and thus cost less than natives, or that they will hesitate to demand fair or safe working conditions or to sue their employer for perceived abuses. But one well-documented, important cause of employers' preference for immigrants is the perception, widely shared and oft expressed in anonymous interviews, that the work ethic of too many less educated Americans is inferior and deteriorating. For a host of unskilled and entry-level positions, recent immigrants, especially Hispanics, are considered more desirable. They are eagerly sought after and preferentially hired because they are regarded as better workers. The evidence for this state of affairs comes from a body of work in the social sciences that is little known outside professional circles and almost never cited in discussions of the effects of low-wage immigration. During the last decades of the 20th century, and through the early 2000s, a number of sociologists conducted a series of non-quantitative, on-the-ground ethnographic studies of employer attitudes toward less educated workers. This research has mainly been focused on racial discrimination in employment and oriented toward examining employers' experience with black employees. But in exploring employers' attitudes toward their workers more broadly, these studies have revealed that employers hold a pronounced and remarkably consistent pecking order of preferences for workers from different racial and ethnic groups, including native-born workers as well as recent immigrants of various types. What is the evidence for these preferences? Many of the studies that document and examine employer preferences have been reviewed and summarized in a 2013 volume by John Screntny, After Civil Rights, Racial Realism in the American Workplace, Princeton University Press, 2013, with additional important research published elsewhere, consisting mostly of lengthy, detailed interviews with workers, managers, owners, and supervisors in small to mid-level businesses from a range of geographical locations and industries, combined with first-hand observations of interactions on the job. This body of ethnographic research indicates a steady shift in employer attitudes and practices since the 1980s. As Scrutiny and others document, for many entry-level jobs requiring no more than high school and few, if any, hard skills, such as basic academic proficiency or knowledge, employers are candid about their strong preference for new immigrant workers over natives. Study after study makes clear that employers of low-skilled workers have become increasingly enamored of Latinos and Asian workers, and that, in the eyes of many businesses, immigrant status seems to be a major plus for both groups. In contrast, American laborers, including whites but especially blacks, have become the least desired group of workers. Although white native workers are seldom considered equal to Asians and Latino immigrants, black workers, especially from inner-city backgrounds, are routinely disparaged and avoided. In expounding on their reasons for favoring immigrant workers, employers indulge in what Scrutiny terms race realism. They do not hesitate to generalize about the relative strengths and shortcomings of different groups of workers and are forthright about their reasons for favoring immigrants. In interview after interview, managers and supervisors of all stripes repeat the same points and sound the same themes. Immigrants are judged to have a better work ethic and to work harder. They are more diligent, punctual, persistent, reliable, respectful, and cooperative. They will work long hours without flagging and are willing to operate in physically demanding, uncomfortable, or dangerous conditions, and to perform boring and repetitive tasks. Immigrants are helpful and loyal to their employers. They have fewer complaints about working conditions and act less entitled. One of the first studies in this area, reported by Scrutiny, which was widely influential in galvanizing interest in on-the-ground research on low-wage employment, was published in the late 1980s by sociologists Jolene Kirschenman and Catherine Neckerman. Working with the well-known sociologist William Julius Wilson, they conducted and reported on interviews with hundreds of Chicago-area employers and managers. When assured of anonymity, those in charge repeatedly bemoaned the poor quality of the native workforce, especially blacks. What emerges clearly from their research is employers' uniform preference for Hispanic and Asian immigrants, as well as praise for the work habits of those groups as compared to native workers. That hierarchy was confirmed by a wealth of interviews conducted in the Chicago area a few years later as part of the massive Urban Poverty and Family Life Study, UPFLS, as reported in William Julius Wilson's book When Work Disappears, The World of the New Urban Poor, Knopf, 1996. The study, which was specifically focused on the employment prospects of inner-city blacks, repeated the patterns revealed in the groundbreaking Kirschenman and Neckerman article. When asked to comment on the job skills, attitude, work ethic, interpersonal skills, or dependability of black workers as compared to other categories, including immigrant laborers from different groups, the great majority of managers and supervisors interviewed, 126 of the 170, expressed their belief that inner-city blacks brought traits to the workplace that negatively affected their job performance. Many complained that blacks, as well as other Native American workers, had a poor work ethic compared to recent immigrants, and especially Hispanics and Asians. Native-born workers, black and white, were also perceived to be less cooperative, more demanding, and more entitled. A hotel manager stated, "I see far more blacks thinking the employer has the obligation to give him a check for doing nothing. There are some whites that think that way, not so much Hispanics." The chairman of a car transport company claimed, "The Oriental is much more aggressive and intelligent and studious than the Hispanic." He went on to say that Hispanics have the strongest work ethic, while native-born blacks are the laziest of the bunch. Similarly, a manager at a suburban bakery complained that, "We have some problems with blacks. I find that the blacks aren't as hard workers as the Hispanics. The black kind of has a you owe me kind of an attitude." A manufacturing foreman stated that unskilled blacks have no work ethic. Yet another supervisor stated that blacks tend to laziness. People are willing to give them a chance, and then they get the chance, and then it's like they really don't want to work. Another employer lamented that the first chance blacks get, they'll slack off, they don't want to do the job, they feel like they don't have to, they're a minority. Many employers interviewed for the study were at pains to point out that, in contrast, these vices are quite rare among immigrant workers. Similar attitudes emerge from a study by economists Philip Moss and Chris Tilley, who conducted 365 interviews at 174 firms in Atlanta, Boston, Detroit, and Los Angeles. According to their 2001 report, as Scrutiny relates, most of the businesspeople interviewed praised the qualities of immigrant Latino and Asian workers, and sought out those workers for their entry-level and low-skill jobs. Immigrants were asserted to be more willing to work and to work longer hours. They're diligent. They do their job. They don't complain much. One Los Angeles garment factory manager stated, "I think the work ethic for Hispanics is better than it is for blacks, but also that whites wouldn't do the type of job available in their facility. They just don't have the stamina or the, humility to do that type of job." Other employers praised Asian workers, characterizing them as very good and diligent, with a completely different work ethic. One stated that if you need them for 72 hours a day, they'll be there. Black native workers came off badly in this study. A majority of employers stated that Black American workers had poorer soft skills relating to attitude, grooming, willingness to cooperate, motivation, as well as inferior abilities in math and basic mechanics, as compared to immigrant Latinos and Asians. Likewise, research on the hiring preferences of garment factories in New York City, which are largely Asian-owned and managed, revealed similar patterns. Sociologist Margaret Chin found that, in recent decades, garment factory owners avoid hiring blacks, whether native or immigrant, with some commenting that blacks are just too lazy, that they fail to persist on the job, and that they are not dependable. These employers extend this aversion to the large urban population of Puerto Rican workers, who are also viewed as impersistent and unreliable. Their preferences result in a workforce that is almost exclusively Asian, with a predominance of recent immigrants. Nepotism is surely at work here, since these workers are almost all hired through a network of contacts maintained by current workers using informal recruitment through social circles, relatives, and word of mouth. But the perceived weaknesses of the native workforce clearly give these businesses little incentive to move beyond nepotism and broaden their worker pool. Similar findings come from a 1996 study of warehouse and waterfront workers in Brooklyn. In addressing employer attitudes toward immigrant workers as compared to various groups of natives, ethnographers Jan Rosenberg and Philip Kassenitz showed that managers in their sample uniformly relied on crude ethnic stereotypes, admitting to strongly preferring immigrant labor over natives, both black and white, based on differences in punctuality, reliability, willingness to work hard, and to be a pliable labor force. Likewise, in a survey of managers of low-wage workers in various entry-level jobs in Los Angeles in the early 2000s, Roger Waldinger and his colleagues found that the best and most strongly sought-after low-skill workers were Latino and Asian immigrants. Native black workers were rated at the bottom, with whites only a bit better. The authors described the lauding of the ability of Latinos among their interview subjects as unabashed. Many stressed recent Hispanic immigrants' endurance, tolerance for hard work and long hours, and willingness to work on a repetitious basis. White native workers were regarded as distinctly inferior and less desirable. One manager praised Hispanics' loyalty towards the company, which white workers don't have. Another factory manager described white workers harshly as whining pieces of shit. They feel they always work too hard, and that you owe them. Some also noted the deterioration of the quality of the native white workforce over time. As one employer explained, "I would say it's a little tougher to find today white workers with as high a work ethic as Asians. I would say that 20 years ago there were more." Research published in 1990 by David Griffith on the poultry industry in the American Southeast showed a similarly pronounced preference for immigrant workers in that sector. His research was based on site visits, surveys administered to plant managers, and interviews of industry personnel during the late 1980s. A period that saw a pronounced upsurge in Hispanics and a steady and dramatic decline in the number of native workers, black and white, in the industry. The study is replete with manager statements articulating the belief that immigrants, especially Hispanics and Asians, have superior work habits and are therefore preferable to native workers, especially blacks. Koreans and Hispanics are very hard workers. Hispanic rates best in absenteeism and overall performance. The Mexicans work every day, every hour they can. Hispanics and Asians are more reliable and harder workers than blacks or whites. They don't give you no trash, just get after it. Blacks are the last pick. Some in the company distinguished between legal and illegal immigrants, preferring the latter. The legalized Hispanics tend to not work as well as when you could hire illegals. Similarly, a study coordinated by Cameron Lippard in the 2000s, which drew on 42 interviews with various contractors of all races in the Atlanta construction industry, documented the perceived virtues of low-skill Latino immigrant labor as compared to less educated natives generally, including blacks, whites of varied ethnicities, and Americanized Latinos. Recent immigrant Latinos were uniformly described as more efficient and hardworking than other racial groups, with their persistence, diligence, and endurance highlighted. According to one supervisor, Latinos work until the job is done. They don't worry about the clock. According to another, Latinos don't care what the work is. Just give it to them and they will do it and do it well. Latinos are also more cooperative. One supervisor stated that Latinos don't give you lip like some brothers or white boys will. In contrast, American laborers are regarded as lazy and undesirable. One contractor stated that the American work ethic is shit, and that no contractor in his right mind would ever hire an American in this industry because they waste time and money. Complaints about black labor were particularly vocal, with contractors ascribing black workers' poor quality to the influence of black culture, black sense of entitlement, their general lack of trustworthiness and propensity for theft, and a disrespectful, uncooperative attitude towards supervisors and fellow workers. Given the low quality of American workers, recent immigrants were seen as crucial to the industry. In the words of one contractor, this industry would have stopped dead in the water if it wasn't for Latinos. There was just not enough manpower. Employment patterns and the outlook of construction companies involved in rebuilding New Orleans following Hurricane Katrina also indicate that racial preferences influenced hiring in some industries. In a city that was only about 3% Latino in 2000, half the reconstruction workforce was Latino, with most of those undocumented. As recounted by John Screntny, construction supervisors admitted to seeking Latino workers because they believed they were the best workers and that Latinos had the ability to do things that the native population lacked. One contractor, himself a Latin American immigrant, explained in an interview on National Public Radio that you hire African Americans, they all want the easy way out. They don't work long hours. They always want breaks. They're not loyal. The companies also noted that Latinos were easy to recruit. Many were willing to travel far from home and relocate to take the available jobs. Finally, the racial composition of the unskilled workforce in the meatpacking industry, which has been the target of multiple studies and reports, reflects the strong industry preference for immigrant labor to work the often arduous entry-level jobs available in this sector. Hispanic immigrants are uniformly sought to fill the industry's manpower needs, not just because many are willing to perform this work, but because they are regarded as more desirable workers. As reported in a 2001 Washington Post article, a Tyson Foods spokesperson expressed the widespread belief that Hispanics and Asians have superior work habits, and that Native workers possess a deteriorating work ethic. Native-born workers are also viewed as not willing to do these jobs anymore because they are reluctant to put up with the blood, unpleasant odors, and repetitive tasks involved in these positions. In fact, for some meatpacking employers, the preference for immigrant labor is so great that they risk exposing themselves to criminal sanction in order to get it. A federal probe lasting 2.5 years unearthed evidence that Tyson Foods' top executives conspired to smuggle illegal immigrants into the country to work in 15 poultry plants in 9 states, in some cases paying hundreds of dollars in cash for each illegal worker delivered to a plant. Do the preferences documented by these studies continue to operate in the present, and can they help explain current patterns of employment, as well as the political pressure to maintain high levels of low-wage immigration? Because ethnographic research on labor market preferences seems to have fallen out of fashion in the current academy, most of the large-scale ethnographic studies on employer preferences are now more than a decade old, with a majority dating from the 1990s. But there is every reason to believe that little has changed. Even as low-skill natives continue to drop out of the labor force, a steady stream of journalistic accounts reinforces the conclusion that employers value the superior qualities and work ethic of immigrant labor. Employers continue to believe that Americans shy away from some types of work, too often perform poorly, are frequently unreliable, and lack persistence. For instance, a New Yorker article on the meatpacking industry in May 2017, Cut to the Bone by Michael Grabel, documents the efforts of a large chicken processing company in Ohio to recruit Guatemalan workers, including asylum seekers as well as illegal aliens. In that story, company spokesmen report on the perceived shortage of desirable native workers as well as their shortcomings. According to the story, the company had trouble finding people who were willing to work under its poor conditions for little more than minimum wage, despite high unemployment in nearby Rust Belt cities. Among natives who did take the jobs, turnover was high. About 25 to 30 of its 500 employees left every week. Other recent journalistic accounts document regular complaints by companies seeking to recruit workers for entry-level jobs in industry, service work, healthcare, and transportation. The New York Times detailed the difficulties encountered by construction companies in trying to recruit and retain native labor to work as roofers in Omaha, and the tendency of those businesses to favor and seek out Hispanic crews. 16 Other stories have noted the shortage of seasonal workers on Mackinac Island and Martha's Vineyard, and on President Donald Trump's home turf of Mar-a-Lago. Resort to temporary immigrant labor is the strategy of choice. Several newspapers have featured articles on the struggle of trucking companies and delivery services to recruit enough qualified drivers to keep their vehicles on the road. And the president of a local meat processing company, Dietz and Watson, reporting to the Philadelphia Inquirer last year on his firm's struggles to find workers, observed that the generation that is coming into the workforce is different from the generation leaving, in that it is not willing to work as hard. He notes that our turnover is much, much higher than I can ever remember, with the majority of people leaving because it is too cold or too wet. One theme of these stories is that, although the jobs at issue do not demand advanced education or skills, they do impose requirements that native workers often have trouble meeting. For example, Americans are increasingly failing the screening drug tests required by employers or mandated by state or local laws. In July 2017, the New York Times profiled an Ohio equipment manufacturer of boilers offering jobs paying $15 to $25 an hour and full benefits. The article explained that it's not that local workers lack the skills for these positions, many of which do not even require a high school diploma. Rather, lack of sobriety is the hurdle. As the company president noted, "We are always looking for people, but at least 25% fail the drug tests." A recent article in the Wall Street Journal reported that Quest Diagnostics, which administers employment-related drug tests nationwide, had seen a 3-year increase in the number of positive test results, following decades of declines. Finally, many reports have noted that the crisis of opioid abuse and addiction has reached epidemic proportions in working-class communities. The effect of this development on native workforce participation and job readiness has started to receive some attention from commentators and policymakers, including Alan Kruger writing for the Brookings Institution this past summer. He notes that labor force dropout is worse in areas with more opioid prescriptions, acknowledging that the two problems are intertwined, even if causation is ambiguous. In sum, study after study reveals that employers display a clear and avowed preference for Hispanic and Asian immigrants over low-skill natives of all backgrounds for a host of entry-level jobs across a range of industries in a variety of geographic locations. Are these employers simply bigots who traffic in unfounded stereotypes about nativity and race? The ubiquity of their views suggests that the issue goes beyond that, as does the fact that employers often disparage the work ethic of their own groups. As the ethnographic literature reviewed by Scrutiny reveals, employers from all backgrounds, white, black, or immigrant, prefer immigrant workers and shun natives, especially blacks. For construction firms in Atlanta, for instance, Scrutiny reports that supervisors, regardless of their own group identity, all tended to praise the racial abilities of Latinos and denigrate those of blacks and whites. He adds that what evidence there is suggests that black employers' hiring practices are not at great variance with the race realist strategies of white employers. Furthermore, businesses pursue profit above all else, and the market generally punishes irrational hiring. If employers avoid native workers for baseless reasons, other businesses could gain an advantage by hiring the natives who are shunned. We know from the labor force data that immigrants have replaced less skilled natives in the labor force over time, but do studies of employer attitudes prove that native workers are pushed out or displaced by immigrant workers on a wide scale? Although the research discussed in this article does not claim to be quantitative, nor to undertake a systematic and comprehensive look at workforce patterns, the results are remarkably uniform and highly suggestive. Employers prefer immigrant labor, and there can be no doubt that those preferences routinely translate into action. Although other factors are in the mix, the main reason is the observation that immigrants make better workers. Employers' perception that immigrant workers are, on average, superior to natives clearly influences their employment strategies and decisions, with many businesses willing to go to great lengths to find and hire workers they favor, and to avoid those they do not. This means that, in many circumstances where immigrants and natives vie for the same positions, immigrants are hired and natives lose out. This is not in itself definitive proof that Americans are being displaced by immigrant labor or that immigrants contribute to joblessness among low-skill Americans. But it strongly suggests this possibility, especially when coupled with the steady decline in native workforce participation among the least skilled. Buttressing the inference that employer preferences have contributed to native workers' displacement are stories of deliberate corporate campaigns to replace U.S.-born workers with immigrants. Based on interviews and observations of a South Carolina equipment company's operations over a lengthy period, the researcher Laura Lopez Sanders found that the company engaged in a systematic effort, entitled The Project by the firm's management, to replace the company's native black workers with Latino immigrants. The project was resoundingly successful. Work teams that were predominantly black became almost exclusively Latino over the course of months. The interviews revealed that the desire to shift the workforce over to immigrant Latinos was due to the belief that Latino workers were significantly superior to natives, and especially better than the largely black workforce. Stories like this reinforce the population-level evidence and its analysis, which seeks to understand the steady demographic shifts from native to Hispanic immigrant workers in a number of low-wage job sectors. The economist Harry Halser has used large-scale data on the ratio of new hires to applicants in a variety of industries to infer employers' relative preference for Hispanics and disinclination to hire blacks, although noting that the growing predominance of Hispanics could also be explained by supply-side, related withdrawals of blacks from certain jobs or labor markets. He is skeptical of alternative demand-side explanations that are linked to claims that Hispanics possess better hard skills and are cheaper to employ. He notes that Hispanic immigrants are no more educated than the natives with whom they compete, and that wages accepted by Hispanics are not significantly lower. Surveying decades of evidence for employment in the New York City area, Roger Waldinger similarly concluded that the data and case studies demonstrate a steady erosion of African Americans' share of the large number of remaining, low-skill jobs, even as the number of low-level jobs held by minorities, native, and immigrants steadily grew. In fact, blacks had relatively high levels of employment in entry-level positions in New York decades ago. Circa 1940, the workforce was 66% black native workers, 6% Hispanic foreign-born, and 2% Asian foreign-born. But by 1990, those numbers had significantly shifted, with the black native-born population comprising only 30% of the workforce, compared with Hispanic foreign-born at 20% and Asian foreign-born at 15%. Whether immigrants pushed out native blacks is unclear, especially since black representation in jobs in the hotel industry began to erode before the new immigrant influx. Although this does indeed suggest that some supply-side factors are at work, it is nonetheless the case, especially in light of high urban black unemployment, that immigrants are now doing jobs that Americans used to do and could be doing. Finally, we alluded in the introduction to EOC complaints in which employers are charged with deliberately avoiding non-Hispanic workers. These cases are perhaps the clearest evidence for immigrant displacement of native workers, at least in certain industries and contexts. For example, in EOCV, Little River Golf Incorporated, a provider of real estate support services in Pinehurst, North Carolina, agreed to a settlement after terminating 6 black employees under the guise of a layoff and immediately filling the vacancies with Hispanic workers. In another case, EOCV, Paramount Staffing Incorporated, a temporary staffing agency, agreed to settle claims that they employed Latino workers over blacks and, in retaliation, terminated employees who objected. Yet another large settlement was reached with a Chicago-based supplier of janitorial services that advertised for workers only in Spanish-language newspapers and imposed additional layers of requirements on blacks that enabled Latinos to be hired ahead of them. In short, the ethnographic literature on employer preferences, the historical and demographic evidence of steady shifts from native workers to immigrant labor in key industries, and the accounts gleaned from lawsuits filed by native workers alleging discrimination are all highly suggestive evidence that immigration contributes to job loss and unemployment among low-skill natives. To be sure, this will not be regarded as definitive evidence by economists and quantitative social scientists. Ethnographic studies can be faulted for their lack of systematic rigor, haphazard samples, and anecdotal approach. In addition, the literature is mainly directed at investigating employment prospects for American blacks. Although the studies reveal a lot about employers' attitudes toward immigrant groups and the non-black native population, more research is needed that focuses on employer preferences and practices toward the full spectrum of native-born workers, with special attention to the white working class that is now suffering from sinking economic prospects. In addition, ethnographic research on employer personnel preferences is no longer in fashion, so few studies cover the past 2 to 3 decades. New research is needed to examine whether managers believe that the quality of the native-born workforce is inadequate or continues to deteriorate. Whether low-wage immigrants displace American workers and contribute to native unemployment or workplace withdrawal is a question that has long preoccupied economists. The contribution of this piece is to highlight two aspects of the evidence that are often overlooked and deserve greater attention. The first is that native workforce participation has steadily declined as low-wage immigration has increased and is now at historic lows. That situation tells us that immigrants are performing entry-level work that less educated native workers are not doing, even though low-skill Americans are increasingly available to perform these tasks. The second points to an extensive ethnographic literature on employer preferences, which has not until now been brought into the debate on low-wage immigration. That research shows that businesses widely regard American-born low-skill employees as less desirable than immigrants. In addition, there is evidence that businesses actively work to recruit immigrants and avoid native workers, with Black entry-level employees the least favored. The evidence suggests that both demand and supply-side factors play some role and reinforce one another to contribute to the growing presence of immigrants in key low-wage positions. Some managers express the view, which is consistent with the oft-heard mantra that unskilled immigrants perform jobs Americans won't do, that native workers are less willing to take some kinds of jobs or to persist in those positions. But it does not follow that immigration has no effect on native low-wage employment. As John Scretany describes it, there are dynamics in the mix that can result in some ethnic or racial groups voluntarily abandoning a niche, opening it for others, or self-segregating on the job. The narratives recounted above suggest that abandonment can follow from and respond to a concerted effort by management to change the demographic profile of a particular workplace or to make natives unwelcome. More importantly, however, the research indicates that this avoidance, whatever its extent and provenance, too often results in Native American idleness or a desultory dabbling in the informal economy. The clear implication is that currently underemployed Americans are available to do at least some, and perhaps much, of the work that immigrants currently perform. In short, the combination of declining native male workforce participation and the demonstrated preference of employers for immigrant labor over natives strongly suggests that many jobs that could go to low-skill natives are in fact being done by recent immigrants, both legal and illegal, especially Hispanics and Asians. The result is a dysfunctional, self-reinforcing equilibrium, both economic and political, that is divisive and destructive of the well-being of less educated Americans and their communities and, ultimately, of the national interest. Hispanic construction workers labor a few miles away from inner cities where large numbers of prime-age Black men have no formal employment and are disproportionately involved in criminal activity. Eastern European immigrants serve affluent tourists at New England shore resorts not far from communities, whether urban or rural, where growing numbers of American men are jobless. Native work participation rates are steadily dropping while businesses lobby Washington for an uninterrupted flow of new, low-skill foreign workers. The reluctance of business owners to seek out and employ unskilled Black workers, and especially men, often means that the connection between Black unemployment and the push for more foreign workers is studiously avoided. Policy elites advocate for what is effectively an open borders regime while supporting a divisive multiculturalism at home. Realistic discussions of actual behavior and cultural differences are banished as racist and xenophobic. A racism narrative becomes the sole explanation for persistent high levels of Black unemployment. As to the white working class, job shortages are blamed, while immigrant labor continues in demand. Fortunately, there is evidence of growing interest across the political spectrum in the crisis of native workforce participation and in possible initiatives designed to get Americans back to work. The American Enterprise Institute, for instance, has featured articles and sponsored recent symposia on the topic. In our view, current efforts in this direction are insufficiently bold or misguided in their emphasis on top-down governmental measures to the detriment of attitudinal, political, and behavioral reforms. Most importantly, the key legal and policy change that is essential to any real progress, which is to cut back drastically on low-skill immigration and enforce the immigration laws, is rarely mentioned in these discussions to date. For example, in a recent National Affairs article titled, "Putting Men Back to Work," the word immigration does not even appear. Why restrict immigration? Replacing American workers with fresh waves of low-skill immigrants is not a viable long-term strategy for our country. Despite some immediate economic benefits for employers, large shareholders, and consumers, albeit with substantial offsetting fiscal costs, mass importation of low-skill workers is both demoralizing and risky in the longer term. Even apart from institutional and cultural effects, which deserve separate, extended treatment. Mass low-wage immigration is demoralizing because it amounts to a strategy of replacing and displacing less skilled American citizens from the workforce with no thought to the broader economic, social, and psychological effects on the workers themselves, their communities, and society as a whole. Sustained mass immigration is also in bad faith because it facilitates a wholesale evasion of hard realities. Too many low-skill Americans are poorly socialized to work and considered undesirable by American employers. The current immigration status quo allows this to be papered over. Changing the status quo will force this situation to be confronted and addressed. Society and workers themselves must face up to Native workers' perceived and actual inadequacies, and also to the need to take the low-skill jobs that exist and are available. Mass immigration poses additional risks because the long-term trajectory of large numbers of unskilled immigrants is a wild card at best. Children born to Hispanics, who represent the largest group of low-skill workers, complete fewer years of schooling and have lagging test scores compared to other groups. Rayhan Salam reported in National Review last August that, of the children of foreign-born parents with less than a high school education, only 6.2% will graduate from college. Low incomes in one generation threaten to extend into the next. There is also demographic evidence that the intact families of the first generation are giving way to paternal abandonment and single-parent families, which are a growing presence in the Hispanic community. By all indications, children born in these circumstances will largely remain at the bottom of society, qualified to take on only relatively unskilled work. Also, there is some evidence that the number of entry-level low-skill jobs is on the decline, which would mean that the offspring of low-skill immigrants will be competing for a shrinking pool of jobs with other less educated Americans. Finally, Hispanic assimilation into American norms has many positive aspects, but it also has downsides in an era when increasing numbers of Native Americans with less education and fewer skills have fallen into some dysfunctional habits. Whether second-generation immigrants will continue to display their parents' hardihood and discipline or will become more like Americans with similar education and skills is an open question. The signs are not encouraging. The ethnography reveals some employer grumbling about native-born generations of Hispanics. If the quality of the second generation of immigrants deteriorates, that will only start the cycle over again, with renewed demands for fresh recruits from abroad. What is to be done? First and foremost, our country must redouble its efforts to control illegal immigration. Most effective would be mandating the E-Verify system to ensure employment eligibility of all new hires, as well as finally implementing the biometric entry and exit system, first authorized by Congress in 2002, that would help identify visa overstayers. Without these initiatives, other efforts will prove far less effective. It goes without saying that formidable obstacles, largely political but also practical, exist to making good on these goals, and they will not be elaborated on here. But enforcing the law is a key element of any attempt to tackle the problem. Second, sharply reducing the legal immigration of low-skill foreign nationals is indispensable to addressing the dysfunction that currently besets our country's low-wage labor markets. We endorse limiting family-based green cards to the spouses and minor children of U.S. citizens, while moving towards a skills-based immigration system, as Tom Cotton and David Perdue's proposed RAISE Act would do. Extended family reunification, long the source of chain migration that has drawn millions of low-skill immigrants to the United States, should be eliminated. In addition, Congress should downsize or abolish the temporary worker programs, such as the H-2 visas, that allow American companies to look abroad for workers. This article centers on low-skill work, not technical positions requiring advanced training. Although that topic warrants separate consideration, it may well be advisable to tighten the rules for middle and upper-skill positions as well. There is no question that some low-skill Americans are reluctant to perform some low-level jobs available in the economy. As noted below, that reluctance needs to change. But if the supply of willing foreign workers tightens, businesses will have no choice but to try to attract Americans, and especially to make more effort to employ the jobless black population. As Minnesota Federal Reserve President Neil Kashkari has recently observed, this may mean increasing wages and benefits for entry-level employees, especially for arduous, dangerous jobs in meatpacking, construction, and agriculture where immigrants now predominate. The laws of supply and demand suggest this would happen. In a book-length report published last year, the National Academies of Sciences, NAS, found that the overall impact of immigration on American wages is small, but a high degree of consensus exists that specific groups are more vulnerable than others to inflows of new immigrants. The vulnerable groups are the workers with whom newly arrived foreign workers most directly compete, namely prior immigrants and natives with low levels of education. The NAS lists 9 different studies that find negative wage effects on those groups, with a typical result being that a 10% increase in immigration causes a 5% decrease in wages. The wage question is contentious, however, and some economists remain unconvinced. Part of the problem is that empirical studies must attempt to isolate the effect of immigration from the myriad other influences on wages, and such attempts can quickly bog down in technical debates with no resolution. More relevant for our purposes are case studies of what happens when immigrant labor suddenly becomes unavailable to American employers. William Vogeley has recently noted that, in the aftermath of a government raid on illegal workers at 6 of its plants, the Swift meatpacking company was able to restaff its facilities by raising wages, offering bonuses, and aggressively recruiting local natives. Similarly, in his book We Wanted Workers, Norton, 2016, Harvard economist George Borjas recounts how a poultry plant in Georgia lost 75% of its workforce practically overnight after an immigration raid. To attract native-born replacements, the plant immediately advertised higher wages, free transportation, and on-site housing. And when Arizona passed stricter enforcement laws in the last decade, its illegal immigrant population declined by an estimated 40%. The resulting worker shortage caused wages to increase in the state's farm and construction industries, and contractors made an effort to recruit new people. Now you have to put out feelers, buy ads, go on Craigslist, tap job agencies just to get a few men, one told the Wall Street Journal. Improved working conditions would also help. Based on his ethnographic study of a Tyson Foods plant in Arkansas, anthropologist Steve Striffler recently documented the stressful, inhospitable, dangerous conditions that prevail in that industry. Although many of the service, construction, production, and agricultural jobs that low-skill immigrants now perform are inherently arduous, there is room to make them less risky and harsh, and businesses should be encouraged to do so. In addition, tighter immigration rules may well entail higher consumer prices and a decline in corporate profits. But none of these changes will occur spontaneously, due in part to economic pressures from shareholders and managers. Reducing the influx of unskilled workers may be the only tactic that will moderate these forces. But immigration reform is just a necessary starting point. Reintegrating native unskilled American workers into a more central role in the economy will require significant cultural and practical shifts on many fronts across different sectors of society, including elite opinion leaders, politicians, philanthropists, the education establishment, young college graduates, the media, business, black leaders, and the working class itself. All must confront stubborn labor market changes dictated by larger economic and global forces. In addition to facing up to the pernicious narcotic influence, in the words of the late Cornell labor economist Vernon Smith, of high levels of immigration on business and policymakers, our society must also deal with a crisis in the socialization of less educated men, widespread and growing drug abuse, and the misguided emphasis on pushing ever more young people into college. We also need to rethink our counterproductive attitudes toward essential but unglamorous low-skill work. Realism about all of these forces, call it a new labor market realism, is in order. Elite opinion leaders and policymakers must stop demonizing all critics of open borders immigration policies as racists and xenophobes. They must face the fact that, in many cases, businesses do in fact favor immigrants over native-born Americans, especially blacks, based on differences in worker quality, whether actual or perceived. They should consider whether unrestricted immigration has contributed to making native-born workers less competitive. Opinion leaders should also abandon the demoralizing and ill-conceived mentality that regards most young people as potentially college-ready, treats lack of higher education as an unfortunate failure requiring societal correction, and sees joining the cognitive elite as the ultimate hallmark of a decent and worthy life. The country's education policies should therefore emphasize job preparedness and vocational training. Germany, Holland, and Northern European countries provide worthy models, with the majority of high school graduates enrolled in job-linked programs. Relatedly, a renewed cultural emphasis on recognizing the dignity of work of any and all kinds, whether career-oriented or not, with a moratorium on talk of dead-end jobs, would be desirable. Male idleness should be restigmatized, and the expectation that all able-bodied men as well as women will contribute to self-support should be given renewed emphasis. It is also important to stress that the government is not and cannot be the guarantor of good jobs. Rather, such jobs are mostly the product of private enterprise, which depends on workers equipped, ready, and able to provide the goods and services that people actually desire. The leadership class should furthermore rethink its uncritical invocation of the category of jobs Americans won't do. Workers with limited education and few skills should be urged and expected to take the jobs that are actually available and that immigrants are currently performing, especially as part of the quid pro quo for lower and slower rates of immigration that many ordinary Americans would welcome. That tack depends on accepting the inconvenient fact that too many Americans, including an increasing number of high school graduates, are not presently equipped, whether due to paucity of skills, poor work habits, drug use or addiction, or other causes, for many of the more lucrative jobs available in the economy. Indeed, for many of the same reasons, they are barely able to meet the basic requirements for any job. Finally, opinion leaders should stop looking askance at America first. Indeed, they should embrace it. The well-being of Americans outside the college-educated class should be placed front and center and our national priorities reordered to turn our full attention to our fellow citizens from all races and backgrounds. In the name of reintegrating this population, we should turn away from replacing them. Rather, we should seek to understand and support restrictions on, and restructuring of, immigration laws to honor citizens' economic well-being as well as their legitimate interest in familiar communities and cultural stability. Instead of gravitating to programs and services for fashionable global projects, newly minted college graduates should focus on the forgotten man, the less educated native population at their doorstep. College graduates could be encouraged to start new businesses or charities that could create and staff programs to supervise, socialize, train, and support low-income labor, as well as assist businesses in employing them, with the goal of making native workers more attractive, increasing work effort and efficacy among the formerly idle and unemployed, and familiarizing people with employer demands. Initiatives to assist the less skilled in finding work, performing well, and persisting in the workforce, like those described in Peter Cove's new book Poor No More, Transaction, 2017, should be expanded and extended. 35 intensive efforts should be made to supervise and aid the growing ranks of ex-convicts. Finally, the young and educated should devote their time and attention to tackling opioid addiction by working with addicts or organizations attempting to address this problem. Because governmentally sponsored programs can create onerous bureaucracies and overregulation, these efforts should, when possible, be funded by private money. Giant organizations like the Gates Foundation should radically redirect their funds away from educational initiatives designed to get more people into college and toward vocational education, work support and training, and programs that seek to socialize the less educated to the demands and expectations of the workplace. Private donors should drastically reduce contributions to selective private and public colleges, and especially the amply endowed Ivy League, which mainly benefits the well-off, and should use their money to help less educated workers find and perform work and improve their lives. Finally, philanthropies should give much more thought to reviving and supporting institutions of civil society in working-class communities. These include social clubs, grassroots political entities, churches, youth groups, self-help societies, volunteer organizations, small-scale employers, community or union-sponsored training programs, and others. Politicians and the leadership class should advocate for marriage and rebuilding the two-parent family. Research done by MIT professor David Otter and others indicates that the explosion in single parenthood has contributed to educational failure and poor socialization among boys. 36 In addition, more than one worker is often necessary to maintain a viable household in the current economy. Especially for people with modest earnings, orderly and stable relationships are essential to economic well-being. Although no one knows how to reconstruct the nuclear family, a concerted societal consensus surrounding this goal might help turn the tide. Politicians should focus on reforms needed to tighten up on policies that encourage people, and especially men, to leave and stay out of the workforce. This does not necessarily mean slashing funds for the needy, but rather tying them to joining the workforce or developing skills. Like welfare disbursements under TANF, the federal program for single-parent families, food stamps should be tied to work requirements. Policymakers also might consider increasing wage subsidies in exchange for reducing spending on programs not linked to work. Reforms designed to reduce regressive levies for Social Security and Medicare should be on the table as well. Criteria for receiving disability benefits should be tightened and programs more carefully monitored, and the federal government should consider adopting the partial disability regime that prevails in some European countries, which encourages people to perform some paid work despite infirmities that impede full-time employment. Government benefits and tax rules that penalize marriage and higher earnings need to be scrutinized. Unfortunately, means-tested programs that phase out as income increases, such as the Earned Income Tax Credit (EITC), inevitably discourage effort and marriage. It is difficult to blunt these effects without vastly greater expenditures. Reform is nonetheless a worthy objective. What about the role of business? Businesses will understandably resist the dislocations that will inevitably result from a drastic decline in low-skill immigration. In fairness, the entire burden of reintegrating and upgrading America's native low-wage workforce should not fall on business, because they are not primarily responsible for any shortcomings they might find in the native worker population. As noted already, other social actors can and should mitigate these difficulties by assisting businesses with programs of supported work, training, socialization, supervision, and perhaps subsidies. At the same time, however, conservative elites need to recognize that the corporate sector does have obligations to the larger society, and that increasing corporate and financial sector profits is neither the sole nor the highest aim of policy. The native workforce also needs a dose of labor market realism. The less educated population is the most likely to support lower levels of immigration, for a mix of cultural and economic reasons. Yet these voters must accept that there is a quid pro quo for the changes that they seek, and that there are broad economic forces at work that even our most learned experts don't quite understand. Good manufacturing jobs are on the decline and cannot easily be recreated anytime soon. Although rightly demanding that businesses meet them partway with better pay and benefits, they need to turn back to the jobs American won't do by taking on the work that actually exists in our economy and must get done. Workers should also face the fact that, at least in the eyes of those who would employ them, too many are in desperate need of an upgrade. They must tackle the dysfunctions that impede their employability, including poor work habits, uncooperative attitudes, lack of reliability, chaotic families, profligacy, and drug addiction and abuse. Commentators have started to make these points. While acknowledging the harsh realities imposed by sweeping economic forces, Kevin Williamson, in a series of controversial articles for National Review, nonetheless faults white working-class Americans for a lack of enterprise and, most notably, for an unwillingness to pick up and move to where jobs are available. Says Williamson, they need real opportunity, which means that they need real change, which means that they need a U-Haul. The American Enterprise Institute's Michael Strain, while acknowledging that the working class has been buffeted by economic change and inadequate public policy, reminds us that the working class has duties too, including the obligation to strive for self-sufficiency. He recommends significantly strengthening the cultural norms that if you can work, you should be working, even if the only job you can find pays a mere 65% of what you made in your last job. That if you can work, you should be working even if you have to move. That if you can work, you should be providing for your kids, that you have an obligation to contribute and to add your skills and talent and effort to the fabric of your community. These words suggest an important role for our politicians and opinion leaders. Elites should be more willing to address shortcomings of American workers. Obviously, this is a tough sell, since people don't like to be told about their defects or urged to take responsibilities for their own predicament. Political expediency and ideology, including the impulse to see the less economically fortunate as victims of intractable external forces, fuel the reluctance to impose expectations or assign any responsibility to the working class or to recommend that they change their ways. And books like Amy Goldstein's Janesville, An American Story, Simon & Schuster, 2017, and others of its ilk poignantly document the hardships faced by less educated Americans trying to make a living in difficult economic times that are not of their making. But the evidence on increasing idleness, addiction, and demoralization implies there is nonetheless room for improvement, especially in tighter job markets. Those at pains to reject immigration restrictions and the rest of the agenda proposed here will advance various arguments in favor of continuing current practices or adopting different tactics to curtail any abuses. Some critics believe that employers tend to hire immigrants, and especially illegals, because they are cheaper and more tractable. They will accept lower wages and fewer benefits, are almost never unionized, and rarely if ever invoke legal protections or sue to vindicate their workplace rights. The proper response to these factors, it is contended, is to provide a path to legalization, so that immigrants can enjoy the same rights and protections as Americans. Alternatively, if the problem is that foreign nationals will work for less without complaint, then stricter steps should be taken to enforce employment laws and raise wages. The problem with these arguments is that although the effect of immigrants on labor costs may well play some role, ethnographic investigations do not indicate that savings from lower pay and benefits, or the prospect of fewer lawsuits, are the principal reasons employers favor immigrants over natives. Although employers assign some value to immigrants' reluctance to complain, the virtues stressed most often are diligence, loyalty, reliability, work effort, and work ethic. But even if compensation levels are a factor, tolerating or encouraging the influx of large numbers of unskilled foreign nationals is unwise, and immigration restriction is still the strategy of choice. It will be virtually impossible to get businesses to pay more for low-skill labor if fresh reinforcements from abroad continuously flood the market. Another argument made by some economists, and endlessly repeated in the popular press, is that immigrants in entry-level positions clear the way for Americans to fill slots higher up on the job ladder requiring more skills, English proficiency, customer interaction, or specialized training. This no doubt happens for some natives, but the ethnographic research on employer preferences is hard to square with a story of general uplift. Employers seek out immigrants and shun the least educated natives not because the latter group possesses skills and strengths lacking in unskilled immigrants, but because of perceived inadequacies that make native workers undesirable for jobs of any kind and at any level. As noted earlier, the capacity of many less educated natives to change jobs or upgrade their skills in response to immigrant competition is limited. Calls for natives to move into English-intensive work, for example, ignore the fact that less educated natives often have poor reading and writing abilities. On a recent test of English literacy, 30% of native men without jobs scored below basic, which means they will struggle with most service and supervisory work. 40 This data, plus employer observations, belie the conclusion that immigrants don't take jobs from the least qualified Americans, but rather push natives into more rewarding niches to which they are better matched. In sum, the main objections advanced against the hypothesis that quality-based employer preferences for immigrant labor contribute to the displacement and replacement of Americans, and against the argument that immigration restriction is the tactic of choice to address this problem, are unconvincing in light of the evidence presented here. Our emphasis in this article is on reintegrating less educated Americans into the economy and the world of work, with the aim of enabling them to make a constructive contribution to their communities and our nation. That is a massive project that must and should be tackled on many fronts by Americans of all stripes. An essential first step is to turn off the spigot of unskilled foreign workers. Is there any serious hope that our country will adopt the strategies we advocate here? The situation is not encouraging. Americans are now starkly divided by class in their attitudes toward immigration. As Mark Krikorian has said, immigration is not a left-right issue, but top-down. Business interests and economic libertarians in the Republican Party push for more low-wage labor, while ethnic pressure groups have become a primary constituency of the Democrats. Both sides embrace an ideology of one-world globalism, which conveniently aligns with their upper-income class interests. This coalition often comforts itself with the belief that mass immigration is not detrimental, and perhaps is even beneficial, to the low-skill Americans with whom the newcomers compete. We beg to differ. For now, the elite leadership consistently wins the day on immigration, and the less privileged bear the brunt. Perhaps a more realistic understanding of the trade-offs inherent in low-skill immigration will encourage action on real reform. Whether that will happen remains to be seen, but the issue will inform our politics for years to come. While the government shutdown grabs all the headlines, President Trump and Republican congressional leaders should be planning now to tee up an immigration bill as soon as it's over. Immigration has always been Trump's signature issue. Other policy stances, such as his distrust of overseas adventurism and global trade, have helped, but none is as central to his appeal as his desire to end illegal immigration. That more than anything else allowed him to leapfrog a host of Republican opponents in the pivotal 2016 primary campaign. It is a huge reason why he retained the support of the GOP base between his two terms, and the chaos President Biden's policy unleashed on the southern border is perhaps the single biggest reason why Trump won the popular vote last year. Now it's time for Congress to step in with legislation to prevent a Biden-style border disaster in the future. Such a bill or bills could include any number of items, but two stand out. One is forcing employers to verify the legal status of their workers, and the other involves increasing the tax on remittance payments migrants send to their home countries. Regarding the former, it likely would surprise most people to learn that employers are not required to verify whether the people they hire are legally eligible to work. The Simpson-Mazzoli Act of 1986, the most recent comprehensive immigration bill to pass Congress, established penalties for employers who knowingly hire illegal immigrants but only requires them to collect documents that appear to pass muster. It does not require them to check if those documents are actually valid. The federal government has also created E-Verify, a database that allows all employers to check the validity of the documents prospective employees must present. While some states require large employers to use this service, most do not. As a result, a significant trade in phony or stolen Social Security numbers allows millions of illegal immigrants to work for employers who simply choose to look the other way. The easiest way to stop, or at least significantly reduce, this traffic is to require all employers, regardless of size, to use E-Verify. Many employers will howl that this imposes significant compliance costs on their often small businesses. That plea, however, will fall on deaf ears when it comes to Trump's coalition. A second way to get at the same result would be through IRS audits. All businesses deduct wages and other payments they make on behalf of their workers, and all withhold payroll taxes that fund Social Security and Medicare. Such payments must include each worker's Social Security number in order to establish their eligibility for these programs. These payments give the IRS the information it needs to crack down on illegal employment, if it is authorized to do so. Legislation should expressly mandate that the IRS prioritize audits to ensure that business income tax deductions are only given for employees who are legally able to work. Audits that uncover payments for non-legal workers would result in a disallowance of those deductions, and hence an increase in the taxes owed. This arguably could be accomplished by an executive order since Trump oversees the IRS, but that tactic includes two shortfalls. First, an executive order can get held up in court. Anti-deportation advocates would surely forum shop to find a friendly district court judge who will enjoin Trump's order. Thus, the judicial system could delay full implementation for months or perhaps years. Legislation also prevents the order from being countermanded by a Democratic president. While a successful deportation program would rapidly decrease the number of people working illegally, the problem will always persist so long as employers have no incentive to verify their workers' legal status. Employers who rely heavily on illegal labor would find dramatic, perhaps crippling, increases in their income taxes. Faced with that prospect, they will surely do what any company does when threatened with dramatic cost increases: move to eliminate it, in this case by verifying the legal status of their workers. But the bill should also include firm legal protections for confidential tax and Social Security information. This data should not be turned over to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, or any other entity charged with enforcing immigration laws, as doing so would be unnecessary. Instead, the provision will force migrants who find that they can no longer support themselves in the United States with illegal labor to self-deport. Separately, increasing the tax burden on remittance payments sent overseas can also hasten self-deportation. People who work here illegally so they can send money home to their families will have to decide what to do when less of that money reaches its intended destination. Some will surely find that the juice isn't worth the squeeze and return home for a more stable way to make ends meet. The amount of money sent out of this country via remittances each year is staggering. Estimates vary, but in 2022 foreign workers sent at least $79 billion out of the United States. A more recent estimate placed the amount sent using formal channels at $93 billion, with perhaps as much as $230 billion leaving the country when informal methods are included. This is essentially an additional trade deficit on top of the more widely recognized deficit in goods and services. Other nations send us labor instead of goods, and we pay for it via cash sent back to the labor-providing country. Viewing remittances in this light reveals the scope of what is happening. America's global trade deficit in goods and services reached $918 billion in 2024. Adding remittance payments to the total means our true cash deficit topped $1 trillion at a low-end estimate and nearly $1.15 trillion at the high end. The Trump administration is using tariffs of at least 10% to curb our formal trade deficit. Yet the current tax on remittances is a mere fraction of that amount, just 1%. An immigration bill should treat remittance outflows the same way tariffs treat cash outflows for goods, meaning the rate should be hiked to at least match the 10% global tariff minimum. These proposals would place Democrats between the Scylla of median voter opinion and the Charybdis of their rabid base. Swing state Democrats in the Senate will know that the voters who sent them support this, but the donors and activists who dominate party primaries will despise it. Stuck with a Hobson's choice, many will vote against cloture to avoid antagonizing their base. But this will further paint the entire party as pro-illegal immigrant and against creating a labor market that provides rising real wages to working-class households. Trump's immigration and border policies remain the most popular of his many policy stances even today. His job approval rating on immigration stands at 46.3% in the Real Clear Politics polling average, a full point above his overall approval. More importantly, his voters love his approach. Per the most recent Economist/YouGov poll, 85% of Trump voters approve of his handling of immigration policy. That approval even extends to Trump's controversial tactics used to identify and deport illegal immigrants. A recent CBS News poll found that 48% of Americans approve of his deportation policies, even though a majority thought they were affecting more people than anticipated during the campaign. Support for deporting all illegal immigrants has risen to 56% in the latest Harvard-Harris poll, and other polls consistently show majority or near-majority support for mass deportation despite the media outcry. Enhancing self-deportation could help Trump should the public become uneasy with his aggressive enforcement measures. Some polls show such discomfort is on the rise. Enhancing more passive enforcement methods will likely maintain public support while increasing the likelihood of long-term success. These considerations mean Trump should continue placing immigration enforcement on the political front burner. His approach unites his voters and even appeals to some Harris backers while infuriating the Democratic base. It's simply politics 101 to emphasize issues like this, which add voters to your coalition while dividing your foes. Increasing the rate of deportation is also in the country's economic interests. Illegal immigrants may do some jobs that Americans would shirk from, at least at an economically viable wage, but they also do many jobs Americans would gladly take. 14% of the nation's construction workforce, for example, are illegal immigrants, while between 4% and 7% of the workforce in fields such as transportation, retail, manufacturing, and hospitality are also here illegally. These tend to be very good jobs, especially for people without much formal education. The median salary for full-time construction workers was over $46,000 in 2024, and experienced workers can earn much more. The most recent employment report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics puts wages even higher for these jobs. The average construction wage was $38.37 per hour, while a manufacturing worker producing durable goods earns $36.20 per hour. Even the retail trade offers an average hourly wage of $24.54. Many working-class Americans would love jobs that paid between $49,000 and $76,000 a year. Firms that lose illegal labor will need to find American workers to pick up the slack. Once they see that the administration's enforcement of immigration laws is extensive and permanent, they will do what's in their interest and hire legal employees. Pushing immigration enforcement bills is in Trump's and the GOP's political interest, as well as America's economic interest. Doing so in the face of Democratic opposition also addresses Trump's weakest position, the perception that he is not doing enough to counter inflation. Concerns over inflation persists despite the fact that headline inflation has declined from 9% in summer 2022 to a bit under 3% over the last year. This concern is probably because wages have not kept up with inflation for lower-paid workers, resulting in tough times for the working class even as inflation nominally declines. Blue-collar workers are the ones competing for jobs with the millions of people who swarmed across President Biden's open border. Their real wages rose substantially during Trump's first term as he cracked down on illegal migration. Reinstating that tight labor market through turbocharged self-deportation should lead again to rising real wages and a declining emphasis on sticky inflation. Dance with the one that brung you, the old adage goes. The GOP is ascendant today because of its reputation for fighting illegal immigration while increasing real wages and employment for America's working class. Whenever the shutdown ends, it should take that fight home to congressional Democrats. Whatever Democrats do, it'll be a win for Trump and his party, and perhaps the nation as well.